Let's go. Don't disturb Miss Fu, Bai Qiujiang said. She's truly pitiful, Wen Zixian sighed, looking at the strange group. Finally, Fu Qiqi looked around at the empty kitchen, filled with various cooked dishes.
Clang.
Suddenly, her mind lit up brightly. Countless tiny green dots seemed to enter her body from the air around her. Fu Qiqi sat cross-legged on the kitchen floor, slowly guiding the green dots into her body, flowing through her spiritual awareness and meridians repeatedly. An expert's aura. The close attendants beside Bai Qiujiang and Wen Zixian said in unison. They quickly moved to the kitchen door. Xiao Yanyan, holding a long sword in his left hand and a pistol in his right, stood straight at the door. Seeing the two rushing over, he warned, "My sister is practicing her skills. Do not approach, or it may endanger her life." "Don't blame me," his sister said. She only uses her pistol in life-threatening situations to avoid detection by lurking enemies. Bai Qiujiang's brow twitched slightly, and he stopped in his tracks. When Zixian just arrived and overheard the conversation. What kind of monsters are these people? One after another, they all seem so bold. It feels like this is her boat. Miss Fu is in a critical moment of her practice and can't stop for now. "Young Master Wen, could you please let the boat stay still for a while?" Bai Qiujiang said calmly. Wen Zixian glared at him, telling him to behave, but she lacked the energy to do so herself. Then she thought again. Could it be that this guy really likes Miss Fu? Qiu Jianbai noticed Wen Xian's strange look and asked surprised, "Brother Wen, is something wrong?" Wen Xian snorted softly. Half an hour later, the rain stopped, and a beautiful rainbow appeared in the sky. Fu Qiqi opened her eyes, with 6th level ability. She felt refreshed and walked out happily, seeing a group of people on both sides. She smiled lightly and said, "Today, I borrowed the Wen family's place. I invite everyone to a meal. Kayan, come over and serve the dishes." "I'm here." Kayan squeezed past Qiu Jianbai, seeing the girl finally smile. She choked up and said, "Miss, go rest now. We will bring the food over." Qiu Jianbai noticed something unusual. Her internal strength grew deeper, and her whole body felt lighter. Wen Xian saw Qiu Jianbai constantly staring at Miss Fu with displeasure. She cleared her throat and introduced, "Miss Fu, this is my good friend, young Master Qiu." Qiu Jianbai bowed politely and praised, "Miss Fu, your martial skills are impressive." Fu Qiqi responded appropriately, gentle and refined, like ink stained with stars. "Young Master Qiu, you have good manners." Wen Xian. She felt jealous. It looked like they were a perfect match, exchanging glances back and forth. She looked down on Miss Fu a bit more, realizing she was also a frivolous person. Just as she was about to sneer contemptuously, she saw Miss Fu lightly leading her younger brother away. They left. The smell of dishes from the kitchen kept wafting to her nose. She was hungry. Wen Xian shook her fan, showing her role as host, and loudly said, "Shengnan, serve the meal for your young master." It's in young Master Qiu's room. The remaining dishes, share them among everyone, and send some to the 2 rooms where the rescued villagers are staying. Also, tell Miss Fu that today's cooking skills are equivalent to paying for the meal. In their room, soon a table of dishes was served in bowls. Potato stew with wolf meat, wild dried vegetables with wild boar, radish roast duck, radish lamb stew, stir-fried lamb chops. It was as rich as last year's New Year's Eve dinner. But after picking at the food, everyone couldn't taste it and lost their appetite. Seeing this, Fu Qiqi smiled, like snow melting in spring. She said lightly, "The martial arts I practiced just broke through to level 1. It's a great joy." Brother Song thinks everyone's imagining things. How capable can he be? Surely nothing serious. I've decided. After I go ashore, I will entrust you to young Master Wen for protection. I will take Xiang Yi down the river to look for him. The time limit is 10 days. Whether I find him or not, Xiang Yi and I will return to meet you.
Chichi?
Big sister, let's go together. Stop. No need to persuade me. I have made up my mind. Just me and Xiang Yi. While speaking, Fuchichi served each person a large bowl of meat and vegetables. Eat quickly. Eating well helps wounds heal faster. After lunch, we need to find a place to stay when we reach the shore. Everyone saw Chi-Chi eating so deliciously, and the mood became more relaxed. They started eating big bites of food. In the next room, when Zixin acted as if she hadn't eaten all day, chewing her food constantly with her chopsticks. It's so tasty, really delicious. Could it be that Miss Fu's family runs a restaurant? The duck meat is flavorful, with no fishy smell at all. Is this pork from the dried meat they brought? Smells so good, chewy, and bright in color with clear layers. When Zixin was also busy eating, praising nonstop. But when she reached a bowl of potato stew with meat, she hesitated. What is this? I don't know what kind of meat it is. Qiu Jianbai calmly said, wolf meat. When Zixin gagged, wanting to spit it out, but her throat was honest, and she swallowed it. Chewing, she found the meat very dense, yet soft. Not wanting to show fear in front of Brother Qiu, she forced a compliment. It seems okay too. But during the next meal, she avoided the potato stew with wolf meat altogether. Fuchichi timed their meal finish and came over. She straightforwardly said, Young Master Wen, we have a grudge with Princess Yan Yan. She started trouble first. We fought in the morning, both sides injured. But she is cruel and vicious. To escape, she threw my brothers into the Raging Wei River in the storm. My eldest brother tried to save them and was swept away. No one has seen him since. She spoke calmly, but it made everyone feel cold. When Zixin and Qiu Jianbai exchanged glances. So that's it. The heavy rain in the morning made the Wei River rush wildly. If they hadn't rescued him in time, he might have been lost. When Zixin said, Then, Miss Fu, what do you need? Just tell me directly. Fu Chichi replied, Princess Yan Yan will not give up easily. I heard she is from Jiangzhou and has little connection with your Wen family. I dare to ask young master when to lend us a few unused rooms at the riverbank. My family will stay for 10 days. If there are any problems, could you help us a little? As expected, Wen Zixin is a merchant and the next leader of the Wen family. Merchants seek profit, calculating gains and losses. Princess Yan Yan came with her troops to buy grain, but the Wen family knew Jiangzhou had plenty of grain, and Lord Lu from Lu County never involved himself in major conflicts. So Princess Yan Yan must have a different noble to support her, and she made up a reason to buy grain. She avoided Princess Yan Yan because of this matter and did not want to discuss it with her. But if she openly helped someone, it would offend Jiangzhou, and Princess Yan Yan might even blame her. Fu Chichi saw young master when frowning in thought and silent for a while. She took out a telescope and placed it on the table. I don't want young master when to suffer losses. I have a foreign item here called the 1,000-mile eye, which works just like the storybook says. It allows you to see things clearly from 1,000 meters away, as if they are right in front of you. Qiu Jianbai quickly grabbed the telescope from the table and, mimicking Fu Girl's demonstration, looked out the window into the distance.
Huh?
Qiu Jianbai softly exclaimed, pretending to be urgent, when Zixin couldn't stand seeing Qiu Jianbai act so anxious. She sat with a noble air, picked up her teacup, blew on the imaginary hot steam, and took a sip. It was as if the tea was scalding. Fu Chichi watched her finish the tea and wondered, who was she fooling? The tea was cold. It seemed the Wen family didn't want to get involved in trouble. They would have to find a big mountain for her aunt and others to hide for over a month. They also needed to prepare explosive balls for Zhao Zhao and Yan Yan. Explosions in the mountains wouldn't attract much attention. At this moment, Qiu Jianbai was shocked. The ancestral hand-drawn diagram clearly depicted this object called the telescope. Just as the ancestor described, black dots visible to the eye, when viewed through the 1,000-mile eye, appeared magnified countless times, allowing one to see clearly whether it was a man or woman and what they looked like. For example, he was now seeing a porter walking along the official road. I accept it.
I'll take this 1,000-mile eye.
You must be looking for your family. I will protect your family for 15 days, Qiu Jianbai said, adding 5 more days. His gaze fixed steadily on Fu Chichi. Could it be that this girl's background was related to the ancestor?
Fukiki blinked. Him?
More capable than the Wen family?
You.
Wen Zixian was not upset about the 1,000-mile eye itself. Her irritation and anger came from thinking about how Fu Girl's protection of her family might be related to Qiu Jianbai. She also thought Fu Girl didn't like her. Humph. Qiu Jianbai didn't notice her strange expression. He calmly handed something to the awkward young Master Wen. Brother Wen, take a look. This is my new treasure. Wen Zixian snorted and mimicked Qiu Jianbai's earlier gesture, looking into the distance. Suddenly, he exclaimed, What? It's really the 1,000-mile eye? Old Qiao. I see old Qiao riding a horse along the official road. He used the telescope to scan the entire riverbank repeatedly, excitedly pondering. After a long look, he couldn't figure out what was going on. All parts of the 1,000-mile eye were things she had never seen before. Until the ship reached the shore and the servants urged everyone to disembark, she reluctantly returned the 1,000-mile eye to Qijianbai. Such a delicate and incredibly useful treasure. No wonder young Master Chuo eagerly accepted it. If it had been her, she wouldn't dare to accept it. The Wen family was a large clan with hundreds of members. Miss Fu, do you still have the 1,000-mile eye? I will pay a high price to buy it. When Zixian hurriedly asked Miss Fu. Fu Qiqi shook her head. Sorry, young Master Wen. I need to keep the rest for myself. When Zixian was still not convinced. May I ask where Miss Fu bought it? She had just been joking casually. Now, since it was an imported item from overseas, she didn't know if it was a telescope. After all, she was a soul who had traveled through time. Young Master Wen, don't get your hopes up. Such treasures depend entirely on luck. They are rare and hard to find, Fu Qiqi said frankly. After Miss Fu left, when Zixian eagerly watched Qijianbai play with the newly acquired 1,000-mile eye. The ship had already docked, and everyone was gradually disembarking. As Fu Qiqi predicted, as soon as they stepped ashore, they saw the steward who leading dozens of people, fierce-looking and guarding the dock. Qiqi stopped in her tracks, and everyone else followed suit. When Zixian and Qijianbai arrived a bit late, seeing the two groups' fierce glances, it was like an invisible battlefield. When Zixian was delighted, she strode over to Steward who, somewhat flamboyantly, tell Princess Yan Yan that if she causes trouble at the Wen family's dock, she should prepare silver to compensate. Once she leaves our territory, she can do as she pleases. Young Master Wen, don't worry. Our princess understands the rules. This morning, she already paid with a silver note. Now she's waiting in the yard to discuss buying grain, Steward, who politely reassured Wen. The princess had ordered that these people be captured alive. If they damaged the houses, they would have to compensate the Wen family with silver. Seeing him obedient, Wen Zixian swaggered away confidently. Steward who watched as these unruly commoners hesitated and followed a young man in white. They had already heard that in recent months, young Master Wen had a close relationship with a young man in white, often coming and going together. Steward who was unsure of their identities and dared not act rashly. Qijianbai explained a few words to Tiangang. Tiangang approached Steward, who with a very polite smile, It seems you are the capable steward under Princess Yan Yan, right? I am Tiangang and my master is called Jianbai. Currently, our master has a transaction with Miss Fu. For the next half-month, Miss Fu and her family will be safe, under the protection of my Qiujia. Qijianbai's reputation was well known. The steward who looked surprised as he gazed at the young man in white on the shore. After a careful look, he recognized him. The real person was even more handsome and graceful than in the portrait. He was indeed one of the 4 great young masters of Dashuan, known as Young Master Jianbai. Regarding this matter, I will report it to our princess, who said firmly. Then he glared sharply at Fu Qiqi and the others before leading his people away. Fu Qiqi's eyes flicked as she softly asked Xiang Xi, the Qiu family, what is their background? Xiang Xi also examined carefully and replied, I haven't seen or heard of this young Master Qiu before. The surname Qiu, I do remember one thing. Our old guard captain once said that the Qiu family, who are said to have retreated from the world, are a noble family. They are very secretive and tend to appear during times of war to support new emperors. Fu Qiqi nodded, not caring much. She was not interested in the political affairs of the world. She just wanted to find Brother Tsong and Lilia, leave this place of trouble, and live peacefully. But the more she wished to stay out of it, the more she found herself caught in the middle. When she reached the exit, she saw many merchants and common people at the foot of the wall, crying and holding their heads. Fu Qiqi recognized some of them. They were the small traders who had lost relatives and goods this morning. All this was the result of Princess Yan Yan's reckless actions, bringing disaster upon them. Fu Qiqi looked up at the clear blue sky after the rain. Those powerful officials, they treat people's lives like nothing. There's nowhere to seek justice or compensation. All she could do was accept it. Suddenly, a voice whispered, "Miss, the portraits." Tian leaned over and whispered in her ear. Fu Qiqi looked toward the public notice board on the left, where 2 portraits were posted. One was clearly Brother Tsong. The other was a dark, unattractive girl. Could it be her? That made sense. Shun Kan and others knew what Brother Tsong looked like, so they would recognize him easily. She had seen Shun Kan and the others several times, mostly at night when it was dark. Her appearance today was quite different from then. Plus, after nourishing her wood element supernatural power for a while, her face had become clear and pure. But she usually covered it with some grayish-yellow paint to hide her true appearance. This portrait was probably drawn by Fu Changhong based on his memories. "Stay calm. Don't reveal anything," Tian whispered again, having just received Fu Qiqi's instructions. Everyone stood quietly for a moment, then subtly moved with the crowd toward the exit. Autumn Jianbai noticed their slight change in expression and fixed his gaze on the portrait of Yu Junxian, deep in thought. They followed Autumn Jianbai back to a quiet courtyard at the inn. Inside, a few capable servants showed that young Master Qiu had been staying there for some time. "Diji, take Miss Fu and the others to a safe place," Autumn Jianbai said, holding a treasured item with interest. He then prepared to return to his room to study it carefully. The servant from the Wen family called out to the newcomer, "Young Master Qiu." The Wen family servant politely bowed and said, "Our young master arranged for someone to tidy up the neighboring courtyard. Please allow Miss Fu's family to stay there temporarily. Because Miss Fu's group has many women, it's not appropriate for them to live with young Master Qiu," he added. When Xian's personality changed, Qiu Jianbai thought quickly. Miss Fu's family has 5 young ladies, which indeed isn't suitable. He said, "Thank you for letting Miss Fu stay in the small courtyard nearby. It's close, and there's no need to worry."
All right.
Fu Qiqi responded quickly and decisively. Not far away, at the Wen family's private courtyard. "Young master, you said that the Fu family and Princess Yan Yan have a grudge. Isn't it inappropriate for you to interfere in this matter?" The Wen family servant asked. When Zixian wouldn't say that it was her sudden change of mind. He disdainfully replied, "I only think they are pitiful, so I let them stay for a few days. If Princess Yan Yan comes knocking, I won't help." "Should I talk to the housekeeper of Princess Yan Yan's family?" the servant asked. When Zixian stroked his folding fan, thinking about how Brother Qiu was defending Miss Fu, he felt strangely irritated. Forget it. Let's leave it at that for now. Meanwhile, Fu Qiqi and the others followed the Wen family servant to the neighboring small courtyard. They were surprised to see how nice the courtyard was. Obviously, it was usually used for the distinguished guests of merchant ships. Madame Kuangbua and the others stopped at the door, all staring at Qiqi. They had never stayed in such a good courtyard before. They looked at Qiqi, waiting for her to decide. Qiqi quickly checked her belongings. Her space held over 3,000 taels of silver notes, a box of jewelry, and during the funeral of the Hu family, she stored a box of silver notes, several boxes of jewelry, and some medicinal herbs. These all went into her space. The silver alone was worth over 10,000 taels. "I'll stay. I have money. I have silver," Qiqi said confidently. Everyone then stepped inside. The courtyard was beautiful, full of greenery. In the center was a courtyard with a skylight. On the right wall was a small corridor with a 4-corner pavilion, a table for chairs, and a small flower bed. Inside, there were 2 rooms on each side and at the back 3 connected rooms standard for an inn. They were suitable for 2 or 3 people per room, based on gender. After soaking in water all morning, many of the injured needed rest. They put down their luggage, fetched water, boiled water, and washed up. Chi-Chi hurried out, and when she and Xiangyi finished bathing, changed clothes, and prepared to go out to observe the terrain, wandering around and asking questions, Cha Yan returned. She was panting heavily, leaning on the corner of the table to catch her breath. She hurriedly said, That woman with the big thighs also lives here." Fu Chi-Chi was stunned. Who? She didn't understand right away. Kayan pointed to the wound on her neck and said sharply, "There's no man who can't survive. Princess Yan Yan." Fate brought them together again. Fu Chi-Chi frowned, looking displeased. "Don't wander around outside. All 3 of you come here." She pointed to Xiyu, Zhao Zhao, and Yan Yan. Back in a room, she took out a bag of explosive beads and said seriously, "Only you 3 have the hidden pistol weapons. If you are forced into danger, use the pistols to protect everyone. Also, I have 10 mini-explosive balls for each of you. Be very careful with them. They are very powerful, can away wild boars." She warned, "When you use them, never hurt innocent people." Zhao Zhao nodded proudly and chuckled, "Sister, don't worry. If I something up, I only want to up Princess Yan Yan." Thinking of Zhao Zhao's excited shouting and fighting spirit, Fu Chi-Chi's heart skipped a beat. She felt a bit helpless and said, "Especially you. Listen to the brothers' commands and don't throw things randomly." Zhao Zhao promised sweetly and obediently to reassure her sister. Fu Chi-Chi then went to Kuang Bo-Nyang's room and gathered everyone, giving instructions. "I bought 3 big bags of grain from the Wen family and also ordered some vegetables. They will be delivered later. We brought dried meat ourselves. Auntie, sister-in-law, don't be stingy with eating. Buying things now is easier, though a bit expensive, but we're not short of silver for now. There's a water well in the yard, so life is quite convenient. Since Princess Yan Yan also lives here, you all stay inside the yard for these 10 or 15 days. Don't even go out the door." Her delicate face, as clear as mist and water, carried a commanding presence without anger. Aunt Chu couldn't help but sigh. Since Lady White left, Fu Lao's family had been relying on Chi-Chi, a young girl. They were few in number and weak, often suffering abuse from the flower women and others. Now that Chi-Chi had good martial skills, the lives of her family of over 10 people depended on her. But she was only 15. She nodded twice and said, "Chi-Chi, don't worry. We'll just pretend to be dead, hide in the cave, and not come out." The others also nodded repeatedly. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Fu Chi-Chi and Xiangyi disguised themselves as weathered, experienced women from the martial world. Their hair was with a cloth, and their tops and pants rolled up at the sleeves and cuffs, making them very agile. With the help of the close servant of Lord Qi, Tiangon, they left the inn. Qiu Jianbai was considerate and prepared 2 fine horses. Chi-Chi Fu and Ying Xiang mounted their horses and rode away quickly. The sound of hooves faded into the dust and smoke on the mountain path. Soon, their figures disappeared among the green peaks.
Sigh.
Watching their distant figures, 3 voices of sighs came from the roof, those of Kayan, Yan Yan, and Zhao Zhao, who were sitting there. "Big brother, I will practice for an extra hour tomorrow. Come with me." "Okay." Brother Song said that since we're young, we should master light skills first and not trouble the elders. Knives without blood are boring.
Don't say that.
Yan Yan, you practice light skills, and I'll play with Zhao Zhao using swords and knives.
Good.
Once we improve our skills, we'll wait for Brother Song and Little Ye to come back. Yan Yan Xiaozhu was very angry when he heard that those rude people had also stayed at this inn. He immediately ordered Steward, who to guard the inn door and catch the rude people whenever possible. Steward, who took a group of people and went out, deliberately turning to the small courtyard where Chi-Chi Fu lived. He saw 3 people sitting on the roof, mocking, "Rude people like you just squat under the roof or porch, like cats and dogs. You're no better than animals." For 3 days, they all kept looking into the distance, too lazy to respond. Suddenly, seeing Steward who, Kayan thought of 2 jokes. She pulled a tender grass growing between the roof tiles and chewed it in her mouth. Zhao Zhao, Yen Yen, I'll tell you a story. At this moment, telling a story? Even Zhao Zhao looked listless and answered casually. Seeing many people coming and going, Kayan raised her voice and said loudly, Pangu opened the sky and earth. Chaos began. All things gained spirits, and fighting never stopped, making the world dark and gloomy. Then, Nyang was upset. Things were too chaotic, all messed up. She paused, and indeed, many passers-by stopped and listened carefully. She imitated a storyteller, picked up a piece of tile, and pounded it on a brick, continuing. Nyang, moved by all this, molded divine earth to create humans, dividing yin and yang. From then, the world was separated into 3 realms. The human emperor established a dynasty, and people were divided into different classes. Among the rulers, there was a special group called eunuchs. Hugwanjia listened. Was this story about the brave deeds of that ancestor? He managed a rare smile at these rude people, waiting to hear more. The merchants waited a long time, but this girl, pretending to be a boy, didn't continue. They hurriedly asked, What happens next? My story is a bit short. Kayan pretended to be mysterious. That's all. There's no more. No more?
Wow.
She kept them hanging, and now it was over? You little girl, stop pretending and just tell us quickly. We're in a hurry to load the goods. At this moment, a porter realized. Haha? Well, there's nothing below anymore. Ha ha ha. The merchants finally understood and looked at the man's groin area, laughing lewdly. Where's the bottom part? It's been cut clean. Otherwise, that old emperor wouldn't be constantly fooled. Hey, brother, everyone wears a green hat sometimes. My aunt's second wife's third daughter used to work in the palace and the royal residence. Those eunuchs have tricks. They still play around. Hee, brother, so. How do eunuchs play? Hee, have you heard of feeding or playing with toys? Suddenly, housekeeper, whose expression twisted, his face turning pale and then green. Huang Kai, hearing the lively banter outside the courtyard, grew more and more unruly. He rolled his eyes at Tian and grabbed the 2 children, ignoring Zhao Zhao's wide eyes and pointed ears. I'm just teasing Princess Yan Yan. Tian whispered, then jumped down the wall and changed to a rough male voice, teasing. Everyone doesn't understand the tricks of feeding? Ask the man in the blue round collar coat next to us. He's very experienced, an old hand, I hear. Whose housekeeper, who had just taken a few steps, stiffened. He looked sharply at the area below his robe, full of curiosity, suspicion, and lewdness. For the first time, he felt a shame he had never experienced before. A rush of old blood surged, and his face turned fierce. Inside the wall, Tian's lips curled strangely. He wiped his chin and had a new idea. Maybe he could exchange some silver or grain. Like stories titled The Little Princess and the S Bedtime Tales, the overbearing princess sleeps with 10 men in one night, delicate princess snuggling in the S arms and sighing, or surprise. The princess wants a kiss from the 9th lord. He acted quickly. Tian borrowed paper and ink from one servants, closed the door, and started creating. In just a few days, Wen's family began secret trading, some rice, vegetables, copper coins, in exchange for blueprints or small picture books. Those who could read bought storybooks too. After reading the picture books and storybooks, merchants, porters, and vendors would walk around Princess Yan Yan's courtyard or bump into housekeeper who would give them an ambiguous smile. Good day, housekeeper who. Busy today? Yes, just handling affairs for my master. While chatting, everyone would secretly observe him for a long time, then sneak into the corner, take out a picture book, and compare it carefully. Master, who was very proud and vain, feeling very confident. He didn't expect that after just a few days in Guangzhou, everyone would now call him Master, who whenever they see him. Look at how he walks proudly. Do you think they did it yesterday? Did they really do it?
Of course they did.
Didn't you see Princess Yan Yan didn't even leave her house today? The story says that the little tricks are endless, from hairpins to jade umbrellas. So clever.
Hee.
Hearing the laughter behind, Master who walked more loudly than usual. At the pier, there was a group of laborers who had no work to do and were bored. That day, as it got dark, a brave group of laborers tiptoed behind Princess Yan Yan's courtyard. Soon, under the moonlight, a strange scene appeared. More than 10 men moved stiffly like zombies, walking slowly and quietly, with their mouths wide open, looking around. Today, the emperor is here, and they're just taking a walk. Actually, they were anxiously watching the moon, waiting for it to pass the big tree in front so the show could begin. Earlier, the little troublemaker said something? Yes, that was called a feast for the senses. Servant A, did a group of people come to the backyard? Servant B, nothing serious. They don't have internal energy, not martial artists. Servant C, they've been here these days, just vagrants with nowhere to go, wandering around. Then, the 4 of them went to sleep. At midnight, Princess Yan Yan was with a guard, completely, preparing to perform a lively show. The guard threw a cloth onto the beam and tied himself up, then jumped up and rushed toward Princess Yan Yan on the bed, pulling her into his arms. On the nearby roof, Ti Yan and Zhao Zhao, though young, had sharp eyes thanks to spiritual nourishment. Zhao Zhao held a slingshot, and with Ti Yan's command take off, she shot a black ball, like a shooting star, toward the wall of Princess Yan Yan's courtyard. In an instant, there was a loud explosion in the dark, silent sky.
Ah!
What's wrong? Did it collapse? Where is it? More than 10 laborers stiffened and turned toward the explosion. They saw a big hole in the wall of Princess Yan Yan's house, and then, with a bang, the entire wall collapsed. 2 white bodies appeared, hanging from the beams, stuck somewhere, jumping around. Suddenly, the beams broke with a loud, and they fell down. Another cry. Ah, it's broken. Princess? Get out.
Get lost.
This place is too wild. A group of porters, very familiar with the terrain, took a small path back to the messy yard beside the warehouse. A dozen of them lay down, sweating and pretending to be dead. Kayan pulled Xiao Zhaozhao back to the room quickly. On the bed, the 2 sighed deeply. Kayan supported her chin with her right hand. TSK, listen to that sound. It sounds like a big scene, a grand production, but it's a pity we can't see it. Xiao Zhaozhao supported her chin with her left hand. It's a shame she didn't die completely. If she had, it would be over. Kayan pouted. I wish I had blown her up today. Sigh, if she had died, innocent people at the riverbank wouldn't have to be buried with her. The best place to kill someone is out in the wild. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door. The 2 looked at each other, then quickly lay down, covering themselves tightly. Outside, a loud voice asked anxiously, Kayan's sister, little sister? Oh, Yan Yan? We're just about to get up. What's going on outside? The noise scared everyone. Kayan yawned, got up, and complained. Brother, I'm here. I'm not afraid, Xiao Zhaozhao said in a sleepy, innocent voice. Yan Yan and Xiao Yan Yan's doubts faded from their eyes. Since Zhao Zhao used a firecracker, they greeted Kuang Bo and Chu Shu in the courtyard and went back to sleep. After hearing footsteps walking away, Kayan and Xiao Zhaozhao, under their covers, giggled quietly. The entire inn was awakened by the loud explosion. Especially those quick to see, many saw the mighty figure of Princess Yan Yan. Xiao Jianbai stood under the courtyard wall, gazing thoughtfully at the small courtyard where Princess Yan Yan lived. He looked at the telescopic eye in his hand and naturally thought of the word explosive. In the old ancestor's notebook, he often lamented that he was a liberal arts student and didn't excel in math and science. Otherwise, he would have formed a special explosive vanguard army. He remembered detailed descriptions in the notebook. Explosives sounded like thunder, roaring loudly. Their destructive power was immense. Heavy explosions could destroy a 3-in-1 courtyard, and lighter ones could kill people outright. The widely discussed Princess Yan Yan now sat on a grand chair, wearing a robe that revealed her bare feet, her face full of anger as she looked at the kneeling guards. You raised you all as useless. Don't you know when enemies attack? Her outer robe was empty inside. Because of her anger, Her trembling bare feet were visible, revealing a patch of snow-white skin. Everyone was so scared they dared not look directly at her, kneeling with heads bowed. "Are you all mute now?" Princess Yan Yan kicked the guard's head, lifting her long, bare leg. She looked very alluring. Everyone lowered their heads even more. There was nothing they could do but have the steward step forward bravely. He replied nervously, "Yes, princess, we didn't hear any noise." Suddenly, a teacup shattered on the ground, spilling tea everywhere. The orange lamp light reflected a twisted, fierce scene. The air fell into a heavy silence. After a while, the guard who checked the collapsed house returned. He looked at the princess with cold, fierce eyes, as if a storm was about to burst. They instinctively shrank back. Usually, the princess would summon them for bed, looking charming and gentle on the bed, but once she got up, she was unrecognizable. She would punish, beat, and even kill without hesitation. She often showed her flirtatious side to the young noblemen, but outside, they couldn't show any disrespect. If they broke a taboo, they would be whipped with a cowhide, chained, and beaten to the bone. Today, the brothers who served her last night were unlucky. She broke their ribs and left them lying in the yard. When they received her deadly warning, the guards finally came to their senses and stammered, "Yes, yes, Your Highness. We didn't find any suspicious people or objects." The officials didn't find anything either.
Ha!
Princess Yan Yan licked her bright red lips and sneered. "Those shameless troublemakers. Could they have followed us to Guangzhou?" Her voice was sharp. Clearly, she didn't believe the accident was just a coincidence. In the prince's mansion, those common-born sons hated her so much they wished they could swallow her whole. The next day, Tian woke early. Disguised as a rough, black-clad boy, wearing torn, coarse clothes, he slipped out through a small hole and headed straight to the riverbank. The merchant ships hadn't arrived yet. A group of porters carried poles and sticks, gathered in a heap. Tian, familiar with the scene, blended in with the porters. The smell of sweat and dirty feet was strong, but he didn't mind. He patted a big-footed man nearby and pointed quietly toward a row of small courtyards, smiling softly. "Just heard from over there. Did you know? Last night, something big happened at the inn. A princess fought 10 men alone. It was incredible. She even destroyed the house." The big man's eyes widened in shock.
Wow.
Did that really happen? Is it true that she fought 10 men in one night? Is she really that powerful? Among the porters, someone who was there yesterday had been holding back all night. When they heard the talk, they hurried over. That noble lady plays differently. She even climbed onto the beams. No wonder the house collapsed. On the beam, about the size of a palm, how do you play with it? You don't know. Really? There's no fooling around. I saw with my own eyes 2 white, swinging things. Otherwise, how could a perfectly good beam break? Yes, I saw it too.
White.
Like steamed buns. The big parts are really big, and the round parts are really round. The sound is even nicer than the singing in the opera house, like a big cat. Suddenly, everyone swallowed hard. Do you have the new picture book? Has the latest edition come out? I'll pay extra, 10 more copper coins. Ha, only 10? I'll add 50 copper coins. Tian turned around a few times, hearing whispers everywhere, and happily went back. In the yard, Xiao Zhao was letting her run around, kicking and punching happily, occasionally glancing at the dog hole next to the grass patch. When she finally saw Tian poke her head out, she shouted even louder.
"I'm splitting. I'm killing."
Tian winked at her with a smile, skillfully found her outer coat from the grass patch, put it on, wiped her face with a damp towel to remove the soot, and became a delicate young lady in the yard again. "Tian, sister, why are you back so quickly?" "Hee, the matter is settled. It's still fresh. There's a new order, so I'm making the most of it. I'll go back and draw a few pictures." Within just an hour, the newly finished pictures of the brothel were circulated at the riverbank, and lewd laughter broke out. Unlike the previous albums and small storybooks, which only a few people admired, this time, eyewitnesses confirmed the scandalous event. The house shook loudly, and merchants staying at the inn heard everything. Rumors spread wildly in no time, reaching every corner of the riverbank within 15 minutes. In a small courtyard, Tian and Xiao Zhao were crouched in the corner, giggling as they counted copper coins. There are a total of 5,032 copper coins, enough to buy a bag of grain. Sadly, this business has to stop starting today. Next door, when Zixian leaned on the table, making a loud ha-ha-ha honking sound. After he finished laughing, Qiu Jianbai glanced at him faintly. Brother Wen, what about the picture book? Wen Zixian. Wiping away tears of laughter from his eyes, he composed himself, cleared his throat, and emphasized cough. Yes, I threw it away. If it had been anyone else, he would have shared it openly, discussed it, but when facing Brother Qiu's elegant, bamboo-like gaze, he felt strangely guilty. He cast a sidelong glance at Wen Gongzi's puffed-up sleeve and then looked at the book behind him, the Guguzi, with a stack of picture books pressed underneath. Who is the instigator? My young master has known for a long time and is just waiting for him to share the news. Qiu Jianbai lifts his chin and smiles faintly, saying, Aren't you afraid Princess Yan will come after you? When Zixian shows a mocking expression and replies, I've had people investigate thoroughly. Last night, there were no suspicious persons. Maybe there's a traitor in her group who betrayed her. Otherwise, my courtyard is perfectly fine, yet she only has that one bed? Tomorrow I need to ask her for some silver.
Yes.
I also see no suspicious people. Brother Wen, you will get your silver back. Qiu Jianbai understands the person who sent the message well. Miss Fu's younger brothers and sisters are all strange. The peasant women are truly farmers, and the men are real farmers too. After a few days of talking, they know more about farming than anyone else. But Miss Fu's younger brother, a small boy called Xiao Yanyan, is only 6 years old. Every morning, he reads aloud, already studying Confucius family sayings and the filial piety classic. The other young boys practice martial arts, focusing on large, sweeping moves typical of the army's fist and sword techniques, each with their own special skills. The Yen men's scandal finally broke out, and a small courtyard at the inn exploded with chaos. Inside the courtyard hall, scattered maps and storybooks were everywhere, mostly pictures of the princess with Steward Hu and guards in bed, especially those with Steward Hu. The images clearly showed features, seductive expressions, and very explicit gestures. The main hall was in chaos, with Princess Yan looking furious and staring fixedly at some torn, repeatedly handled drawings with visible dried, unclear fluids. Outside, in a quiet small courtyard, dozens of people knelt, looking anxious and scared. Who is it? I will kill him. A furious roar echoed through the sky. Then came the sound of iron whips cracking and Steward Hu begging desperately. The Wen family's entrance was in chaos, with shouts and roars everywhere. Meanwhile, Fu Qiqi and her companion hurried along the Wei River, searching for 8 days, but still found nothing. They disguised themselves as men and traveled downstream. At this moment, they were near the battlefield between King Qi and King Yi. That night, everything was silent as snow. Fu Qiqi and Xiang Yi found a sturdy tree branch, sat down, and took out a sleeping bag to wrap themselves in. The moonlight shone softly on their delicate faces like little forest spirits. But their lonely expressions made Xiang Yi want to speak, but then hold back. Fu Qiqi gently rubbed the hilt of her Qinggang sword for a while and whispered, Tomorrow, we will disguise ourselves as refugees and pass through. We will look for 2 more days. If we don't find anything, we will go back and first settle everyone. Yingning looked at her and said, Okay. Don't worry, you'll find it tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the tent, Yu Junxian sat by the candlelight, which flickered and cast shadows on his straight, well-built figure. He skillfully loaded bullets into the magazine one by one, chambered a round, and with a quick flick of his thumb, gripped his Desert Eagle pistol. He squinted slightly and aimed at the lamp wick. He knew that once he pulled the trigger, there would be a loud bang. Master, it's now the late hour of the ox. Time to rest, Nan Yuan advised, his thin, round head bowing slightly. Since the master was rescued by missing, late at night, he often searched for memories he had lost for over half a year. Every day, he repeatedly played with two objects that suddenly appeared. One was shaped like the character 7, which the master said might be a hidden weapon. The other was a delicate object, unnamed but capable of being seen from afar for miles. Yu Junxian did not respond to Nan Yuan. He furrowed his brows, his black eyes deep and dark like an abyss, filled with frustration from not being able to find a reason. It was as if he had lost something very important, and his head sometimes ached dully. He simply couldn't remember. Finally, the candle flickered and dimmed, reaching its end. Yu Junxian gently placed his finger on the pistol and said softly, "All right, rest now." His voice was cold and distant. Since the master returned, they all felt a distance from him. He wanted to say something, but the words caught in his throat, and Nan Yuan swallowed them back. Ever since the master was seen personally stabbing the old marquis and then faced public scorn and heavy setbacks, perhaps the lively, spirited young master who once wore fine clothes and was full of ambition was no longer there. This happened 8 days ago. Jiao Mountain River Temple, miss. The marquis said for us to hurry back to Zehezu. The outside is chaotic with war, and we can't stay out too long. Ling Lu, the servant, said anxiously as the lady prepared to get off the carriage to rest. Shi Wang's eldest daughter, Ing Qianyan, had already jumped down, lifted her skirt, and stepped onto the riverbank, smiling charmingly. "This place is within our Jiangnan estate. What is there to fear? I think the pebbles here are quite pretty. Everyone get down and pick some clear, smooth, jade-like stones to take back. Especially the red agate ones. Pick more," she said while tying her skirt and squatting on the riverbank to search. Ling Lu and Hong Fo exchanged helpless glances. The lady was playful and easily distracted by interesting things. Once she found something fun, it was hard to pull her away. They gave a quick order. "Let Guard Chen wait here. The lady can rest for 3/4 of an hour." Guard Chen nodded respectfully and replied, "Yes." The entire riverbed was filled with colorful pebbles that shimmered in the sunlight, making it very attractive. A group of people quickly gathered a small bag of these pebbles. "Longolf, the 5th time," urged Miss. "If we don't leave now, we won't reach the station before night. There are thousands of refugees in Jiangnan Prefecture now, hiding everywhere. Sleeping outdoors is too dangerous." Ing Qingyan looked up and saw that it was getting late, so she reluctantly said, "All right, a bag of pebbles carved into small animals should be enough as a gift. Let me wash my hands first." Seeing that the lady was walking too fast, Longolf lifted her skirt and hurried after her. "Miss, slow down, slow down." Just as Ing Qingyan reached the water's edge, she was startled by a body on the ground.
"Ah! Someone!"
The guards heard the scream and quickly gathered around. Longolf and Hongfua helped steady the trembling lady first. Officer Chen picked up his sword and poked at the man's body on the ground, but there was no response. "Young lady, this is a man. He is dead." Hearing this, Ing Qingyan peeked out from behind Hongfua and slapped her chest, exclaiming, "A dead person? That's so scary. Let's go, time to move." Longolf, with sharp eyes, saw the moment Officer Chen poked the body, her black hair falling loose, revealing the man's face.
"Ah!"
Then she suddenly shouted in surprise.
"Miss."
"It's the young master you. Young master you?" Ing Qingyan quickly pushed away Hongfua's arm and ran to the man. Looking at his handsome face she had longed for, the bright, cheerful smile seemed to still echo in her ears. But in front of her was only a cold, lifeless body. How could he be dead? In an instant, Ing Qingyan's face turned pale as snow. She staggered and nearly fell. Hearing it was young Master Yu, Officer Chen hurried forward and checked his pulse. "Young lady, he's still alive. Quick, lift him onto the carriage." With a voice like a heavenly melody, Ing Qingyan shouted urgently, her voice sharp. "Hurry, help him onto the carriage. Where is the doctor accompanying us? Bring him over." Thus, Ing Qingyan, who was supposed to return to Shihe Prefecture, hurriedly rode back to the Jiao mountain camp. The first to arrive with the news was Manhwa and Princess Changlan. They finally saw their younger brother and burst into tears. The man was safe. Half an hour later, Yu Junxian woke up, now with advanced martial skills, reaching the level of a grand master. His personality, once cheerful and always smiling, had changed. He now appeared cold, indifferent, and deadly, like a killing god, as if constantly on a battlefield. Most importantly, Yu Junxian had completely forgotten what happened after he escaped from Liyuan. Princess Changlan looked at her cold, lifeless brother, feeling both joy and worry. That night, Princess Changlan asked her father about the scene of the assassination. It was indeed a trap set by that wicked woman, who teamed up with martial arts experts to kill her father and lure her brother Yuan into the trap. Meanwhile, Ng Qingyan's face turned red. Everyone could see her young daughter's thoughts clearly. Originally, Prince Qi had no intention of crossing paths with Lord Yuan. His name as a murderer of his father echoed throughout Dexian. Everyone knew he was hiding like a stray dog. If he wanted to marry Li Yuan, he would naturally choose the current Qinyang king. With Li Yuan's army of 100,000 soldiers helping him, he could accomplish great things, like a tiger with wings. After meeting Lord Yuan, he realized he was no longer the young general who had won many battles over a few years, the cheerful, noble son. The Lord Yuan in front of him was calm and reserved, with deep thoughts and a broad vision. His intelligence and quick thinking were impressive. He was a strong man, also a wise strategist. When Qinyang King Yu Chengqian ascended the throne, he went to Liyuan. That place was full of reckless men, young and inexperienced. His skills were far inferior to Lord Yuan's. Such talent, in danger, was worth recruiting and using for his own benefit. Back inside the room, King Qi stroked his short beard, excitedly exclaiming, "Great! Heaven blesses me!" In Chenghan. The next day, King Qi met Princess Changlan. His words were full of praise for Lord Yuan and his eldest daughter Ng Qingyan. Everyone could see his hidden intentions. Princess Changlan knew that her brother Yuan's reputation was not very good right now. Marrying into a noble family would be difficult. She had thought of returning to Bian City to find a simple family of officials or commoners. Now King Qi was interested, and she was very tempted. Most importantly, Qi Mountain had soldiers and horses. They needed revenge and had to rely on outside help. It was already late spring on March 10th, the season for spring plowing. Now 2/3 of Dexian was in chaos and war. The land was barren, with large patches of farmland destroyed. The war was fought over food and weapons. Each city and province had an unwritten rule: do not destroy young seedlings or disturb spring planting. Of course, for bandits and raiders, this rule was meaningless. Disguised as refugees, Fu Qiqi and Xiang Yi hid their horses and boldly walked along the mountain trail by the river.
Stop.
A patrol team under Shen can stop them. What are you doing? Fu Qiqi shrank back in fear, trembling as she replied, "Greetings, sirs. We are brothers, surnamed Chen. Spring planting has begun. Our mother sent us to Fangjia village to do some short-term work and till the land." Xiang Yi, showing fear and tension, hid behind Fu Qiqi, trembling non-stop. The patrol soldier carefully examined the two people. They were short, thin, and covered in black dirt. He picked up a curved knife and tapped their bodies. One was wearing a tattered shirt, empty and worn out. They couldn't even scrape a copper coin from them. "Get out of here," the patrol soldier shouted. Fu Qiqi and the other two hurriedly ran away, their backsides clenched, stumbling and falling along the way. Seeing this, the patrol soldier burst into laughter. Fu Qiqi sneered coldly, feeling a surge of anger. Suddenly, a voice made them stop in their tracks. Even if we patrol for 10 more days, we should retreat. Prince Qi is coming fiercely, and from what the general says, we'll pull back to Qi County. 10,000 soldiers from Bian City have been taken over by Lord Yuxian, who led his men to kill over 2,000 of our brothers. The general is fighting him, but he still refuses to admit he killed our 5 young ones. Suddenly, 2 figures flashed past. With a cracking sound, One soldier's neck was broken, and his curved sword fell into the hands of the two refugees. The patrol soldier drew his curved knife, his face turning ugly. Before he could shout, 3 more bodies fell, leaving only 2 people. Fu Qiqi licked her lips and coldly said, "Speak. Who is Lord Yuxian? Where is he?
Are
You women?" The patrol leader, with a large curved sword on his neck, was surprised.
Gasp.
The blade pressed into his flesh. The fierce determination of the dark girl made him shiver. The patrol leader's legs trembled, and he nervously explained, "Yu Xian is the former heir of Li Yuan. He's currently leading troops at the opposite camp."
Splat.
2 bodies hit the ground with a thud, dead. "It's Brother Song," Fu Qiqi smiled. She was very agile and delicate. "Xiang Yi," she said, "then let's go directly to the opposite camp and find Brother Song." Fu Qiqi nodded and kicked the bodies into a nearby dry ditch. The 2 moved swiftly, flying over the treetops with light steps. By 5 p.m., they reached the camp but were mistaken for assassins and surrounded by Prince Qi's soldiers. Fu Qiqi calmly said, "I want to see the heir, Lord Yuxian. Please pass a message." The soldiers, seeing 2 women who looked like refugees, sneered. "Lord Yuxian isn't someone you can see whenever you want. Go away, go away. Our Lord Yuxian is very busy." Now, the soldiers in Prince Qi's camp all believed that Lord Yuxian was their son-in-law. They had seen him fight in battle. He defeated Shen Can so badly that Shen ran back to camp with his tail between his legs. Moreover, Lord Yuxian was very skilled in martial arts. No one in the camp could beat him. They admired him deeply. Fu Qiqi's face darkened as she coldly said, "You all go and inform. My surname is Fu, and I know the young master Yu. Blades have no eyes. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly." Another soldier impatiently said. Xiang Yi frowned angrily. "Why don't you reason? We already said we are old acquaintances of young master Yu." The soldiers, seeing their firm stance, but still holding some doubt, sent one soldier to the camp to inform the Ho family army. On the way back, that soldier happened to meet Long Lu, who casually mentioned that 2 women had come to see young master Yu. Hearing women, Long Lu felt like she was facing a great enemy. When Long Lu reached the door of the room, she shouted, "Miss, there are women running into the camp to see young master Yu." Ing Qingyan tilted her carved dagger, bleeding slightly, and Red Buddha quickly stepped forward to stop the bleeding. Ing Qingyan waved her hand and asked Long Lu, "What kind of women are they? What's their background? Why are they looking for young master Yu?" Long Lu replied, "The soldiers don't know either. The 2 women only said they are old acquaintances of young master Yu." Ing Qingyan stood up and paced inside the tent, her mind distracted. Yu Junxian received the message, paused in silence, then stood up and said, "Let's go and see."
Fu.
He thought for a long time but couldn't find anyone with that surname. After waiting for a while, Qiqi finally saw a tall man approaching, dressed in a black and silver-edged long robe that looked like carved jade. His cold, distant aura was chilling, yet it carried a commanding presence that made Fu Qiqi freeze in place. He looked very much like Brother Song from the end of the world. But faked Song Jin, Brother Song, faced them with shining eyes and warmth, often smiling. Yu Junshuan's eyes flickered slightly as he observed the 2 disheveled women in front of him. The curved dagger he carried was from the Yuang army camp. Are they refugees? Or perhaps martial arts women? They looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember. Fu Qiqi met his extremely unfamiliar gaze, feeling suffocated and uncomfortable. That feeling was like a fleeting illusion, distant and unreachable. She softly whispered, "Brother Song?" Her voice was delicate and gentle. Yu Junxian immediately responded with a cold splash, "Miss, you probably have the wrong person. My surname is Yu, not Song." Her heart ached painfully. Fu Qiqi lowered her head and smiled sadly, a desolate smile. She slowly took out a cloth from her sleeve, gently wiping the makeup she had deliberately applied to her face. As she did, she quietly looked at Song Jin Yu Junxian. Surprisingly, Yu Junxian also calmed down. His deep black eyes gradually revealed a hint of interest. As the dirt disappeared, a delicate face like mist or water was revealed, very lively and beautiful. All the soldiers gasped, surprised at how stunning the woman was. Suddenly, Yu Junxian let out a scream as countless needles seemed to stab into his head, causing a pain like his soul was being torn, and his face twisted in agony. Big Brother Song. Fu Qiqi immediately noticed something was wrong with Big Brother Song and rushed over to support him. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and Yu Junxian fell to the ground. Young Master Yu. Master. Several figures hurriedly rushed over. Regarding the marriage alliance between the two families, the king had hinted about it many times, but Brother Yu did not respond or show any opinion. Now, the two women arriving. Could they be Brother Yu's? Ying Qingyan became more and more uneasy as she thought about it. She couldn't shake her worry and hurriedly went to the camp. When she reached the gate, she saw a stranger woman holding on to Brother Yu. Anger surged up inside her, and she rushed forward. Smack! Fu Qiqi was quickly using her mental energy, preparing to heal Big Brother Song with her wood element power, but she was caught off guard and slapped hard by a woman. Xiang Yi suddenly stood up, drew her curved sword, and pointed it at Ying Qingyan. Seeing this, the camp guards drew their swords in response.
Who are you?
Why do you want to hurt Big Brother Yu? Ying Qingyan shouted at Fu Qiqi, ignoring Xiang Yi's sword. Feeling a sharp pain on her left cheek, Fu Qiqi's eyes sharpened. She looked up and saw a graceful, beautiful young woman with a furious expression, glaring at her with hatred. Ying Qingyan met her gaze and suddenly felt a chill. Although she was dressed in ragged clothes and not wearing makeup, her skin was as white as snow, and she was stunningly beautiful. An inexplicable sense of danger and alertness suddenly arose. Someone, take Big Brother Yu to the tent. Ying Qingyan's eyes flickered as she spoke confidently. Xiang Yi stepped directly in front of Fu Qiqi, frowned, and said, "We are here to treat Big Brother Song's wounds." Treat wounds? Just the two of them, refugees? Ying Qingyan shouted anxiously, "Someone. Arrest them. Don't let them continue poisoning Big Brother Yu." Suddenly, a group of soldiers rushed over quickly and surrounded them. Xiang Yi tightly gripped her curved sword and faced them. Seeing Big Brother Song's face pale and his breath becoming more unstable, Fu Qiqi didn't want to argue and focused her mind, continuing to use her mental power to suppress the restless energy inside Song's body. In Ying Qingyan's eyes, this refugee shamelessly hugged Big Brother Yu. Her face darkened with extreme displeasure, and her deep eyes flickered with jealousy. With a cold snort, she stepped forward to pull at her. Fu Qiqi's internal energy and mental strength surged as she swung her palm, forcing the soldiers and herself to retreat one by one. Ying Qingyan's eyes flashed with sharpness. She drew her sword, aiming to strike at Fu Qiqi. In the corner of her eye, Fu Qiqi saw the cold blade approaching. Suddenly, she threw a quick glance, and a strike hit Ying Qingyan, circling around her. "I'm healing him. I don't want him to die. Please step aside." Her tone was calm but icy, full of extreme coldness. Ying Qingyan froze, stunned by her gaze and murderous aura. The sword turned and lowered. This refugee seemed to have a natural courage like Brother Yu, making her feel both jealous and envious. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, Princess Changlan and the soldiers rushing behind her, a dark crowd gathering. Ying Qingyan was overjoyed. "Sister Changlan, this villain harmed Brother Yu. He's unconscious." Princess Changlan's eyes widened sharply. She hurried forward and saw Brother Xian lying pale in a woman's arms. She pushed Fu Qiqi aside. Fu Qiqi had already noticed the woman rushing over, who looked somewhat like Brother Song. She withdrew her mental energy and stepped back. Meanwhile, Xiang Yi, fighting alongside some soldiers, also stopped. Princess Changlan checked Brother Xian's pulse on his wrist, frowned deeply, and said sternly, "His pulse is chaotic, his breath unstable. Who hurt my Brother Xian?" "Her."
Princess Changlan pointed sharply.
Her face darkened with gloom, her eyes cold as she swept a glance at Fu Chi and the others. "Lock them up," she ordered. "Bring old Shu over. Return to the camp." "Yes." A soldier responded and ran off. Just then, Yu Junxian's personal attendant Nan Yuan hurried over, taking the lady from Princess Chonglan's arms and rushing toward the camp. A dark crowd moved quickly, coming and going in a flurry. Fu Chi looked at the armored figures with complex feelings. Brother Song had temporarily suppressed his violent internal energy, but two mysterious forces inside him still seemed to be battling, possibly risking a relapse. The guards left by Princess Chonglan had already drawn their swords and surrounded the area. Fu Chi shook her head at Xiang Yi, who lowered his curved dagger. Two helpless refugees were captured. Ying Qingyan finally showed a relieved expression, dropping her sword and lifting her skirt to chase after Princess Chonglan in the direction she was leaving. Inside the tent, old Chu was checking the pulse. After switching hands several times, he finally said, "Strange. How can the young master have two conflicting energies inside him?" The young master's condition is that these two energies are uncontrollable, colliding inside and causing him to faint. Someone must have helped suppress them just now, hiding them temporarily. But like a sudden storm, it is unknown when it will erupt again. Princess Chonglan's beautiful eyes flicked. When she arrived just now, a woman was calming her brother Xian. Could it be her? She remembered Ying Qingyan saying that this woman was poisoning her brother. Princess Chonglan further confirmed, "I see that my brother Xian has internal injuries, not caused by outsiders?" Old Chu shook his head and then nodded. It's likely he was stimulated, which triggered the two forces within him to clash. "I am not as skilled as the young master, so I cannot see clearly. Now, we can only wait for the young master to wake up." Princess Chonglan heartache as she gently took the damp handkerchief from Nan Yuan and wiped her brother Xian's face softly. She wondered what hardships her brother had endured over the past half-year, and who that girl Fu was. Why did her brother's condition worsen as soon as she arrived? That night, Yu Junxian woke once and mentioned the girl, then fainted again. In the morning, Princess Chonglan, carrying her worries, summoned Fu Chi and her companion. Soon, Fu Chi and her companion arrived. She quietly instructed Xiang Yi to wait in the courtyard. It was a small farmyard, with only 4 or 5 tidy rooms, where Princess Chonglan was staying at the camp. In the yard, 4 or 5 curious people sat on a wooden bench, watching Fu Chi. She walked confidently into the main hall from among them. Hearing footsteps, Princess Chonglan put down her teacup and looked up. A woman dressed in patched blue clothes entered quietly, unpretentious, but some people are naturally eye-catching. Her features were delicate and charming, but her expression was cold. Her eyes, clear and bright, were especially lively. After a sleepless night, she was told she hadn't eaten a drop of water, yet she showed no sign of weakness. By the way, she was a martial arts expert. Fu Chi clasped her fists in a traditional greeting and said softly, "Princess Chonglan." Her indifferent expression and distant tone made Princess Chonglan raise an eyebrow. This girl Fu could come here, and her behavior yesterday seemed nothing more than a matter of love between men and women. But since she knew she was her brother Xian's sister, she showed no signs of flattery. Not to mention that Ying Qingyan came daily to pay respects and chat with her, clearly interested in her brother Xian. Princess Chonglan smiled slightly and said, "Sit." Fu Chi sat down without hesitation, plopping herself onto the seat. Princess Chonglan asked, "Where did you meet my brother Xian?" Fu Chi told a very short story. She saved brother Song, who protected her family. They had been together for over half a year. A few words explained the whole story. Princess Chonglan was stunned again. Could it be that they misunderstood? This woman was truly not here for love. She looked her over carefully again. Fu Chi remained calm as Princess Chonglan observed her closely. She had figured out yesterday that brother Song might be ill or have lost his memory, which made him treat her coldly. If he had lost his memory, there was no need to tell others about their past. Princess Chonglan saw that Fu Chi stayed neither angry nor happy, with clear, pure eyes full of spirit, which made her feel kindly toward her. She asked kindly, Miss Fu, "Is there something you came here for today?" Fu Chichi replied calmly, "When Brother Song first met us, he also lost his memory. We don't know where he comes from. Our plan was to find him after he fell into the water and bring him home." Home? Princess Changlan suddenly thought, could they have other plans? No wonder she was so calm. She suppressed her smile and said coldly, "I see. My younger brother Xian has been home for nearly 10 days and has never mentioned your family. Yesterday, when he saw you, it was the first time he had a reaction." Fu Chichi tilted her head slightly. No need to hurt him. She had already experienced it herself yesterday. Brother Song saw her as a stranger. Princess Changlan added, "Actually, Xian woke up again yesterday, but when asked about Miss Fu, he fainted. The doctor said his current health cannot handle any stress." Suddenly, everything was silent. The two fell into a long, quiet pause. Outside the courtyard, Ing Qingyan cheerfully brought over a homemade ginseng soup. Seeing the refugees standing in the courtyard yesterday, she immediately thought that the person named Fu was definitely inside, which made her feel even more threatened. Her gaze turned cold. Xiang Yi heard her snort and turned to look at Ing Qingyan and her servants. The refugee was dressed in a bright pink silk shirt with a cloud pattern, covered by a semi-sleeved gauze outer garment. She wore a jade belt around her waist, a golden hairpin with red jewels, and red gold butterfly earrings. On her left hand was a jade bracelet. She looked like a walking treasure chest. She had followed Miss Hua for over a year, knew many silks and jade ornaments, and could even name them. But in the military camp, she dressed like a peacock, afraid others wouldn't notice her admiration for young Master Song. She was a noble daughter from a wealthy family, completely shameless. Madame Kuang and Aunt Chu had long seen that young Master Song treated Fu Chichi differently, but she was still young and didn't understand love. Now, with young Master Song, Ing Qingyan saw the refugee staring at her clothes and jewelry, and she proudly spun around. Her outfit probably cost more than what these refugees would see in their lifetime. Inside the house, Fu Chichi poured herself a cup of tea and took slow sips. At that moment, she saw an identical face of Song Jin in her mind, overlapping images, one dressed in camouflage gear, the other in a black robe. The two mouths moved as if talking. "Chi-Chi, I will protect you. Chi-Chi, don't be afraid. I am here with you. Chi-Chi, I will stay with you." These images seemed like they belonged to another world, separated by countless mountains and rivers. In the end, she realized she had only been dreaming. The real Songgij in this apocalyptic world is the one who has protected her since she was 6 years old. That Songgij, she calls her older brother. In this strange land, she forcibly gave him the name Songjin. Yu Junxian is just a stranger to her now. He has a family and an engaged fiancé. After a long pause, Fu Chichi looked up with her clear, cat-like eyes clouded with tears and calmly said, "Princess, I hope we won't bother Songgij anymore. Since everything is clear now, very well. We will leave today." Her tone was very distant. Princess Changlan couldn't help but admire her, such a clear-minded girl, so decisive in her choice. No matter what method she used, as long as she temporarily left Yu Junxian, everything could be discussed later. Thinking about how she had once saved Yu Junxian, now dressed in patched clothes and likely facing hard times, she also mentioned that her family had many members. Princess Changlan promised, "Now, in these chaotic times, the common people find it hard to survive. Even if you are skilled in martial arts, your family members might not all be as capable as you. Our home is in Bian City. My husband is the city lord there. I can give you a house and some silver and grain to help your family get through these difficult days." She wanted to buy the connection between Yu Junxian and them with silver, feeling a strange pain in her heart. But Fu Chichi was not the type to cling to others. In the apocalypse, her adoptive mother often said that Songgij treated her very well, which caused misunderstandings among the noble families and warlords who came for matchmaking. She made a quick decision and moved out of the Song family estate the next day. And with money, are there people richer than her in this land? Fu Qiqi smiled casually and said confidently, "We have skills to protect ourselves. We are not lacking in money either. This outfit is just to make it easier to find Songgij, without causing unnecessary trouble." I didn't expect Princess Changlan to misunderstand. Although she was a woman, Fu Qiqi believed she had the virtues of a gentleman, and her words would be kept. Princess Changlan was even more confused. She didn't seek Yu Junxian? Or was she short of money and food? Could it be that Fu girl had another identity? She remembered Shen Kan saying that Yu Junxian had killed Song Mijian last year, accusing him of colluding with the martial world. So, is Fu girl from that martial family or some sect? Before leaving, Fu Qiqi asked where they had rescued Brother Song and if they had seen a 4-year-old child. After repeatedly asking about Xiao Yazi's whereabouts, they truly did not know, and Brother Song's amnesia could not be cured in a month or so. Finding Xiao Yazi is a matter for the future. She hoped that her efforts to help refugees in Suyan City would keep Xiao Yazi safe. Decision made. Fu Qiqi confidently clasped her fists in farewell. As she stepped out of the room, she saw Ying Qingyan, proud as a proud rooster, with her head held high, almost crowing loudly. "Xiang Yi, we're going home." Xiang Yi was anxious. "Aren't we taking Brother Song back?" "Go back?" Ying Qingyan's breathing suddenly stopped. She clenched her fists and looked at the two of them as if facing a great danger. Fu Qiqi saw Ying Qingyan treating her like an enemy and suddenly realized Princess Changlan had mentioned the eldest daughter of King Qi, Ying Qingyan. Could she be her? Brother Song, no, Yu Junxuan's future fiancé. Feeling inexplicably uncomfortable, especially after being slapped yesterday and accused of poisoning Yu Junxian, she had been locked up overnight for no reason. Today, she couldn't slap back in front of everyone, but she could make her uncomfortable. Qiqi smiled, blinked like a cat, and said to Xiang Yi, "If Brother Song wants to see us, he will come back for us. We'll go ahead." Her words were gentle and soft, just like before. Xiang Yi finally felt at ease and followed Qiqi out. Ying Qingyan was struck like a thunderbolt, stunned.
What?
Brother Yu wants to see them? And to find them? No way. Brother Yu belongs to her. When Lord Ho returns, the two families will discuss their marriage. Her heart burned with anger. She chased after them, shouting, "Stop. Miss, slow down." Fu Qiqi sneered and hurried outside. Ying Qingyan also practiced martial arts, but her skills were average. After chasing for half an hour, she was far behind Fu Qiqi.
"Miss,
do you need help?" The soldiers saw the young lady running with two close attendants and asked. Suddenly, Ying Qingyan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. She shouted, "Quick! An assassin! Capture the two women in front. They are from the Yiwang's people." This was terrible. The soldiers panicked and chased after them. Fu Qiqi saw a bunch of pursuers behind her, impossible to shake off, and felt very annoyed. The mission was over, and she was eager to return to Wenzongku. Their princess, Yan Yan, was like a wolf nearby. It had been over 10 days since she left, and she still didn't know what might happen. "Let's go quickly." Good. Seeing the soldiers persistently chase after them, it was clear that this was a mischievous trick played by Qin Yan. Soon, a strange scene appeared on the main road of the camp. Two women were running wildly ahead. Behind them, countless soldiers were chasing, muttering, "Catch the assassin." In just a moment, the soldiers along the way were alarmed. Everyone drew their swords and spears, surrounding the two women tightly. Faced with a dark circle of armored warriors, Fu Qiqi's face showed clear impatience and anger as she asked, "What are you trying to do?" A middle-aged general glared fiercely, showing his authority, and shouted, "You there, I didn't expect you to be assassins sent by the Yuang. Luckily, our young lady's sharp eyes recognized you. Blades and swords are dangerous. I advise you both to surrender quickly." A young lady from a noble family, holding a secret letter about personal matters, hurriedly reported the military situation. What was she thinking? Endangering their lives? Unexpectedly, the person Princess Longlan liked was this reckless woman. Fu Qiqi sneered and said, "Are we assassins?" Or people of Yuang? Is he worth it? Or are we stupid? If we are assassins, why are we so careless walking around the camp? Her disdain was obvious. Everyone's eyes turned sharply to Fu Qiqi. Such courage. The middle-aged general, Wang Xian, praised. He stroked his beard, recalling that the soldiers from the Hor family had mentioned that releasing these two women from the camp might mean the young lady had made a mistake. Uncle Wang, don't be fooled by her. Brother Yu doesn't know these two women. The soldiers who were present yesterday heard everything clearly. They must be assassins. With harsh interrogation, the truth will come out. Qin Yan, panting heavily, hurried over, supported by Longlove and Hongfua, and shouted sharply. After speaking, she glared fiercely at Fu Qiqi, then took a handkerchief from Longlove to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Her carefully done makeup today was ruined, as Brother Yu hadn't even looked at her, distracted by the two women. Although Wang Xian was a military man, he was not reckless. The young lady's words made sense, but the other woman also had her reasons. Everything needed to be checked thoroughly. His tone softened a little. You two women, come back to our tent with us for a detailed investigation. If there's no evidence, we will let you go. Still planning to arrest them? That would just waste time. Fu Qiqi's eyes turned icy and cold, saying, We don't have time to waste on your nonsense. I have matters to attend to. We'll leave first. Hearing this, Qin Yan exploded. Uncle Wang, look at them. They're eager to escape, so they must be assassins. Wang Xian's face grew colder. Take them back for questioning.
Wow.
A group of soldiers surrounded them. Fu Qiqi glanced sideways at Qin Yan, noticing her sharp glare and murderous intent. She truly wanted to kill her. Could she be pretending to be a sick cat?
Swish.
Fu Qiqi drew her curved dagger, balancing on her toes, her sleeves like wings as she leapt into the air. Ingyi followed. With a sharp clang, the weapons clashed. Under the watch of hundreds of soldiers, dozens of soldiers fought two women, moving freely and skillfully among the soldiers. Fu Qiqi didn't want to make things difficult for Yu Junxian, so she didn't intend to kill. After knocking someone out and injuring her arm, she stopped. Soon, about 10 soldiers had fallen. Great skill. Wang Xian stared wide-eyed and praised. Another 10 soldiers joined the fight. Qin Yan gave a quick signal to a few of the fighters, blending into the soldiers. Their blades flashed with deadly strikes. Soon, Fu Qiqi sensed that the soldiers, who had been trying to catch her alive, now wanted to cut her down directly. Her aura suddenly changed, and her deadly moves intensified, targeting those few soldiers.
Swish.
2 soldiers were cut across the neck by Fu Qiqi, blood splattering. Wang Xian exclaimed, Are you two risking your lives? Fu Qiqi lifted her eyelids slightly, giving her a cold smile without answering. Ingyi sneered, You start attacking first and then complain when we fight back? Are we supposed to just wait to be killed? Qingyan's brow furrowed slightly. She hadn't expected these 2 refugees to be so skilled. In just 15 minutes, about 10 soldiers had died. Wang Xian sighed regretfully. Such promising young fighters. Today they might die here. Everyone back off. Archers prepare. All the soldiers retreated like a tide. Only Fu Qiqi and Ingyi remained in the field. Fu Qiqi stayed calm and fearless, calmly taking a small bag of explosive beads from her pouch and handing it to Ingyi. If they dare to shoot arrows, throw these directly into the crowd. Ingyi remembered Xiao Zhaozhao mentioning the power of explosive beads, but had never seen them in action. Good. Today I'll see a rain of fireworks. Soon, they would be caught in a storm of arrows and explosions. Qingyan's confidence grew, and she sneered, pretending to be gods and ghosts. Everyone shoot arrows. Seeing the calm expression of the woman in blue, and then pulling out 2 more bags of black beads, Wang Xian's heart suddenly sounded an alarm. Stop. But it was too late. The arrow rain began, and the explosive beads fell.
Boom, 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 boom.
The explosions erupted, creating thick smoke and black fog, accompanied by screams. Princess Changlan heard that Qi army was besieging Fu Girl and hurried over with her people. Halfway there, She first heard 5 loud explosions, then saw the dense smoke and black fog rising ahead. A sense of foreboding filled her heart. Prince Chi was discussing affairs in the courtyard when suddenly he heard a loud commotion, thinking the enemy was attacking. The generals hurried over with swords in hand, only to see a crowd of about 2,000 people surrounding the target area. The black fog dispersed. There were constant screams around, but among them, 2 people stood out. Especially Fuchichi, who was dressed in a pure misty gown, looking like a flower blooming on a mountain top, beautiful yet dangerous. She stood there with a faint smile, her robes fluttering, skirt lightly dancing, holding a string of explosives that she casually tossed up and down. A clear threat. All the soldiers dared not move. Wang Xian was so anxious he couldn't stand still, busy carrying wounded soldiers back for treatment. Meanwhile, the stunned Qingyan leaned on Long LV, still trembling from fear. She didn't expect this refugee to have a deadly weapon. When Princess Changlan and Prince Qi arrived, they saw the scene. On one side, calm and relaxed. On the other, full of killing intent. Princess Changlan asked the Hor family army nearby to understand what had happened. She looked at Qingyan with a slight frown. Qingyan felt awkward but forced a smile. Princess Changlan said to Prince Qi, "I've already sent someone to explain to your soldiers that these 2 people are verified and can leave the camp." It was a misunderstanding. Qingyan quickly defended herself. "Of course we trust elder sister Changlan. But these 2 left the camp without proper, flying around and exploring like assassins. That's suspicious."
Far away, Fukiki's nird.
They wanted to walk freely? She had already shouted that they were assassins. If they didn't run, what else could they do? When the Hua army explained the situation, Prince Qi listened carefully. His face darkened as he saw the soldiers causing chaos, shouting curses, lifting people, stomping their feet. As the blackened, screaming figures passed by him, Prince Qi's expression grew worse. This was his main camp, with 5,000 elite soldiers, yet they were being toyed with by 2 women. People tend to be biased. He automatically ignored the trouble caused by his daughter. He only blamed these 2 women for not knowing their place. "Prince, the explosion just now was caused by that woman's black bead. Several beads caused the death of about 10 of our brothers and injured over 100. Always calm and composed, Prince Qi suddenly turned sharply, his sharp eyes falling on the black beads in Fuchichi's hand, showing a greedy look. If she could throw hundreds of these beads at once, his vanguard army would be unstoppable. No one could resist. King Qi's gaze was unfriendly, and Fuchichi responded with a cold stare. King Qi remained calm. With such a deadly weapon, he knew this was no ordinary person and needed to plan carefully. Today, Princess Changlan spoke first, and he could only let them go. A shadow quickly crossed his eyes as he loudly said, "Today, Princess Changlan will vouch for you too and give you a way to survive. But you 2 have unjustly killed dozens of my soldiers, which is too cruel. Be careful." Shameless. Who started the trouble? Who was the first to provoke? Fuchichi sneered and went to find 2 horses nearby, then turned and left. When her figure disappeared, King Qi only glanced at the wounded soldiers, then quickly called a general and gave orders. Within 15 minutes, nearly 100 elite soldiers, disguised, secretly left the camp from another entrance and followed the direction Fuchichi had gone. Princess Changlan received the news and sighed softly. Fuchichi had revealed her secret, and King Qi would not let her go. It's all fate. He couldn't help her. At 8 p.m., Yu Junxian woke up. First, he reached under his pillow and grabbed a pistol, a powerful modern weapon. He also had a telescope, which could see far away, great for marching, fighting, or sailing. His mind kept flashing images, mostly of Fuchichi, dressed in strange clothes, eating odd food. There were strange people and objects, and someone seemed to call him song leader. His memories were broken and scattered. He shouted outside the door. "Nan Yuan." Nan Yuan pushed the door open and saw his master awake. He quickly stepped forward to study him. "Master, You finally woke up. You've been unconscious for a day and a night. Yu Junxian sat up, took the pillow from Nan Yuan, and asked, "Where is Fu Qiqi? Bring her here." Nan Yuan was excited. "Master, you remember her?" Yu Junxian frowned slightly. "Not exactly. There are some things I need her to confirm." Nan Yuan sighed in disappointment. Fu Qiqi has already left. A few days later, during evening practice, Yu Junxian felt a fierce force erupt inside him. He quickly ran to the back mountain. "Master?" Nan Yuan noticed immediately and followed. In just 15 minutes, Yu Junxian stood in a dense forest. He thought it would be hard to control his inner strength, but he found himself skillfully unleashing this fierce power. Suddenly, glowing white orbs, made of lightning, appeared out of nowhere. It was lightning! Yu Junxian was stunned. Instinctively, he threw out the orbs.
Boom!
A large tree ahead was struck by lightning and collapsed instantly. At the foot of the mountain, a patrol soldier who was about to urinate was startled by a thunderclap, almost losing his composure. He quickly zipped up his pants and fastened his belt. "Is it going to rain? Notify the next patrol team to bring their hats." A nearby soldier looked up at the starry sky, spat, and cursed, "Weather, just say rain, and it changes." On the mountain, following behind, Nan Yuan saw a shocking scene and exclaimed in horror, "Master, what kind of skill is this?" Yu Junxian looked at his hands, feeling shocked and confused. When did he learn such powerful martial arts? Perhaps all of this would be answered once they found that girl. Fu. In the dark night, a cold voice sounded. "Tonight's matter must not be leaked." Nan Yuan answered dizzyingly yes. Not long after Yu Junxian left, Princess Changlon came and knocked on the door, calling out, "Brother Xian?" A servant nearby bowed and replied, "Princess, the young master left with Nan Yuan." Princess Changlon nodded and pushed the door open. She saw the messy desk, where a small dagger that her brother treasured and never parted with was still placed. Strange, where did he go? Princess Changlon tidied up her brother's room and sat for a while with 2 cups of tea. Finally, Yu Junxian returned, traveling under the stars and moon. "Brother Xian, you're finally back. Are you hungry? I've arranged some late-night snacks." She smiled and stepped forward a few steps. Seeing her inside the room, Yu Junxian slightly frowned, instinctively displeased by her entering his private space without permission. Once again, there was a sense of distance. Princess Changlon lowered her empty hands and sat down sadly. She came tonight intending to have a good talk with her brother. The brother and sister sat facing each other in silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. In recent days, Yu Junxuan's mind had been muddled, with strange images appearing randomly, such as stiff movements and extremely ugly faces. He kept falling into a strange cycle, repeatedly hunting them. He suddenly understood the power of lightning from earlier, realizing that the images in his mind were him using lightning to hunt, as if he was killing zombie-like creatures. Looking at Princess Changlon, who was his sister in memory, these memories felt like they had passed a century ago, distant and unreal. It was hard to feel close to her. Princess Changlon looked at her calm, composed, yet commanding brother and softly said, "Brother Xian, do you have any difficulties? Or is there something you are facing? You and I share the same father and mother, and we have always been very close, but in recent days, the unspoken meaning is that she is becoming too cold." Yu Junxian restrained his icy aura and softened his voice, saying, "You don't need to think too much. I haven't fully understood my situation either. Maybe meeting that Miss Fu will help me solve some doubts." Hearing this, Princess Changlon's beautiful eyes sharpened. She slammed her palm onto the table with a loud bang and coldly said, "Could it be that Miss Fu cast a spell? I always thought she was strange, skilled in martial arts and holding deadly weapons. If I had known, I wouldn't have let her leave that day." A few days ago, Yu Junxian was perfectly fine when he returned, but as soon as he saw Miss Fu, he suddenly became ill, showing indifference to everything and everyone around him. It turns out he was bewitched. Hearing Princess Changlon slander Miss Fu, Yu Junxian felt inexplicably irritated. He used his mental energy to suppress this anger. I have no poison in my body.
Miss Fu wouldn't harm me.
Don't make baseless guesses. His tone was firm and unquestionable. A hint of surprise flickered in Princess Changlan's eyes. Yu Junxian was scolding her for that, Miss Fu, because of her. This realization made Princess Changlan's expression carry a trace of pain. She leaned back slightly and gave a faint, mocking smile. After mother passed away, father supported consort Wan as the official wife. She was strict with us, and even the servants in the house played tricks to please her. They often ignored us, and we had to rely on each other, living frugally. Yu Junxian, you are very talented in martial arts. You were less than 8 years old when you mastered the family swordsmanship and light skills. Once, the poison consort punished my sister by making her kneel in the ancestral hall. You, still a young boy, dared to take a sword to confront her. You killed 7 or 8 servants in one go, making our father look at you with new eyes. Now, just half a year after leaving, you have become cold and distant from your sister, no longer close as before. Every word touched her heart deeply. Yu Junxian looked complicated. After a long silence, he helplessly said, "Just watch." He turned his palm, and a ball of lightning appeared out of nowhere, faintly accompanied by the sound of thunder. Princess Changlan's beautiful eyes widened. She leaned forward suddenly. What is this?" Yu Junxian glanced at her and calmly said, "This is my power, lightning, and electric abilities." He flipped his wrist. The lightning struck the wooden chair at the door, instantly causing it to collapse like a thunderbolt. The surface turned black and charred, with wisps of smoke curling up. The smell of burnt wood filled the air. Princess Changlan was shocked and stood up quickly. She picked up the broken half of a wooden chair leg, which had been struck by lightning, and rubbed with her hand. Her palm was completely blackened, scorched. Is this some kind of divine magic? She wondered for a long time before finally thinking of the term, as she couldn't find any other words to explain it. Prince Yu Junxian raised an eyebrow and a faint smile appeared on his lips. I don't know where I learned this skill. I believe that once I meet Miss Fu, everything will become clear. Again, Miss Fu. Princess Changlan wanted to curse her, but she held back and didn't say a word. She had just spoken a few words about Miss Fu when Junxian scolded her. Fortunately, her brother was willing to tell her the truth. She asked, "Do you remember where you first met Miss Fu?" Junxian shook his head. "My memories are all mixed up and chaotic. The most vivid images are of Miss Fu, but I don't remember where we met." Among the scattered memories, there were also scenes from when Miss Fu was a child, which were truly shocking. Princess Changlan bit her lip angrily and poured herself a cup of tea, drinking it all in one gulp. Today, she couldn't have a good chat. Every time she spoke, Junxian kept mentioning Miss Fu. Now that she knew the truth, she finally felt at ease. She remembered another important matter and slowly said, "Your brother-in-law is expected to return tomorrow. King Qi mentioned marriage today. Since Empress Mother passed away early, no one arranged your marriage. In previous years, because of that wicked woman's interference, marriage negotiations often failed. My eldest sister acts like a mother to me. I've taken care of this for you. I've thought carefully, and this marriage with King Qi is very good, matching families and status." Ing Chenghan was once a top-ranking governor. Although he declared himself king, which disrupted tradition, in this chaotic world, there are more than 10 self-proclaimed kings. In times of chaos, such things are not so important. Ing Qingyan is a bit spoiled and arrogant, sometimes looking down on others. But she knows etiquette and proper conduct, and she is quite beautiful among noble ladies. Most importantly, she has you in her heart. Junxian remained unmoved. Let's put the marriage aside for now. I have no interest in Qingyan, nor in King Qi's ambitions for power. Princess Changlan sighed deeply. King Qi has an army. If his troops join forces with the Hua family soldiers, taking Li Yuan would only take 3 months or half a year at most. Once Li Yuan is taken back, it will help clear your name. Junxuan's memories were chaotic, and his mood had changed. He was no longer eager to recover Li Yuan. The matter of Li Yuan is not urgent. I will think it over carefully and plan accordingly later. You came here with brother-in-law Hua to find me. I am safe now. You all should return to Bien City and prepare to leave. Seeing that you haven't been in Bien City for a long time, this is a good chance. The mother and son in Yuzhou can't miss it. Princess Changlan focused on Yuan's words and asked with a frown, "Are you going to find Miss Fu? But now that the wicked woman has hired many martial arts experts to attack you, how can you run around so freely? Come back to Bien City with us." Yu Junshuan's dark eyes narrowed. No need to persuade me. I have my own plans. Once I master the power within me, most martial arts masters won't be my match. After many attempts to dissuade him failed, Princess Changlan had to settle for a second choice. Send him back to Bien City, accompanied by his former guards, before she could leave. King Qi and Ing Qingyan were peacefully dreaming. When Lord Huifeng and Lord Huicheng returned, their families would unite to help him build his empire. Ing Qingyan blushed shyly, dreaming at night of Yu Junshuan's handsome appearance. But she didn't know that the next day, after Huifeng returned and met his wife and brother-in-law, he hurriedly organized troops and prepared to return to Bien City. King Qi's eyes darkened. Although Princess Changlan was happy about it, the only uncertain factor was Yu Junxian himself. Before he could meet Yu Junxian, he received news that you had already escorted Princess Changlan ahead. Ing Qingyan, lost in her spring dream, was stunned. Humph. The man who kills his wife has no power, no soldiers, no city, yet dares to refuse my family's marriage proposal. King Qi clenched the intelligence report and sneered. Yu Junxian was a rare talent capable of great deeds, but if such talent wasn't used by him, it could only be destroyed. King Qi composed himself and, based on the intelligence, arranged military affairs. Shunkan has retreated from Wei County and Ji County. General Sun, take 20,000 troops to garrison there. We will go west to Qi County, where the Wen family is. We should show respect to the Wen family. Everyone else, follow me south. Get out. All of you, get out, was a woman's suppressed cry of terror. F your mother. How dare you bite me? A slap landed with a loud, "Ah." Queasy, I told you you're useless. Let me go first. I'm so fired up I can't find a place for my evil fire. Outside the dilapidated temple, Wang Sandiao adjusted his belt and hurriedly said, that's right. We have 5 or 6 brothers. This time, we'll take care of you and let you go first, Queasy. You have to be brave." A group of lecherous men chuckled together. Who? Inside the temple, Queasy's head and body were separated.
Queasy?
Outside, 5 or 6 bandits realized something was wrong and rushed inside. A long sword cut across, slicing one bandit's left cheek. Lousy's face. Someone's here. It's a woman. Idiot, keep the big sword. Catch her alive. Inside the broken temple, Fu Qiqi looked at the woman curled up in the corner, her clothes messy, her hair disheveled. She sighed softly and took out 2 pieces of clothing from her bag, handing them to her. I'm glad you're okay. Just a few touches. What's the big deal? There are enemies outside. Change your clothes, go out, and cut a few of them. That's how you vent your anger. When Shijun looked at Fu Qiqi, who seemed like a divine being descending from the sky. After a moment of silence, she took the clothes, went behind the statue to change, and took off her hairpins. She then tied her hair into a high ponytail, mimicking Qiqi. Soon, the neatly dressed girl came out. She had bright lips, white teeth, almond-shaped eyes, and rosy cheeks. She looked like a pear blossom. Wow, she's still a little beauty. Fu Qiqi puffed out her cheeks, really wanting to reach out and touch her soft face. Seeing her face now calm and her mood good, she was not desperate or frantic. When Shijun looked at Qiqi's determined face and said stubbornly, This sister is right. Cutting a few of them will vent your anger. But if sister can help me catch them, I will kill them. Fu Qiqi raised her eyebrows and shouted outside, Xiang, bring 2 alive and drag them in. Got it. This group of bandits was only average in fighting skills, no match for Xiang Yi, who had been trained like a demon. Soon, Xiang Yi dragged in 2 wailing men. "Lady Hero, spare us. Please spare my brothers. We have silver. All yours." Smack! Xiang Yi threw the 2 babbling bodies onto the ground. One of them landed right on the severed head of Kuei Zi. He looked up, nose filled with a foul smell. Was it? It seemed like a neck, cleanly cut, blood pouring out. Such a strong visual impact. Ah! One of the bandits panicked, scrambling to crawl away. Under Fu Qiqi's encouraging gaze, when Shijun picked up a large sword from the ground and stepped toward the bandits, her hands trembling. Suddenly, recalling the scene of almost being assaulted, she became fierce. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes, stabbing the bandit's stomach into a honeycomb pattern. Another bandit, half crawled, was so scared his legs went weak. Seeing the woman turn around, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He thought he wouldn't survive today, so he decided to take someone down with him. He suddenly lunged at Wen Shijun, knocking her to the ground, and reached out with a dark hand to choke her neck. Fu Qiqi spun around and kicked the bandit away. With a loud bang, she fell flat against the wall. When she dropped down, the bandit was barely alive. He looked at Fu Qiqi with anger and cursed her. Cough, cough. When Shijun blushed as she coughed a few times, then caught her breath. She raised her sword and stabbed at his stomach. After a few strikes, he was dead. They handled the body. Fu Qiqi and her companion left, naturally bringing Wen Shijun along as a follower. Wen Shijun, who had just killed someone for the first time, felt light and floaty. She was a bit excited, and her steps wobbled as she walked. Hee hee. Xiang Yi frowned. Qiqi, is she crazy? Fu Qiqi looked at Wen Shijun and said, yes, her mind isn't very sharp. After walking about 10 kilometers, Wen Shijun finally came back to her senses. When she saw they were heading to Wen Zixian's home at Anku, she was so happy she nodded her head and wagged her tail like a cheerful little bird. It turned out she was Wen Zixian's younger sister. Fu Qiqi, riding on her horse, thought about this. Shen Qin was about to take over the city of Qi. Their group couldn't go into the city. Thanks to this life-saving favor, they could exchange water routes with Wen Zixian to leave Duanzhou. By 6 p.m., they finally returned to Wen Zixian's home at Anku. Seeing her younger brother and sister eager, Fu Qiqi didn't hide much and simply walked into the inn's courtyard. Stop right there. Lowly person. A loud, arrogant voice shouted at Fu Qiqi. She paused. The sunset was now fading, leaving only a red glow on her misty, water-like face, shining brightly and beautifully. This drew the attention of others, who gasped in surprise. So beautiful. Fu Qiqi turned around and looked at the proud and arrogant Princess Yan Yan and her group. According to a principle from a destiny class in the apocalypse, there is a theory that people are connected by a kind of magnetic field. Whether they are enemies or family, they will meet repeatedly in specific circumstances. She caused her to lose Brother Song and little Yazi. How could she just let it go? Her eyes curved into a gentle smile, her voice clear. Oh, it's Princess Yan Yan. It's been half a month. Have you been eating well? Sleeping well? Forget about the past. Everyone at the Anku knew that Princess Yan Yan had night affairs with 10 men, causing her house to collapse. After that, Princess Yan Yan developed insomnia. Princess Yan Yan looked at her delicate face, her eyes like being pierced, full of cold, deadly intent. Anyone who angered her, the lowly person, would suffer all kinds of torture and die. How could they be any different? She sent people to guard for half a month, but saw no movement from them. Now, seeing this lowly person returning exhausted and dusty, it was clear she had been outside all along. Princess Yan Yan smiled coldly and said, the deadline of 15 days promised by the Qi family has arrived today. We are waiting for you to kneel before me tomorrow, crying and begging for mercy. Let's see if I am willing to forgive you. Fu Qiqi blinked her cat-like eyes and showed a rare mischievous smile. What should I do? I don't like kneeling to others. Whoever makes me kneel, I will deal with them. Nearby, when Shijun's small eyes sparkled with admiration. She had heard that Princess Yan Yan had visited her family several times. She was proud and haughty. Her sister. Her older brother refused to pay attention to her, and her father treated her like a guest of honor. Princess Yan Yan clenched her teeth painfully, feeling a burning sensation. She shouted loudly, "Come here." Suddenly, she looked at the stairs ahead, where Qi Jianbai, dressed in white, was descending gracefully. "Let's go. Return." Princess Yan Yan looked at Qi Jianbai with some fear and led her people away. Fu Qiqi tilted her head, feeling bored. Her few loyal followers were not here. She actually wanted to fight and slap her a few times. "Miss Fu, is everything done?" Qi Jianbai approached casually, as if strolling in a garden. From Princess Yan Yan's furious expression just now, it seemed her entire family was fine. Fu Qiqi clasped her fists and bowed. "Thank you, young Master Qiu, for your help. This task was quite easy, and I got a treasure." I watched the excitement for over 10 days. "I really got a good deal," Qi Jianbai said with a meaningful tone. Fu Qiqi puffed her cheeks, thinking it must have been Xiao Zhao who did something bad. Big brother Qi. When Shijun saw Qi Jianbai's gaze fall on her, and she waved her hands awkwardly. Qi Jianbai nodded. "It's good that you're safe." The inn manager, after hearing the report from the clerk, hurried to the main yard entrance and immediately saw Wen Shijun. He called out, "Miss Wen? Why are you here?" "The young master heard you had trouble and is rushing back to the city." Wen Shijun calmly replied, "Thanks to Sister Fu for saving me."
I'm Fine.
"Please send someone to inform my older brother." "Yes, I will send someone right away." "Thank you, Miss Fu, for saving my life." The inn manager bowed respectfully to Fu Qiqi and expressed his gratitude. A female servant in the inn took Wen Shijun back to her small courtyard. Wen Shijun reluctantly said goodbye to Fu Qiqi and Xiangyi. Fu Qiqi bid farewell to Qi Jianbai and hurried to the small courtyard. As soon as she entered the yard, a little kangaroo jumped over and clung to her.
Wow.
"Sister, I missed you so much. I think about you every day. I can't eat well or sleep well. Chi-Chi, sister. Chi-Chi."
Vianqi.
Everyone stopped their work and happily gathered around Fu Qiqi and Xiangyi. Seeing that they had no injuries and looked even more cheerful, everyone's faces brightened. After exchanging greetings, Aunt Chu peeked behind her, but saw no one there. "Chi-Chi, where is Lord Song? And Xiao Yazi?" Yes, Chi-Chi and the others had gone out to find Lord Song and Xiao Yazi. Why weren't they here? Fu Qiqi bit her lip, feeling a sharp pain, as if her heart was hurting. Fu Qiqi looked around at everyone's eager faces, pretending to be relaxed, and spoke cheerfully. "Oh, Lord Song has gone home. He has family and a fiancé." Everyone was surprised, their eyes wide. Lord Song was usually so careful with Chi-Chi, as if she might break or melt if he wasn't careful. Why did he suddenly leave, and who was this fiancé? Xiao Yanzi lowered her head sadly. Xiao Zhaozhao waved her little fists and huffed. "Humph, unkind big brother Song. When I find a husband for sister, I want someone really handsome and cool." That's not true. Fu Qiqi pinched Xiao Zhaozhao's chubby little face. "Nonsense, sister doesn't want to get married." The enthusiastic Xiao Zhaozhao had actually caused Qiqi to attract several big admirers, making Song Jin's pursuit of her more difficult. A group of people stood at the gate, attracting some outside onlookers. Several burly guards stood on either side like gatekeepers, fierce and intimidating, making people feel nervous. Fu Qiqi squinted and told Xiyu to close the door. She pulled everyone back into the room and continued. "Lord Song. Let's not talk about him anymore. He has his own path, and we have ours to follow. Xiao Yazi has suffered since he was young, with a hard life. I believe heaven will be kind to him. Once we are settled, we will look for Xiao Yazi again. We will spend more silver to hire messengers and traders to help find him." She didn't comfort everyone, and their faces looked heavy. A 4-year-old child struggling to survive in chaotic times was like a floating duckweed in the sea, easily overwhelmed by a small wave. Aunt Chu sighed. I bought some incense a few days ago. I'll offer prayers to the gods, asking them to see Xiao Yazi and help him find a way. Alas, Madame Kuang wiped her tears. Xiao Yazi is truly pitiful. First he lost his parents, then even the tea lady died. He was also harmed by Chunyu, who was struck by a disaster. He became mute, and his arm and ribs were broken. Now we don't even know where he's drifting. The unnoticed Debo of Kuang family, hearing his mother mention Chunyu's cousin, suddenly became alert.
Bang!
Lady Kuang scolded her eldest son, seeing his useless look, and slapped him. Stop thinking about your wife, or you'll regret it. Kuang Debo quickly pulled his head back. The atmosphere grew even heavier, but now is not the time for sadness. Chi-Chi took a deep breath and said, Our enemy, Shun Kan, will arrive soon, and they are coming fiercely. I think the Wen family might not be able to hold out. We have to run again. Xiang Yi threw the big jar of tea she finished drinking to Kuang Xiaobo and said, We just returned and met Princess Yan Yan. She threatened to catch us alive tomorrow. Everyone suddenly remembered that today was young Master Chio's last day protecting them. Suddenly, everyone started working again, cooking, packing, and tying up their belongings. When Wen Zixian pushed the door open, swinging a folding fan, he saw everyone in the yard acting like they were facing a great enemy. He stopped and looked sharply at them. Seeing it was him, no one greeted him, and they went back to their tasks. Chi-Chi, it's young Master Wen, Shiyu called softly from outside the window. All right, I'll come over. Chi-Chi covered a table full of explosives and grenades with a cloth, making a hand gesture to her younger brothers and sisters to watch closely. Little Zhao Zhao pecked at the table like a chick, small hands on the table. Little Yan Yan's mouth twitched, pretending to be brave. Next door. There was no tea, so Tian poured a bowl of cold boiled water and placed it in front of Wen Zixian. Wen Zixian took a few sips, but it was tasteless. He thought he should add 3 packets of good tea leaves as a thank you gift. Chi-Chi came in before Wen Zixian could speak and said first, Saving Miss Chun was just a coincidence. As a thank you, can you give us a big boat? Wen Zixian felt grateful, but swallowed his feelings. He didn't expect Chi-Chi to ask for so much. Her eyes turned cold. The Wen family only had 5 lake boats, and they were specially modified for ocean travel, double-bottom merchant ships with ship gangs, cabins, and rooms, and they even installed 3-layer sharp blade mechanisms to prevent pirates. The cost of one ship was nearly 30,000 taels of silver. Silver was one thing, but building a double-bottom sea ship took a long time, 2 or 3 years for the keel to dry, plus custom forging of various blade formations. Therefore, ocean-going ships were the lifeline of the Wen family. Chi-Chi raised an eyebrow. Is my sister's life worth less than a ship? Encouraged by Chi-Chi, Wen Zixian seriously said, Of course, my sister's life is priceless. It cannot be compared to a few ships. He added, See, ships are a big deal for our clan. It's not something I can decide alone. If it's money, I can offer enough to buy a ship, twice the amount in silver. The wealthy family values face, and the eldest daughter of the main branch was almost ruined by bandits, saved by a commoner with no power or influence. So, the Wing family might refuse a gift or two, letting them go safely. If they had bad intentions, they would deal with the group, which is quite common among wealthy families. Chi-Chi calmly watched Wen Zixian. Since they're siblings, they look very similar, such a handsome young man, with a face like a jade prince. Seeing her staring, Wen Zixian touched his face. Chi-Chi smiled. I only want her family's sea transport ship. Wen Zixian's expression grew colder, but Chi-Chi quickly changed the subject. I have a message for you. The E-King's people are colluding with your Wen family. The E-King wants all your sea transport ships and grain. I'm not greedy. You give me 1 ship and some sailors considered a loan. Once I find a place to settle, I'll return it to you anytime. Wen Zixian was surprised. How could that be? The eldest son of the E-King, Zhang Fengyu, is still a guest at my Wen house, and he's here to marry Shiryan. Also, my family is protected by my grandfather's Hua family army. How dare he act rashly? Chi-Chi looked at this stubborn head and knocked on the table. Stop dreaming. Honestly, we have a grudge against the King. We're fleeing and can only take the water route. Plus, Shun Kan and King Chi fought and lost. He's retreating back to Qixin County. With 20,000 troops coming, how many heads can your family cut off? You can only obediently hand over all your ships and silver and surrender to the King. Whether your main branch survives depends on how your father handles it. Maybe you can even catch the traitor and help the King unify the land. Speaking of which, Chi-Chi's teeth felt more sour, and her heart hurt more. The land she built, her blessed land and miracle, was taken and used by the King to promote his imperial image. Without much effort, he gathered nearly 100,000 troops and took 3 cities. Now, with the King's army backing him and victories in various battles, he's short on supplies. How can he let the Wen family's wealth slip away? Wen Zixian secretly thought, since the King isn't a wise ruler, if his family wanted to achieve great merit, why wait until now? She looked her over and asked, "How did you find out?" Chi-Chi casually replied, "Oh, I haven't been in a good mood these days. A bit irritable. I secretly sneaked into Shun Kan's main force, overheard some things I shouldn't have, and accidentally set fire to his grain warehouse. It's a bit embarrassing. Without grain, I estimate he'll have to retreat to Qixin County in 4 or 5 days." When Zixian's eyes widened in surprise, she burned the remaining food, indirectly speeding up her family's impending disaster. Is it so casually dismissed? When Zixian's gaze at Fu Chi grew colder. She had thought she was a sweet, delicate girl, but it turned out she was a little devil. Fu Chi tilted her chin and asked playfully, "How about this deal?" Considering her own skills sneaking into the military camp and coming out unharmed, she was confident she could do it. When Zixian shot her a deep look and left with a warning, "Just wait," she stormed off angrily. Fu Chi chuckled softly and called out, "Time is limited, at most 2 days." When Zixian. At dinner, Aunt Chu cooked dried meat noodle soup. Besides the 3 little kids, she also served a bowl each for Chi and Xiang Yi, adding an extra preserved egg. There were more than 10 bowls of noodles, all looking so tempting that they made everyone salivate. Aunt Chu was busy finishing the last step, making the broth and sprinkling chopped green onions. Seeing Chi staring at the noodles with a puzzled look, Aunt Chu smiled and said, "The flour was sent by the Wen family as a thank you gift." She pointed towards the wall corner. Chi finally saw the pile of gifts at the wall, full of grains, cloth, and medicinal herbs, all practical items. She thought to herself that when Zixian, a nobleman, was quite thoughtful. Suddenly, a tall figure approached, blocking the remaining sunlight. Chi glanced over and saw Kwang de Bao coming closer. "Chi, you said Shun Kan might come to Qi County? Then, will the tents from the military camp all come together?" He asked earnestly, trying to sound friendly. "Red tents? Zhang Chunyu?"
Ha!
She thought she was trying to save a life, but she didn't realize she was giving evil people more chances to do harm. One loss, and they could come back twice? Chi put down the dark blue cloth in her hands, slowly straightened her waist, and looked at Kwang de Bao with calm confidence. "If I see Zhang Chunyu, I will take her life." She meant to kill her, right? Kwang de Bao swallowed hard, trembling at the fierce look and murderous aura in Chi-Chi's eyes. He dared not say a word and slipped out of the kitchen, avoiding her gaze. Aunt Chu finished preparing dinner and called everyone to eat. There weren't enough chairs, so everyone, being simple folks, squatted or stood around the table, eating noodles hungrily. Kwang de Bao carried a bowl of noodles and looked at Chi. When he saw her, he turned away and squatted at the gate, drooping his eyelids as he chewed on his noodles. Seeing this, Kwang Bo Nyang called out to him several times, but he kept his head down. Frustrated, she scolded. "Where are you going? Still leaving? Going to feed the chickens at the gate? Why don't you carry the food up to heaven to eat?" Fu Chi-Chi's eyes flickered briefly. Kwang Debo was always stubborn, full of his own opinions. Somehow, He had been influenced by Zhang Chunyu and was now beyond help, like a lost cause. Everyone was used to Kwang Debo's occasional deep-seated grumpiness and silent brooding. Now he seemed even more like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, ignoring all insults. They all glanced at him briefly, but then focused on eating noodles. Chewy, salty, flavorful noodles that they hadn't had in over a year. After a quarter of an hour, when everyone finished their food, Fuchichi finished the last bite of her egg and called everyone inside, forgetting about Kwang Debo. She took out a map from her bag and asked Shiyu to unfold it. Her gaze swept over the map, then she turned to everyone and said, "Uncle, Aunt, I found out. The world is full of princes, generals, and city lords fighting over land and grain. But there are some places with scarce resources, few people, hard land, no one fights over them. Where? There's a place called Nanhang, near the sea to the west and close to Tsongling to the east." Nanhang? Is that a place of exile? Xiang Xi had heard of it. Poor mountains and dangerous waters breed troublemakers. I heard there are several tribes there. Fu Chichi smiled softly. It's a mixed place, without official soldiers guarding it. With our current strength, we can handle any mob there. I've been thinking for a few days, and it suits my plan. Everyone moved closer to the map, which showed winding routes through mountains and water. Is it far? How do we get there? To escape, everyone ignored the poor farmland, mostly rocky mountains, wasteland, and salty soil. Fu Chichi pointed to some wavy lines on the map and said, "We'll take the water route. I'll borrow a boat from young Master Wen." With just a few words, they decided on their destination. When they left, each person held 10 taels of silver, and Chi-Chi told them to buy supplies for themselves. The night was dark and silent. Her small figure moved like a fish into the sea, slipping over rooftops. She jumped over the autumn creek and white courtyard, opening her eyes immediately and putting on a coat before following. Fu Chi-Chi leapt like a monkey, finally landing on a large tree. Opposite her was a quiet small courtyard. She counted the houses softly. 1, 2, 3, yes, the third on the right. She took a seduction dart from her space and loaded it into a slingshot, aiming at the paper window. With a whoosh, the dart broke through the paper. What was that sound? To stay safe, the 4 martial artists who served the princess, Yen Yen, lived on either side. Hearing the noise, they looked out the windows. Flapping sounds. The force from the dart disturbed the swallows under the eaves, causing them to scatter. No one. Chi-Chi raised her night vision goggles and looked. It was those 4 martial artists. That day, they were the ones who cornered her and Brothered Song, causing her to lose Little Sprout and Brothered Song. Huh. Enjoying alone isn't as good as sharing with others. Let's go all out and deal with them together. Chi-Chi took out 6 love-enhancing pellets and shot them precisely into 6 rooms, with a whooshing sound, stirring a leaf to aim. You're not closing the window. How did something fall in? It seems. It's bird droppings. A servant disdainfully threw it on the ground. Across, everything soon fell silent again, calm before the storm, a mountain rain about to come. Chi-Chi leaned back against a tree trunk, satisfied, and let out a soft sound, curling up in the tree to gnaw on a chicken leg. From another tree, Bai Qiu Jian's mouth twitched. Since they are sisters, her pranking skills are the same. She immediately started a barrage of noise.
Did she dodge or not?
1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. More than 10 breaths passed while she pondered, but Bai Qiu Jian didn't hear the expected loud explosion. Want a chicken leg? A clear, crisp voice came from a nearby tree, and under the shade, Chi-Chi's little head peeked out. Bai Qiu Jian's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He asked, "You know I'm here?" He was skilled in silent breathing techniques. How did she find him? Chi-Chi spat out a chicken bone, her lips slightly curved. Is that hard? Could her skill be better than his?
Swish.
A paper package was thrown over. Bai Qiu Jian caught it with his hand and gently touched the thumb to it. Inside was a big chicken leg. The fragrant smell was tempting, different from what he usually ate. There was a spicy flavor. Bai Qiu Jian didn't hide his body, jumping directly onto the smooth tree trunk. What did you shoot just now? Chi-Chi was happily chewing, saying with her mouth full, "Oh, I can't sleep, just playing with a slingshot." By Qiu Jian. The moonlight was cool, and the night wind was chilly. In the silent night sky, only the sound of Chi-Chi chewing like a little hamster could be heard. Seeing Bai Qiu Jian hadn't eaten for a while, Chi-Chi took a moment to glance at him, then pouted and said, "Spicy, fragrant, and unique. Thanks to you, our family is grateful." Spicy chicken with Sichuan pepper. Do you know how to make it? There's an ingredient called Sichuan peppercorn. When it's fresh and green, pick a bunch and stuff it into the chicken's belly, then wrap it with lotus leaves, no water added. Just cook in a dry pot for 15 minutes.
C.
When it's done, it tastes divine, spicy, fragrant, tender, and smooth. Don't just look. Eat quickly. If you're late, you might miss out. Both cheeks puffed up from biting, eyes spinning wildly. She looks like a lively little fairy who accidentally wandered into the human world, hiding in the bushes to secretly enjoy delicious food. Qiu Jianbai couldn't help but smile, recalling the first time he saw her. She was tense and cold as an abyss. But today, Miss Fu appears more relaxed, free-spirited, and natural, as if that is her true self. He took a small taste, feeling the spicy and numbing flavor stimulate his taste buds, making his mouth water. Miss Fu is a skilled cook. Before he could finish saying Jean, a sharp scream interrupted him.
Ah, princess.
"It's your servant. I don't have that. That thing. Your Majesty. Please don't pull down my pants."
Ah.
"Stop. I will find a girl for you." "Brother Wu, what's wrong? Don't pull. Don't pull my pants. Let go." Loud shouts echoed through the night, wave after wave, as countless lamps lit up at the Wen family's entrance, shining as brightly as daytime. The shouting was so shocking that people surged like a tide around the small courtyard where Princess Yan Yan lived. Qiu Jianbai froze. "Here they come." Fu Chi whispered softly, skillfully climbing up a tree branch and looking out. In the brightly lit rooms opposite, several pale bodies were fighting. The maids rushing into Princess Yan Yan's room had just caught her, but she pushed them away forcefully, stumbling and falling to the ground. At this moment, a few excited strong men burst in, grabbing the maids like reckless bulls charging into a field. The surrounding shouts and laughter sounded distant and close, as if from another unreal world. Princess Yan Yan, in a daze, tilted her head back, desperately tearing at the white silk undergarment hanging around her neck. Her body felt worse and worse, as if being bitten by thousands of ants. A guard stumbled past Princess Yan Yan, emitting strong male hormones that made her seem like a fierce dog hunting prey. She drooled, crawling with her hands and feet, grabbing the ankle of the guard. The guard fell backward, and they tumbled together. The same scene played out in a few nearby rooms. The entire courtyard spiraled into chaos and disorder. With a snap, Fu Chi almost fell from the thin branch she was standing on. Dressed in a white outfit as pure as snow, Qiu Jianbai swooped over, and Chi, like a cloud of falling leaves, landed on another branch. Seeing Fu Chi so engrossed, she kept making clicking sounds with her mouth. Next to her, Qiu Jianbai's white ear tips turned red. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Miss Fu, Yuning is not married, so it's not proper." Always calm in the face of danger, Prince Jianbai also stammered now. Mainly because this was his first time in such an awkward situation, advising someone to leave, and he lacked experience. Fu Chi was happily listening and decided to stop. "Don't worry, I can't see anything. Just pretend I'm listening to the sounds." "Can these sounds really be heard?" Qiu Jianbai's face darkened, and he secretly felt some anger hidden in the night. All the strong men were excited and making unpleasant noises that were loud and clear. Their inappropriate words were harsh to hear. Fu Chi then gracefully tiptoed to the distant roof, muttering, "Using spear against shield, trapping with trap. If you love strong men so much, I'll let you have your fill. Even if I can't kill you, I will ruin your reputation." There was one more thing she didn't say aloud. She wanted Princess Yen Yen to be hated by everyone, like a street rat, so she could feel a little relief from her deep inner pain. Because Princess Yen Yen had lost her big brother Tsang. She sighed softly, and her small figure disappeared into the darkness. Chu Jianbai's ear twitched. According to what he heard, Princess Yen Yen liked a handsome man. Why hadn't Miss Fu gone to find him? The Wen family's small courtyard was not far from where Princess Yen Yen lived. When Shijun was always brave. Today was dangerous, full of life and death struggles. It was also her first time killing someone. She closed her eyes and kept having nightmares. Hearing the noisy sounds, she thought something had happened, and she was so frightened she broke out in a cold sweat. The servant said something was wrong in Princess Yen Yen's courtyard. She was still shaken but changed her clothes and wanted to check since she couldn't sleep. At the door, a maid stopped her by grabbing her sleeve. The maid's face was red as she said, "Miss you. You can't go." When Shijun's eyes sharpened, "My brother is not here. I am the lady of the house. Now I hear something has happened, and there are thieves. How can I stay out of it? Since you're back, come with me." After speaking, she hurriedly asked another maid to bring a lantern. The maid clenched her teeth and stomped her foot. "Miss. That's Princess Yen Yen having fun with someone."
Click.
When Shijun's delicate copper lantern with twin ears fell to the ground, her eyes widened in disbelief as she said, "Has she no shame?" At this moment, a group of people outside ran over to see what was happening. The maid whispered, "Manager Chen said it seems she's on drugs."
Bah. Bah.
When Shijun's face was red and flushed. Just a few days ago, Princess Yen Yen had visited her, and they were drinking tea and painting together. She never expected her to be such a flirtatious person. "Close the door, go to bed. Let Steward Chen handle it." Steward Chen was sweating nervously as he led his men and the remaining 20 or so guards of Princess Yen Yen to chase away the crowd of onlookers. There were too many spectators. They stood on the hillside, on piles of rocks, under eaves, on tree branches. People packed tightly in layers inside and outside. They pushed from the east, then from the west, and soon from the south, with the north side also crowded. Thanks to Steward Chen's persuasion, merchants and servants stepped back about 100 meters or so, but the noise from the small courtyard was too loud, loud shouting and persistent cries. It shocked the men. "Where's my mother? Men are with men. So many men. Look, isn't the third room Princess Yen Yen? Is the person crying Master Hu? So it's true." Laughter echoed through the night. Hearing the lewd gossip, Princess Yen Yan's guards looked pale and finally stood at various small paths, preventing anyone from approaching. After about 15 minutes, Bai Qiujian returned, and the people from the Dry Earth branch and others were waiting in the courtyard for him. "DG, send someone to watch over there. If anything unusual happens, help Steward Wen. Everyone else go rest." "Yes, young master." Bai glanced sideways at the neighboring courtyard, his curiosity about the girl growing stronger. He wondered where all these strange, powerful things came from. Fu Qiqi returned to the courtyard and saw Xiang Xi and Cha Yan excitedly leaning on the wall, watching the commotion. Unfortunately, they were too far away to hear anything clearly, only faintly catching the noisy shouts. "Night dew is heavy. Go back to your room and sleep. This lively scene won't settle down anytime soon," Fu Qiqi said, and went to wash her hands at the well with cold water. The two jumped down the wall. Cha Yan leaned over and said eagerly, "What if I dress up as a boy and go see what's really happening?" Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Fu Qiqi rolled her eyes. "It's so lively there. As a girl who hasn't married yet, do you really dare to go see?" She mentioned Bai Qiubai, who had been brought over. Thinking about the fun stories from the brothel, Cha Yan propped her foot on the well's step and said mischievously, "I've been to many brothels. Hee, what haven't I seen?" Fu Qiqi blinked, remembering that in the end times, Brother Tsang always sent people to watch over her, so she had never been to such places herself. "I have heard that women in ancient brothels were all very beautiful and talented in music and singing. Maybe I'll get a chance to see for myself." Suddenly, a strange sound came from nearby. Ugh! A muffled sobbing sound came from the wall corner. I saw a dark figure tightly bound with rope, with a torn cloth stuffed in its mouth, constantly struggling. Fu Chichi took 2.5 steps closer, squinting. Kwang Debo. Under the moonlight, Chichi's calm eyes looked over. Kwang Debo shivered and immediately buried his head between his knees, not daring to make a sound. Seeing how useless he was, Kayan looked disgusted and said, "This fool stole silver from Lady Kwang and Lord Kwang, sneaked over the wall to escape, but Sister Xiangxi caught him red-handed." Lady Kwang said he should stay in the yard for the night to sober up. Chi-Chi didn't understand how Kwang Debo had been poisoned by Zhang Chunyu, or when he started to like her. Many soldiers had entered the military camp and visited at night, and no one knew what they had been turned into, or how they had been mistreated. Speaking of Zhang Chunyu, Chi-Chi was mistaken. Now she was doing quite well. The next day, Fu Chi-Chi walked out of her room feeling refreshed. Shiyu was leading her younger brothers and sisters in morning exercises. Big sister. Chi-Chi's sister. Chi-Chi gave some instructions, then turned to open the courtyard door. The fierce-looking men were gone, replaced by a bunch of lush bamboo peeking out from the blue brick wall, and the air felt fresh and pleasant. All her gloom was swept away, and she raised her voice. "Today is a good day to visit the market." Little Zhao Zhao, hanging upside down from a tree branch practicing arm strength, perked up his ears. "Sister, are you going to the market today?" Chi-Chi smiled and went over, lifting her sister down from the branch. "Yes, I will take you all to the market today." After fleeing and running for their lives, they had never seen such a bustling market scene. Xiao Yan had just finished a set of sword techniques and came over obediently. "Sister, the swordsmanship taught by Tsang. I've practiced up to the 6th move." Seeing her brother's calm face, she folded his sleeves into a fan shape and tied them with 5 rings of cloth, making him look neat. His outfit was similar to Tsang Dage's usual clothes. Even his old-fashioned appearance resembled Tsang Dage's expression. Yes, her brother's favorite was
Kang Dae.
He was always learning from him in words and actions. When her brother mentioned Tsang Dage, her eyes dimmed. Chi-Chi silently hugged her brother and softly said, "Tsang Dage has regained his memory. He has his family to take care of. We can't always rely on Tsang Dage to look after us." Tears welled up in Xiao Yan's eyes as he mumbled. Then, "Tsang Dage won't come to find us anymore? Don't you want us anymore?" Fu Chi-Chi squinted her eyes, a faint mist forming, and tilted her head up. She gently patted Yan Yan's small head. "Probably not anymore. He has his family, his responsibilities, and his way of life. He is Yu Junxian, who also bears the name of parricide, and how can the new king Qin Yang tolerate his existence? When he returns, he will face another storm of chaos." Chi-Chi took a deep breath and said casually, "Yan Yan will also go to the market." Little Yan Yan's eyes darkened. He shook his head and said, "Mr. Chiu said today he would teach me the Book of Documents illustrations."
Fukiki frowned.
"Mr. Chiu Bai?" Seeing her displeasure, little Yan Yan explained, "I've finished learning the elementary collection, and Cheonglin of childhood, that brother Tsang taught me. Now I read Book of Documents illustrations on my own." One day, Mr. Chiu listened and said I misunderstood its meaning, so he was guiding me. With all the chaos now, does Mr. Chiu Bai still have time to teach strangers? He's just a 6-year-old child. Yan Yan didn't understand what Mr. Chiu Bai meant and simply decided not to think about it. Seeing her brother eager to learn, Chi-Chi comforted him. "Yan Yan, studying isn't urgent. When we go to the southern wilderness, I will send you to a school, and you can learn slowly." Little Yan Yan looked at his sister and shook his head. Those teachers might not be as knowledgeable as Mr. Chiu. He's as capable as Brother Tsang. Capable means learned? Good at teaching? Thinking of Mr. Chiu Bai as a scholarly, slender figure with a refined jade fan, he looked like a well-educated scholar. But he probably wouldn't always teach Yan Yan, most of the time just a little here and there, making little difference. Chi-Chi raised an eyebrow. "Sister can teach you. I know those subjects too." Little Yan looked confused. Xiao Zhao's eyes sparkled. He thought he understood everything and leaned beside his brother. whispering in his ear. Brother, you forgot? Sister got those treasures and learned fairy magic. She must have also studied the 4 books and 5 classics. Chi-Chi chuckled awkwardly. She wasn't very familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics. But in this post-apocalyptic world, learning literature, science, and martial arts was necessary. She could just read about the end of world governance, economy, architecture, and medicine for her younger siblings. At worst, she could teach them her skills in chess, music, and calligraphy. Little Yan Yan's small eyes brightened, and he nodded. After breakfast, everyone left, leaving only Kwang Bo and Kwang Debo at home. The others went out in small groups for shopping. The Wen family's dock is west of Qi County. Outside the dock, the road splits into Chu Tai Road and Chu Tai Lake. To the north, it's mostly merchants and commoners, a chaotic mix of people. To the south, it's mainly gentry and the wealthy. The dock market is located to the north. Most people coming to the market are poor villagers, but some wealthy officials also come to buy supplies. Fu Chi-Chi leads Xiao Zhao Zhao and Xiao Yan Yan into the busy market, filled with the sounds of buying, shouting, and bargaining. Occasionally, children dart quickly through the crowd, while their parents shout after them. Fu Chi-Chi's cat eyes sparkle brightly. This scene should be the civilized society described in the Apocalypse classroom, a picture of people living peacefully and happily. They see a carving stall, which reminds Yan Yan of Brother Tsong, who loves carving. The 3 siblings gather around, looking at small carved monkeys, cats, and various birds and beasts. The items are tiny and very detailed. The siblings are curious and start choosing. I'll take this pair of monkeys. They look like Zhao Zhao, always mischievous. Bad sister. I want these little birds. A lively, vivid scene attracts Zong Fingyu, who is drinking tea nearby. His sharp tiger-like eyes fix on Fu Chi-Chi, who is smiling brightly, and he looks captivated. At this moment, a servant comes over and whispers to Zong Fingyu, "Young master, I've checked. Miss Wen from the Wen family really lives in the small courtyard at the Wen dock." Zong Fingyu withdraws his gaze, strokes his folding fan, and confidently says, "The main branch of the Wen family didn't want Uncle Wu before, and now they don't look favorably on me either. That's why Wen Shijun is deliberately avoiding me." The 4 personal servants know that the young master is interested in Miss Wen. One servant respectfully reminds him, "Young master, the prince has issued an order. If the Wen family's main branch still refuses to marry, you will marry the second house's eldest daughter." Zong Fingyu sneers slightly, recalling last night. Someone deliberately led him to the Wen family's plum garden, where Wen Tsongman from the second house was dancing gracefully in a thin veil. When she saw him, she pretended to be surprised and shy. He saw through her, but didn't expose her. They exchanged a few words indifferently. Wen Common's words and expressions all hinted that Wen Shijun and she had run away together, but the main branch was hiding the news. The flattering, scheming woman is no match for Wen Shijun. Whether Wen Shijun is interested in her or not, every time they meet, she remains natural and poised. Her poetry, calligraphy, chess, and painting are all better than Wen Kongman's. The Wen family's main branch is powerful. It's said that Wen Shijun manages many affairs inside the estate, and her external grandfather, Su Wu, the Marquis of Mengjun, commands tens of thousands of troops, making him formidable. Such a talented, brave, and capable noblewoman could be a good candidate for the mistress of the household. Adding a touch of elegance, she should be like, where is that lively young girl in plain clothes just now? Zong Fingyu suddenly stood up and stepped outside, saying, "Today, let's visit the market." The 4 attendants looked at each other in surprise. Why did the young master suddenly become interested in a folk market? Fu Chi-Chi and her 2 siblings moved with the crowd. Xiao Zhao Zhao jumped to a fish stall and cheerfully said, "Sister, shall we have braised fish for lunch?" Fu Chi-Chi followed and looked at the stall, which had fresh carp, crucian carp, and small rockfish placed on lotus leaves. Many fish were still alive, gently moving their tails and blowing bubbles. The vendor was an old man. When he saw customers, he smiled with wrinkled cheeks and said, "Young lady, do you want to buy fish?" The big ones are 10 coins per gene, the small ones 6 coins. Okay, I'll take 5 Christian carp and 3 carp, all the big ones, Fuchichi said, thinking there are many people at home, and she should buy more. 2 fish for stew, and 6 for braising. The old fishmonger efficiently weighed out 8 fish and said, total weight is 21 jin, which is 213 coins. You pay 210 coins and 3 coins in change. It was Fuchichi's first time buying something with silver, and she didn't know if the price was cheap or expensive. But 200 copper coins were little money for her, especially after punishing Princess Yan Yan today.
She was happy.
She took out a small silver piece from her purse and handed it over. No need for change. The 8 fish were strung on grass ropes into 3 bundles, 1 large and 2 small. It had been a long time since she spent money on fish and meat. Xiao Zhao Zhao and Xiao Yan Yan each carried a string of fish, looking very happy. In the past, only during the New Year, when her father brought back silver, did her sister buy fish and meat. Suddenly, someone snatched the purse from Fuchichi's waist. Sister, a thief. Xiao Zhao Zhao shouted angrily, her long eyelashes fluttering. Chi-Chi grabbed her sister, who was about to run after the thief, and said with a smile, slow down. The 3 siblings quickly followed the thief through the crowd and into a small alley. They saw the thin, monkey-like thief being grabbed by a guard, who was holding him by the neck and shouting desperately, spare me. Behind the guard stood 4 people, the most eye-catching being a young nobleman with sharp tiger-like eyes. He wore a blue, cloud-patterned, bat-shaped robe, with a dark-colored, wide silk belt decorated with auspicious clouds around his waist. He carried a piece of fine white jade, and his sword was embedded with red and blue gemstones, giving him a noble and elegant look.
Fukiki frowned slightly.
She recognized this lively, elegant young woman in plain clothes. Song Fingyu's eyes flashed with excitement. Her beautiful eyes were clear and bright, full of water, but her cheeks looked a bit dull. Song Fingyu smiled gently, taking the purse back from the thief. He blew off the dust on it and then walked over to Chi-Chi, handing it to her. Is this purse yours, miss? His bright, clean smile was tinged with a black mole at the corner of his eye, making his fierce eyes appear softer. Fuchichi calmly took the purse and handed over a string of fish with her right hand. Thank you, young master, for helping me recover my purse. These fish are a small token of my gratitude. Her expression was distant and cold. Song Fingyu was momentarily stunned. How could so many noble ladies in Song City be eager to please him, yet a simple country girl paid him no attention? Could this be some trick? Looking at the fish, even the guards and the thief were stunned. Was the scene really playing out like this? Song Fingyu couldn't help but show interest, signaling his servant to take the fish. He loosened his grip, just as Fu Chi-Chi was about to turn and leave. Song Fingyu slightly narrowed his eyes and called out, May I ask your honorable surname, miss? No need. Thank you. Fu Chi-Chi replied calmly, without turning back, leading her younger siblings away. What will you do with that thief, miss?
Someone asked.
Let him go. She answered, her voice neither harsh nor soft, but her steps quickened as she hurried away. Song Fingyu's gaze darkened as he watched the trio disappear. A mysterious smile played on his lips. Feng Li, follow them.
Yes.
A guard with a sword hurried after them. Another guard loosened his grip, causing the thief to fall to the ground. The thief crawled a few steps and knelt before Song Fingyu with a greedy look. Hee, young master, look at this. He quickly rubbed his thumb against his, making a gesture. Song Fingyu toyed with the tiger-shaped jade in his palm and cast a sideways glance, a tip. One guard threw a silver ingot to him and followed the others out of the alley. As they disappeared into the distance, the thief picked up the silver ingot, bit it hard, and exclaimed, I made a fortune. 10 taels of silver. Big sister, why didn't you punish that nasty thief? He made us lose 5 fish. Humph. Xiao Zhao Zhao snorted, angry. Fu Chi-Chi blinked her misty eyes and asked, Yan Yan, do you know who that thief is? Xiao Yan Yan replied softly, it's that noble young master. Xiao Zhao Zhao looked confused and puzzled.
What?
Wasn't the thief caught by that noble young master? Fu Chi nodded at the clever Xiao Zhao Zhao, who now looked adorably clueless. Little clever girl, you can't judge by appearances. You need to think more. She pointed at the thief, who had been caught by a group of armed guards. He showed no fear or panic, which clearly meant they knew each other, or had known each other just moments before. Xiao Zhao Zhao suddenly realized, I only looked at that young noble's fine ink jade piece. I didn't see the thief. So he is a bad person. Big sister, I like the ink jade in that young noble's hand. Should we steal it? Thinking of Xiao Zhao Zhao's amazing sensing ability, Fu Chi was speechless. She guessed it must be a rare treasure. Chi still couldn't understand how Xiao Zhao Zhao suddenly gained this special sensing power. For example, during a famine, she could always find food, animals, and unclaimed gold and silver. She could even find rare herbs like ginseng and lingzhi in the mountains. She crouched down, gently tapped Xiao Zhao Zhao's small head, and said seriously, Big sister told you, you can't tell anyone about this. You can sense what people need and rare items. You are not allowed to discuss it outside. Xiao Zhao Zhao quickly looked around with her small eyes, covered her mouth with her tiny hand, and nodded. Fu Chi smiled softly, and about that piece of ink jade, don't worry about it. We haven't lost much today. But she couldn't understand why a noble young man, whom she didn't know, was acting suspiciously toward them. When Fu Chi and her brother returned home with their baskets full, they saw Wen Shijun standing at the courtyard entrance, facing a noble young man. When Shijun looked at the sudden visitor, Zhang Fengyu, with a frown, feeling a bit helpless, and said, Young Master Zhang, my elder brother has already returned to the Wen family estate. If you have matters to discuss, please return to Nancheng. Manager Chen, prepare a carriage for young Master Zhang. Yes. Manager Chen, who had not slept all night and had red eyes, was about to doze off. Hearing the young lady's order, he was so happy he almost jumped. He was already anxious about Princess Yan Yan's scandal, and now with the eldest son of the Iwang family coming, he felt even more nervous. Send him away. These troublemakers, sending one away is a relief. Seeing Manager Chen quickly go to prepare the horse-drawn carriage, Zhang Fengyu smiled silently. He glanced at Wen Shijun, who was charming and cute with almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks, but her manners seemed a bit too strict compared to the peasant girl in plain clothes. He probably forgot that the reason he wanted Wen Shijun to be his wife was because she was very proper and polite. Thinking of his father's plan, if the Wen family still had no intention then, this lovely flower bud might either fade away or become a concubine. Such a pity. Soon, Zhang Fengyu said kindly, No rush, I will stay overnight and leave tomorrow. When Shijun sighed deeply inside, feeling she couldn't chase him away no matter what. Suddenly, she quickly spotted Fu Chi returning from afar. The chance to escape had come. She smiled charmingly and said, Big sister Fu, I've been looking everywhere for you. I have urgent news. We went to the market. Just right, let's go to our small courtyard for lunch. Fu Chi walked over from the vines of the bougainvillea, smiling and waving at Wen Shijun. She had spent 2 days with Wen Shijun and had become familiar with her. Seeing her expression, it seemed she was in trouble. Hearing a familiar, gentle voice, Zhang Fengyu turned to look. Under the bright red bougainvillea, a woman in plain clothes was walking briskly. He paused. Ha! What a coincidence. It's too easy to find her. But Fu Chi suddenly saw a thief's face, and her smile froze. She didn't stop but stood quietly about a yard away. Xiao Zhao Zhao stood in front of her sister, snorting coldly. She tiptoed and looked up, her face showing clear disdain. Seeing this, Zhang Fengyu's smile grew wider. He bowed politely and said, So, miss, is your surname Fu? When Shijun was surprised and asked, Do you know each other?
No.
Yes. They spoke at the same time. One refused, the other was happy. Zhang Fengyu wasn't bothered and smiled gently. When I first met Miss Fu, I didn't reveal my identity.
It was my mistake.
My surname is Tsang. I usually stay in Song City, and my family is friends with the Wen family. Song City? The king of E? Fu Qiqi's mind spun quickly and finally understood. She silently glanced at him and said coldly, "I don't know you. Please don't cause misunderstandings. And as for that theft incident, you're either fools or you're the fools." Her words were blunt and straightforward. Song Fingyu's face showed, "Eh." It was the first time a woman had played him so well, and no woman had ever dared to treat him this way. Suddenly, four guards rushed over angrily, shouting, "How dare you? How dare you speak disrespectfully to our young master?" Fu Qiqi gritted her teeth and blinked innocently. Oh, and then? She was calculating inside. If she took the life of the king of his eldest son today, she wondered what disaster it would bring to the Wen family. Her hands itched. Back then, if the king of Yi hadn't sent Shen Can to kill Zhu Ludao, they would have already gone to Jiangnan Prefecture, perhaps finding a quiet place to live peacefully. Fighting? Xiao Zhao saw her sister clenching her fists, making her knuckles. She stuffed her sour vegetable pancake into her bag and drew a tiny sword, pointing at the guards.
Hee hee.
Song Fengyu sneered coldly, his eyes turning pure and revealing a fierce, ruthless look, like his father's. In an instant, both sides fell into a standoff. When Shijun was worried that Sister Fu might not know the true identity of the young master, so she hurried out to explain briefly. Suddenly, Fu Qiqi leapt forward like lightning, spinning half a step behind a guard. With a cracking sound, she broke his shoulder, causing his sword to fall. Qiqi swiftly grabbed her sword and swung it out in a white arc, causing red bougainvillea flowers to fall around her. In just a moment, other guards tried to surround her with their swords. Zhang Fengyu stopped them, his expression turning from fierce to surprised. After Qiqi stood still, she shook her sword, held it in the air, lightly tapped it, and smiled calmly. Everyone looked at her sword, noticing her long, white, translucent fingers. Before they could react, with a snap, her finely forged steel sword broke in half. Zhang Fengyu was stunned into silence. "This is a lesson to those who deceive others," Qiqi said, then dragged the equally stunned Wen Shijun into the courtyard. After a while, Zhang Fengyu picked up the fallen bougainvillea flowers, pinched a petal with his fingertips, and gently crushed it into a deep red. What courage! Back in the small courtyard, others had not returned yet. Kwangbo smiled as he took the basket. "Kwangbo, today we're having braised fish." Xiao Zhao, who had just seen the young master from the Zong family get humiliated, was very happy. Though she was young, she remembered that the Zong family was known for their misdeeds. When Shijun came to her senses, her expression complicated. "Sister Fu, that young master from the Zong family is the eldest son of the Yuan." Qiqi's eyes shimmered as she smiled lightly. "Yes, I guessed. I deliberately gave him a warning." When Shijun looked puzzled. "He previously stole my purse, trying to show kindness to me. And then? Did he want me to marry him?" "The Zong family isn't worthy," Qiqi said lightly, with a hint of coldness. When Shijun fell silent. The Zong family was notorious for their lechery, but this young master still restrained himself in matters of pleasure. Xiao Zhao took out her half-eaten pickled vegetable pancake and said angrily, "If he dares to covet my sister, I'll beat him up." Even at such a young age, she looked fierce and fierce. When Shijun also smiled. Sister Fu had her plans, and she didn't want to interfere. However, after half an hour, the housekeeper from the Wen family hurriedly came to call the young lady back, saying that Princess Yanyan's side wanted the Wen family to send people to investigate merchants coming from Jiangzhou. Back to Princess Yanyan's group, the screams and lascivious sounds continued from midnight until noon the next day, until everyone was exhausted. From this moment on, an unprecedented and shocking scandal will spread throughout the entire Great Mystery Realm tonight, reaching even foreign lands. At this time, Princess Yanyan, exhausted and weak, no longer remembers her revenge against the refugees. After a whole night and morning of being repeatedly drained, she now only wishes she could return to Jiangzhou in anger. Yes, she never imagined that such treacherous schemes would be carried out by a few refugees. Only Jiangzhou has the most powerful aphrodisiac, A large group of guards and the Wen family guards are inspecting everyone arriving at the dock in Jiangzhou. Just as Fu Qiqi was secretly pondering how to leave a life for Zhang Fengyu without involving the Wen family, preferably by fighting with Princess Yan Yan and her group, a plan was yet to be formed. But the next morning, when Shijun sent someone to inform her that Zhang Fengyu and his servants had already left the dock at dawn, Fu Qiqi lazily sat in a pavilion, resting her chin on her hand, thinking carefully. If the Wen family wouldn't lend her a ship, she would have to take a yacht from her space to leave this place. An innocent person with treasure is guilty, but once the yacht leaves, it might cause a huge commotion across the entire Great Mystery Realm. Suddenly, she heard the angry shouting of Lady Kuang, which woke her from her daze. No, she couldn't bring out the yacht. With Kuang Debo's unpredictable behavior, she must not get exposed. Yes, Kuang Debo tried to escape again but was caught and brought back. Lady Kuang then picked up a broom, scolding and hitting him. Until evening, still no news from Wen Zixian. After dinner, Fu Qiqi went to the Wen family's private courtyard, asking the steward about the merchant ships leaving tomorrow. Her current plan was to disguise herself and split into 3 groups, sneaking onto the merchant ships heading downstream. Steward Chen from the Wen family sighed heavily when he saw her. It was around 7 at night. He nodded in acknowledgement. He rubbed his bloodshot eyes, feeling dry and sore. Fu Qiqi quickly noticed that manager Chen looked tired after working hard and handed him a porcelain bottle. I have a good eye medicine here. Just a few drops on your eyes can protect and relieve pain. Manager Chen gratefully took the bottle. Even if he wasn't sure it would work, he appreciated her care and decided to do his best to handle the matter. He called 2 young servants, took a lantern, and went out. It was getting late, and Fu Qiqi still needed to go back to distribute the instructions and household notices. When Shijun held Fu Qiqi's arm and saw her off at the courtyard gate, feeling reluctant. Once Sister Qiqi is settled, please send me a message. I will send you the new shining brocade to make a beautiful dress. Fu Qiqi's eyes flickered. She wasn't sure if the Wen family crisis could be resolved safely this time, but she hoped she was overthinking. Okay, I'll see her in shop and ask someone to send a message. Clatter, clatter. Footsteps approached from afar. It was Manager Chen returning, followed by Wen Pingsong and Wen Zixian, both looking serious. Father. Elder brother. When Shijun called out. When Pingsong approached his daughter. Seeing she was unharmed, he finally looked emotional and said with reddened eyes, Shire, it was my mistake in trusting the wrong person that caused you so much trouble. When Shijun dabbed at her tears and said, Father, I was foolish. I didn't realize when Song Man had bad intentions. Luckily, I met Sister Fu, and I am safe. When Pingsong nodded to Fu Qiqi. Let's go inside to talk. Once everyone was seated, when Pingsong asked Manager Chen to guard the courtyard gate. Seeing it was tightly closed, he sighed heavily and looked sad. Firstly, I thank your niece for saving my daughter's life. Secondly, I thank her for her honesty. As for the gift of the sea transport ship, I agree. Fu Qiqi smiled, surprised that there was hope for a change. Thank you, Uncle Wen. I won't ask for nothing. I have some hidden weapons and explosives, and I will send someone to deliver them later. When Pingsong waved his hand. There's one more thing I need your help with. No matter where you're going, take my daughter and Shijun with you. I also have a concubine, a son, and a daughter, and I ask you to bring them all. Father. When Shijun exclaimed. She didn't know what was happening but realized it was serious. When Zixian spoke quietly, Sister, listen to what Father says. When Pingsong's old eyes flashed with both anger and sorrow. Shijun, our Wen family is in big trouble. There's a traitor among us. They have handed over our silver, grain, and trade routes to the Yuan. They have allied with Yuan. How can they leave us a way out? When Shijun thought about her recent suffering, Wen Zixian said angrily, not only the second uncle, but also the old ancestor. In just a few words, Fu Qiqi understood everything. It turned out that Zhang Mijian wanted to marry Wen Shijun last year, but was rejected outright by the head of the Wen family. After Zhang Mijian passed away, King Yi held the Wen family responsible, partly blaming the main branch. This time, King Yi sent his eldest son, Zhang Fengyu, to propose marriage to Wen Shijun, but in fact, the Wen family's elders and other branches had already sent people to show loyalty to King Yi. Zhang Fengyu's visit was just a cover. His real purpose was to help his aides smoothly settle accounts with the Wen family. Unlike Zhang Mijian, who was cruel, ruthless, and fond of beauty, Zhang Fengyu was more refined. He had concubines, but was generally decent, resembling both King Yi and his mother, with a scholarly air. After meeting the Wen family's main branch, Zhang Fengyu truly wanted to marry Wen Shijun. When the second branch of the Wen family offered their tribute, they also took a liking to Zhang Fengyu. While Wen Shijun was out buying medicine for her mother, she was tricked by Wen Tsongman and attacked by refugees. She had already been bought by Wen Tsongman and was safely taken away by the bandits. This kind of household drama was more exciting than stories in books. Just as Fu Chi was listening eagerly, she suddenly heard Wen Bo's father say they should pack their luggage now and leave by boat in shifts during the night. She was stunned. She hadn't agreed yet. Seeing Fu Chi silent, Wen Shijun, with tearful eyes, obediently stepped forward and said, "Sister Fu, I will trouble you in the future. I promise my mother and I will behave and follow your arrangements." Fu Chi also sighed inwardly. King Yi dared to scheme against the Wen family. In fact, she was partly responsible. Zhang Mijian was killed by her, and King Yi, using divine signs and blessed lands, was able to wield imperial power. She had helped create all this. She asked, "What about Uncle Wen and young Master Wen? Are they leaving too?" When Ping Song replied bitterly, "We're leaving too, but we're taking a different route and hiding our grain supplies tightly. We won't let King Yi and the Wen family take advantage of us for free." Soon, in the dark night, footsteps sounded along the narrow path, and everyone looked serious, even lowering their breathing. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, reflecting the faint crescent moon, and a cold wind blew through the night sky. It looked like rain was coming. Everyone quickened their pace. When Fu Chi and the others arrived at the dock, the scene was grand. Everywhere she looked, there were people. The entire dock was crowded with 300 or 400 guards holding torches and swords, tightly packed and serious, ready for action. Along the riverbank, for when family ships were lined up, about 200 people hurriedly moved luggage on and off the ships, while officials shouted loudly, "Hurry! Stop hesitating! King Yi's army is coming! No one on the boat is allowed to get off! Go back!" Fu Chi blinked her cat-like eyes, looking confused. Is this what Uncle Wen and his son meant? Hurry to escape under the cover of night when no one knows? Is this what they call moving the entire family? Big Sister Fu over here. When Shijun, ahead, was already waiting with a group of people. Fu Chi, still dazed, led her group over. Suddenly, a crowd of guards behind Wen Shijun rushed forward, carrying their luggage, quickly heading to the second boat. From above, when Ping Song saw Fu Chi and shouted hoarsely, "Niece Fu, I entrust my wife and son to you. Shire, take good care of your mother, brother, and sister." Within 15 minutes, Uncle Wen had lost his voice from shouting. The scene was tense, and everyone hurried onto the boat. Fu Chi didn't have time to ask why, only calling out, "Wish Uncle Bai and his group safe travels." When Ping Song's eyes reddened, he wiped his old eyes and nodded. As soon as they reached the deck, when Shijun was dragged away by a maid, claiming her younger brother was crying. Manager Chen, who oversaw the Wen family dock, also boarded the same boat, his eyes swollen like walnuts. He hurried over, voice hoarse. "Miss Fu, our master said everything on this trip must follow your arrangements." Fu Chi looked around at the Wen family members. Since this was a transaction, she didn't need to be polite. She directed, "Xiang Xi, Chu Shu, Xiu, Lin Sheng, follow Manager Chen to understand the ship's affairs. Others, go to the cabins to rest. Shi Yi, keep everyone steady and don't wander around."
Yes.
Everyone dispersed quickly. Since the order was given in the mountains long ago, everyone obeyed without question. The atmosphere was heavy and tense, like a storm about to break. Fu Qiqi frowned tightly and hurried to the bow of the ship, but saw an unexpected person, dressed in white, Bai Chuyuan. Bai Chuyuan, calm and relaxed, was waving a jade fan and walking over, explaining, "I was entrusted by Wen Xiong to you safely." Fu Qiqi nodded, her expression serious as she watched the busy scene at the shore. Servants, women rushing back and forth, carts carrying grain. Bustling with activity. Bai Chuyuan seemed to notice Fu Qiqi's confusion and spoke clearly. "Uncle Wen has secretly taken all 4 of the Wen family ships at the shore, leaving none behind." Suddenly, Fu Qiqi felt the Wen family's father and son had plotted against her. Looking at the guards below, battle-hardened soldiers with fierce energy, she realized with these men, the Wen family's main house could escape easily. Qiu Jianbai continued, "Those are soldiers from Su Wu Junmeng's family, young Master Wen's maternal family, who stayed in Qi County during the chaos to protect the Wen household. Uncle Wen and young Master Wen control the grain storage and trade routes. When the Yuang's troops start to pursue, various lords will likely intercept, so they can only escape separately." This explanation eased Fu Qiqi's mind. It made sense that Uncle Wen and young Master Wen looked most conspicuous, so their safety might be at risk. As Fu Qiqi turned around, she saw Kayan crouched on the railing, looking around. "Kayan, bring the 2 wooden boxes I prepared over here." "Okay." Kayan suddenly straightened up, chuckling softly, caught by the girl. Soon, Kayan, carrying 2 young Wen servants, brought over the boxes. Fu Qiqi said to Qiu Jianbai, "Young Master Qiu, please help me carry 1 box so I can go find young Master Wen." Qiu Jianbai straightforwardly carried both boxes, tiptoed, and swiftly moved toward the boat. Soon, they found Wen Zixian, who was directing the weapon transport among the crowd. When she saw the 2 approaching, she was slightly surprised, but then her eyes lit up with a hint of joy. In urgent circumstances, Fu Qiqi pulled her aside. "As agreed, I want your family's sea transport ship, and I will give you some secret protective tools." Qiu Jianbai cooperated, opening one of the boxes, revealing dark objects inside. Fu Qiqi took out a wooden-handled grenade and a small bag of explosive beads, explaining, "This is called a grenade. It's very powerful. One can destroy several houses instantly and level the ground. The method is simple. Pull out this pin, then throw it quickly at the enemy. This bag contains small explosive beads. It's easy to use. See this small hole? Pull out the small pin, toss it out, and it can up a few people or damage a room." When Zixian's eyes widened slightly, suddenly recalling the mysterious night when Princess Yanyan's beam and bed collapsed. "That night, was it you?" Fu Qiqi didn't care and replied casually, "That was just my little sister being mischievous, shooting her slingshot and accidentally using the wrong beads." Qiu Jianbai's mouth twitched. He remembered they had been playing with slingshots last night too. When Zixian thanked Fu Qiqi, then stopped Autumn Jianbai, hesitating to speak. Seeing this, Fu Qiqi quickly left. When Zixian's expression was complicated as she looked at the gentle and refined Qiu Jianbai, she softly said, "Thank you, Brother Qiu, for your help." Qiu Jianbai smiled warmly, then playfully tapped her head with his folding fan, saying, "In the future, stop smiling so playfully. You're not really that kind of person. Stay away from places like brothels." Once the matter was settled, she would soon bring her younger sister home. When Zixian blushed. When she first met Brother Qiu, she was drinking with others and got tipsy. Suddenly, she heard the sound of silk and bamboo music from the lake. Everyone heard it and hurriedly gathered around, laughing and chatting. They saw a small boat with a person dressed in white. Her flowing black hair moved with the wind, and her elegant demeanor was charming against the water's reflection. When Zixian, feeling dizzy, blurted out, "Today I choose this girl. No one else can compete with me." The young men around burst into laughter, saying they would bid for her. Such beauty shouldn't be only Wen's. When Qiu Jianbai turned his head, when Zixian froze. He was so refined and elegant that her heart skipped a beat. Someone among the young men recognized young Master Bai Jian, and they all exclaimed in surprise. when Zixian, feeling dizzy, thought everyone was fighting over her. She loudly declared, "I don't care. I want him to stay with me tonight." Her words sounded flirtatious and full of hints. The scene became very awkward, falling into a tense silence. Soon, everyone found reasons to leave. The drunken men were carried back home by their servants, and when Zixian was also carried home by her personal attendant. The next day, when Zixian learned the truth, she visited repeatedly over the next few days to apologize. Brother Qiu finally forgave her. Over time, they became friends. "Why are you staring? Lord Wen is urging you to get on the boat," Qiu Jianbai said with a slight raise of his eyebrows. To hide her increasingly red cheeks, when Zixian lifted her long robe and turned away, leaving a parting remark on the wind, "See you another day. Brother Qiu, I will definitely drink with him for 3 days and nights." Her cheerful voice still carried a hint of girlish charm. Qiu Jianbai picked up his jade fan and patted his head, wondering if it was because Lord Wen cried that her voice sounded so soft and delicate. Back on the deck, when Zixian kept watching Qiu Jianbai's figure, her heart growing more confused. A quarter of an hour earlier. "What did you say? The Wen family's main house people have already left and gone to the dock?" Zhang Fingyu, still drunk, was shocked. No wonder they held a banquet in the evening, with endless good wine and promises. It was all a trap to deceive us. Well done, Wen Pingsong. Well done, Wen Zixian. Zhang Fingyu's fingers clenched tightly, almost crushing the corner of his blanket. "Go after them." "What?" When Pingsong took his second uncle and fifth uncle to the dock. "And with luggage?" When second son, when Jiangsong, was snoring loudly in bed when someone poured a basin of water over him. He sat up abruptly, shouting sharply, "Hurry, chase after him." When Pingsong is trying to run away. The awakened princess, Yan Yan, lay on the bed, her breath weak and cold. "Take her away and execute her." "Princess, they're attacking. War is about to start." After a moment, Princess Yan Yan regained her senses. She widened her eyes, rolled off the bed, causing chaos as everyone scrambled to support her. Her swollen lips and hoarse throat made her voice hoarse. "What did you say? The Wen family sent people? Is King Yi attacking? Quickly, let's go." People from various places hurriedly mounted their horses and moved quickly toward Wen family's dock. 15 minutes later, the cargo and supplies on Fu Qiqi's ship were nearly loaded and ready. Fu Qiqi stood at the bow, facing the wind, and saw Princess Yan Yan and her group. They looked unsteady, walking crookedly, and passing by the torch. She could faintly see their distorted faces. Especially Princess Yan Yan, who was carried over by 4 guards, her limbs straight and stiff. She was jolted painfully, her face twisted in agony. Her swollen lips moved as she tried to shout but couldn't make a sound. Fu Qiqi's playful eyes sparkled like mountain waters as she laughed freely, feeling very happy. Little Zhao Zhao, who had somehow sneaked behind her sister, called out, "Sister, that bad person." Coincidentally, Princess Yan Yan's group was boarding the nearby Wen family boat. As if sensing something, her face turned, and she saw that face, one she hated and envied, the lowly person's face. This reminded her she had forgotten to deal with those lowly people. Ha ha ha, like a zombie, Princess Yan Yan was so anxious she tried to sit up straight. But a guard beside her pressed her down. Despite several attempts, she couldn't sit up. Frustrated and angry, she suddenly spat blood from her mouth. "Hurry and get on the boat. Someone needs to check her. The princess overexerted herself last night. She's injured internally and bleeding." A naive servant shouted. The Wen family members, standing on either side to support the cargo, were originally tense and serious. Hearing this, they forced a stiff, awkward smile, wanting to laugh but unable to. Princess Yan Yan, lying on the plank, suddenly tilted her head and fainted from anger. Seeing her desperate, lifeless state, Fu Qiqi and her sister couldn't help but laugh even more happily. The nearby cargo ship, probably belonging to the Wen family, was heading to Jiangzhou, possibly to sell Princess Yan Yan some face and take her along. At that moment, thunder roared from the distant mountains, heavy and dull. Rain began to fall lightly, matching the scene perfectly. First a fierce storm, then a gentle drizzle as they left. Fu Qiqi pulled Xiao Zhaozhao back to the cabin. She had barely eaten a few bites at dinner and had been fussing for over half an hour, so she was hungry. Tian took a bowl of hot water and a piece of meat cake, handing it to Qiqi. Qiqi had just taken a few bites when Steward Chen from the Wen family hurriedly entered. "Miss Fu, my master sent someone to say that the Yuang's people are catching up. We need to leave now." Qiqi put down her utensils and immediately said, "Let's go." Steward Chen, along with Xiu, turned and ran toward the ship's helmsman. "Helmsman, beat the drum, raise the sails." The helmsman struck the drum and bowed to the river god. Several sailors pushed the rudder, and as the ship shook slightly, the sea cargo ship slowly moved backward. After adjusting the direction, it quickly sped away. Qiqi stepped out of the cabin and stood at the bow. She saw countless soldiers rushing on horseback along the official road. The sound of hooves was deafening, and the flickering torches in the wind moved swiftly, like quick flashes. At the dock, the Wen family was shouting, "Hurry! Get on the ship! Leave everything behind, luggage, food, everything." When Shijun had just comforted her mother when she ran to the bow and shouted, "Father, older brother, you must stay alive." When Zixian jumped onto a high ground, waved to them, and nodded. The other 3 ships were also lining up and turning around in order, but it took some time. They were the first ship. To make room for the others, they sped up. Their vision grew farther, and on the shore, when family guards were already fighting with the Yuang soldiers. The sounds of fighting and screams never stopped. "Big brother." When Shijun suddenly saw when Zixian joined the fight with a long sword. She supported the ship's pole with both hands, tears streaming down her face. Qiqi comforted her, saying, "The main force of Yuang hasn't reached Qi County yet. Your father and older brother can escape." When Shijun silently nodded, but even so, she didn't know when she would see her father and older brother again. Qiu Jianbai also saw when Zixian's figure put away his jade bone fan and let out a barely audible laugh. He whispered, "Fool, there's no need for him to show off now." Next to him, Tiangong stated the facts. Young master Wen has a skilled protector provided by his maternal grandfather. No danger to his life. Qiu Jianbai nodded. Since the Wen family was driven away from their homeland, he guessed he was feeling uneasy and wanted to see blood, with a cold heart. A cold fog began to rise, and the rain fell harder and harder, making everything chilly. Qiqi returned to the cabin and heard a sharp, scolding voice from a girl in the distance. "How can you refugees live in my sea cargo ship's first-class cabin? Get down to the first floor now." "Hey, little sister, you might not realize the situation. This boat already belongs to my young lady," said Tian casually, leaning on the doorframe with calm confidence. When Shanmei blushed and angrily said, You're talking nonsense. The whole boat belongs to our Wen family. If you don't listen to orders, don't blame me for throwing you off the boat." When Shijun quickly stepped forward from behind Fu Qiqi and slapped Wen Shanmei across the face, with red eyes she said, "Father and elder brother are fighting to defend us. They are risking their lives to let us leave first. Are you worried about whether father and elder brother are hurt, or if they are safe? And you still have time to argue about the room? Why do you hit me? Father already said he's fine. We should take care of ourselves." Seeing it was when Shanmei glared with hatred but dared not fight back. However, her mother had said that her mother was sick, and this boat was her mother's greatest asset. From now on, she had to listen to her mother's arrangements. She raised her eyebrows arrogantly and complained, "And this is our family's boat. Why should outsiders stay on the top-class ship of the Jia type? I share a room with my mother and also have a maid. It's too crowded. Let them move to the first floor." When Shijun stood straight, her almond-shaped eyes serious and solemn. "This boat was sold by our father to Sister Fu. Now we're fleeing with Sister Fu from Diao County, and from now on, everything on the journey will be arranged by Fu Qiqi. Remember that." When Shanmei looked at Wen Shijun's very serious face and was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, her face flushed with anger. She grabbed the steward chin nearby and asked urgently, "Did my father sell the boat? Isn't this boat ours?" Steward Chin nodded.
Still, she was not convinced.
She pulled several servants and maids to ask around, and everyone silently nodded. Her angry red face gradually turned pale. So, the boat was truly sold by her father. She was furious and frustrated, but her eyes showed panic. In the end, she glared hatefully at Fuchichi and others, covered her face, and ran back to her room to discuss with her aunt. Fuchichi hesitated slightly, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Wen Shijun, this illegitimate sister, was not easy to deal with. Tian leaned over and whispered, "Miss, don't worry. This little troublemaker is so mischievous. I'll keep a close watch on her." Fuchichi nodded and instructed, "We need to quickly get familiar with the ship's affairs to prevent the Wen family from turning against us." Everyone nodded heavily. At the dock, in the midst of a life-and-death battle, when Zixin glanced at the distant river surface, she saw the cargo ships she cared about gradually moving away, turning into small black dots. Suddenly, a cold spear pierced through the air and struck her arm. "Young Master Biao? Young Master Da?"
Xia.
When Ping Song stood on the deck, watching his son. When he saw his son injured, his heart tightened and he shouted loudly, "Retreat! Everyone get back to the deck." When Zixin nodded, unwilling to fight, his guards carried injured brothers, forming a semicircle shield, and hurried back onto the ship. Song Fengyu stared coldly at Wen Zixin, leading his men to follow. They jumped onto the deck, and Wen family's guards fought desperately. Seeing the ship shake constantly, Song Fengyu was anxious and tried several times to jump onto the second floor, but failed each time. The battle lasted for half an hour. Finally, one ship after another left the harbor, and the enemies on board were cleared by the Wen family. Song Fengyu helplessly retreated to the shore, his face grim as he watched the last cargo ship depart, feeling powerless. If it weren't for over 300 men from Suwu County, he would have captured Wen family father and son today. Rain fell softly, washing away the bloodstains on the dock. All the guards saw the young master remain still, so no one dared to leave. When Jiang Song, drunk and dizzy, staggered along the wet ground, slipping countless times. Finally, muddy and late, he arrived. At the dock, only the gentle rain was heard pattering on Song Fengyu and his group. Looking at the river surface, the once prominent Wen family cargo ships had disappeared long ago. Only foreign merchant ships remained on both sides. When Jiang Song, holding his muddy cloak, exclaimed in surprise, "Young master, where is Wen Ping Song?" Song Fengyu turned around, his eyes cold and sharp, and asked back, "Is this the 5 cargo ships you mentioned offering? Is this the full confidence you spoke of? Is this what you said, that you already control the Wen family?" His 3 questions made Wen Jiangsong's back shiver with fear, and he dared not meet his gaze. Song Fengyu's fierce red eyes kept staring. Wen Jiangsong involuntarily hunched his back and stammered, I didn't know Wen Ping Song would be so bold, hiding a backup plan." Song Fengyu said slowly, "Seize all the unsteady merchant ships at the dock. Depart in half an hour to pursue." "Yes." When Jiang Song sighed in relief, but then felt a headache coming on. Such chaos disrupted the rules and put the Wen merchant fleet at risk. Suddenly, the entire harbor became lively again. The young workers were drafted as sailors. Song Fengyu sent guards to station watchmen and summoned the remnants of the frontline army. Several merchant boats, slowly, left the Wen family dock. On the first large ship heading out, Fuchichi was reviewing the crew list and supplies, as it was already late at night. The next day, until 8 a.m., the sun rose high. Chi-Chi only woke up then. After a simple wash, she called out, "Kayan, bring me the map from yesterday." Kayan was having breakfast. Hearing the call, she put down her large pancake, took the scroll hanging on the wall, and went into the room to hand it to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi opened the map and traced the river downstream, marking the points of the riverbanks they identified last night. Kayan brought a bowl of soup and a large meat pancake to the table. Young lady, eat your breakfast first before busying with other tasks. Chi-Chi picked up the soup and took a sip, then bit into the pancake, saying, ask Xiang Xi and Xiu to come in after breakfast. Kayan nodded and finished her breakfast quickly. Soon, everyone arrived. Chi-Chi tapped the table to signal everyone to find a seat and organize things calmly. We will travel south, passing through Jiangnan Prefecture, Wujuan City, and Liyuan before reaching the southern wilderness. The water route is smooth, probably taking 4 or 5 months. We will divide tasks to quickly master this sea cargo ship. Before the Wen family trusts us, we must keep everything secret. Xiu, take Songpan, Linsheng, and Liangping to familiarize yourselves with the ship's blade formation. Each pair will patrol the ship's watch duty. Huang Xiaobo, take your father and Uncle Chu to build good relations with the helmsmen and sailors. Xiang Yi and Kayan, keep an eye on the Wen family's master and servants. Auntie and auntie-in-law, spend more time in the kitchen and check the warehouse's grain daily. Xiang Xi is usually steady. If anyone has questions, ask Xiang Xi. Kayan asked, what about young Master Chiu and the others? Chi-Chi paused to think for a moment. She decided to act according to her own judgment regarding young Master Chiu and the others, who had discussed their destination with her. Let them act freely. Chi-Chi watched the quiet and obedient Chu Linger sewing clothes, then turned to Xiao Zhao Zhao by the window and said, Zhao Zhao, after practicing martial arts every day, learn embroidery from Linger. You're 7 now, it's time to learn how to make clothes. Xiao Zhao Zhao's face, fair and tender, drooped slightly. She pouted and said, I just don't want to use needles. Chi-Chi gently patted her head. Learn to take care of yourself. Wherever you are, you need to be able to look after yourself. Seeing her sister's serious face, Xiao Zhao Zhao fell silent. The one Jia Merchant Blue Sign sea cargo ship has a new name, Sea Spirit. If asked about the name's origin, there's no special reason. It just sounds powerful. The Sea Spirit sails southward, from late spring to the autumn equinox, passing through summer, until it finally reaches Longmen Town in the southern wilderness. At the west dock of Longmen Town, 2 shirtless men are lying on a big tree, sleeping soundly, with drool hanging from their mouths. Suddenly, a fly flies by. One of the men unconsciously swats at it, catches it, and puts it in his mouth. He chews a couple of times with his eyes closed and swallows. His movements are very skillful. Suddenly, the sound of river water hitting the dock and cheers from afar are heard. One big man opens his eyes, sits up abruptly, and lets out a loud ah, then falls flat on his back. He quickly gets up, rubbing his backside, and looks around. A ship. A big ship. People. Many. Brothers. Here comes a fat sheep. He forgets his sore bottom, runs and shouts. A bandit who doesn't want to be a lazy fish isn't a good bandit. Sheryang village. Oh, this place is so remote. Finally a fat sheep has come. The speaker is the leader, Lei Hujing, who is tugging at his rough beard, smiling widely. Go, go, go. Let everyone check their gear and prepare to catch the sheep. Yes. Catch the sheep and eat meat, become a lazy fish. A few bandit leaders cheerfully scatter, beating drums and waking everyone up. Tired from spring fatigue and autumn drowsiness, the bandits, who were napping, hear about a big event and run faster than rabbits. They rush to the warehouse to grab knives, swords, hoes, spears, and pointed sticks. In 15 minutes, everyone is assembled. Lei Hujing, holding 2 pickaxes, stands on a large stone with 1 foot and begins to give a speech. What is the purpose of our Sheryang village? Bandits who don't want to be lazy fish are not good bandits. Over 100 bandits reply in unison. Lei Hujing nods with satisfaction. Today, Monkey Spirit is exploring the land. At the west dock below the mountain, a once-in-a-century event has happened. A huge. Monkey Spirit jumps up and gestures. Boss, it's a huge ship, 3 stories tall, as long as Yanzi city wall. Lei Hujing shouts loudly. Yes, it must have lots of grain, clothes, tables, and big barrels. He pauses, searching for words. Anyway, it definitely has many things. He raises both pickaxes and swings them toward the sky. Let's raid. Take everything. The bandits raise their weapons and shout, raid. Take everything. Down at the dock, the sea spirit slowly approaches the shallow waters. All that can be seen is a dilapidated, overgrown area with no sign of people. Fu Chichi sighed. Indeed, it was desolate. Due to long-term neglect, the river's shallow areas revealed strange-shaped rocks that were easy to hit, making it impossible for large ships to dock near the shore. Kwang Xiaobo received Chi-Chi's orders, struck the drum, and shouted, "Lower the sails, release the barge." The sailors on the first floor responded, releasing 3 barges, each capable of holding 12 people. Seeing Fu Chi-Chi adjust her skirt and jump onto one of the barges, Songling's third young master, Ping Shuyao, mischievously winked and jumped down, landing behind Chi-Chi. Ping Shuyao, with a flirtatious tone, said, "Chi-Chi, I'm coming with you." Chi-Chi shot him a glance. Having spent over a month together, she was now used to Ping Shuyao's playful, snake-like personality. The 3 barges quickly filled with people, and the sailors slowly rowed toward the shore. The moment Chi-Chi's right foot touched the land, a strange feeling arose. Her wood element's special power spun inside her, giving her a sense of belonging that broke free like a cocoon. Chi-Chi proudly declared, "This land, Fu Chi-Chi, claim it." "Big sister, are we going to settle here?" Xiao Zhaozhao's bright eyes sparkled. Chi-Chi held Zhao Zhao's hand with her left and Yan Yan's with her right, loudly saying, "Yes, this will be our home." Her clear, pure cat-like eyes shimmered like a glass light, making her glow brightly. Ping Shuyao was captivated, his heart fluttering. He swallowed nervously, trying to suppress his excitement, and gently stroked the curved moon wolf knife on his wrist. Licking his lips, Ping Shuyao leaned in and, with a mischievous smile, said, "Chi-Chi, your home is my home." Zaya's Hao suddenly puffed up and huffed, "Dream on." "I told you, my sister isn't suitable for you." Ping Shuyao winked charmingly at Chi-Chi, smiling seductively. Zaya's Hao, it's fate that binds us. Thanks to you, little matchmaker. I've prepared a gift, a coral tree and a box of jade beads to thank you. Zaya's Hao pouted her little mouth, determined to cause trouble. After checking, she thought her future brother-in-law was not as good as Brother Tsang. She only regretted that she was young and couldn't see clearly, fooled by his handsome appearance. She wouldn't admit that she was interested in a box of top-quality southern pearls and casually asked, "Are you married?" "I have a beautiful sister too." One after another, everyone arrived at the dock, scattering to observe the terrain. Chi-Chi carefully examined the empty dock, which covered nearly 3,000 square meters, with about 20 dilapidated houses at the far end. She waved her hand to call Shiyu and Kwang Xiaobo, saying, "Leave 10 people on the boat to help the others disembark." It's almost noon now. After lunch, everyone arranged the 20 or so houses at the dock. "Let's rest here for a few days." "Okay, Sister Chi-Chi." After Shiyu and Kwang Xiaobo responded, she instructed the sailors to board the boat and assist the others. Hearing about lunch, Steward Chen from the Wen family and Kwang Bo, along with their men, had already started gathering discarded bricks to build a stove. "It smells terrible, such a broken place," when Shan Mei wrinkled her nose in disgust. Aunt Hua had been scolded several times by Chi-Chi along the way, and she was still frightened, mainly worried that her mistress might sell her. She gently pulled her daughter's hand and nose, softly comforting her. "Shauna, let's stay with the lady for now. When father comes to pick us up, everything will be fine." They had traveled by water for 4 or 5 months, encountering bandits and soldiers from different states, fighting countless times. When Shan Mei had come to see the harsh reality. But even though there were good docks where they could stay for months, Chi-Chi insisted on bringing them to this desolate place, which made her very upset. "I heard there's a swallow city here, Auntie. Can we ask Steward Chen to take us to the city and wait for father there?" When Shijun approached, her expression a mix of happiness and anger. "All you do is cause trouble on the way. You haven't helped at all, just making things worse. After 4 or 5 months of hardship, when Shijun, who was charming yet gentle and elegant, now looked more determined and fierce. Thinking of how she had risked her life to save her, resulting in many guards dying, when Shanmei was speechless. In just a moment, her face flushed with embarrassment, she hurriedly argued, "This place is deserted, with nowhere to buy supplies. If we stay for months, the noble lady might turn into a wild person, and it would shame father." If her life was at risk, she didn't care about her reputation. When Shijun coldly shot her a glance and said impatiently, "Not willing to stay?
Fine.
We'll give you 20 people, and Manhwa can take you and your brother to the city."
Ah,
Miss Shawner is just being naive. "I apologize to you, miss." Manhwa pinched her daughter's arm, her eyes sharp, stopping her. When Shijun left a final remark, "Hopefully, Manhwa can teach you that survival comes first. Mother, look at her. What she's so proud of." When Shijun stomped her foot, angrily protesting. Just then, Chi-Chi, busy untangling the rain cloth, heard the hurried footsteps approaching from afar. She shouted, "Someone's coming."
swish.
Everyone stopped their work and, well-trained, drew their swords, forming a 5-row inverted triangle to face the threat. Soon, over 100 bandits? Refugees? They catch everyone's attention. The leader at the front is very tall, about 1.90 meters, carrying 2 axes. He has a square face with big, copper gong-like eyes, an eagle-shaped nose, and thin lips. Overall, his appearance is somewhat ordinary, but when he stands among others, it feels a bit awkward. On a 3-meter-wide mud road, over 100 bandits march in a grand, showy way, each step loud and deliberate. 7-7, who has sharp eyes, notices that most of the bandits are barefoot, stomping the ground, grimacing in pain but not making a sound. Little Zhao Zhao points at the bandits with half coverage of animal skins and torn cloth, puzzled. "Sister, the bandits from Shiryang's stronghold look pretty poor. They can't even afford proper clothes?" Cha Yen clicks her tongue. "They're a bit poor, but their muscles are strong." Kwang Xiaobo scoffs. "Half a rusty sword. No bloodshed in a long time." Xiang Yi kicks him, making him shut up. This woman is getting fiercer. At the dock, the bandits stop. They move in groups of 5 or 10, like ants carrying loads. When they get a good look, a wave of surprise erupts.
Oh my.
So many little fairies. So handsome. I want to marry a wife. I want that big-breasted lady with floral clothes. She's so lively. Suddenly, everyone's eyes focus on Hua Shi's chest. Hua Shi's face turns pale, and she quickly covers her chest, stepping back behind when Shijun glances coldly at her. Her father isn't here, and a concubine who dresses up and tightens her clothes every day. Who is she trying to impress?
Bang bang.
Hearing the commotion behind, Lei Jinghu, wielding 2 axes, smashes them on the ground and shouts at the bandits behind him, "Stop the fuss. Stop it." Everyone quickly quiets down, disciplined. Lei Jinghu also likes women with big chests. Hua Shi is very beautiful, even more than the noble ladies in Yanzi City. He swallows hard. He glances at the distant big ship, where many people are still coming ashore. Plump, shiny, and healthy. If they hijack them, they'll have enough food and clothing for the winter. He clears his throat loudly. "This territory belongs to me. Thieves are still thieves. Our Dongyang rules only allow us to take 30% of the goods. Put down your loot and leave quickly." He steps forward to take a look at Hua Shi's big chest. Chi-Chi ignores him, turning her back and walking forward slowly, 5 meters ahead. Ping Xiuyao casually plays with a wolf's knife, making circles with it, following Chi-Chi closely like a bodyguard. "From today onward, this land belongs to me," said Fu Chi-Chi, with a blink and a bright smile. The delicate young woman's boast seemed like a child's game to the bandits, causing a loud burst of laughter among them. "Ha ha ha, big boss, this woman must have her eyes on you. She wants to be the wife of the village chief. Big boss, will there be a little tiger cub tomorrow?" Lei Jinghua turned his big eyes and carefully examined Fu Chi-Chi from head to toe. He said seriously, it's not impossible, but she's too thin. Hard to take care of. Suddenly, a flying knife shot out. It stuck into the ground near Lei Jinghua's heel. She proudly lifted her small chin. We're so poor we make noise, and I look like a bear. I seem to lack some brains. You still want to be my brother-in-law? Dream on. Lei Jinghua's rough shoes revealed his big toes, which gently brushed the sharp knife. The blade was so sharp it cut his toe slightly. Lei Jinghua was a bit slow-witted, but he had seen much. He stopped showing contempt, raised his hand, and signaled others to step back a few paces.
Swish.
Dozens of figures rushed forward and directly knocked his hand down. The bandits always followed his old plan. When faced with resistance, they charged quickly to finish the fight. They never dared to look at his hand. How dare you give our big boss a warning?
Attack. Charge. Charge.
Seeing the bandits rush forward, Fu Qiqi and her companions remained calm and stood still. Fu Qiqi chuckled softly, flicked her hand, and threw 2 balls into the river.
Boom.
2 loud explosions. Instantly, a water curtain shot up 10 meters high, mud and sand flew everywhere, and fish floated white-bellied on the surface. The bandits seemed to press a pause button, stopping in their tracks, stunned with fear. They looked at the broken fish scales falling to the ground and stammered. Wow. Powerful hidden weapons. Such a fierce beauty. Lei Jinghua kept his composure, controlling his trembling hand, and asked Fu Qiqi, which mountain sect are you from? Which temple do you worship? Fu Qiqi raised an eyebrow. She didn't understand the jargon, but it didn't stop her from claiming her territory. She showed a small white tooth and smiled sweetly. From today, Longmen Town's West Wharf is my territory. She then took out 2 more grenades, playing like a game, and casually threw them onto the shore.
Boom.
A thick cloud of smoke rose, then quickly dispersed, revealing a big crater.
Ah.
Big boss, run. This time, the bandits were so scared they trembled with fear, screaming nonstop. Without Lei Jinghua's orders, they all quickly retreated 10 meters away. If these things exploded on them, there would be no bones left. The tall Thundershock tiger twisted his square face and stared at the big pit, lost in thought for a while. Suddenly, he knelt down with a loud thud and said excitedly to Fu Qiqi, "Boss. From now on, you are our big boss." Fu Qiqi's eyes flickered. This big guy was pretty clever. Since he couldn't beat her, he lowered his head first. Over 100 free workers, if used well, they could become a strong and skilled team for farming and fighting. Fu Qiqi looked at the band of bandits behind her, her presence suddenly turning fierce and commanding. Want to follow me? That's fine, but from now on, you must follow our rules. 1. It's voluntary. Sign a contract if you agree. 2. Earn your food with your skills. I don't support idlers. The bandits looked at each other. Their motto in Dongyang village was fight sheep, eat meat, and be lazy like salted fish. But the fierce little beauty said they still had to work. The air grew quiet and strange. Thundershock Tiger scratched his head and pulled out handfuls of hair, looking anxious and unsure. His master once said opportunities are like fleeting clouds, gone in an instant. If you find a good chance, you must grab it, even if it's embarrassing. Maybe this was a good chance? His sword was sharp, his clothes bright, and his face chubby. Surely, this was the good day his master said was falling into his lap. Thundershock Tiger loudly declared, "Boss. You are my boss, Thundershock Tiger's boss." Some of the bandits behind him weren't happy. "Big boss, we won't follow you to serve the new master. We're staying in Dongyang village to find the 3rd boss." "Big boss, I'm going back to the mountain too." I'm going back too." Dozens of bandits spoke up one after another. Fu Qiqi nodded and signaled him to stand up. Thundershock Tiger knelt, but didn't get up. "Boss, can you let my brothers go back to the mountain?" Fu Qiqi's eyes lifted slightly. "Yes, but if you cause trouble and I catch you, my grenades won't recognize you." Thundershock Tiger happily thanked her repeatedly, stood up, and clasped his fists to his brothers behind him. "We're brothers. I, Old Thunder, only want to take my personal belongings. Everything else on the mountain belongs to my brothers." Thanks to his impressive axe skills and his daring, most of the stolen items were because of him. This act of loyalty made the bandits grateful. After thanking her, they quickly dispersed. Unexpectedly, more than 20 bandits decided to stay and follow Thundershock Tiger. Fu Chichi watched nearly 100 people heading back to the mountain with a faint smile. These were all her farm workers, and not a single one could escape. Among the returning bandits, 4 or 5 quietly moved to a fork in the road and gathered in a hidden spot. Send a message to the master. Suddenly, a group of outsiders has come to Longmen Town, and it looks like they plan to stay here for a while. Both of you keep an eye on this group. Do not let them go up Mount Maofeng.
Yes.
In the deep mountain valley of Longmen Town, loud shouts from miners' leaders could be heard everywhere. They waved whips and looked fierce. The miners, dressed in ragged clothes and very thin, hurried past when they saw these fierce leaders, especially when the leaders waved whips to hit people. A dark-skinned young boy came out of a dark cave, carrying a basket. He hadn't seen sunlight in a long time, and the bright light almost made him stumble and fall. He steadied the pole on his shoulder and walked toward the hillside on the right. After the miner's leader checked that his basket was full of brown stones, he made the boy dump the stones down the hill. The miner's leader found his name in a book and marked it heavily. He looked at the boy coldly and snorted through his nose, "Jingmanzi, you finished your 3 loads, but your father still owes 2 loads today. If you don't finish, no food for you." 17-year-old Jingmanzi wanted to speak and ask for mercy, but thinking about the beating he received earlier, he lowered his head. Worried about his father's health, Jingmanzi quickly carried his basket and hurried into the cave. Inside, faint lights flickered where people were working. The miners were using iron chisels to carve stones on the wall. Meanwhile, a fierce argument was happening where Jingmanzi was headed back. "Get out. You're almost dead, and you're still holding that sharp chisel." Stubborn San kicked Zheng Datu in the stomach. Zheng Datu, already sick, spat out blood but still clung tightly to San's leg. "That's our family's chisel."
Give it back to me.
Sen spat and said, "Are you going to let go? If not, I'll kick you to death." Zheng Datu, weak and hoarse, said, "No. My son needs it for work." A kind-hearted miner nearby tried to stop the fight. "San, old Zheng is sick. His son has to do the work of 2 people. If you hold onto the good iron chisel, how will he dig stones?" "Yeah, San, you should get your iron chisel fixed. It's very useful." "Nonsense. Mind your own business. Anyone who meddles, I'll deal with them too." Rebellious San, with a scarred face and a sneaky look, spoke sinisterly. His legs were impatient as Zheng Dezhang, like a snake, blocked him. He suddenly kicked out with his right foot, knocking Zheng Dezhang away, who then crashed into a piece of ore. "Zheng Dezhang? Big brother Dezhang?" A faint light revealed a winding trail of blood, making the scene look eerie and frightening. Rebellious Sen shivered and, taking advantage of the distraction, hurriedly ran away. Soon after, Zheng Manzi returned and saw his father lying in Uncle Xiang's arms. Uncle Du saw Zheng Manzi rushing over and said urgently, "Quick, carry your father out." He hit his head badly. Zheng Manzi's face turned pale, and he dropped his with a clatter. He rushed over, held his father, and saw that his father's face was full of blood and looked very thin. He cried loudly, "Dad." He stood up, carrying his father toward the cave entrance. As they exited, they bumped into a miner boss, who looked furious and grim. The boss swung his whip and struck Zheng Manzi's back. "Wanna die? Rebel." Zheng Manzi endured the terrible pain in his back, his eyes turning red, and said, My dad is hurt." The miner boss looked at Zheng Dezhang as if inspecting a stray cat, then glanced at him, blood all over his face, and said with a sneer, "If he's dead, just throw him into the burial pit." Zheng Manzi's face stiffened, and a struggle flickered in his eyes. He gently put down his father, then suddenly knelt heavily on the ground and bowed deeply. "Please, let the doctor see my father. Please save him. I carry 5 loads of stones a day. No, 5 loads. Please, let the doctor check on my father." The miner boss looked grim and sneered, You think this is a place for leisure, calling for a doctor every day? If he dies, just throw him away. Don't break the rules. He had asked them over 10 times in the past month, but no one paid attention or was willing to let them go down the mountain to see a doctor. Desperate, Zhang Manzi looked at the minor boss, but was met with mockery and disdain. His father, lying weak on the ground, reached out and tugged at Zhang Manzi's pants. Zhang Manzi quickly turned around, picked up his father, tears welling in his eyes, and cried out painfully, "Dad." Zhang Dazhang, knowing his time was near, opened his mouth to speak. He suddenly coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. He gasped for breath a few times, then managed to suppress the blood in his stomach. "Manzi, I'm going. I'm leaving. You must. Live well. Go home. And take care of your mother and younger siblings." His head tilted, and he passed away. "Dad." Zhang Manzi shouted desperately, tears streaming down his face. His thin hands clenched into fists, veins bulging, trembling with emotion. The passing miners looked at the thin, badly injured Zheng Dedu with sympathy. But in just a moment, the miner leader confidently whipped the stones, showing off as they cracked loudly. "What's going on? Have you all finished your tasks? Why isn't anyone eating?" The crowd, numb from exhaustion, carried their baskets and hammers and dispersed. For someone like Zheng Dedu, a few people usually die every 8 or 10 days. Everyone was used to it. Under the minor leader's urging, Zheng Manzi, with a pale face, held his father's corpse and walked toward the burial pit. At that moment, a man in gray clothes from the mountain came down and saw a young boy holding a body. He spat and said, a dead person, bad luck." Spit splattered on Zheng Dedu's face. Zheng Manzi's eyes turned cold, sharp as he glared at him. The gray-clad man sneered arrogantly, "Little brat, need a lesson?" Seeing that he looked clean and well-dressed, Zheng Manzi knew he shouldn't provoke him. He lowered his head in disappointment and kept walking forward, but no one saw his face twist with hatred, his eyes burning with anger. The gray-clad man, seeing him behave, hummed a little tune and went up the mountain. He arrived at a wooden house and heard crying inside. He stepped back behind the wooden fence and shouted, "Mo Fangzhu, I have something important to report." The rough voice of Mo Fangzhu responded, "Wait, I haven't finished my business." Inside, there were sounds of chaos, which made the gray-clad man feel a rush of heat in his lower body. After 15 minutes, everything was done. A woman, wearing a coat that revealed her upper chest, came out. When she saw the gray-clad man, she looked down and chuckled softly, biting her lip, and lightly tugged at her shoulder. The gray-clad man, breathing quickly, looked around and suddenly reached out boldly, grabbing and groping her. When he heard the door of the wooden house creak, he quickly let go and walked toward the house. The woman in the coat adjusted her clothing, turned her head, and made a small kiss toward Mo Fangzhu, then giggled flirtatiously. Mo Fangzhu, pulling up his pants, came out laughing and cursing, "Girl, tonight, if you keep acting like that, I'll tear you apart." The woman in the coat deliberately arched her back, making Mo Fangzhu's pants loosen, reluctant to fasten them again. The gray-clad man entered the wooden house, which still smelled strange. His face showed some dissatisfaction. Seeing Mo Fangzhu give him a cold look, the gray man quickly suppressed his thoughts and respectfully bowed, then said, "Mo Fangzhu, a big ship has arrived at the West Dock. It's run by a woman who says she plans to stay here long." Lei Jinghu led everyone to rob, but he didn't draw his sword. Instead, he turned and acknowledged this woman as the boss. The Mo Fang master's face darkened, and he spat. "That fool isn't easy to fool. Why is it that those women look so pretty?" A large droplet of saliva, carried by the wind, stuck to the gray-clad man's face. He smiled more respectfully and said, "They're all very pretty, like fairy maidens I've heard." The Mo Fang master's previously lowered mood suddenly lifted. He quickly stood up, excited, and said, "I'll bring some people down the mountain with you." The gray-clad man looked uneasy. "People below say that woman is a bit strange. She has powerful hidden weapons that can create a 3-meter-wide hole in the ground when thrown." There are dozens of people. All seem to be skilled fighters, each armed with swords or knives. Hearing words like skilled fighters and powerful hidden weapons, the Mo Fong master calmed down a bit and sat back in his chair. Could she be a disciple from that mountain sect? If she's from the martial world, it's better to avoid her first. The masters need the goods urgently and can't afford trouble. Thinking of this, the Mo Fong master's expression became serious. Keep a close watch and find out who these women really are. Also, absolutely do not let anyone discover this place, or we'll all have to face the master. The gray-clad man nodded sharply. Yes. The Mo Fong master thought about how urgent today's shipment was. He decided he had to personally keep an eye on things. He waved his hand and said, "Go to the warehouse and bring some dried meat. Then go down the mountain to check the situation. We still have shipments today, and I need to oversee the count." He led a group of 5 people and headed to the right side of the mountain valley, turning onto a high below. They walked straight down for half an hour, where secretly more than 300 people were working and hammering. The gray-clad man stood on a rock, waiting until he saw no sign of the Mo Fong master. Then he quietly took another path to a wooden house, hiding behind the trees. After waiting for about 15 minutes, he saw the patrols leave. He quickly slipped to the window behind the wooden house, gently pushed it open, just enough to slip inside, as the window was left open for him. He rolled into the wooden house and heard water splashing in a small room inside, along with soft, melodious singing from a woman. His body warmed, and he hurriedly took off his clothes until he was fully, then pushed open the door and jumped into a wooden tub.
Dead ghost. Ah.
It was the woman in the plain shirt he saw earlier. She leaned back against the tub, tilted her head, and placed her feet on the edge, panting softly as she said, "You, dead ghost. You sent me away, and now you come back to bother me." The man in gray was diligently devouring his food when he heard the woman softly scold him. He mumbled unclear words. That was just a temporary measure. We need to get through the days first. Once the country is settled, I will take the imperial exam and get a title for you. The woman endured the intense passion, softly uttering a single word. Fearing someone outside might hear, she bit her lip to suppress her warm moans. Her charming eyes, like silk, looked straight at the ceiling beam, where a male spider was spinning its web, looping it 7 or 8 times. The female spider, proud, slowly crawled into the web afterward. She couldn't help but think of countless imagined scenes. She sat gracefully, wearing a pearl crown, dressed in fine silk, calling servants to her side. At the west dock after lunch, Fuchichi took a walk around and spotted a dried-up riverbank 5,000 miles away, covering over 10,000 acres. She planned to build a camp there. At 3:30 in the afternoon, under a large tree near the houses, Fuchichi gathered everyone for a meeting. She picked up a notebook and read aloud. "Chichi, we have 96 people in total. There are 29 with Lei Jinghu, and 10 are on ships. We need to accommodate 115 people. There are 23 repaired houses on the dock. We will reserve 6 as storage, leaving only 17. We can fit up to 60 people, squeezing in if needed. We haven't counted in Prince Ping's group of 10. After finishing, she took out a roster organized by Steward Chen and continued reading. Lei Jinghu's people have registered and cross-checked their backgrounds, household registration, family members, and how they became bandits. Fuchichi no longer looked as sweet and delicate as before. Her expression grew more proud and steady. In the past 6 months, Chi-Chi had learned a lesson. Even though she hadn't provoked anyone, trouble kept finding her, and she often faced desperate situations. It was because they looked like helpless refugees or common folk. Those arrogant nobles had a bad habit of bullying the weak, trampling on them, insulting, beating, or even taking lives and selling people at will. In the end of the world, there's a saying, if you fall behind, you get beaten. So, she wanted to become strong, so formidable that others would fear her. When everyone finished reporting, Fuchichi withdrew her thoughts, jumped down from the tree branch, and looked around at everyone. This time, we traveled by water, boldly using grenades and bombs to scare the river bandits in the green forest. We lost few people and safely reached Longmen town. We thought the first tough battle, attacking Yangzai village, would be difficult, but it turned out to be surprisingly easy, no bloodshed. It's not necessarily true that all surrounding tribes are easy to deal with, and those who follow us along the way, coveting our grenades and bombs, won't easily let us go. Our powerful gunpowder supplies are limited. Falling behind means we'll be attacked. We need to be strong and prepared. Since we plan to settle in the southern wilderness long term, we must eat well and stay warm. We can't afford to be defeated. Therefore, my plan is to develop infrastructure and build an armed force at the same time. Huang Xiaobo, Xiu, and others listened to Qi talk about military systems and various war stories. They were already excited and full of hope, nodding eagerly. Xiao Zhaozhao waved her tiny sword and said, "Sister, I want to be a female general." Fu Qi, hanging upside down from a tree branch with her small arms and legs, glanced at her and said, "Female warrior goddess, work on your arms' strength." Xiao Zhaozhao stuck out her tongue, practicing her skills while also listening carefully. Fu Qi casually took down her bag hanging from the tree and pulled out a stack of paper, asking Xiao Yan to read. The main points were home construction point system, military management for defending the homeland, and establishing military regulations. Though everyone was a bit confused at first, they gradually understood that this would be their home. After nearly 2 years of wandering, they finally had a home. Not only that, they would also overthrow their status as oppressed farmers and live a life free from bullying. They would have food, silver, and brick houses. Even Guangbo, the honest man who always worked hard, had shining eyes and was teary-eyed with excitement. After the core team finished their meeting, everyone was walking happily, full of joy. Fu Qi jumped onto a tree branch alone, hands behind her back, gazing into the unknown distance. This is the responsibility that comes with greater power, as Brother Tsong once said in the Apocalypse. She planned to live well in this strange world and build a city of hope, just like the base in the end-of-world stories. Meanwhile, far away in Wucheng County, along the Wei River, a cargo boat was flowing downstream along Fu Qi's route. Standing at the bow was a tall man, his hair like a sharp blade, black eyes deep and calm, like a detailed ink painting, serene and elegant, yet imposing. The man at the bow gazed into the distant mountains, a gentle smile spreading across his face, making the surrounding scenery seem dull in comparison. Beiju approached and stood beside him, saying, "Master, in half a month, we should reach Longmen town." "Good. Have the boatman speed up," the man replied in a clear voice. The handsome and noble-looking man is Lord Yuxian. He was supposed to leave a few months ago to find Miss Fu. In March, when he was returning his eldest sister to Bian City, he encountered internal chaos. After several battles, the fighting lasted 4 or 5 months. Longmen town at the dock, everyone was busy moving supplies. Especially the newly surrendered bandits, who seemed to have never seen the world before, kept shouting in shock, admiration, and respect. They often ran to the temporary notice board to look at the armor, swords, bows, crossbows, guns, spears, axes, whips, maces, meteor hammers, wolf-tooth hammers. Take Lei Jinghu, for example. Today was his 7th time feeling the heavy black armor. Reluctantly, he put it down and quickly carried 4 bags of millet, walking forward. His square face showed a big, silly smile, like a man weighing 200 jin. Behind him, a group of bandits followed, working with great energy. The boss is really wise. He brought us to follow old Master Fu. As the third-in-command said, "Good birds choose good trees to settle on." Look at the grain old Master Fu unloaded, lots of rice, flour, millet, soybeans, white and full. A bandit, shirtless, marveled. "Idiot, that's called a good bird choosing a good tree to roost." Another bandit rolled his eyes at him. Another bandit said, "Hee hee, I traded points for some mixed grain buns at noon. They had pickled vegetables and diced meat inside. They were so tasty, I almost bit my tongue off." At this moment, a man dressed in gray robes, looking like a scholar, led 7 or 8 people to the dock entrance. Several of them froze in surprise. The dock, overgrown with weeds and in poor condition, had been cleared in just 3 days to reveal a wide, flat area of about 10 meters. The entire dock entrance was surrounded by wooden fences. Now, the wooden gate was tightly closed, leaving only a small 2-person-wide door, guarded by 2 guards in light armor, each with a large sword at their waist. The gray-robed man approached the small gate with curiosity and smiled at the guards. "Brothers, I am Yang Guangxing, the third in command of Dongyang village. Today, I come to deliver supplies to our Lord Lei." The guards looked at them proudly, waving a few pieces of dried meat and 2 dull gray cloths, and said disdainfully, "Ordinary people are not allowed inside. Please wait here." Yang Guangxing was still confused, then paused. The dried meat he handed over was meant to show goodwill. The guard frowned slightly. Miss Fu had said that now, as their supplies were being transferred from the ship to the dock, they couldn't let outsiders see the goods. Since their house wasn't built yet, outsiders couldn't come and go freely. Besides, a small piece of dried meat wasn't anything impressive. The nearby bandits still wanted to break in, but 2 guards jumped down quickly, showing sharp knives. Seeing the cold, gleaming blades, the bandits shut their mouths. Lei Jinghu, who was working, heard someone looking for him. He put down his sack, grabbed a towel to wipe his sweat, and ran over. When he saw Yang Guangxing, Lei Jinghu looked surprised and said casually, "Third brother is here. What's the matter?" "Nothing much, go back."
I'm Buse.
Yang Guangxing waved the meat and cloth in his hands and said, "Big brother, let's go inside and sit down to talk." Lei Jinghu's face, which was full of energy, showed some annoyance. "Outsiders are not allowed inside. Besides, I am busy today." "Outsiders? Are they now considered family members of the women?" Yang Guangxing was surprised. "Big brother, are you not going back to the mountain?" The mountain was so poor it jingled, so who wanted to go back? Lei Jinghu chuckled and confidently said, "No, I am not going back." Today, he was moving over 20 bags of supplies. Dinner could be replaced with 3 large white steamed buns, so fragrant. He wanted to finish moving the supplies early because tomorrow he planned to transport stones. Old Fu said that whoever gathered the first 100 carts of stones could exchange for a set of dark armor. So impressive. His heart was itching with excitement. Yes. This was the first step of Fuchichi's plan to build their home, called Home Construction Point System. Everyone's daily needs, clothing, food, shelter, and travel, were exchanged based on their labor, for different levels of meals, clothes, weapons, and more. Yang Guangxing, the third leader of Dongyang village, returned to the village with a gloomy face. That woman named Fu was serious. She really planned to stay here long-term. Mo Fangzhu was asked to find out the details within 5 days. He had to come up with a plan and immediately summon some trusted followers. "Keep an eye on the people at the foot of the mountain. Report any movement immediately. I'm thinking of a way to find out where they come from." "Yes, third leader." The trusted followers took their tasks and each carried a bag of grain from the warehouse, heading to the base at the foot of the mountain. "Mom, I don't want to make clothes. Let's go find Dad." Looking at the needle on her hands, when Shanming's tears fell steadily. Aunt Hua sighed and said, "There's fighting everywhere. We women are weak. If we go out, we might be harmed. Besides, we don't even know where your dad is hiding now or where to find him. I don't care. I won't make clothes. I refuse to believe Fuchichi would dare not feed me." When Shanming was getting angrier the more she thought about it and kicked over her embroidery basket, Aunt Hua put down her sewing and gently wiped her daughter's tears, saying helplessly, "We have to bow our heads under the eaves. You forgot." At that time, Mother was daydreaming and also trying to control the riverboats, colluding with the boatmen to force her off the boat. When the truth was exposed, she kept us locked up for more than a month, making us sew over 100 clothes. This happened shortly after we left Qi County, in March. When Shanmei had been calm for the past 2 months, but she lost her mind again and returned to her old spoiled and stubborn ways. She trembled and cried, asking, "So, in the future, will we have to work to earn our meals?" Aunt Flower hugged her daughter tightly, gently patting her back with a look of resentment. No, it won't always be like this. Once things settle down, there will be a turning point. Mrs. Wen, sitting on the porch in a plain blue dress, listened to the quarrel next door with a calm expression, helping Sparrow thread her needle. Sparrow worried. Madam, we should find a different room for the young lady. Your health just got better. With all the noise next door, crying loudly during the day, and the little ones causing trouble, you can't handle it. Mrs. Wen smiled gently and said slowly, It's not a problem. Let them make noise if they want. Their nature won't change in a few months or half a year. They are ungrateful. They are ungrateful. They don't realize that Miss Fu has spared them several times out of respect for the master. If they offend her again now, with her current strict methods, it won't end well. They are truly foolish. Although Mrs. Wen was from a military family, she had the gentle and kind temperament of her mother, Lady Yongjia. She spoke softly and smoothly, explaining patiently. Then she overheard inside that when Shanmei was coming up with a bad idea. Mother, let's go find Madam. She is the legitimate wife and should raise me. If we cause trouble for her a few times and then she falls ill, look at Wen Shijun. Will he still care about his mother's health? The maid, Lotus, hurried back angrily from the square. Miss, the bandits who follow Miss Fu have been scolded and are now behaving properly. But Aunt Flower's outfit is too eye-catching, attracting the bandits' attention. They're gossiping about her large chest and small waist. You're not married yet, so you shouldn't let that ruin your reputation. When Shijun was helping Chi-Chi to write the account book when she heard this, Anne looked grim. The west dock of Longmen Town is on the southern wilderness border. There are few ships docked, and the dock is somewhat abandoned. It's not built with large houses, only a few rows of connected houses. When people step outside, everything is clearly visible. After thinking for a moment, Wen Shijun put down her brush and turned to the third room on the left. Inside, Aunt Flower was smiling sweetly, pinning a flower into Wen Shanmei's hair. Wen Shijun greeted her and entered, standing straight and sitting properly. Aunt Flower put down the silk flower, gently tugged at Wen Shanmei's clothes, and Wen Shanmei reluctantly called out, Elder sister. Wen Shijun nodded slightly, then looked at Aunt Hua in her green long dress with a matching small jacket, which was quite proper. After glancing at her, she frowned deeply. Aunt Hua wore a pink embroidered silk dress covered with dense crabapple flower patterns, which showed off her graceful figure and accentuated her rounded upper body, giving her a charming and alluring look. When Shijun's bright eyes narrowed, her face cold with frost, and her voice was calm. Aunt Hua, we are fleeing to the wilderness, not staying in a fancy house. The dock is busy with many people, mostly men. You should change out of these flashy clothes and tight dress. They make men look at you too much. Think about yourself, and also consider the reputation of your second sister. She spoke directly and clearly, every word sharp. Hearing this, Aunt Hua trembled violently, tears falling like rain, and she cried out uncontrollably, Miss, you can't blame me for my innocence. This dress was given to me by your father. He liked me to wear it. I just wanted to please the master. When Shanmeng heard Wen Shijun speak and insult her mother, she was furious. She stepped forward 2 steps, glaring angrily at her, almost wanting to scold her. Those unworthy people are the ones with no manners. Why do you blame my aunt? She used to dislike that everyone praised Wen Shijun for being courteous, elegant, and proper, just like noble daughters from the capital. But now her words were sharp and carried a rough, street-smart attitude, like the strict housekeeper's wife. It seemed natural for her to act this way. When Shijun looked coldly at the angry mother and daughter, her eyes still icy. Look at your outfit. Look at everyone here. If you're not careful, send someone to listen to what people are saying. That's enough. If your charming appearance causes trouble or ruins our family's reputation, I will do my duty for my father and elder brother to clear our name. And if you bother my mother over trivial matters, I won't show mercy with my whip. Her lips trembled, and the furious Aunt Hua paused slightly. Was she deliberately humiliating her? That noble young lady, who looked like a goddess, had always looked down on her humble background. Yes. Now they had a chance to bully and insult her. Aunt Hua buried her head on the table, listening as when Shijun's footsteps faded away. Her crying stopped suddenly, and she slowly looked up, dark and gloomy, staring outside the door. When Shanmeng, proud and high-spirited, was also greatly favored by old Master One. After when Shijun had scolded her a few times, she dared not fight back with fists or kicks. She was so angry that she couldn't hold back her temper. All her frustration was directed at the decorations inside the house. She kicked loudly, making a loud noise, and quietly growled, "She is just jealous because mother is favored by father. Look, no one is standing up for us, so she bullies us. Mother, you wear the same clothes in the yard at the estate, but I never see her criticize you. She's doing it on purpose. She's just doing it on purpose." Aunt Hua wiped away tears on her face, her expression uncertain and changing. The escape was sudden. The 10 people she brought with her had already been sold when she forced Chi-Chi to leave the boat. Chi-Chi was close to the main wife. Now, the servants and guards were all her people. Under pressure, they had to be more cautious than on the boat so they could act better in the future. Moreover, if the secret news was true, the main family of the Wen household only had one son, Tower. In the future, the Wen family would belong to her. Unfortunately, she found out too late. She had just planned to expose the truth when she was attacked and had to run away. Aunt Hua then sternly warned her daughter, Shaner, from today on, don't provoke the Wen family's people or the main wife. Wait until your father comes back to decide. As for your brother, we need to be more careful and teach him well. We can't let others deceive him. When Shanmei saw her mother's face darkening with anger, her eyelids twitched, and she dared not argue. Just a moment ago, she had planned to cause trouble for her stepmother, but her plan to make her sick had to be abandoned. 15 minutes ago, Tian just happened to pass by, overheard a few words, and left walking alongside Wen Shijun. On the way, she teased that Aunt Hua, as a concubine, can have a son and a daughter. I heard she's very favored in your household. Hee hee. Is it because of her tall and proud appearance that your father stays with her every night? When Shijun tapped her on the head and rolled her eyes. Stop joking all the time. Be careful or Sister Fu will make you do 1,000 push-ups. Tian, feeling proud, wasn't worried. She was the top legitimate daughter under the young lady. Night fell like ink. All was silent. On the mountain, the miners worked hard every day, digging and smashing stones, exhausting themselves. Now, the mine shed was filled with snores, everyone sleeping like dead pigs. Zheng Manzi, sleeping in the middle of the bunk, suddenly opened his eyes and slowly sat up. He reached under him and took out an iron hammer, then tiptoed over to Ju San. Ju San was domineering, sleeping alone in a corner. Zheng Manzi's dark, glistening face only had bright, deep eyes like a wolf, staring intently at Ju San. For some reason, Ju San, still asleep, felt a cold chill run through his body. He half opened his eyes, and in the dark night, he saw a strange face filled with murderous hatred and intense anger. He was so scared that he opened his mouth wide to shout. Zheng Manzi was quick and brave. He covered the man's mouth with a torn cloth, grabbed his neck with his left hand, and hurriedly dragged him outside, rolling down a dry ditch. Without hesitation, he picked up an iron hammer and struck the stubborn man's head, once, twice, 3 times. After a moment, the stubborn man was covered in blood and flesh, dead beyond doubt. Zheng Manzi reached a water pool beneath some bushes, washed his face briefly, changed his clothes, and skillfully avoided the patrolling guards. He then climbed to a small wooden house. When his father was sick, he often sneaked out at night to find a way down the mountain. One day, he followed some troublemakers who were sneaking around and found this hidden path leading down the mountain. Inside 5 or 6 wooden houses, he heard strange cries from women and harsh shouts from men, along with the sound of slapping. Suddenly, the 3rd house made a noise.
Don't.
Let me go back. I'm not their daughter, I have parents. Don't be shameless. You're ours because our boss paid for you, someone sneered.
Ha ha ha.
Still your luck is really good. You old secondhand thing, what are you looking at? Take off your clothes, I can't wait anymore. Smack. The sound of clothes ripping mixed with women's pleas and screams. But in just a short while, the cries for help were drowned out by rough laughter and words from the men. Zheng Manzi, hiding under the bushes, looked furious at first, then his expression turned to anger and helplessness. He remembered that, according to his uncles, women often came to the mine, some willing, some forced. Most women didn't last more than half a year. When they died, they were thrown into a burial pit. The moon was dark, adding a sense of gloom and sadness. Tears welled up in Zheng Manzi's red eyes. When he was very young, his eldest uncle had sold his sister into prostitution. Did his sister also suffer at the hands of those beasts? Just thinking about her humiliation made Zheng Manzi tremble, and he bit his lips until they bled. After a while, he calmly wiped away his tears and dashed toward a hidden mountain trail on the right. The trail twisted and turned. He fell many times, scraping his face and hands on the rough ground, feeling the sharp pain. He kept moving downward, avoiding 3 patrols along the way. By dawn, he was still deep in the dense forest. The mottled sunlight shone through the trees, and shadows flickered as people moved quickly among the woods. Zheng Manzi was worried about more checkpoints. Without hesitation, he ran into the dense woods, found a large tree with a forked nest, climbed up, curled up, and hid, planning to escape at nightfall. At dawn, another day of work began. The miners, aching and sore, got up and grumbled as they carried broken bowls to collect breakfast, which consisted of 2 mixed grain black cornbreads. The miners sat on a hillside, numbly chewing their black cornbreads. One miner, sitting near a dry ditch, looked up and saw a corpse. Curious, he jumped down, looked closely, and exclaimed, "Ju San. It's Ju San, he's dead." Everyone hurried over to see, and the nearby enforcers quickly went to find the small leader of the miners. The miner boss, just waking up with a messy hairdo, came rushing over, swinging a whip. He saw blood everywhere and the body stiff and cold. The miner boss spat and cursed. Another one dead. 12 people have died this month. We're short on workers. He kicked the body and angrily pointed at 2 miners nearby, then glared at the group. You two, throw the body into the burial pit. I warn you, if anyone fights, you'll all meet the Grim Reaper. The miners shrank back, lowering their heads in fear. The miners called out, dropped their broken bowls, and quickly carried the body toward the burial pit. Ju San's death didn't cause much fuss. First, fights and deaths happen often. Second, Ju San was a rude and domineering person, disliked by many. But by noon, someone finally noticed Zheng Manzi was missing. The miner boss was angry and scared. The authorities had strict secrecy about the mine. If someone escaped and leaked information, they would all be in danger. Immediately, 3 dozen miners were chosen to search the mountains and forests. After more than an hour of searching, they found nothing. They returned to the mountain, grabbed miners living in the same shed, and whipped them one by one, leaving them bloodied and battered. No one knew what had happened. The small miner leaders could only report the secret location of the canyon to the Mafong master. At the dock, Fu Chichi found a bunch of books about post-apocalyptic buildings and construction, along with others she bought along the way, like construction and crafting. She and Xiao Yanyan studied for several days and finally decided to build a mountain villa. It looked like an ancient fortress or a small town, combining post-apocalyptic defense structures, layered and surrounded to form a nearly impregnable stronghold. Fu Chichi went to the beach again, roughly measuring the area with her eyes, then carefully refined the drawings repeatedly. Big sister, if we want to build the main courtyard first, along with the outer defenses, we don't have enough materials, little Yen Yen calculated, considering the progress of digging stones, mining, and cutting wood.
Fukiki nodded.
After working for more than 10 days, she had only piled up half an acre of stones and wood, far from the materials needed to build the villa. Moreover, such a large project requires building a brick kiln nearby to supply bricks directly. After thinking for a moment, Fu Qiqi decided to call Lei Jinghu. "Boss Fu, you called me?" Lei Jinghu hurried over, panting after dropping a cart of stones. When Fu Qiqi heard about it, Lei Jinghu noticed the set of black four-layer armor and was busy working hard. Fu Qiqi didn't delay him and spoke directly. "I plan to hire temporary workers, or nearby villagers can dig stones and sand or cut trees. We will trade food for their work." Lei Jinghu took a bowl of water handed by Aunt Shu and drank it eagerly, replying, "Hiring people? No one around here. The only place within 10 miles is Dongyang Village. To find workers, I'd have to go to Longmen Town, or the west or north." Fu Qiqi was quite surprised. She had never thought that there were no villages at the dock. Seeing Fu Qiqi's confusion, Lei Jinghu detailed the villages around Yanzi City, Longmen Town, and other areas. After listening, Fu Qiqi waved her hand and told him to go busy himself. Fu Qiqi frowned, leaning on her horse, lost in thought. In theory, people live in groups, relying on mountains for resources and water for drinking. Villages are usually built in convenient locations. Especially at docks, ports in various states are key transportation hubs. Commercial trade brings business opportunities, and more villagers move in, naturally forming villages. Although the dock at Longmen Town was deserted, ships still occasionally stopped there. Not to mention, most of the bandits in Dongyang Village still relied on robbing passing ships to survive. Fu Qiqi rubbed her forehead, puzzled. She decided she needed to personally visit Xiang Ci Dao to understand better. She went to the warehouse and saw Xiang Ci Dao organizing supplies with some people. "Xiang Ci Jie, can you bring 2 horses? Come with me to look around nearby." "Okay, I'll be ready in half a moment." Xiang Ci responded, pulled out a rough cloth bundle at the door, then directed someone to bring 5 bags of cotton and place them there. She dusted herself off and said to Qiqi, "It's getting cooler in the mornings and evenings. Since August and September are coming, we need to prepare warm clothes. I think we should first get the autumn and winter clothes ready. If there's time, we can also make some quilts from the remaining cotton in the warehouse." Qiqi went to the warehouse to check. The warehouse mainly stored fabrics and similar items. She saw only 7 or 8 bags of cotton. "We have over 100 people, but these cotton supplies are far from enough. I plan to go to Longmen Town in a few days to look around. Just right, I can invite the craftsmen building the courtyard to buy more cotton." Qiqi still has plenty of cotton in her space. Once the courtyard is built and everything is arranged properly, she plans to move some to her own storage. While they were chatting, a few women took their tokens to the tea house to leave their fingerprints. Then, Xiang Ci followed Qiqi as they turned right. "Manager Chun, give me a bag of rice and 5 pieces of meat. I will cook for my mother, sister, and myself." "Young Master Heir, a bag of rice and 5 pieces of meat require 10 plots of land to be cultivated or 20 pieces of clothing to be sewn in exchange. You servant, whose family do you belong to? When my father returns, I will sell you." Only an 8-year-old, silly boy like Wenxing Si could be so arrogant and unruly. Manager Chen responded calmly, "That's good. If the master dismisses the servant, I will just follow Miss Fu." If Wenshan Mei was spoiled and rude, then Wenxing Si was lawless. Seeing Chen manager's increasing disrespect, Wenxing Si grabbed a nearby stick and swung it toward Chen's back. Qiqi, who had just turned the corner, kicked him directly in the back of his knee. The stick in Wenxing Si's hand slipped, and he fell heavily, wailing in pain.
"Ah!"
"That clueless servant. My leg is going to be crippled." When he looked up and saw Qiqi with a cold face, all the foul words in his mind suddenly got stuck in his throat. "Uneducated little brat, just let Wen Shijun arrange for the guards to beat you a few more times, and you'll behave. This is my territory, my rules." Qiqi looked at Wenxing Si with a cold smile, her lips curling up. Manager Chen glanced at the second young master lying on the ground, smiling politely, and bowed respectfully toward Qiqi, saying, "Yes, Miss Fu." Seeing that Chen manager seemed to have taken her words seriously, Wenxing Si's eyes widened in anger and pain. He dared not really provoke Qiqi. On the boat, he had snatched Fu Jingyan's small steel knife and torn apart his room. Later, He was hung upside down at the bow of the ship for over an hour. When CI casually said, "I heard that a few days ago, that Manhwa caused trouble. After being disciplined by Wen Shijun, she hasn't left the main gate or the side gate. Today's incident was probably arranged by Wen Shanmei. Madam Wen's family has strong backing, her son is promising, and her daughter is capable. She was too lazy to say another word to Flower Auntie, and let her do as she pleased." Once the courtyard was built, they designated a remote spot for the three women to stay behind closed doors. At the latest, Lord Wen would come to pick them up by October. The sarcasm in Chi-Chi's eyes was obvious. "I checked Lady Wen's body. She has a congenital illness. Now she's fasting and praying, resting well, so her health is fine." As they spoke, just outside the dock, they saw Ping Shuyao slouching awkwardly on his horse, his hair tied back, flowing ribbons fluttering, with a pair of charming eyes full of smiles, as bright as peach blossoms. "Chi-Chi, you want to leave me alone again and run off by yourself?" Chi-Chi's brows furrowed tightly, her delicate face full of disdain. "Young Master Ping, your injury is almost healed. It's time for you to return to Tsongling." Ping Shuyao's smile grew more excited, his eyes full of affection, like a river of spring water, almost drowning people in it. "Are you in such a hurry to go back to Tsongling to get married? I'll send someone today to inform my father and prepare the bride price. 10,000 silver coins, plus 10 boxes of flowing brocade and 3 boxes of South pearls." Chi-Chi ignored his flirtatious talk and turned to mount her horse. As she passed by Ping Shuyao, she flicked her whip, and suddenly the horse bolted forward, startling Ping Shuyao so much he almost fell off. Everyone saw Ping Young Master's awkward state and tried to hold back their laughter. Finally, Ping Shuyao managed to steady himself, gripping the reins tightly, and looked up to regain his composure. "Love is in discipline, scolding is in affection. I knew Chi-Chi loved me the most." Chi-Chi rolled her eyes. The three of them slowly headed along the road to Longmen Town, where they could vaguely see 3 villages. Chi-Chi dismounted at a high, excellent vantage point, with a clear view of the scenery within 10 miles. She looked carefully and saw that the 3 villages only had ruins and broken walls, probably abandoned for decades. Surrounding the villages were small hills covered with mixed trees, which Chi-Chi guessed were former farmland. Chi-Chi rode her horse to a deserted village, resting her hand on the land, focusing her energy, and sensing the vitality of the soil with her wood element powers. "Chi-Chi?" Ping Shuyao got off his horse, watching her with curiosity and some doubt. He had long noticed that Chi-Chi often held onto trees or touched the earth for a long time. Now, the land she was cultivating was the same land she had touched that day, choosing the vegetable fields. Chi-Chi didn't reply to Ping Shuyao and was lost in thought. The outside world spread rumors that the southern wilderness was poor and sparsely populated because the land was too thin to grow rice, and even drought-tolerant crops like soybeans and peas yielded very little. But on the second day she arrived at the dock, she discovered that the surrounding lowlands and mudflats were very fertile. The small hill she was exploring was actually farmland, which had been abandoned for too long and had poor surface soil, but underneath there was black land, and since it was close to the Wei River, the soil was moist. It was perfect for growing rice. Suddenly, Fu Chi-Chi smiled like a king of the mountains. "This place is wasteland. If it's unclaimed, I will take it." The fool Ping Shuyao was spinning the small wolf knife hanging on his right hand, with a slight smile. "Chi-Chi wants to plant fruit trees? I will help you find fruit saplings." Fu Chi-Chi nodded lightly, smiling mysteriously and confidently. "Maybe." Xiang Xi also smiled, because she believed Chi-Chi could succeed. Back at the docks meeting hall, Fu Chi-Chi quickly gathered Lei Jinghu, Xiu, Steward Chen, and Xiang Xi. Ping Shuyao was about to follow in, but his personal guard Qiao Mu grabbed the 3rd young master. Qiao Mu looked at the 3rd young master, whose eyes were full of Fu girl, and felt a bit nervous. "3rd young master, the Fu family is discussing serious matters. If you keep pushing forward, it looks strange." Ping Shuyao tilted his peach blossom eyes, giving him a look that said, "You're an idiot. Chi-Chi will marry me sooner or later." The Fu family doesn't mean my family. Xiao Mu and the others had already received a letter from the Grand Supervisor, asking to persuade the third young master to return to Zhongling, half coaxing, half blocking him. Master and Madam definitely won't agree. Why don't you go back to Zhongling yourself and ask Madam's opinion? Ping Shuyao said indifferently, then I will marry into the Fu family. Xiao Mu's eyes widened, his lips trembling, speechless. At the end of June, they encountered bandits. The third young master was usually arrogant and skilled in martial arts, but this time he was caught off guard. The bandits had a martial arts expert, and they seriously injured the second young master. Fortunately, Fu Girl appeared suddenly and saved the third young master. The three young men were amazed and called her a little fairy. On the way, no one knew what jokes the third young master and Miss Zhao Zhao were making, but the third young master was determined to marry Fu Girl. Ping Shuyao didn't care about Xiao Mu's complicated words. After a few moments of thought, he decided it was not appropriate to follow in, so he played with his small wolf knife and walked away. Inside the house, Chi-Chi was happily sunbathing and talking about her further plans. Tomorrow, we will go to Longmen Town to invite master craftsmen and bricklayers and start building the courtyard. If everything goes well, I plan to finish 5 courtyards by the end of October. Regarding the short-term workers, I checked nearby. There are no villages within 10 or 20 miles, and beyond that, it's directly Longmen Town. I plan to hire bandits from Dongyang Village. Each person will be paid 1.5 jin of grain per day, with vegetables and meat at every meal. If they work continuously for 2 months, they will be given a set of winter clothes. Really? Lei Jinghu suddenly stood up, surprised, and asked. Fu Chi-Chi nodded, blinking her lively cat-like eyes. Lei Jinghu was so happy, he danced with excitement. The brothers in the village usually ate coarse grain bread with some vegetables, and sometimes rice or plain steamed buns, so they were already eager. But everyone had their own ideas. They just didn't want to sign contracts or be restricted. The next day, when they went to Longmen Town to invite master craftsmen, strange things happened. No one dared to take the job. The next day, Fu Chi-Chi and her group of 10 went happily, but returned defeated. Before noon, they carried the clothes and supplies bought from Longmen Town and headed west to the dock. Seeing them leave, 2 people jumped down from the watchtower and quickly headed to the town chief's house. They returned to the residence, entered the study. Inside the study, Director Fong was sitting opposite Mo Fongzhu. From Director Fong's flattering expression, it was clear he respected Mo Fongzhu. After the black-clad, rough-cloth guards entered and bowed, they said, "Master, the town's bricklayers and craftsmen have refused her. They are now heading back to the West Dock." Director Fong nodded and waved for them to leave. The person opposite, Mo Fongzhu, looked grim, put down his teacup, and ordered, "The lady's letter says that unrelated people must be driven out of Longmen Town. A miner escaped from the mountain, which is very serious. You need to help investigate from below the mountain." Director Fong repeatedly agreed. On the way, Fu Chi-Chi sat in the carriage pretending to sleep. She always felt that everything in Longmen Town was being watched. Not only did everyone clearly refuse to work, but even the supplies they bought seemed to be under orders. The merchants who could sell looked distant and polite. Those who couldn't sell refused coldly. For example, medicinal herbs and grains, they wouldn't sell regardless of the silver offered. How could merchants have goods they refused to sell or money they refused to take? As the sun moved inch by inch, they reached the dock around noon. The dock was already prepared with their meals, set on 3 tables. Fu Chi-Chi ate with Xiang Xi and Kayan. Kayan was talkative. After taking a few bites, she still looked dissatisfied and muttered, "That son of a, who can't have children, what kind of wicked person is that? We just asked someone to build a house, and who did we offend? Look at those poor common folk craftsmen. They're so poor. They're desperate for food. They're just blocking their own livelihood." Item Ci saw Chi-Chi's serious face, gently picking at rice grains. She tugged at her sleeve and gave a subtle signal with her eyes. Ti-Yen kept quiet, turning her sadness into strength, and finished 3 bowls of rice in one breath. Chi-Chi soaked rice in soup, grabbed a few slices of smoked meat, ate quickly, then spoke to the others. Dragon Gate Town might have ghosts. Item CI. Discuss with Shi Yu and Xiao Bo to divide everyone into 3 groups. Each group works for 2 days, then trains for a day. We must keep practicing our skills, especially the patrol team led by Shi Yu, which needs to expand its patrol area with 3 people per shift. If we don't have skilled builders to make houses, we should first build a defensive base. We can use the courtyard wall to start building a few stone and wood houses. Our team can move in now. Right now, we only lack blue bricks. If that's not possible, we can build our own workshop. She knew Miss Imo was very capable and could do anything herself. Yen swallowed hard, saying, "We don't have the recipe for blue bricks, nor do we have a master builder." Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with confidence. "I have the recipe. Let Kwangbo take people to try it out. We have enough people to risk mistakes." Luckily, there was good news. Over 50 bandits signed up as temporary workers. When Lei Jinghu and his men reported the news back to Dongyang village, the bandits there were happy. They received 3 meals a day, with 3 types of coarse grain bread, meat, and vegetables. They also earned 1.5 gene of grain daily as wages. Right now, what was most expensive?
Grain.
It used to cost 7 coins per gene of coarse grain. Now it's 25 coins. Dongyang village was divided into several groups. Lei Jinghu's group had nearly 30 men who had joined Chi-Chi. The 2nd, 3rd, and 5th leaders each had their own groups. At first, the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th leaders planned to rob the docks. But after several rounds of spying, they saw that the bandits practiced with swords and knives loudly, and even 6-year-olds could jump around trees with light skills. They lost interest in robbing the docks. Chi-Chi went to check herself, expecting lazy work, but found the bandits working enthusiastically. It turned out that Xiao Yan had slightly adjusted his plan. The top 5 workers each day would get an extra gene of grain as a reward. It was a good incentive. After 3 days, Kwangbo and his men made 50 or 60 wooden carts and joined the brick-making workshop. Chi-Chi moved the workshop to a yellow mud hillside less than 5,000 meters from the mountain villa. To speed up the work and reduce labor, Chi-Chi planned to dig several large pits in the yellow mud, since the loose soil was easy to excavate. When the bandits heard about the plan to up Huangni Pe, everyone finished breakfast early and gathered near the site. Everyone stands so close. Explosive particles don't recognize people. Don't get your face covered in scars, or your wives might not want you, Xiao Zhao Zhao said seriously, with her hands behind her back. Seeing the cute Miss Zhao Zhao, lively and graceful, the bandits all burst into laughter but respectfully called her Miss Zhao Zhao. Xiao Zhao Zhao saw that none of the simple-minded bandits moved, so she jumped onto a rock, waving her tiny sword. None of you listened to advice. This time, the explosives are much stronger than last time. At this moment, Fu Chi-Chi arrived. Seeing dozens of people gathered, she coldly scanned the crowd. Everyone, step back 2,000 meters. She faced Fu Chi-Chi's intimidating, cold expression.
Bang!
The bandits retreated completely. Xiao Zhao Zhao. Could it be that they are bullying her because she's just a child? Ping Shuyao curled his lips, smiling confidently and saying, "My Chi-Chi still has the power." Xiao Mu and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, speechless and overwhelmed. Seeing everyone disperse, Fu Chi-Chi directly threw a hand grenade into the already dug hole.
Boom!
A cloud of yellow mud rose into the sky, flying dirt and stones scattered everywhere, reaching as far as over 1,000 meters. No wonder they told everyone to stand 2 kilometers away. Fu Chi-Chi threw another grenade into another.
Boom!
They, about 7 or 8 miles high, collapsed suddenly, with yellow mud flying everywhere. After using 3 grenades, Fu Chi-Chi estimated with her eyes that enough bricks, several tens of thousands, had been made. Yang Guangxing had been helping at the mine these days. When he heard that the bandits had gone to work as short-term laborers, he couldn't sit still and hurried down the mountain. He and the second-in-command sneaked into Dongyang village, mainly to prevent outsiders from living at the dock long-term and to keep nearby villages from settling nearby. Everyone spoke highly of the powerful weapons. This time, Yang Guangxing finally saw them with his own eyes, but he was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. He was frightened. Yang Guangxing's gaze fell on Fuqiqi, filled with shock and fear. Meanwhile, the bandits on the scene were even more shocked, with a hint of admiration. In troubled times, people greatly value strength. Martial arts are skills for survival. Fuqiqi turned around and said to Guangbo, "You go dig a cave nearby. The yellow mud needs to settle for half an hour before digging again, to prevent collapse." Guangbo laughed and flexed his big hand, repeatedly saying, eh. Their family is blessed, and following Chi-Chi, not only did Xiaobo learn good martial arts but also learned how to sail. Now he wanted to learn a skill that could be passed down through generations. Fuqiqi saw a group of people from afar. Hearing from the nearby Tiyan that it was Yang Guangxing, the third boss of Dongyang village, who had often come to see Lei Jinghu recently. Fuqiqi was surprised. He looked like a scholar. So how did he become a bandit? Yang Guangxing composed himself and approached Fuqiqi. He was again shocked by her striking appearance. Fuqiqi disliked this. Her expression was cold and sharp, and her eyes looked straight at him with a piercing gaze. Her face darkened. Seeing Fuqiqi's cold face, which was chilling, Yang Guangxing quickly bowed deeply. "My name is Yang Guangxing. I am the third boss of Dongyang village. I came here several times, but never had the chance to meet Miss Fu. I apologize for my rudeness." Just as Yang Guangxing thought he might be invited into the dock area, Fuqiqi looked at him faintly. "I have no real connection with you, and no reason to visit. There's nothing to discuss," she said calmly, and then left gracefully. Yang Guangxing turned to look at the nearby riverbank, where the Dongyang village brothers were busy digging stones and pulling sand. His face darkened with frustration, and he shouted, "Return to the mountain." Back on the mountain, Yang Guangxing gathered the fifth boss and some trusted followers to discuss important matters. They watched as the second boss, holding a jade tablet, turned it back and forth quickly, clearly anxious and restless. Jia Yiji, the fifth boss, was straightforward and honest. "Big brother Yang, does the master have any instructions?" Yang Guangxing was truly shocked by the fierce power he saw today. After returning from the town, he had planned to rally the Dongyang village brothers to seize their weapons and attack again, but that plan was no longer feasible. He looked at his brothers' puzzled faces and said, "The Mo Fong master received the master's orders to expel the people at the dock from Longmen town. Let's discuss and come up with a good plan." Jia Yiji, feeling bold, said with a fierce expression, "That woman, we can't fight her. Maybe we should poison her." Jia Yiji's name comes from having an extra finger, 11 in total, considered unlucky by his family. After wandering outside, he learned to steal with a group of beggars and became a ruthless thief. He was caught stealing and imprisoned, then exiled to Yanzi City, Shanshui County, and in County. When the warlord rebelled and chaos broke out, Jia Yiji led nearly 20 exiles in looting for survival. Later, he was captured by the Mo Fong master and assigned to Dongyang village to carry out tasks.
Poisoning?
Yang Guangxing pondered for a moment, but then thought of another plan. The next day, 5 or 6 more bandits joined the day laborers unnoticed, as new bandits kept appearing daily. Fuqiqi's mountain villa construction map includes a section connecting the villa to the Wei River, forming a waterway and shallow bay for docking boats. In case of danger, one can easily board a boat and enter the Wei River. Early in the morning, continuous explosions startled the wolf packs and wild boars on the mountain. The bombing continued non-stop. Inside a wooden cabin on Mount Malfoam, a man was sleeping peacefully with a woman. Suddenly, he felt the ground shake violently, and faint howling sounds could be heard. The man, annoyed, pulled off his blanket, walked to the window, and looked out. The landscape was green and endless, with no signs of disturbance. The woman on the bed also opened her eyes, looked at the man's strong body, and then got up, curling around him like a snake, wrapping herself around his firm body. "Master, that lifeless tree is not as beautiful as I am." Behind her, a soft, bare woman with red lips slightly parted, exuded a tempting and charming aura. Yesterday, the master returned to the mountain, and among a group of sisters, she was the only one who received a gold bracelet, thanks to her excellent skills. She gently touched fire with her hand, which made the master very thirsty. He gasped heavily, pulled her into his arms, and took control, pressing her against the table for some exercise. The loud explosion earlier now sounded quite pleasant. The master's face was scarred and fierce, with pinkish water dripping down onto the woman. "Didn't I feed you enough yesterday? I want to go down the mountain with you next time," she said. "Take good care of me, and next time I'll take you to explore the canal. Okay?" The woman, feeling both numb and tingly, whispered softly from her moist lips, her voice growing louder as she moaned and cried out. In the quiet morning, the loud sounds of waves disturbed the workers in the wooden cabins, causing a sudden rush of heat and restlessness. This feeling was fierce and sudden. Instantly, everyone straightened up, pulling women along as they started their morning exercises. After a long while, the woman was exhausted and collapsed on the bed. The master was satisfied, dressed, and left the room. As he stepped out, he heard the continuous sounds of activity. He spat and shouted at a group of wooden cabins, "Gather 10 or so brothers and come with me to see what's happening down the mountain." The guards, still exercising, quickened their pace, and the woman's seductive moans grew more enchanting. Soon, they abandoned their armor, moved swiftly, and left the scene, pulling on outer garments. At the dock, Fuchichi, who caused the explosions that shook the heavens and earth, pointed her finger at the moon along a straight line, drawing a parabola. Standing on the wall, Ping Xiuyao gazed affectionately at what looked like a bright moon, with dazzling Chi-Chi, his eyes intense enough to seem like he wanted to envelop her completely. Everyone was used to Ping Xiuyao's proud display, like a peacock spreading its feathers. But Xiao Zhaozhao was not happy. She deliberately ran over and huffed loudly. Faced with the girl's challenge, Ping Xiuyao slightly raised his eyebrows, but he couldn't understand why Chi-Chi had so many powerful weapons. He had already found out that Chi-Chi, Kwangbo, and Uncle Chu were just visiting his small mountain village in Suyan City. The only surprise was that they occasionally called out Brother Tsong. Ahead, Fuchichi used more than 20 bombs to connect the mountain village and the Wei River in a straight line, about 10 meters wide, enough for 2 passenger ships to pass side by side comfortably. She then turned to Uncle Chu and said, "There's no time to build stone walls now. We can only make do for the moment. But when the river water soaks into the soil over time, it sinks and can cause blockages. Uncle Chu, take your people and transplant the phoenix trees we found over there, planting them on both sides. If there aren't enough phoenix trees, everyone can bring over familiar fruit trees." Uncle Chu nodded happily and said, "This waterway is excellent. It's a straight line, so it will be very easy to go up and down by boat in the future. No need to go around the dock and over a mountain to reach the village. However, transplanting trees is usually done in spring. I've moved trees before, but they rarely survive." Fuchichi slightly smiled. "Don't worry. I have special potion that helps trees sprout and take root. Her wood element ability could make everything grow." Uncle Chu nodded and led a dozen people toward the phoenix tree area. Thinking about sprouting and rooting, Fuchichi remembered the vegetable fields. The seeds had been planted for 5 or 6 days, so they should be sprouting soon. "Big sister, I want to go too," Xiao Zhaozhao said, seeing her sister walking toward the vegetable fields. She tiptoed and hurried after her. At the vegetable patch, Xiao Zhaozhao saw her sister squat down, her hand touching the soil as if preparing for something important. She nervously drew her tiny sword and jumped onto a small mound. Chi-Chi smiled gently. Her wood element ability had already reached level 7. If anyone approached, she would sense it. A small, lively green slowly emerged from Chi-Chi's body, forming countless tiny threads that nourished the vegetable seeds. In just a few moments, the yellow soil was bathed in warm sunlight and green sprouts could be seen emerging, 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. Footsteps approached, and Fuchichi quickly withdrew her hand and stood up. Ping Xiuyao gazed at the small green sprouts in the vegetable field. His body stiffened, and his peach blossom eyes slightly widened. When he went out early in the morning to pick wildflowers, the field was still bare. How could new shoots appear in just over an hour? After a moment, Ping Shuyao forcefully suppressed his surprise, then smiled mischievously, tilting his head to look at Chi-Chi with charm. Chi-Chi's breath also changed. The sharp, intense feeling from using the explosives just now had completely vanished. Now, her whole body felt like mist and water, giving a peaceful, pure, and ethereal feeling, like a fairy ready to fly at any moment. So captivating. Ping Shuyao slightly furrowed his brows, casually pointing at the vegetable patch below. Chi-Chi, the sweet potato leaves you mentioned. I've been thinking about them. Are they in this patch? Xiao Zhao saw Ping Shuyao, first tense, then relaxed her small brows and eyes, lifting her little head proudly, saying, Not yet, at least half a month more. Ping Shuyao's secretive expression changed, but he didn't miss the subtle observation of Fu Chi-Chi. She paused for a moment, then said, I still have some plant growth promoting medicine. If I use it, maybe in about a week or so, we can harvest early. Thinking of her many planting plans, which could cause suspicion, it was better to find an excuse and spread it out. Xiao Zhaozhao rolled her eyes, somewhat understanding her sister. Ping Shuyao flicked her peach blossom eyes, hearing that herbalists in the martial world held growth-promoting medicines. Perhaps Chi-Chi also had some? As noon approached, Uncle Chu and his team dug up more than 10 phoenix trees, which had already been planted. Fu Chi-Chi looked at the 2 rows of phoenix trees, plucked a leaf, and through it seemed to see her mother's figure. Her mother loved phoenix trees the most. In the post-apocalyptic base villa, her mother had nurtured a towering phoenix tree. Every May, when the flowers bloom, the fiery phoenix tree seems to grow in midair, dazzling and eye-catching. The scene shifted, and a beautiful woman carried a girl to the treetop. Chi-Chi followed the image of her beautiful mother, whispering softly, The fiery phoenix tree, like a phoenix reborn from fire, stands tall between heaven and earth. It will surely protect our families Little Qing and Jiao, just like that phoenix soaring in the sky. A naive child snuggled in the soft, blurry light, sometimes far, sometimes near. She reached out and touched it. Like a mirage, it vanished into bubbles. Behind her, Ping Shuyao squinted his peach blossom eyes, searching for Chi-Chi's gaze, then looked up at the sky and fell silent. Above the sky, pale clouds gathered, seeming to carry a sense of sorrow.
Yes.
Chi-Chi is in deep sorrow. Ping Shuyao, having gained this understanding, suddenly feels happy and earnestly says, Chi-Chi, I will always stay by your side to protect you. Chi-Chi's expression shows confusion as her gaze briefly flicks over Ping Shuyao. She walks straight ahead and calmly says, I heard that your Tsongling army has already taken Yunji City, Mianzhou, and other places. Do you not need to return to Tsongling to help fight? Ping Shuyao pauses for a moment. He has indeed received a letter from his father, but it is not urging him to return home. Officially, his family's army is led by his eldest brother, advancing towards Jiangnan Prefecture and Lindu. But that is just a distraction. Using a strategy of attacking from the east and striking from the west, his father aims to capture 15 cities in the Huainan and Manhwa regions, establishing an unshakable southern defense line. Currently, he is secretly coordinating with General Yao from Yao Hall, who has taken over 10,000 troops, traveling along mountain roads and canals, planning to meet him in Mingzhou in early October. At that time, he and Yao Hall will attack from the south, while his second and fourth brothers will attack from Lanqi Prefecture, encircling Huainan, aiming to take the region in one move. Should he tell Chi-Chi the truth and invite her to fight with him? Chi-Chi notices Ping Shuyao staring into space after asking about him, and she turns her head to see that he has fallen behind her by more than 10 meters, deep in thought. He is handsome and charming, with a complex mix of flirtatiousness and elegance, mainly because of his expressive, loving eyes. This allows him to be both a carefree young master and a gentle scholar with a calm face. Did Chi-Chi suddenly fall in love? Ping Shuyao, Noticing she is not responding, lifts his head with a charming smile and quickly walks up to her. Chi-Chi rolls her eyes. This guy just can't be praised enough. After lunch, Chi-Chi learns that 3 kilns have been built at the brick kiln workshop. Each kiln can produce about 30 to 40,000 blue bricks. The 3 kilns together can produce approximately 110,000 bricks in one batch. It will take 5 days to prepare the bricks, and the first batch is expected to be fired in about 18 days. Chi-Chi explains the process to Yen, who listens while copying the recipe. After copying the recipe, Chi-Chi takes it to the kiln and explains it to Kwangbo. Kwangbo listens carefully, then takes the paper and looks confused. He is surprised to learn that the secret to firing blue bricks is simply adding water to cool them for 3 days, then firing them in the kiln. The entire process takes 18 days, and the bricks are ready. Chi-Chi smiles confidently. It's not just the recipe. The soil quality is also very important. The clay here is excellent, with a high iron content. During firing, adding water cools the bricks and locks the iron inside. After firing, the bricks turn blue and become quite hard. Kwangbo can't wait to try firing a kiln. He quickly arranges for people to bring over brick molds and starts mixing clay with his hands. Chi-Chi. Something's wrong. Aunt Chu ran over in a panic. Chi-Chi's eyes twitched, sensing something bad. She took a few steps forward and helped Aunt Chu slow down. No need to rush. Aunt Chu's eyes turned red. The bandits doing odd jobs have been poisoned. More than 20 of our people are also poisoned. Chi-Chi hurried to the mountain base. When she arrived at the grass hut, she saw over 100 people lying randomly, groaning and crying out in pain. Seeing Chi-Chi approach, the less severely poisoned bandits straightened their necks and scolded, "Miss Chi-Chi, we may be bandits, but you brought your people to Longmen Town, and we didn't cause trouble for you. How could you arrange for us to be poisoned? We helped you dig stones and carry sand in good faith, and now you're trying to kill us. You're so cruel. You deliberately tricked us into doing odd jobs, and today you poisoned us to catch us all at once. She just wants to kill us, so she can do whatever she wants at the dock." A continuous chorus of accusations and protests. Lei Jinghu's face turned pale. He was eager to explain, but was deeply poisoned and could hardly speak. Aunt Chu and the cooking girls nervously explained, but before they could say much, their words were drowned out by angry shouts and curses. Chi-Chi glanced at everyone with her clear, calm cat-like eyes, showing no anger or fear. The symptoms were obvious. Lips pressed tight, muscles twitching occasionally, clear signs of poisoning. Cha-Yen stepped aside with a serious look and said, "Miss, I checked. All those poisoned are either bandits working at the construction site or our own people. I don't know if the poison was put in the food or on the tools, but it's likely just in this area." Chi-Chi nodded and went to Lei Jinghu, who had just vomited. She carefully checked his pulse, ignoring the surrounding shouting and scolding, focusing only on diagnosing. She saw that Lei Jinghu's muscle spasms were faster than others, his pupils dilated, and his gaze was unfocused. When asked about his condition, he seemed deaf and confused. Cha-Yen shouted loudly, and only then did Lei Jinghu mumble a few words in response. Shiyu and others arrived quickly, seeing the bandits cursing loudly. Shiyu led 20 people in a line, drawing their bows and shooting several arrows into the trees ahead. The sudden shots scared the bandits into silence. A few dozen people in the crowd exchanged worried looks, wondering if they would be killed all at once with a single arrow. After a long time, Chi-Chi used her wood element power to examine Lei Jinghu. She found that a certain plant or grass had entered his body, and it was toxic like medicine. "Give him medicine." When Chi-Chi finished using her special power, she had already neutralized half of the poison. So she arranged for Cha-Yen to handle it. Cha-Yen understood immediately and casually squeezed some vegetable juice to feed Lei Jinghu. In a short while, Lei Jinghu's movements slowed, his breathing eased, and his hearing returned. Lei Jinghu regained some energy. He didn't believe that Old Fu would poison him. Weakly, he said, "Old Fu, I trust you." "The boss?"
Don't be fooled by him.
If she didn't put poison, how could there be poison at all? A bandit shouted sharply, trying to provoke. The other bandits quickly realized that the boss was recovering because he had taken the antidote. Boss, that woman is just trying to kill us on purpose. Another wave of angry shouts followed. Chi-Chi walked in front of the crowd, smiling softly. So, are you not afraid of dying? Since I poisoned you, why do you still dare to talk nonsense in front of me? Don't you want me to forgive you? Everyone froze. They hadn't thought about this before, mainly because they didn't think they would die. Xiao Zhao Zhao, hands behind her back, followed her sister, shaking her head and saying, "Intelligence is a good thing, but you guys don't have it." It seemed she was calling them stupid. One bandit's mind spun, and he suddenly realized, pleading, "Please, old Fu, forgive us. If we've offended you in any way, I'll kowtow and apologize. Miss Fu, I also apologize and beg for forgiveness." Not yet. Just a moment ago, Chi-Chi was smiling and cheerful, but now her gaze turned cold, staring at the loudest 10 or so people. Facing her icy stare, the bandits, trying to stay calm, gradually felt the cold wind biting and shivering. "Bring those 10 or so here," Chi-Chi said coldly. Xiu had long disliked these people and directly grabbed their collars, pulling them out. "Since we've exposed you, are you going to kill us to keep it secret? The brothers of Dongyang village won't let you go." One particularly hateful bandit kept provoking and encouraging others. Chi-Chi walked up to them. "Cha Yen, prepare a basin of medicine water. Put their palms into the water. If they've touched poison, a yellow-brown stain will remain."
Got it.
Cha Yen happily went to prepare the medicine, confident that she could find out who poisoned them. Seeing her serious work, 5 of the bandits' faces changed slightly, and their legs went weak. It turned out that this woman not only knew how to detoxify, but also could find out who had poisoned them. All 5 of these bandits had touched poison powder. Fu Chi-Chi's expression flickered slightly as she sensed the rapid heartbeat and panic of the 5 people. She understood the situation and called over Xiu, whispering in her ear, "I tampered with the brush. Use the back side for the second and third brushes from the right, and the penultimate one. The others use the front side." Xiu took the brush and pretended to apply the medicine. At this moment, the basin prepared by Cha Yen was also brought over. Fu Chi-Chi first stopped the soaking process. Calmly, she swept her gaze over everyone and then spoke firmly. "Our group has suffered from war and drought. Some have lost their parents and siblings, some died on the way fleeing, some on the battlefield, and others at the hands of bandits. The dangers we faced are countless." Her voice was strong and clear, full of conviction. "People are often away from home, full of worries. If there were a good way to live back in our hometown, we wouldn't have traveled thousands of miles to settle in the sparsely populated, barren land of the southern wilderness." Gradually, the bandits, like ants on a hot pan, calmed down and listened quietly to Fu Chi-Chi's words. What she said was something they had also experienced. Fu Chi-Chi's voice grew colder, her tone pressing down, as she glared coldly at the dozen or so people who had been brought out. "Since we are here, we want to survive. We are honest people. Why would we kill or poison you? Do you have silver? Grain? Weapons? Or do you think you can beat me?" She asked herself honestly, "What of you is worth me poisoning or killing?" The 5 who had been preparing to attack froze with a jolt. All the bandits fell silent. Everything Fu Chi-Chi said made sense. Among the dozen or so people brought out, 5 still wanted to shout and incite chaos, but Xiu's people immediately shut their mouths. Without a doubt, when these 5's palms dipped into the medicine, their skin immediately turned yellow-brown. Fu Chi-Chi raised her sword and grabbed one of the bandits' hands. "So, it was you who poisoned us. The poison comes from plants, ground into powder. Since only the workers at the villa are poisoned, it must have been put in the water. Am I right?" The bandit's lips trembled, his back feeling cold. He finally realized they were doomed. In an instant, all his angry words were swallowed back, and he dared not speak. The bandits saw Dezhu sitting on the ground, and the other 4 lowering their heads, too afraid to speak. There was nothing they didn't understand anymore. All the bandits' shock turned into anger, and they cursed. Dezhu, your brains are eaten by bugs." You've ruined your own brothers. Your mother's a fool. Last year, I even saved your life, and now you're poisoning me. The 5 people were dragged away for questioning, looking pale and hopeless. Some others in the crowd still felt scared and wanted to quickly return to their village. Using her skills, Shiyu interrogated them in just half an hour. She used Makienzi powder, poisoned in the well, ordered by the 5 leaders of Dongyang village, who wanted to steal rice and flour from the dock to make a claim. Chi-Chi's eyes moved, sensing that this matter was not so simple. From behind a hill, the desert boss watched everything, surprised that Fu's daughter was not only beautiful, but also clever. She was a strong rival. Since Yang Guangxing had made other plans, they needed to wait and see what would happen tomorrow. As the desert boss left with his men, Chi-Chi casually glanced at the reed marsh, staying calm and light-footed. She was skilled. A bad feeling returned. Chi-Chi was eager to build a strong defense base, but most of her people were sick and exhausted, needing at least 3 days to recover before working again.
There were still over 20 people left.
Chi-Chi asked Uncle Chu to help build a signal fire tower. That uneasy feeling proved true the next day. Just after morning exercises, the new fire tower rang with drums and gongs. Everyone rushed to the dock gate. Chi-Chi jumped onto the fire tower and saw a fast-moving army, about dozens of soldiers, rushing straight toward them. Enemy attack. Everyone prepare your gear and get ready to fight. Lin Sheng, take people to move the bandits sick at the base into the dock. Fortunately, yesterday Chi-Chi sensed something was wrong. She quietly used her wood element power to detox her people without anyone noticing. Everyone quickly changed into armor, grabbed bows, swords, shields, and split into groups, hiding in trenches or on the fire tower, waiting silently. Then, the sound of hooves approaching grew louder and quieter, building tension. Lei Jinghu heard about the enemy attack. Despite still being sick from poison, he grabbed 2 axes and rushed over, determined to fight. No one could stop him. A dozen bandits, slightly poisoned but still alive, followed him after taking medicine to detox. They felt weak, but ready to fight. They also took weapons and charged out to fight. Meanwhile, 6 or 7 dozen other bandits, who had not surrendered and were moved into the dock, looked confused. They knew Chi-Chi let them in because she was worried about their safety. Outside the dock, everyone was already hiding in ambush. Chi-Chi boldly stood in the middle of the entrance road. Tian thought this display of confidence was perfect for showing off. Holding a large sword, she followed behind Chi-Chi. After 15 minutes, from a distance, a wild-looking girl with a fierce beauty pulled on the reins of her horse. Just as she was about to strike another wild boy, he sidestepped to avoid her. The girl laughed loudly and rushed past him. "Guyan, you coward. Today I am still first. Kushur, you're cheating again." Seeing Kushur's horse charge toward the dock, suddenly an arrow shot out and landed about a meter away. Kushur quickly pulled on the reins, shouted "Who," and the black horse reared back, stopping abruptly with a short, sharp neigh. Guyan caught up and mocked, "You scaredy catwoman." Kushur rolled her eyes. Guyan then noticed 5 people at the dock entrance, with archers on both walls and bright arrows sticking out from outside the dock on both sides. Boom, boom. More riders followed behind, over 100 in total. Father, second uncle. The boy and girl returned to the crowd, calling out to 2 middle-aged men. The 2 men sensed something unusual, their faces serious, and waved them back.
Bang!
Everyone split into 3 groups, each brandishing different weapons, 3-pronged spears, long pole swords, and bows and arrows. They were ready. Gutu rode forward a few steps, saw Fu Chi-Chi and others, then burst into loud, carefree laughter, saying, "Hey, 3 pretty girls, I still need wives and concubines."
You look just right.
Tian spat at them directly. Fu Chi-Chi put her binoculars into a small bag, clutching a small explosive bag. The group looked disorganized, wearing leather armor, animal skins, rough cloth, and clothes, but their weapons, daggers, large swords, were neat and uniform. Each had a fierce look in their eyes, making them a brave and skilled team. Chi-Chi guessed they were from a tribe in the southern wilderness, and they didn't seem friendly. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, leave now, Fu Chi-Chi said coldly. The group across the way hesitated. Usually, when they fought, the other side begged for mercy first. Gu Lu and Ku Tu exchanged glances. According to what they heard, this group was poisoned and very weak in battle. Perhaps they were just pretending? Ku Lu said, I heard you have a 30-meter-long trading boat with a lot of good stuff. If you send us grain and cloth as tribute, we'll keep you safe.
Fu Chi-Chi shrugged. No.
Falling behind means getting beaten. They really thought she was weak. This was a good chance to show strength with this tribe's soldiers. And she needed war horses. Someone was offering them right now. Gu Tu laughed arrogantly at just nonsense with her.
Charge.
Just then, the women took back what was theirs, giving it to the children of the tribe. Fu Chi-Chi suddenly curled her lips into a strange smile. Fire the arrows. Without warning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of sharp arrows rained down like flowers, piercing the soldiers on horseback. The horses were startled, neighing loudly, and galloped away in panic. Immediately, the cavalry of the Manhwa tribe was thrown into chaos. In a short time, more than half of the riders had fallen from their horses. Kyul's pupils widened in anger, and he shouted furiously, The remaining riders go through the middle, the soldiers on both sides, and kill them. At his command, the tribe soldiers who had abandoned their horses grabbed their long swords and charged forward.
Charge. Kill them.
Soldiers in leather armor and sailors, holding shields and big swords, appeared from the side and rushed into battle. Kyul was shocked again. He didn't expect the new group to be so well-equipped. Yang Wangxing had caused him trouble. Meanwhile, Fu Chi-Chi, along with Xiang Xiai and others, held long swords and leapt onto the rushing cavalry. One Hui man kicked a rider off his horse, stabbed another with his sword, then landed steadily on his horse. Gu Tua saw that this woman had just killed his 3 brothers in a flash, and he snarled fiercely at. He drew his waist knife and charged straight at Fu Chi-Chi, fighting with swords and sparks flying everywhere. After about 10 exchanges, Quatuo's arm and back had been cut by swords, blood pouring out. Another sword strike aimed at his face, causing him to panic and widen his eyes, shouting, Kyul, help me. This woman is dangerous. Seeing Quatuo covered in blood, Kyul's face changed instantly. He shouted loudly, blocking Fu Chi-Chi's sword with a big knife. She spun her sword outward, then flipped half a turn, and suddenly, her magical sword stabbed toward Gu Li's back. In that instant, Kyul fell from his horse, unconscious. Kuxier's eyes turned crimson. Father. Guyan saw this and led people to surround them. Xiar, go save your father. Leave this to me. Okay. Kuxier bit her lip, repeatedly stabbing her enemies with her sword, fighting against Xiu. When Guyan's big sword struck in to help, Kuxier immediately turned and jumped off her horse. A few steps forward, she reached her father and saw a long sword wound on his back, with flesh torn open and blood spilling out. 2 other middle-aged men hurried over, anxious. Seeing that the tribe leader was unconscious, they quickly ordered, carry the tribe leader onto the horse. Miss Xiar, you take him and leave first. Kuxier nodded, turned onto her horse, and waited for her uncles to help her father onto the horse. She tightly wrapped her arms around her father and rode quickly. After a few steps, she looked back, her eyes fierce like a predator, glaring at Fu Chi-Chi. Today, you seriously injured my father. I will revenge this someday with a sword. Fu Chi-Chi rolled her eyes and said sharply, You bully us at the door, and you expect us to stand and take it? Are you seriously okay? Kuxier hesitated, then glared angrily and rode away. Seeing that 3 or 4 dozen of her side were injured, especially the bandits led by Lei Jinghu, who refused to fight back and had already lost 2 men, Fu Chi-Chi wanted to show strength without sacrificing herself for nothing. Suddenly, a master on the other side, wielding a long sword, pressed close to Lei Jinghu. Lei Jinghu kept retreating, with 2 sword wounds in his chest. Just as another sword attack came, at a critical moment, Fu Qiqi leapt to Lei Jinghu's side on one foot. She drew a shining sword and pressed it against the enemy's neck. She seemed to hear a cracking sound, and the enemy soldier's blood surged as he fell. Lei Jinghu, clutching his bleeding chest, turned pale but managed a weak smile, saying, "Thanks, boss, for saving me." Fu Qiqi looked around at the bandits, all badly injured. She said sternly, "You take your brothers back to the dock. Don't sacrifice yourselves for nothing. Lin Sheng, take your men and help Lei Jinghu retreat." Lin Sheng quickly led a dozen men over, raising shields to form a protective line around Lei Jinghu and others. When the enemy soldiers attacked with long swords, they protected the bandits and fought bravely. Fu Qiqi had already saved 7 or 8 bandits. Seeing this, Lei Jinghu's eyes turned red, and tears welled up. The other bandits, pulled into the shields by Fu Qiqi and Lin Sheng, also had red eyes. They were despised and unwanted, yet someone was risking their life to protect them. After Lei Jinghu and his men reached the dock, Fu Qiqi saw that although her guards were still holding the advantage, many were injured, and she couldn't afford to lose more soldiers. She needed to end the fight quickly. She confidently pulled out 2 pistols from her sleeve, leapt into the air, and her blue clothes fluttered like dark clouds. She spun gracefully, like a jumping green leaf. When her enemies sneered at her empty-handed approach, she pulled the triggers with both hands.
Bang, bang, bang.
Each bullet hit a remaining horse, causing them to stumble and kneel. The horses threw off the charging enemy soldiers, knocking them into a tangle. The enemy soldiers had never seen such a powerful weapon before and were all stunned. The dock guards showed expressions of understanding and joy. This was their backing, giving them the courage to fight to the death. This woman can throw many hidden weapons at once, enough to kill over 10 horses or riders. If she used them on people, she could cause many injuries or deaths. This realization made Gyul's face change suddenly. He forced himself to look angry and said, "First, take out this woman. Then, 20 of us will attack her together." About 20 soldiers from the tribe surrounded her with fierce energy, forming a circle around her. Fu Qiqi sneered and jumped into the crowd. She kicked one person's knee to break it. Then, she turned around and grabbed another person's neck, slashed with her hand, and made him faint. All of this happened in an instant. 7 or 8 people had already fallen. She didn't kill them, but showed her contempt. Gyul looked stunned and angry. Seeing his face turn pale with shock, Fu Qiqi couldn't help but sneer. "Today, you came to attack me first. But I am kind. I will let you go today. Leave now." Gyul froze and looked around at the battlefield. Many of his brothers had been overwhelmed and defeated. He had to accept the harsh truth. The situation was turning against them. Continuing to fight would only cause more casualties. He made a quick decision. Retreat. Both sides suddenly stopped fighting. Fu Qiqi smiled lightly, showing her bright teeth, and said, "Leave the horses." Gyul's expression turned serious. His eyes looked dangerous as he stared at Fu Qiqi. "You are so bold. How dare you want to keep our Dongyue tribe's horses?" Fu Qiqi's sharp gaze swept over them. She played with 2 pistols like a threat. Then, "Do you want to keep your lives?" She looked like a fairy in blue, her robes fluttering in the mountain wind. But at the same time, she seemed like a deadly demon, her hands ready to take lives at any moment. Maybe today, they were too careless, misinformed, and underestimated her. Now they had to wait to discuss with their tribe. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils, Gyul spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted loudly, "Go." Second uncle? Their war horses were their strongest weapon, standing undefeated in the tribe. Gyul was furious and shouted in despair, "Those are our horses. Our friends. We can't give them away." Gyul nodded slightly, his expression very complicated and pleading as he looked at Fu Qiqi. She looked determined, full of resolve. After a moment, he forced out a bitter, twisted smile. "Gu Tu, we can't beat her." That was the truth. Unwilling, Gu Tu kicked a stone and helped an injured brother to his feet. Before leaving, he left a harsh warning. "Wait for us. We will take back the horses someday. Fu Qiqi didn't respond. She didn't make enemies easily, but she would never be beaten. Fu Qiqi turned her gaze back and surveyed her own guards. There were 50 or 60 wounded, with over 20 seriously injured, and 7 had died. Her guard team had over 100 members. Nearly 40 of them were from the Wen family, while the rest, about 50, were mercenaries and refugees she had gathered along the way. After dividing into smaller groups, they fought to survive, engaging in bloody battles many times, gradually forming a sharp, elite force. In chaotic times, they relied on clothing and food to protect themselves, weapons to stay alive, and mutual support to strengthen their soldiers. After a moment of thought, Fu Qiqi stood among the people and loudly announced, "Today, those who participate in the fight will be rewarded with 10 jin of grain, 5 jin of meat. Kill and injure enemies, and the top 20 in the count will receive a warhorse. In 10 days, there will be a martial arts competition. The top 20 will be rewarded with a warhorse." Instantly, the guards' hearts ignited with excitement. They cheered loudly, and the scene was filled with joy. Fu Qiqi's image grew even more revered in everyone's mind. Over the past 4 to 5 months, through many bloody battles, Fu Qiqi had often single-handedly turned the tide with her strength during critical moments. She had become a symbol of resilience, an unbreakable banner stained with blood but standing tall. This banner would also make a name for itself in the southern wilderness today, enduring wind, frost, rain, and snow, as solid as a towering rock. After the battle, everyone went to their tasks. Xiang Ci counted the horses and cared for the wounded ones. Xiu helped carry the injured to the dock. Women like Lady Kuang, Aunt Chu, and 3 others they had gathered on the way, all trained by Qiqi to serve as medical helpers, were now tending to the wounded. They used medicines like iodine, white medicine, disinfectant, and liniment, all brought from Qiqi's space. For serious injuries, Qiqi personally stitched, disinfected, applied medicine, and bandaged. The bandits brought by Lei Jinghu, hearing about the rewards of horses and grain, had their eyes turn red and their faces flush with excitement. They had originally followed Lei Dazhong to find a way to survive, but now they genuinely wanted to become part of the dock army. Even the 50 or 60 bandits sent to the dock for detoxification showed emotional reactions. More than half of them began to consider staying, whispering among themselves. Little Zhao, clever and sneaky, quietly approached her sister. "Sister, those bandits want to stay." "Not yet. Let's wait and see," Qiqi replied with a short, light laugh. These bandits might be a bit foolish, but with some training, they could start as militia soldiers. During the dock handover, Yang Guangxing and Jia Yiji, hiding in the woods, watched in secret. They saw Fu Qiqi crush the leaders of the Nanyu tribe and the second Ku elder alone, frightening them so much they trembled and ran back to Dongyang village like dogs with their tails between their legs. Without hesitation, over 20 people rushed into the warehouse like they were tearing the place apart, packing up valuables and delicate items, tossing things as they went. Next to the warehouse was a latrine. Third brother Ning Tua just came out of the toilet, still loosening his belt as he walked. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a big iron pot fell on him, knocking him down. Who attacked me? Ouch, my kidneys. A bandit, bruised and crying, crawled over from the ground, his face sad. Third brother, second brother, and fifth brother are crazy. They're robbing the warehouse and trying to run away.
Who?
I knew they wanted to steal from us when they went up the mountain. Ning Tua clutched his side, glaring. Ning Tua, the third brother, was a native bandit of Dongyang village. The original leader, when he met Lei Jinghu, admired his real martial skills and his sense of justice, saving him many times, so he stepped down. Later, Yang Guangxing brought people and supplies to form an alliance, and Ning Tua gave up his position as second brother. Enduring his pain, Ning Tua got up and shouted, "Yang Guangxing, Jia Yiji, what are you doing? Trying to empty our Dongyang village?" Inside the warehouse, Yang Guangxing, hearing Ning Tuo's angry shout, quickly pulled out 2 long swords from the village's collection, wrapped them in black cloth, slung them over his back, and rushed out. Seeing Ning Tuo in pain, he stepped forward to help, pretending to be friendly. Brother, second brother wanted to take the woman from the Fu family at the dock without fighting, so we could have a good new year. But she found out and tried to kill us. Out of desperation, Jia Yiji and I had to hide for safety. But don't worry, I only took 2 handy knives and some food for the road. I didn't take anything extra. Things look messy inside because we're fleeing in a hurry. All the valuables are still there. Hearing this, Ning Tuo thought for a moment. Aren't the brothers working short-term jobs at the dock? He hesitated. Really? Will you come back? Yang Guangxing clenched Ning Tuo's left hand tightly and said seriously, "This is my home. We will come back, for sure." Then he signaled Jia Yiji with a glance, and Ning Tuo was pushed to run outside. Jia Yiji waved his hand, and everyone hurried to escape. Soon, more than 20 people came out of the warehouse. Ning Tuo supported a pillar, his eyes full of people, his mind a mess, feeling more and more suspicious. He staggered into the warehouse, which was a complete mess. At this moment, a bruised and swollen bandit rushed out of the inner room, crying loudly as if drowning and clutching a piece of driftwood. "Third master, it's gone. It's all gone." Ning Tuo clenched his fists tightly, eyes wide with shock. "What's gone?" The bandit, named Shanjia, desperately opened his swollen eyes, barely able to see. The silver, the grain, the weapons, the porcelain. All gone. Ning Tuo sat down abruptly, his head buzzing, unable to hear anything clearly. Mount Malphome, mining area. Master Emofong looked calm and serious, his sharp gaze fixed on Yang Guangxing and Jia Yiji, silent. The cold and heavy atmosphere felt like an invisible blade pressing against their throats, making even breathing difficult for the two. After a long moment, Master Emofong finally spoke, questioning sharply, "Did you abandon Dongyang village, which you've been managing for 2 or 3 years? Did the relationship with the Manhwa tribe worsen? Did you lose over 100 people's worth of work?" His 3 quick questions pushed them to the limit. With a thud, they knelt and fell to the ground. Lun Yang, who was nearby serving, had already received Yang Guangxing's signal. But since Master Emofong didn't speak, she dared not move her brows. When Master Emofong finally spoke, Lun Yang stepped forward to pour him a cup of hot tea, accidentally spilling hot water on her wrist, crying out in pain and leaning aside. "Oh, it hurts." Master Emofong frowned, reaching out to catch Lun Yang. Her eyes reddened as she leaned into his embrace, and he could only hold her waist. The gentle fragrance in his jade-like hands. The anger on Master Emofong's face eased a little. Yang Guangxing and Jia Yiji breathed a sigh of relief, gasping heavily. Yang Guangxing's eyes flickered as he cautiously suggested, "Master, I think it might not be such a bad thing." Master Emofong said nothing, giving him a cold look. Yang cautiously continued, "The strongest tribe of Manhwa was robbed of over 100 warhorses. They won't just accept this. We've kept the mine secure and watched the fight from afar." Seeing Master Emofong drinking tea and even taking a sip from Lun Yang's red lips, Yang added, "Master, if you want to get that woman Fu's divine weapon, we can wait until they are exhausted fighting each other. Not only can we seize her merchant ships and weapons, but we might also have a chance to take over the Manhwa tribe." Master Emofong's expression returned to normal. He said, "Isn't there still our brothers at the dock detoxing? Find a way to inform them to sneak into the dock. We need to control every move there. Such powerful weapons that sound like thunder during an earthquake. If we could steal a few, we would make great achievements." Yes, Yang Guangxing and Jia Yiji nodded in agreement. Jia Yiji couldn't help but admire. Scholars' words are often full of tricks, always finding excuses. After they left, Mo Fongzhu quickly tore open Lun Yang's clothes and squeezed a round, smooth sphere. Lun Yang let out a cry. Her whole body went limp. Soon, the room was filled with waves of heavy breathing. Meanwhile, at the dock entrance, Third Master Ning Tuo was crying and shouting all the way to the gate. "Brothers! Big brother!" Fu Qiqi was repairing the watchtower when she saw 7 or 8 men crying like a bunch of children. She recognized Ning Tuo. She looked at Ning Tuo coldly. She remembered this bandit had tried several times to take Lei Jinghu back. It was a joke. Lei Jinghu was straightforward, loyal, and kind once he knew the truth and trusted someone. And those axes he carried looked like they had been guided by a master, bold and grand, well-organized, perfect for frontline soldiers. Ning Tuo saw Fuchichi looking at him and hurriedly hid under a big tree, pouting, not daring to cry out loud. When Lei Jinghu came out with bandages, Ning Tuo couldn't hold back anymore and sat on the ground, crying with tears and snot. "Big brother, it's all gone. Everything's gone." As he cried, the other 7 or 8 men also burst into loud wails. Their crying was so loud it shook the heavens and frightened the ghosts. Fuchichi suddenly thought, there's a craftsman who can cry and shout like a mourner. If these people were taken out, they'd definitely make a lot of money. Meanwhile, the guards repairing the dock, nailing, building, moving bricks, looked at the embarrassing scene in front of them, all with a twitch of their mouths. Lei Jinghu, acting like a caring big brother, patted Ning Tuo's head. "Little brother, what's wrong with you?" Ning Tuo suddenly stood up, leaned on Lei Jinghu's shoulder, rubbed his face a few times, and continued crying loudly. "Yang Guangxing and Jia Yiji, those two, burned down our Dongyang village. My gold and silver, my jade and porcelain, my good swords and knives, my grain and meat, all gone. If I catch those two, I'll teach them a lesson."
Lei Jinghu curse d'angrili.
The mountain might be poor, but the elders of Dongyang village had left several boxes of gold, silver, and jewelry for Ning Tuo. Every few months, on a dark, windy night, he would take him out secretly to have a look. Especially those delicate porcelain pieces. There were about 10 boxes. These are used for Ning to marry, have children, find an ancestral home, and settle down.
Fukiki.
Isn't it true that they have very little food? Many people are only wearing a piece of cloth to cover themselves. Yet it sounds like they have good belongings. No, that's not right. It's about poisoning. Fuchichi walks over and asks, "Yang Guangxing and Jia Yiji, are they the 2nd and 5th leaders of Dongyang village?"
Clang.
Ning Tuo lifts his tear-streaked face, sniffling and sneezing, and nods blankly.
Fukiki esse brau furos.
The bandits who poisoned say it was ordered by the 5th leader of Dongyang village because they wanted to steal grain from her dock. But before she could go to settle the score, they just left suddenly. Who are these two? Ning Tuo stands up, grabs the new clothes that Lei Jinghu just changed, and starts wiping his nose. Fuchichi frowns slightly and steps back 2 steps. When they stand together, Fuchichi notices that Ning Tuo is not even as tall as Lei Jinghu's shoulders. He is leaning on Lei Jinghu's chest like a fragile bird, sniffling and trembling. It gives the feeling of a strong man and a delicate little wife. Ning Tuo, with a stuffy nose, says, "Yang Guangxing is a scholar. He says his family was robbed by soldiers, so he came to be a bandit. Jia Yiji, he's a thief and a criminal, released from exile." Fuchichi asks, what is their background? Who do they usually associate with? Where are they fleeing now? Do they have other places to stay?
They don't know anything. Fukiki.
A group of reckless men with no brains, who don't even know their identities, dare to accept them. But she faintly feels that there's something strange about this. The strong man and the little wife nearby are still answering questions. Did you have lunch?
No.
Will you have food in the future?
No.
Why don't you stay and follow old Fu? Ning Tuo looks at Lei Ge with teary eyes. If he can still follow Lei Ge, just thinking about it makes him excited. He's a bit obedient. Lei Jinghu happily runs over to Fuchichi and chuckles. Boss, why don't you take them in too? Besides me, only little Ningzi can fight in Dongyang village. Ning Tuo shyly moves his feet closer to Lei Jinghu and says, I can fight. I use a whip. I have a family heirloom whip technique.
Fukiki raise sanaibra.
Ning Tuo looks weak and delicate, but she didn't expect him to be capable. After thinking for a moment, she says, Okay, but your treatment will be different from Lei Jinghu's. Everything depends on luck. Lei Jinghu is more decisive than you, so he joined first. Yesterday, when facing the enemy tribe from South Vietnam, Lei Jinghu showed bravery and selflessness. From now on, we are brothers in the same trench. He will officially join my frontline team. The bandits who fought yesterday will also be given priority to join different squads. Hearing the praise for Brother Lei, Ning Tuo's eyes sparkled, but then he looked a bit down. Fu Chichi smiled and said, "You can do a short job for a month first. After we evaluate your background, you can officially join the farming militia. If you want to join other squads, you'll need to pass stricter combat tests. Only those who succeed can have the chance." Ning Tuo thought for a moment, then stubbornly said, "I want to live with Brother Lei." Lei Jinghu patted his shoulder and said, "Boss will definitely agree. Since the house isn't finished, we all sleep in the same room. Tonight, you can sleep next to me." Ning Tuo felt happy and said, "Okay." Fu Chichi suddenly felt like pink bubbles were flying everywhere. Seeing that the bandits around her were used to this, no one found it strange. After being away for 2 days, Ping Xiuyao returned and heard about the big attack. He rushed over to Fu Chichi and looked like he was about to check her condition. Fu Chichi kicked him away, and Ping Xiuyao hung upside down from a tree branch, grinning shamelessly, saying, "Love is tough, and scolding is caring. I love you the most, Chichi." Fu Chichi shot him a glance and walked away. Ping Xiuyao flipped down from the tree. "It's a pity we missed the hero saving the beauty moment." A quiet figure flew over silently. "Young master, does Miss Chichi still need your help?" It's not that he looked down on the young master. They were simply at different levels. Ping Xiuyao's charming eyes darted around. "You don't understand. If I can't win, I'll use a trick, making Chichi take care of me with no clothes or belt." Jaomu rolled his eyes. Where does the young master's mysterious confidence come from? Since fighting the South Vietnam tribe, strangers have appeared nearby from time to time. Among their many auras, some strong martial artists are present. Even on the Wei River, boats come and go occasionally. When Fu Chichi captured some people and interrogated them strictly, she learned many things. Some were from the South Vietnam tribe, some from Yanzi City, some from the martial world, and others from different states. It turns out a rumor from Duanzhou Songqing is spreading among the lords of Dashuan. There is a woman wielding divine weapons and powerful tools. If she takes them, she can help conquer the world. The king of Yi harmed her. Shen hurt her. Fu Chichi didn't know that this was her cousin Fu Changhong's plan. An invisible pressure hit her hard. Fu Chichi's sense of urgency grew stronger. She decided to build watchtowers every 300 meters outside the mountain village, creating a continuous line. Soon it was late September. Although autumn was approaching and the weather was getting cooler, the dock was bustling with activity. Unexpectedly, the fences were covered with beans, pumpkins, and inside the vegetable plots, there were small cabbages, spinach, and sweet potato leaves, all lush and green. The firing of blue bricks went smoothly. The first kiln produced 120,000 bricks. Coincidentally, some bandits were skilled builders, and they started constructing the outer courtyard directly. Gradually, the bandits brought their families to join the western dock. Now there were over 300 people, and with their combined strength, they built 5 small outer courtyards. The waterway connecting the mountain village to the Wei River was successfully opened. A wall was built around the entire village, with watchtowers and arrow towers included. Dragon Gate Town was clearly unwilling to sell food, tiles, medicine, or clothes needed at the dock. Merchant ships set sail to nearby towns to buy these items at high prices. The current residences were established, but the mountain village needed to become a fortress, an active combat stronghold. The fortress was built on flat ground, with walls surrounding it, gates at the front and back, secret tunnels inside, and watchtowers at the corners, similar to a fortified city. Such a large project still required a master builder to plan and redesign it. Fu Chichi's main goal was to make her mountain village an independent power. She came from the end of the world, values human rights, and does not want to depend on others or bow to anyone. "Commander Fu, Captain Lei said you are looking for master builders to construct the fortress?" Ning Tuo had already joined Lei Jinghu's vanguard unit through a martial arts assessment. Inside, Fu Chichi, was studying detailed drawings. Ning Tua hurried in, looking flushed and red-cheeked from running. A man with such fair skin? Yes, Ning Tua was a native bandit who could read and write. He also worked as a small accountant. Recently, he had been buying supplies while sailing ships, which made his face look even whiter. Ning Tua quickly said, "There's a family named Zhuang at Malingspo. They left their exile place over 2 years ago. I heard they used to live in Lin City, building houses. They can't build a fortress, but they have built large courtyards for princes and nobles. It's because someone in their family committed a serious crime, so the whole family was exiled." Fu Qiqi looked up at the map on the wall. Malingspo is on the way between Dragon Gate Town and Swallow City. It's better to go sooner rather than later. She nodded and said, "All right. We'll set out for Malingspo tomorrow." On that day, more than 30 people were prepared to depart for Maling for tomorrow. At that moment, 3 people in the dock were secretly passing messages in 3 different directions. As they passed through Longmen Town, Fu Qiqi again sensed a strange atmosphere. Many vendors wanted to buy food, but the pushcart vendors pretended to be deaf and mute. Inside the carriage, Tian refused to believe in bad luck. She lifted the curtain and shouted at the bun seller, "Boss, 30 meat buns and 20 vegetarian buns." The bun shop owner was startled. With a bang, he pulled down the window shutter and quickly locked the door again. This sudden change stunned Fu Qiqi and the others. They tried multiple times afterward. Everyone avoided them, fearing it might bring bad luck. Fu Qiqi sat inside the carriage, resting her chin on her hand, and chuckled softly. "There's an order forbidding vendors from selling to us, and also forbidding the people of Longmen Town from working at our dock. Are they trying to force me to pay tribute? I refuse to believe that." Little Zhao Zhao pouted angrily. "I heard Sister Tian say that mayor, who is a lecherous old man. He already has 6 wives, and recently took a young girl named Xiao Tao. She didn't want to, but he forced her. Maybe we should secretly deal with him?" Fu Qiqi raised her eyebrows and looked meaningfully at Tian. "I didn't know mayor who recently took a young girl named Xiao Tao as his wife." Tian coughed and giggled mischievously. "I secretly went to the mayor's residence with Xiyu and a few others the day before yesterday to gather information. Just to get the scoop." Suddenly, the carriage jolted violently. Following that, a loud, arrogant voice was heard. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Who are these commoners blocking the main road? Our young lady is in a hurry to get to the city. Quickly step aside." Fu Qiqi and the others peeked out and saw a group of people rushing out from a side alley. The person shouting was a guard leading the way, swinging his reins fiercely. Xiyu remained still, and everyone else stayed quiet. "Move aside. Can't hear me? You sneaky-looking rats. Get out of the way." Lei Jinghu, hearing this, was so angry he grabbed his pickaxe, jumped on his horse, and ran up to the guard, glaring fiercely. "Priority? Do you understand that?" Another guard stepped forward. "What are you glaring at? Ugly freak. Do you think you can scare us with 2 pieces of iron?" Tian, with her fiery temper, couldn't hold back. She jumped down from the carriage and shouted, "Having a son doesn't mean you have a hole in your head. Did you fall into a cesspit this morning? On the main road, everyone go their own way. Are you the king of heaven? Do we have to stop for you?" 2 guards were momentarily stunned, then responded with a lecherous grin. "That woman looks really attractive. Playing with her would be even more fun." Fu Qiqi initially wanted to call Tian back to scold her. But since the other person was speaking so crudely, she remained calm and decided to see who was so bold. "What's the noise?" A maid hurried over aggressively. "Make way, it's been a long time without movement." The guard immediately put away his mischievous smile and respectfully said, "Lianfu sister, these commoners are deliberately blocking the way." The maid lifted her chin to look at Tian, feeling a bit jealous. A simple village girl in plain clothes, yet so beautiful. She snorted coldly and said, "Don't let them block the way. Kick them aside." The guards and maid were so arrogant, but they didn't know who their master was. The guards, obeying orders, drew their swords and attacked Lei Jinghu's horse. Before Lei Jinghu's guards could react, Tian stabbed a bloody hole in his horse. It How dare you draw your sword? How dare you attack me? The two groups clashed, but unexpectedly, the other side's guards slashed several times, cutting countless blood holes in the horses' legs and necks. The maid realized she was hitting a wall and became fearful. She slowly retreated, planning to escape.
Dada, dada.
At this moment, dozens of Yamen soldiers arrived, surrounding them tightly. We hear you're fighting and causing trouble, disturbing the peace and blocking the streets. Take everyone back to the town Yamen. Yes. The soldiers responded in unison. Is this the beginning of trouble? From inside the carriage, a clear, cheerful laugh like a oriole sounded. So this is the rule in Longmen Town, deliberately causing trouble, provoking fights, and when the situation gets serious, calling the Yamen to conveniently lock us up. All because we blocked an empty carriage? The head of the Yamen suddenly felt a chill in his heart.
Boom.
Suddenly, a carriage in the side alley collapsed, empty inside. Tian spat and kicked a nearby guard. Still dare to insult me. So this was all a setup? Fu Qiqi, with a flick of her hand, retracted a trace of true energy, jumped down from the carriage, and arrogantly said, "Go back and tell your Hu town chief that if he wants us as guests, he should post an official notice. If he uses such shady tricks, I fear once we enter the town Yamen, their bones will be left behind." The Yamen head gasped, swallowing hard. She looked like a young girl, ethereal and pure, with powerful skills like a legendary martial arts master. Today's task is impossible to finish. Should I save my life or go back and take the punishment? He still knows his limits. A team of fake guards and a group of officials watched helplessly as a group of people left the town gate. Next to the tavern's second floor, the tavern owner had already lost his greedy expression. His face was grim and unpredictable, as if lost in thought. Across from them, Yang Guangxing and another held their breath, afraid to speak. When Fu Qiqi and her group reached Malingpa, they saw the Zhuang family standing at the village entrance. It was a 3-section courtyard facing north to south, built into the hillside with water in front. The courtyard wall was made of very thick stones, over a meter high, topped with neat blue bricks. The shape vaguely resembled a turtle, with a powerful, mountain-swallowing look. But when they knocked on the door, no one answered. They were turned away, told no outsiders were allowed. Instead, a girl disguised as a refugee boy went to a nearby dilapidated brick house, claiming she was looking for relatives, and handed over a small bag of yellow sugar. They had found the right family. This household was lazy and fond of the Zhuang family's big estate. They talked about fleeing, harvests, and the Zhuang surname. Then they learned that the Ministry of Works officially had an office called the Pattern Office. It turned out the Zhuang family had 3 generations serving as the chief clerk. So, the Zhuang family lived in the village and still followed some old rules. When the big gate was closed, early in the morning, a group of people arrived at the Zhuang house next door. After they left, the Zhuang family closed their doors and refused visitors.
Fu Qiqi smiled.
Mayor who still had his long reach. Fu Qiqi planned to enter the Zhuang estate alone, using a professional architecture book to lure them. At the village entrance, a group of crying people gathered. "Mother, father, don't sell me. I'll do chores, pick herbs, and pay back the family debt with copper coins." A girl about 11 or 12 clung to her mother's leg, crying loudly. This scene was just 10 meters away. Head of the household. "You can't go. The debt isn't ours. Why sell you to the quarry?" A disheveled woman with sunken eyes shouted sadly.
Pa.
"My Huang family is still run by us old folks. Once I speak, the second son will go." A harsh woman spat and cursed. Today seems to be the day for selling people. There are about 5 cases. Yanzi City is in the southern wilderness, a place everyone knows is desolate. Because of the ongoing wars and chaos, no local lords have yet seized Yanzi City. Though poor, it is still peaceful. What surprised everyone the most was that, besides the pitiful and mournful seller, the rest were cold-hearted, indifferent spectators. In a village where generations have lived, relatives and friends, when did any villager ever say a kind word or try to persuade the seller? Cha Yen received a signal from Chi-Chi. Hiding behind a broken wall, she wiped some ash on her face and then tiptoed over to the woman from earlier. Annie, they're selling people. The others don't want to, but no one steps in to help or talk to them. Oh, girl, weren't you going next door to visit old Shin's family? How come you're back so soon? The woman hesitated and said through pursed lips. On the way, I heard about selling people again. I came to see what's going on. Cha Yen was quick-witted. She took a handful of sunflower seeds from her bag. The woman's eyes lit up, and she grabbed some seeds to put in her mouth, crunching and smacking her lips. Yaya is selling people. It's either our village or the neighboring one.
Nothing special about that.
Look, our village is quite well off. The fields are full of half-harvested corn stalks. How did it come to this, selling people? Actually, her family got robbed by bandits before the new year, owed some debt, and now they can't pay it back. They have to use people as collateral. The woman pointed to a mother and daughter hugging and crying. Her family, her older brother gambled and lost money, owed debts, and now can't pay. They're using his younger brother as collateral. Cha Yen caught a key word. Collateral debt? The woman spat out a seed shell and praised, thanks to Mr. Qian's kindness. Anyone who can't get by in that family can borrow some money quickly. The collateral debt is easy to get. Interest on collateral debt is 3%. If you owe a tael for a month, you pay back 1 or 200 coins. How is that kind? Cha Yen asked stiffly. The woman didn't seem to care and said, that's why Mr. Qian is so kind, with only 2% interest. If you can't pay on time, you get a 1-month extension. If you still can't pay, you can work at the mine to pay off the debt. Look, they've been delayed for 3 months, so it's an old debt, a dead debt. Mr. Qian has no choice. The people who lend the money have hired guards to recover it, and the guards can only come to take people. It was shocking. For the first time, I heard such a fresh and unusual explanation of collateral debt, and I felt grateful. After Chi Yen finished her story, Chi-Chi thought of raising insects. If you can't pay back collateral debt, the best way is to dig stones to settle the debt. If the family keeps failing to pay, they'll be forced to sell themselves to the mine just like digging stones at the quarry. The ultimate goal of the mine is still about people. The workers digging stones are not just temporary labor, they're essentially selling their lives. Fu Chi-Chi's thoughts spun around, but she couldn't figure it out. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, she swiftly flew onto the roof of the estate, threw the prepared letter and a few building plans into the study, and then gracefully departed. Inside the courtyard, a young boy watched Fu Chi-Chi leave. He then entered the study, picked up the letter, and read it carefully. He smirked with disdain. Are they sharing building design ideas? Even in the entire Great Xian, there are places with more impressive buildings and courtyards than their estate. When he opened the remaining 3 sheets, he was stunned to see 3 grand and magnificent design plans. The drawings were neat and detailed, with clear labels for each building's purpose. They combined the crowded, layered style of the post-apocalyptic world with traditional ancient architecture, creating a fortress that also served as a place for defense and daily life. Zhuang Pingyi seemed to open a door to a new world. His eyes shone brighter, and suddenly he shouted and rushed out of the study. Grandpa! He ran toward the old Master Zhuang without looking at his steps, accidentally knocking over a water bucket. A splash of water spilled everywhere. He slipped on the smooth stone and fell flat on his back. The old Master Zhuang paused in his work of pulling weeds, frowned, and said, Pingyi, listen. You are the eldest grandson. You must lead our Zhuang family back to Linda City someday. You can't act recklessly. You need to learn to bear the weight like Mount Tai without falling apart in front of others. Be steady. His younger brothers hurried to help Pingyi up. Pingyi ignored his aching body and shouted again, Grandpa, this is divine. It's a miracle. The old Master Zhuang slowly put down the weeds, straightened his back, and washed his hands with a nearby basin of water. Then he strolled over leisurely. His proud grandson spread out a drawing, crossed his arms, and looked at the old Master Zhuang casually. Suddenly, he stumbled and fell forward. Luckily, his grandson nearby quickly caught him around the waist.
Quick.
Let me see. The old Master Zhuang, still in midair, urgently called out. He had promised to be steady and strong like Mount Tai. But inside, he felt a mix of surprise and admiration. Everyone hurriedly carried the old Master Zhuang onto the grand chair in the main hall. Pengyi placed the drawing on the table and pressed it with a paperweight. The old Master Zhuang's eyes seemed to be glued to the drawing.
Brilliant.
The entire estate is made up of over 20 small courtyards. It's called Wu Fortress, a fortress, but it also feels like a city. From the main gate to the slanted tail is a main road with symmetrical sides. From low to high, there are 8 courtyard layers, perfectly dividing into 8 narrow paths that connect in all directions. The empty space seems to have another purpose, as if it was planned for something else. Wow, look at that! In the center of the entire blueprint, there is a water circle with a pattern leading to a waterway that echoes the design. The whole drawing subtly suggests the image of a phoenix soaring. Refined but not overly fancy, innovative and elegant, not overly delicate or ornate. Who could it be that understands building houses and courtyards better than our family? Father, where did this blueprint come from? More and more family members came to see, hearing that the old man had fallen and was injured. It turned out to be a false rumor. He was fine, but he was obsessed with 3 drawings. When they looked closer, everyone was stunned. Zhuang Pengyi angrily said, "This is exactly what the warning people came to tell us about in the morning." Everyone fell silent again. Our family finally settled in Yanzi City, living peacefully, and we can't afford to be driven away again because of other issues. After causing the disturbance, Fuqiqi put down her bait and led everyone to head back. Today is truly a day for selling people. Along the way, there were over 20 cases of people being sold to pay debts, mostly pawned for money or sold into the mining fields. Chayan tugged at her hair with a tuft of hair and said, "Could it be that Yanzi City is going to build a city wall? Or a river embankment?" Lei Jinghu thought for a moment and replied, "There's no need to build a city wall or a river embankment. But I heard Yanzi City has owed money for mining operations for about 10 years. 10 years? Cha Yan was surprised. For years ago, during the Great Xian era, openly issuing pawning money was illegal. Yanzi City seemed full of strange things. Fuqiqi told Xiu, "You take some people to ask nearby villages if anyone is willing to work short-term or long-term at Longmen Town's West Dock. We will pay well." Xiu led 2 others and returned in less than an hour, looking very serious. Unexpectedly, the villagers here had already received the ban half a month ago. If anyone goes to work at Longmen Town's West Dock, their entire family will be expelled from Yanzi City. It turned out that not only Longmen Town but also surrounding towns and villages had been warned. Everyone fell silent. Some were angry. Little Zhao Zhao waved her small fists and shouted, "We blew up Mayor Hu's house last night." Fuqiqi reached out and gently patted her head, speaking softly. "A town mayor shouldn't have such overwhelming power. There must be an invisible hand controlling behind the scenes, but I don't know which local ruler it is." Cha Yan lowered her eyelids and pouted. "It must be him too. We have betrayed him." Fuqiqi frowned slightly and shook her head gently. No matter how much reasoning she used, it made no sense. Why would the people who settled in Yanzi City be so ruthless to her family? The atmosphere grew tense and unpleasant. Everyone slowly continued their journey. After about an hour, they passed through a forest and were about 15 minutes away from Longmen Town. Suddenly, the carriage tilted, and Fuqiqi leapt out quickly, her expression serious as she shouted, "Be alert! There's danger!" Everyone stopped and drew their swords. Suddenly, an iron net rose into the air, blocking the entire road. "Retreat! There's an ambush!"
Fuqiqi commanded.
Before anyone could react, the sky seemed to change like a storm, with fierce winds and thick smoke. Countless sharp arrows shot from both sides. Fuqiqi floated in the air, releasing powerful energy waves, causing most of the arrows to fall to the ground. The road ahead was blocked. Everyone hurriedly turned back to escape. Wave after wave of arrows rained down like a storm, accompanied by screams and blood. Several guards and escorts had already fallen. Fu Qiqi looked sharply to the sides, sensing numerous energies in the dense forest. Zhao Zhao, Cha Yan, Xiu. Use explosives directly.
Good.
Cha Yan and others had been holding back for a while. They threw explosives on both sides, as if they had no money.
Boom.
Explosions echoed one after another, creating walls of dirt and sand, with waves of dust rising up. Rocks and dirt spun in the air and then fell from the sky. But surprisingly, only a few enemies appeared, just a handful. Throw them farther away, Fu Qiqi shouted. The arrow formation was quite far from here. At this moment, an old man slowly stepped out from the dark, dense forest. Divine weapons are indeed powerful. Fu Qiqi's expression darkened. Her breath was restrained, and she moved silently, a martial arts master. The old man looked at Fu Qiqi from top to bottom, surprised. You are young but already so skilled. Truly a genius.
He sighed.
It's a pity. I serve others and should contribute. But if you voluntarily surrender your weapons and formulas, I can promise not to kill you. Others appeared, about 10 more figures. Fu Qiqi and her companions were stunned. These were all experts. This group of people are martial artists hired by various local lords. The story begins with rumors spread from Duanzhou, claiming that stealing a woman's divine weapon could help conquer the world. They examined the large pits created by explosives, nodded in satisfaction, and said, I also want the weapon and the formula. We do too. From a distance, Mo Fangzhu and the Manhwa tribe looked at each other, confused about why so many martial artists suddenly appeared. After seeing the group of martial artists emerge from the dense forest, they initially thought they were all together, Manhwa seeking revenge. Qiqi Fu looked proud and chuckled softly. You want the formula and explosives, and then you plan to kill us?
Such a sneaky plan.
The old man was displeased. If you give me the weapon and the formula, I promise to save your life. Everyone stepped back first. The old man pointed at Mo Fangzhu and his group, knowing that the arrow formations and iron net traps here were set up by them. Mo Fangzhu looked serious. He used to belong to a martial sect and recognized many of the weapons and tactics used by these people. The woman named Fu was more complicated than he thought. She had attracted several groups of fighters. Remembering what her master said, if expelling them failed, then kill them, he naturally did not agree. Qiqi Fu's eyes flicked around. First, she planned to deal with the Manhwa tribe, then have Xiu and others distract the martial artists so everyone could escape. She made her decision and said, We will give you the formula and powerful weapons as promised. But these people are for you to handle. Some people hesitated, tempted. Others looked down on her. Stop talking nonsense. Everyone, use your skills. Our backing demands only one outcome. We're the same. I can risk my life to protect the girl, but others, you're on your own. The old man thought for a moment. Such a talented person was worth sacrificing. It was a pity to lose her. I trust you. Today, I'll lend you a hand. His tone changed suddenly. He blocked one of the martial artists rushing at Qiqi Fu and snapped his arm, breaking it. The other martial artist surged forward. Qiqi Fu quickly moved to the side of the iron net, drawing her sword and slashing at the trees. 2 people fell from the trees with loud crashes. A chaotic fight broke out, with shouts filling the air. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed a soft-bodied creature dragging across the ground, making a scraping sound from afar. This time, the Manhwa tribe was led by Gu Le. He listened carefully and chuckled sinisterly. Mo Fangzhu glanced at him and asked, Are your experts here? Gyul proudly lifted his head and said, Yes. His voice grew closer. There were faint sounds of poisonous snakes hissing and insects crawling. The air also carried a faint smell of decay. It was very creepy. Experienced martial artists saw that the ground was full of poisonous bugs, snakes, and ants. They all shouted together. Poison bugs. Venomous insects. Scatter. Fu Qiqi felt a shiver down her spine. After a moment of coldness and worry, She quickly ran to the carriage, pulled out Xiao Zhao Zhao, placed her on the horse, and handed her a bag of explosives. Run backward. If bugs come, them up. Same for Kayan. Among them, she and Kayan were the weakest in martial arts. Kayan's face was very pale. She had just fought a martial artist from the Jianghu and couldn't last more than 20 moves. She had been stabbed in the arm. She took the bag of explosives handed to her and nodded heavily. While the battle was happening ahead, the Mo Fong master led his people to rush in, attacking Lei Jinghu and Xiu. Only about 20 guards arrived at the dock. They were hit by a rain of arrows and surrounded heavily, most of them already dead. The scene became more chaotic. Lei Jinghu's eyes turned red with rage, but he still vaguely recognized the Mo Fong master. You drank with Lao San? Lao San is your man? It was rare, but Lei Jinghu was clever this time. Fu Qiqi saw that half of the guards had already died and was furious. She didn't expect him to be the mastermind behind everything. She took out her phone and shot at 2 Jianghu fighters who were entangling her, 1 shot each. The martial arts experts dodged quickly. With no one bothering her, Fu Qiqi had a chance to catch her breath. In an instant, she reached the Mo Fong master. Her sword energy was sharp like frost, stabbing him repeatedly. The Mo Fong master was hit twice, spat, and cursed silently, thinking she had no regard for her life. Xiao Zhao Zhao and Kayan kept bombing the ground with explosives, clearing a path and retreating quickly. Suddenly, a woman in red flew down from the sky and, in a flash, kidnapped Xiao Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao! Kayan screamed. In an instant, everyone at the dock was terrified, frequently looking toward the woman in red. She was standing on a tree branch, holding a long flute pressed against Xiao Zhao Zhao's neck, with a row of cold blades on the flute, dripping with blood. She proudly smiled at Fu Qiqi and said, "My sister said you severely injured my father?" Before Fu Qiqi could answer, Gu suddenly jumped out happily and shouted, "Yen, my niece, it was her who hurt your father and stole over 100 horses from our tribe." Ku Yenner sneered and nodded. Xiao Zhao Zhao held the explosives tightly, afraid to move. The flute knife cut her painfully, making her eyes turn red, but she stubbornly refused to cry. She bit her lip fiercely and stared angrily at Ku Yenner. Ku Yenner slapped Xiao Zhao Zhao on the forehead, angrily saying, "I hate wolf cubs glaring at me." Immediately, a red handprint appeared on Xiao Zhao Zhao's forehead, showing how hard Ku Yenner had struck. But Xiao Zhao Zhao, stubborn as ever, lifted her chin and forced herself to hold back her tears. She wanted to help Xiao Zhao Zhao but was caught by a martial artist with a whip who hooked her feet. Xiu used the force to lean back, grabbing the martial artist's waist tightly. The martial artist sneered and used his inner strength to whip at Xiu's back like a swift snake. Xiu's back was injured by a sword and a whip, and blood stained her whole body. Lei Jinghu roared fiercely, fighting with 2 axes that rivaled 2 martial artists from the martial world. They barely tied, but he was eager to escape and help everyone. His arms were already wounded by 2 swords. The remaining less than 20 brothers guarding the camp were attacked by Mo Fongzhu and Gu Tu, who led 60 or 70 men. Even the most skilled swordsmen couldn't hold their ground. Cha Yen, going mad, threw explosives to help defend the camp, forcing the Nanyu tribe's people to retreat. But they were wounded, seriously injured, dying, and the casualties kept increasing. All of this fell into Fu Qiqi's eyes.
Fu Qiqi remained silent.
Her aura slowly rose, using her supernatural power wrapped in true energy. She shifted from defense to attack. With a flip, her long sword pierced into the chest of a middle-aged swordsman fighting nearby. She forcefully sliced, piercing his heart. As she pulled out the sword, blood dripped down the blade. Fu Qiqi vented her anger by kicking fiercely with her right foot. The corpse of the swordsman hung from a tree 10 meters away, blood pouring like rain, staining the ground. Everyone was stunned. Even the martial arts experts were momentarily stunned by Fu Qiqi's sudden display of power. Only then did Fu Qiqi have time to glare at Ku Yenner. Her cat-like eyes held a fierce killing intent, icy and sharp, as icy blades seemed to stab toward her. She coldly said, "Let my sister go. Threaten me? You don't even know if you'll survive today. I took your sister, but I still need to exchange her at your dock for over 100 horses from our Nanyu tribe." Ku Yener sneered arrogantly. She looked around at the martial artists fighting with them, then forcibly tore the satchel around Xiao Zhao's neck, revealing a bag of explosives. The small black balls, about the size of a baby's fist, unexpectedly emitted a destructive explosion. They killed many of their enemies. Ku Yena smiled and raised her voice to the fighters ahead. "Esteemed elders, I am from the Ghost Face Witch clan. I apologize for any offense today. We only took 3 people from their dock in exchange for over 100 of my family's warhorses. The rest of you, senior brothers and sisters, are free to do as you wish." As he spoke, Gu Tu pointed at Xiu, Kayan, and Ku Yanyan's little Zhao Zhao. He had already figured out that these people, led by Fu Qiqi, shared a brother-sister bond. Ku Yanyan, along with the small Zhao Zhao holding a bag of explosive balls, placed them on the ground. Other martial artists nodded in agreement. The old man saw the ground crawling with poisonous insects, snakes, and ants, and the arrow formations on both sides. He hesitated for a moment and then said to Fu Qiqi, "I will do my best to save your life today. As for them, I am sorry I cannot help." Fu Qiqi remained silent, her eyes turning bright red with a fierce gaze. She would not allow anyone to take Zhao Zhao away. She used all her strength to activate her special powers. Suddenly, a vast wave of energy surged around Fu Qiqi, as if a glowing light enveloped her. Everyone wondered what kind of skill she was using. Suddenly, Fu Qiqi disappeared from her spot. In shock, everyone looked around, and behind Ku Yanyan, a figure suddenly appeared. A sword energy pierced through her back. Ku Yanyan looked down in surprise, blood spurting from her chest like blooming flowers spilling over green leaves. Then her arms went empty, and her eyes widened as she collapsed to the ground. "She's behind Ku Yanyan. Ku Yanyan is dead," 2 martial artists exclaimed. Everyone looked at Fu Qiqi. Her eyes, once crimson, had faded. A mist-like energy surrounded her, making her look cold and beautiful like jade. In an instant, she seemed to carry a brilliant light, and her every move made it seem as if the entire world should bow before her. Gu Tu's face suddenly turned pale, and Mo Fangzhu, standing nearby, trembled with disbelief. The surrounding air grew tense and suffocating. From nearly 20 meters away, she suddenly appeared behind a person. How could she perform such a rare skill? That was everyone's question. Teleportation. Fu Qiqi used her special powers, combining mental strength and internal energy, to create a new move. She had only used it twice before and was still not very skilled. At this moment, she was actually weak inside, her energy nearly drained. She quickly took out a level 7 zombie crystal stone and frantically absorbed energy. Her power is exhausted. She's relying on this treasure to sustain herself. A black-clad man with a spear exclaimed as he reached out to the glowing crystal. Everyone's gaze shifted to Fu Qiqi's hand, where a clear green gemstone shimmered. Several internal energy probes confirmed it contained endless power. Attack her. Only the capable can take her down. Charge. In an instant, all the martial artists surged toward Fu Qiqi. This is a rare treasure of advanced martial arts, more attractive than explosives. Everyone must not miss it. Qiqi throws Xiao Zhao towards the tea house, drawing her sword to confront the enemies. One person fights against more than 10 opponents, using powerful moves and internal energy strikes. Suddenly, the dense forest erupts with chaos, trees sway wildly, and the ground shakes violently. An old man in black watches Qiqi, who is fighting fiercely. Such a talented young person should not be wasted here. After a moment of silence, he makes a decision. He helps the tea house people retreat, facing the enemy's leader and others. Qiqi dodges a hand attack and is then stabbed from behind with a sharp blade. She avoids many cold weapons but cannot escape the barrage of internal energy rushing into her body. Multiple mixed energies collide violently. Instantly, Chi-Chi's face turns pale, and she spits out blood. It's as if muddy water has been soaked up and pulled out, sweat pouring down her. They are trying to kill her while she is weak. The martial artists around instantly agree and use their strongest moves. A sword flower, a large saber. Attacks come from all directions. Chi-Chi uses teleportation to dodge, quickly using her stored special energy, feeling dizzy. Suddenly, a palm strikes from the side, and Chi-Chi falls heavily to the ground, coughing up more blood.
Miss.
Chi-Chi's sister, Tian, and Xiu shout in alarm. Under the protection of the old man in black, they shoot wildly at the martial artists with pistols. Everyone is highly skilled, but under the rain of gunfire, a few are wounded. Meanwhile, the leader of the Mo Fong sect, greedy for treasure, shows a lustful look. His weapons are 2 iron hooks with 5 claws, facing Tian. On Chi-Chi's side, things are also tough. Her internal energy is completely chaotic, and she's been stabbed in the left shoulder, bleeding like a red flower. Everyone hold on. This woman is at her end. Chi-Chi suddenly spits out blood, determined to fight to the death. She plans to throw 3 bombs and teleport away quickly. Chi-Chi. A clear, cold voice like a divine melody reaches her ears. Chi-Chi suddenly looks up. A tall man in dark robes descends from the sky, carrying an overwhelming aura that forces the enemies attacking Chi-Chi to retreat. Behind him follow a dozen guards with cold, sharp blades rushing toward the martial artists. Amidst the clash of swords and the sound of fighting, the battle seems to stretch on endlessly, deliberately kept distant. Leaving only a vacuum zone between the two, the world instantly falls into a silent, snowy stillness. Yu Junxian looks at Chi-Chi, who is covered in dirt and blood, her breath unsteady, with leaves and dust tangled in her hair. He steps forward, his eyes filled with pain, guilt, frustration, and a fleeting hint of murderous intent. At this moment, the memories in Yu Junxian's mind kept flashing back. In the images, Chi-Chi was delicate and soft, with a bit of baby fat, very obedient and adorable. Occasionally, she would act innocent and harmless, but when she was alone, she would smile mischievously, showing her cleverness. Her voice when she called out was soft and sweet, like honey cake covered in sugar, harmless and gentle. She seemed to like shedding tears, a little crybaby. But now, the girl-like goddess of death, Chi-Chi, still had those sparkling cat-like eyes full of water and a delicate face like mist and water. However, the shining light in her eyes was cold, like snow covering 1,000 mountains, penetrating the soul with a fierce determination. Chi had long since calmed down after the initial surprise. The tears in her eyes gradually turned cool, and she regained her composure. She stood up calmly, brushing off the dust on her clothes. Her heart clearly told her, he is Yu Junxian, not Brother Song. But coincidentally, they met here today. A gust of autumn wind blew, messing up her hair. Chi brushed aside a few strands of her hair that fell across her forehead, then smiled and said, "Young Master Yu, it's a pleasure to meet you here today in Yanzi City." Yu Junxian noticed the sadness and detachment flickering in Chi-Chi's eyes. He stepped forward a few more steps, smiling gently, and slowly raised his hand to pluck the withered leaf from Chi-Chi's head. At the same time, a surge of spiritual energy flowed into her, helping to straighten her chaotic true energy and mental power. As they talked, Yu Junxian spoke casually. "I've been haunted by nightmares these past few months. In my dreams, I was fighting a fierce ghost called a zombie, and Chi-Chi always had clever ways to heal my wounds. In the dream, Chi-Chi was called Ching Ching, always calling me Brother Song. We went out on missions together, I fought enemies and Chi-Chi gathered supplies. We worked well together. In the dream, Chi-Chi always said she wanted to plant a towering phoenix tree to rest and grow old under its shade. In the dream, Chi-Chi. Suddenly, the world seemed to stop. Those stories spanning the universe, through ancient times and countless mountains and rivers, kept shifting and changing. The stories echoed softly, sometimes distant, sometimes near, drifting into Chi-Chi's ears. The scenes from the stories appeared like paintings hanging in midair, enlarging and becoming clearer. The scenery was beautiful, like a dream. Yu Junxian withdrew his spiritual power, gently embraced Chi-Chi to his chest. As he looked down into her eyes, his gaze was clear and gentle, with warm black pupils. Chi-Chi, will you tell me the truth? As the same origin's spiritual power faded away, he softly asked again. Surprised like a stone sculpture, Fu Chi-Chi was overwhelmed with silent emotion. Tears suddenly appeared in her eyes, silently sliding down her cheeks as she softly whispered, "Brother Song, is that you? Truly you?" Her voice was like mist, uncertain and trembling. "Yes, it's me." A hoarse voice responded beside her, warm breath steaming in the air. Fu Chi-Chi burst into tears, closing her eyes as she cried softly, her tears soaking Yu Junshuan's clothes. A gentle, enchanting smile appeared on Yu Junshuan's face, feeling a deep sense of relief, as if something lost had been found again. He had come to find Chi-Chi, seeking the truth. Now, everything was silent. No need for words. He was sure that all the scenes before him were real, happening live. Hee. Even now, you're still like a little kitten who loves to cry. I've grown up. Fu Chi-Chi's eyes were misty, but she also managed a warm, gentle smile from within. It felt as if the world was full of life, mountains and rivers painted with ink, clouds flowing across the sky, filling the land with energy and colors, making everything around her feel full of wonder. She snuggled in Yu Junshuan's arms, wanting to say so much. Her voice grew lighter and more cheerful as she said, "This is a scene I've never even dreamed of seeing. I thought I'd be alone in this strange world, destined to grow old and die here. But I never expected that on my first day in this world, I would meet Brother Song. Turns out Brother Song has always been Brother Song." As she spoke, her expression relaxed even more. She couldn't help but play with his hair, her delicate fingers weaving through his dark strands, which seemed to wrap around her fingertips like jade. The touch made Yu Junshuan's heart beat faster, filling him with joy. A voice told him this was his greatest pursuit in life. In the distance, the fight was coming to an end. The martial artists were no match and began to retreat step by step, gradually withdrawing from the scene. In just half an hour, Nan Yuan and Beijia returned with their people. "Master, they have retreated." Nan Yuan and Beijia exchanged a glance and looked at Fu Chi-Chi beside their master, surprised to see her even more beautiful than described by Princess Gua. Yu Junshuan's lips curved into a slight smile as he introduced her. "This is Chi-Chi." The words were simple, but heavy for the guards to hear. "Greetings, Miss Chi-Chi." Everyone bowed respectfully and called out in unison. Fu Chi-Chi's calm aura slightly diminished, but she responded warmly. Because they were in a hurry to save someone, there was no time to talk about old matters. The group quickly mounted the extra horses nearby and rode off toward the direction of Kayan and others. Fu Chi-Chi initially wanted to ride alone, but Yu Junxian, acting domineeringly, directly swept her into his arms, holding her close to his chest. With a commanding shout, he urged the horse to gallop forward at full speed. Vijin Xian didn't know why, but when he finally saw Fu Chi-Chi, the scene that had troubled him for months seemed to come alive. The strong desire to leave his mark on Fu Chi-Chi suddenly burst forth, rushing through his body with unstoppable force. Fu Chi-Chi felt uncomfortable for a moment, but soon a sweet smile appeared on her face. She quickly caught up with the enemy, all of whom were from the Nanyu tribe. Fu Chi-Chi's sharp gaze fixed straight ahead, and she took out several explosive balls, throwing them into the crowd. A loud explosion followed, mixed with screams. Enemies are attacking from behind.
Boom.
She threw a few more explosive balls.
Ah.
I can't see clearly. My eyes. My leg is broken. My arm is hurt. The front was filled with smoke and chaos, with blood and screams everywhere. Vijin Xian's guards were stunned. What powerful weapons! Today, Fu Chi-Chi used teleportation, energy crystals, explosive beads, and a pistol, all her secret tricks. She became even more reckless. Vijin Xian, holding Fu Chi-Chi close, Felt like his treasured girl was growing up, and his heart beat faster. His voice reached the front, where Mo Fengzhu's face darkened. It was a divine weapon, only used by Fu Qiqi, who was fighting alongside a dozen martial artists. The rear was under heavy attack, with screams never stopping. Mo Fengzhu and Gu Tu had to turn their horses around, only to see a group of handsome men. Especially the man holding Fu Qiqi, his face cold, eyes deep and dark. He sat casually on his horse, exuding a commanding aura.
Who are you?
Mo Fengzhu asked cautiously, trying to recall any suspicious details about Fu Qiqi and her group. Vijin Xian gently pushed Qiqi inside his arms, then glanced at Mo Fengzhu calmly and said, "I am Vijin Xian from Liyuan." Hearing this, Mo Fengzhu's mind was overwhelmed with shock. These two seemed to be close, like partners in crime. No, they were lovers. It turned out she was Vijin Xian's concubine. Yanzi City and Liyuan are separated only by the Wei River. Last year, Vijin Xian was condemned by the world for killing his father, and his shame spread across the great Xian realm. Everyone knew and talked about it. Liyuan offered a high reward and gathered martial artists to hunt down Vijin Xian. But when everyone sharpened their weapons, he disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, in spring this year, Vijin Xian returned as a king, leading only 20,000 troops from Bian City to fight the new Qinyang king's 50,000 troops, forcing them to retreat in chaos. Since then, the two sides had been fighting for nearly 4 months, with the new Qinyang king steadily losing ground. Just as everyone thought that Lord Yu Xian would take advantage of the victory to pursue and capture Liyuan, Lord Yu Xian and his Black Armor Army disappeared quietly. His Black Armor Army was originally the elite cavalry of Liyuan, each skilled in riding and martial arts. Their dark armor, crafted with a special forging technique, was indestructible. After Lord Yu Xian returned, the Black Armor Army was stationed and trained in secret for a month. They became fierce and ruthless, with even stronger combat tactics, unbeatable in battle. Now, behind him stood a group of men in dark clothes, all exuding strong fighting spirit. These were his black armor soldiers. Gu Tu chased after them and saw a group of people ahead. He burst out laughing loudly. So, reinforcements have arrived, but only 20 people. They're just asking to die. Mo Fengzhu quietly stepped back from Gu Tu, realizing he couldn't get any benefit today, so he decided to retreat. After some thought, he decided to warn him kindly. Gu Tu, retreat. That is Lord Yu Xian from Liyuan. Don't let them scare you into losing your courage, Gu Tu mocked, but his face showed seriousness and a strange sense of unease. There are only about 20 of them, and we have nearly 100. I've heard of Lord Yu Xian from Liyuan before. He is the young master of Liyuan. But their tribe has always been closed off, and they don't know about the recent events that happened last year and this year. Mo Fengzhu raised his head to face Fu Qiqi's increasingly murderous gaze. Without hesitation, he shouted loudly, "Retreat!"
Clatter.
Dozens of people quickly fled along a side path with Mo Fengzhu. But Fu Qiqi couldn't let him go. She swooped toward Mo Fengzhu and threw a dart. Mo Fengzhu felt a sudden rush of wind behind him. He tilted his head and saw Fu Qiqi holding 2 hidden weapons. He had long known their deadly power. When he saw a bullet flying rapidly toward him, he pulled a nearby guard to block the shot. Fu Qiqi raised her hand and fired again, hitting Mo Fengzhu's right shoulder. He cried out in pain, fell onto his horse, and rode away in panic. Meanwhile, Gu Tu, who stayed behind, was trembling with dry throat and wide eyes. Their tribe's soldiers were falling one by one, yet the 20 enemies remained unharmed. They really couldn't win. His face darkened. To avoid swords and knives, he mimicked Mo Fengzhu's sneaky stance, crouching down to hold the horse's head, shouting as he ran, "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Over 100 members of the Manhwa tribe arrived, leaving only about 30 people, most of whom fled toward another part of the dense forest. Nearly a dozen black armor soldiers chased after them on horseback. "Don't pursue the desperate," Lord Yu Xian said calmly. The dozen or so stopped. The old martial artist who was helping Kayan escape earlier saw the fierce pursuing soldiers behind and suddenly panicked, fleeing wildly. Shiyu and Kayan heard the old man from the martial world shout, so they stopped their horses. They observed quietly for a while, as still as chickens. The group discussed briefly and decided to assist Chi-Chi. Each person divided 5 explosive balls. Even the old man from the martial world shared. Thus, a strange scene appeared on the official road in the dense forest. Shiyu, Kayan, and Xiao Zhao Zhao stood at the front, each holding a gun in their right hand and an explosive ball in their left, perched on the side branches of nearby trees. The others hid behind a pile of stones, crouching behind them, with cold weapons like swords in their right hands and explosive balls in their left. A line of heads appeared, serious expressions on their faces, staring straight ahead, without blinking. 15 minutes later, someone appeared. The bright red sunlight filtered through the gaps in the branches, shining down in patches on a horse and 2 people. The man sat upright, protecting the woman tightly in his arms. The woman was ethereal and pure, while the man looked cold but slightly lazy. The flowing dappled light around them created a shimmering, colorful scene, blending into a beautiful landscape painting. It was a scene of human beauty and harmony. At that moment, everyone thought, what a perfect match, a couple made for each other. Big sister.
Brother Song.
7 sister Chi. Everyone felt reborn. Fu Chi smiled happily, ready to dismount and catch Zhao Zhao rushing toward her. However, Yu Junxian forcefully held Chi in his arms and glared at Nanyuan. Take Zhao Zhao with you. The others, pack up quickly and head back immediately. Then he led the way, walking ahead.
Fukiki.
Xiao Zhao Zhao was originally very touched to see Brother Song, but didn't expect him to come back and immediately take the sister away. She had always believed that only he would take her sister away. She pouted her little mouth, reluctantly climbing onto Nanyuan's horse. Kayan nodded after receiving Fu Chi's signal, her small eyes spinning with curiosity. After brief exchanges, they packed up their spoils, carried the injured brothers from the guard camp, and also took the corpses, heading back to Longmen Town. The 2 on horseback leisurely traveled along the autumn path as the cool autumn breeze gently swayed, making their hearts sway with the horses. Fu Chi suppressed her racing heartbeat and once again looked strangely at Brother Song with a tilted head. Yu Junxian chuckled softly, his voice deep and husky, with a tempting tone. Chi keeps looking at me. Is it because we haven't seen each other in a long time? Do you miss me too much? He was surprised himself. How could he say such flirtatious words after just meeting? Fu Chi looked at him for a moment, then gave up, blushing and sticking out her tongue. Well, in this end of the world, it's Brother Song who protects me, she answered seriously. This response pleased Lord Yuxian, who chuckled softly and leaned closer to Chi. Don't worry, I will stay with you and not leave. These words seemed very different from what Brother Song used to say when he promised to stay with her. His deep, hoarse voice sounded like a hook piercing into her eardrum, stirring a tingling, thrilling sensation. A strange emotion flickered across Chi-Chi's face, and she obediently nodded. When everyone returned to the dock, the figures of Lord Yuxian and Chi-Chi had disappeared for a long time. Finally, at sunset, with the sky filled with morning glow, the 2 were bathed in the glow of the setting sun and appeared on the main road of the dock. Standing on the observation tower, Ping Xiao, like a stone watching over a waiting wife, moved and tiptoed down. Chi, I was so worried about you. I should have gone with you to Ma Lingpa. I can't be a young widower. Suddenly, Ping Xiao, who had just landed, froze, his back stiffening. A chilling, oppressive cold swept from all directions, seeping into his bones. Be a widower? Stay a widower? A cold, intimidating voice came from the front, from a man backlit by the light behind him. Getting closer.
It was a man holding Chi.
Ping Xiao jumped in shock, eyes wide, shouting at the 2. Chi.
Who is he?
Where did this troublemaker come from? Chi. Suddenly, the air temperature seemed to drop to freezing. Lord Yu Xian slowly dismounted from his horse, carrying Qi, and unexpectedly kicked at Ping Shuyao.
Ah!
Ping Shuyao was dramatically hung upside down on a branch of a nearby phoenix tree. Then, Lord Yu Xian pulled Qi along as they walked into the village. Hanging upside down, Ping Shuyao shouted angrily, "You troublemaker! How dare you kidnap my Qi?
Wait!
I'll deal with you when I get down." This drew the attention of everyone at the dock, who gathered to watch. Lord Yu Xian's cold gaze swept over the crowd, making everyone tremble. Qi-Chi's eyes flickered with a faint, shy joy inside, and she quietly explained, "Young Master Ping, he's not bad, just joking around." Lord Yu Xian lazily raised an eyebrow. "His words are reckless. Let him learn his lesson." Qi obediently nodded. The bandits working on building houses and digging trenches saw the imposing stranger holding Qi-Chi's hand, their eyes fixed on their intertwined hands, showing surprise.
Who was Qi?
She was the girl who threw the explosive Big Brother Qi during the game of throwing stones. Seeing their curious gazes, shy Qi tried to break free from his grip. Lord Yu Xian chuckled softly, tightening his grip. "Don't move. Where are we staying?" Fu Qi pointed to a small courtyard on the right. At the gate, a young boy named Xiaoyan stood with his arms behind his back. When he saw the two, tears welled in his eyes as he called out, "Sister, brother Tsang." Fu Qi smiled and nodded, running over to gently pat Xiaoyan's small head, speaking cheerfully, "It's okay, sister is fine. I came back with brother Tsang." Carefully, Xiaoyan peeked out from his sister's embrace, looking at Lord Yu Xian. He wanted to get closer but hesitated. Zhao had said that brother Tsang only recognized his sister, not others. Lord Yu Xian immediately recognized the well-dressed, slightly mature-looking little boy as Xiaoyan, Fu Qi's younger brother. Feeling an inexplicable fondness, he naturally took Xiaoyan's hand and explained with a smile, "Is this Xiaoyan? Sorry, brother Tsang is a bit unwell and has forgotten everyone." Xiaoyan's eyes brightened as he looked at the big hand holding his small one, nodding happily. "Sister is treating brother Tsang's illness." The three of them entered the house, laughing. Fu Qi, covered in blood and dirt, hurried to clean up and also planned to check on her brothers who were badly injured. But she knew Lord Yu Xian would definitely stay with them. She instructed Kayan to tidy up the room. After tidying the room, Kayan wanted to bring him inside, but was startled by the oppressive presence of Lord Yu Xian, who was playing chess with Xiaoyan. She could only wave her hand to signal Xiaoyan to come over, clutching a feathered toy, muttering, "It's been months." He's gotten even more intimidating. Xiaoyan came over and asked, "Kayan sister, are you calling me?" Kayan avoided Lord Yu Xian and pulled Xiaoyan aside. "Take brother Tsang to stay in the east room." Xiaoyan nodded happily and led brother Tsang to the east room, as his small room was right next door. Seeing ghosts no one remembers, and they're so kind to Xiaoyan, Kayan sighed. "Humph, big bad guy. Just knows how to kidnap sister." Zhao, after washing up and changing into a pink dress, scowled at the two figures in the distance.
Nan Yu tribe.
In the main hall, about a dozen people sat silently. The leader, Ing Shou, finally set down his teacup and, with a stern face, spoke with the weight of long-standing authority. "Gulo, you took over 100 people out, swore that this trip to cooperate with the Mo Fong master would bring back over 100 warhorses and several thousand jin of grain. But only 32 have returned. We lost not only 70 or 80 brothers but also Ku Yener. The ghost-faced old woman won't forgive the killer, and she won't spare us either." Bang! The wooden table beside was shattered with a loud slap by Qi Fing. Splinters of wood and dust flew onto Gu Li's face, leaving a few blood marks. His expression was fierce, but he quickly lost his confidence. Ku Yener, the disciple of the ghost-face old lady, was known for her unpredictable temper, often acting without reason. The others looked at each other silently, exchanging meaningful glances in midair, showing they had plans. If they could seize this chance to push the Gu family down and promote their own clan members, they could develop their influence. Someone couldn't hold back and said, "During the last battle, we lost over 100 warhorses, and it was partly Gu Li's fault. Now, they talk about blaming each other, but we lost many of our men. Exactly. Maybe the problem is that they're too proud and overconfident again.
Gulles verfluchte Siniste.
He lowered his arm, and his hands hidden under his robe clenched tightly, repeatedly grinding against the floor until they bled. The clan leader of the Gu family looked at the messy scene, listening to the accusations, feeling very bitter. The Manhwa tribe is made up of 7 clans, but only 3 are powerful, the Ying, Ku, and Gu clans. From Chief Ying's words, today's losses should be blamed on the Gu family. His second brother was more skilled than him, and if he got hurt, it would be bad for their family's future. The Gu clan leader thought for a moment and said, "Chief, Gu Lo is brave and has fought hard for our Manhwa tribe. He made a mistake this time, but I hear that even a dozen top fighters from the martial world are no match for people like Chi and Yu Junxian. So, no matter who goes, it's likely the same as my second brother, dangerous." Yenner's incident was unexpected. Maybe we should tell Old Lady Ghostface the details and see how she treats the culprit before making further plans. Chief Ying observed everyone's expressions. His old eyes flashed with a meaningful plan, and he said calmly, "Gu Li's position as general of the tribe will be temporarily removed. Instead, it will be taken over by the Feng family." The Feng family stood up and said modestly, "Thank you, Chief, for trusting us." But he secretly gave a glance to Chief Ying, knowing that the chief agreed with his plan to help Feng Changqiu, the military strategist, take control of the world. The others looked at each other, confused about why the Feng family was chosen, as they were the weakest in the tribe's power. But soon, they were proven wrong. Unexpectedly, the Feng family's young master was skilled in military strategy and good at fighting enemies, quickly gaining the support of many soldiers from the Manhwa tribes. Moreover, internal conflicts within the tribe also started to happen one after another. The tribes of Manhwa strictly follow their traditions. They do not interfere in court disputes, but only defend against foreign pirates. Under Feng family Feng Xiaoya's training, everyone developed a strong desire to succeed and make achievements. Of course, that's a later story. Inside the villa, after dinner, Yu Junxian accompanied Fu Qiqi to see Lei Jinghu. Today, Lei Jinghu was fighting against multiple martial artists and had sustained many cuts and bruises. As they approached the yard, they suddenly heard strange sounds coming from the room inside. There was the sound of flowing water and faint crying. "Does it hurt a lot?" That was Ning Tuo's voice, sounding pitiful and soft, with a whimper that was quite charming. "No, it doesn't hurt really." Lei Jinghu's voice responded quickly, rough and comforting. "But it's so big, I'm rubbing it." Then came the sound of gentle rubbing and grinding, which sounded a bit strange. "It will go down eventually." Lei Jinghu's hoarse voice let out a strained sound. "Slow down a bit." The sounds were strange, mixed with heavy breathing. They were in a difficult situation. Qiqi had always felt that the pink bubbles between the delicate, fair Ning Tuo and the tall, strong Lei Jinghu were way too much.
Ugh.
"It hurts again."
Then.
"Should I be gentler?"
Yes. Okay.
"This." Qiqi stared with wide, innocent eyes, lowered her head to look at her toes, feeling confused and blushing. Yu Junxian turned his head and saw Qiqi's flustered, blushing face under the moonlight. She actually understood. He remembered that Qiqi had never known about these things before. Suddenly, he felt his blood rush wildly, overwhelmed with emotion. And it was 2 men. What kind of people are they? Yu Junxian took several deep breaths to suppress his frustration and resisted the urge to throw the 2 inside out. He heard footsteps. To avoid awkwardness, Yu Junxian pulled Qiqi behind a wall, their breaths mingling in the darkness. Qiqi looked up and softly said, "Shall we go back?" She blinked her cat-like eyes, trying to stay calm, licking her lips lightly, looking extremely alluring without knowing it.
Wait.
Yu Junxian's throat rolled. He seemed to be under a spell. Today, meeting Qiqi again, he felt a strong longing that pierced his bones and stomach. He looked inside and muttered, "Where did they go?" They had already walked away. The 2 of them casually left the wall. Inside, suddenly, It started again. Yes, like that. Use more force. Good.
Ah. Ah.
Relax. Then everything returned to calm, leaving only heavy breathing. Startled, Fuchichi quickly turned around and accidentally knocked over half a wall.
Crash.
The bricks scattered everywhere.
Bang.
The door inside was kicked open. Who's there? That troublemaker? Lei Jinghu, shirtless and with his waistband tied, rushed out of the room. Behind him, Ning Tua, wet and dripping, followed. Fuchichi took a deep breath, adjusted her energy, and tried to control her breath as she said, "It's me. I came to check your wound." However, the skin on her neck was still red, like cooked shrimp. Yu Junxian saw that the two were not dressed properly, and his veins bulged with anger. Lei Jinghu recognized Chi-Chi and quickly tied his waistband again, sincerely inviting her, "Old Fu, please come inside." Yu Junxuan's face darkened and then turned pale, furious. Just now, the two were fighting inside, and Chi-Chi was involved. He angrily blurted out and asked sternly, "How can Chi-Chi go into your bedroom?" Lei Jinghu was a bit afraid of this young master, but it seemed the young master had bad intentions toward them. Feeling something was wrong, and although he didn't understand energy, Ning Tua, who was very perceptive, quickly explained, "Old Fu arrived just in time. Brother Lei's back was swollen, and he just applied a bottle of medicine to reduce the swelling. There are also 2 sword wounds that have been bleeding, and you should check if he's poisoned."
Ah.
The scene was different from what she expected. It seemed she had misunderstood. The air was filled with the smell of medicine. Fuchichi blinked, awkward but polite, and smiled at the young master. She had acted strangely just now. Did the young master misunderstand her? Yu Junxian looked away from Ning Tuo with a deep expression and then nodded naturally at Chi-Chi. This was his way of agreeing that she could check the wounds. Chi-Chi felt more at ease and said confidently, "All right, we'll wait for you in the main hall." With Ning Tuo's persuasion, Lei Jinghu dressed neatly and went to the main hall to have Chi-Chi check his pulse. Chi-Chi didn't actually check his pulse, but used her special ability to examine him. The wounds were real, and there was slight poisoning. Chi-Chi left some medicine, instructed him on how to use it, and told him to have a healer check again tomorrow. After leaving the room, they passed by the well. Yu Junxian pulled Chi-Chi aside and helped wash her hands. "I'll send a letter tomorrow to ask my eldest sister to send a doctor. You, a woman, shouldn't always be the one to treat their wounds." Chi-Chi looked a little confused and uncertain, gazing at the young master. "In the end of the world, my ability team is also the one I rely on for medical treatment." Yu Junxian frowned tightly. He had these memories, but they were from the past, and now they just didn't feel right. This is ancient times, and a woman's reputation is very important. You said that this place is a post-civilization world where women behave in this way. When did Brother Song start holding outdated feudal ideas? If Brother Song's appearance hadn't changed, and if he still had his lightning powers and the scenes he described were just memories, she would suspect he was someone else. Fuchichi shook her head and said seriously, "Brother Song protected me well during the end times, like a delicate flower in a greenhouse, with few chances to face zombies or enemies. But in this different world, I have faced many dangerous situations. I have grown up and learned about responsibility. I want to protect Yan Yan, Zhao Zhao, Xiu, Aunt Chu, many people. I want to build a home here, free from war, oppression, and the abuse of the powerful, a land where I can breathe freely. Brother Song forgot, but you went through devilish training last year, hoping we could protect ourselves." His eyes, clear and cold like autumn water, were firm and calm. Yu Junxuan's discomfort slowly faded as he carefully considered Chi-Chi's words. Long silence. In the night, amidst the sound of footsteps, a voice was heard. "Okay." Chi-Chi paused, then quickly stepped forward and took Brother Song's arm. Yu Junxian glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, a faint smile spreading across his face. A few days later, Yu Junxuan's merchant ship arrived again, this time a warship with over 300 Xuanjia soldiers, looking very imposing. Including the Xuanjia soldiers, there were over 600 people at the dock. Since Yanzi City was causing trouble and threatening with knives, Chi-Chi decided not to buy supplies there. Instead, she arranged for the merchant ships to go to different places to buy goods. From then on, the west dock of Longmen Town finally had a new name, Fengwu Fortress, Fengwu Mountain Villa. Many years later, Fengwu Fortress became Fengwu City. For a city that values freedom, people have many opinions. The most popular story is that the name Fengwu comes from the Book of Songs. The phoenix sings on the high hill. The parasol tree grows in the morning sun. It means that when the parasol tree is tall, the phoenix will come. Flowers and butterflies will naturally gather. This was because the city lord of Fengwu had long planned to unite the world and gather talented people. Only she knew that Fu Chi-Chi loved the phoenix tree. When she first built the mountain villa, she planted countless phoenix trees all over the mountain, hoping to see the fiery red phoenix flowers bloom every day. In her spare time, Fu Chi-Chi led people to seize the town chief's residence in Longmen Town, but they never saw the Mo Fangju they had heard of, and even Mayor who had already run away with his people. However, this trip was very rewarding. A small town mayor managed to gather nearly 60,000 silver coins, 80,000 pounds of grains, and various bolts of cloth and supplies. At this moment on Mount Mo, Master Mo was biting on a cloth, while the traveling doctor used iron tongs to extract a hidden weapon from his shoulder's flesh. The wound was too deep, and the hidden weapon too small. Repeated attempts failed to succeed. The doctor took a deep breath, trembling as he slowly removed the tongs. Master Mo spat out the cloth, grimacing in pain, and cursed angrily, "Fu Chi-Chi, I will destroy her and leave her with nothing." After Yu Junxian arrived, he became the chief trainer at Fengwu Mountain Villa, earning his reputation. However, the two had a silent agreement. Yu Junxian focused on training and accompanying Chi-Chi, while other matters remained under Fu Chi-Chi's control. But Ping Shuyao kept overestimating himself by challenging Yu Junxian, only to be defeated every time. After another morning practice, the stubborn Ping Shuyao came again. He fought less than 30 moves and lost once more. He got up from the ground, eyes full of mischief and sneer, mocking. Young Master Yu has incredible martial skills, but was robbed of his throne and expelled. I suppose he's just a reckless brute. Yu Junxian wiped his sword and sheathed it, handing it to Nan Yuan, and said casually, "Third young master Songling is indeed one of the 4 great young masters of Dexian, with excellent looks. I heard Bai Li Gulan has already announced that if you marry her, Bai Li's army of 50,000 soldiers will obey your commands." Ping Shuyao's teeth ached from grinding, and he snapped, "You're talking nonsense. I don't care for Bai Li Gulan, that woman. One mockery of bravery without wisdom. One mockery of seduction with beauty." Just as Chi-Chi returned from tending the vegetables, she overheard their sarcastic words. It turned out that men's banter was also full of hidden sharpness. Nan Yuan saw Chi-Chi and bowed politely. "Greetings, Miss Chi-Chi." Just moments before, Ping Shuyao, with a grim face, looked like a wronged little wife and hurried toward Chi-Chi, pitifully saying, "Chi-Chi, he's a devil. He bullies people. Look, my arm is swollen, I have chest pain, and I feel dizzy. I might faint." As Ping Shuyao leaned in, Chi-Chi slightly bowed her body and asked gently, "Your face is more beautiful than a woman's. Where are you hurt?" Ping Shuyao was furious. Yu Junxian, with his sneaky mind, had drawn his sword and struck his back and arm with full force, using internal energy, but he avoided hitting his face. Prince Yu Junxian playfully glared at Ping Shuyao, then calmly pulled Fu Chi-Chi over and softly said, "Chi-Chi, I want to have egg-filled pancakes for breakfast today." Fu Chi-Chi's attention was naturally drawn away by Prince Yu Junxian. "Coincidentally, there's a bunch of chives growing. Let's harvest a basket and give some to Lady One." Prince Yu Junxian replied, "Yes, I'll go with you to harvest the chives." The two figures walked away together, gradually disappearing into the distance. Joma saw his young master looking like an injured ice sculpture, with tears welling up in his eyes. He advised, "Young master, I've checked with Aunt Chu and Kwang Xiaobo. Young Master Tsong and Miss Fu are very close. Song always holds Miss Fu dear in his heart. Maybe you should forget about it? He knew that this time, the young master was serious. Ping Xiao watched their retreating figures, smiling charmingly, then suddenly paused, his expression darkening into a thin line, flickering with a mischievous, cold glint. Who knows what will happen in the future? How can I give up easily? He snorted, then strode forward with reckless determination, planning to grab some egg-filled pancakes. He wanted to eat too. After breakfast, Fu Qiqi ordered Steward Chen from the Wen family and Xiu and others to go to nearby villages to recruit temporary workers. Since Longmen Town was poor, she decided to settle here and keep an eye on things. An hour later, Xiu returned. Qiqi sister, the villagers don't want to work as short-term laborers. When we arrived, we saw the martial arts school people coming to collect debts again. The farmers had no debts left, so they captured 3 young children and 2 teenagers. We decided to bring them back. Fu Qiqi thought that the Hu town hall had been taken over by her, and that poor harvests and chaos in the world made villagers eager to earn food, so they kept coming. But unexpectedly, they refused. They hurried to the discussion hall. There, they saw 7 or 8 fierce martial arts enforcers, their hands and feet bound, looking disoriented and shouting harsh words. How dare you arrest us? When our master arrives, we'll sell all of you to the mines. And you bunch of rotten women, all sold into brothels. If you serve me well, maybe I'll find a good place for you. Cha Yen, known for her fiery temper, raised her leg to kick, still not satisfied. She grabbed a nearby wooden stick and started hitting the men.
Trash. How dare you sell me?
I'll beat you to death, you know. When Shijun originally came to settle accounts, but was unexpectedly insulted by these people. She grabbed a stick and joined Cha Yen, hitting the men fiercely. Smack. It was like chopping grass, reckless and brutal, with no pattern, hitting with deadly force. 7 or 8 people were, only able to hop around like frogs to dodge and escape. More than a dozen villagers were frightened, trembling and huddling together. Fu Qiqi leaned against the doorframe, watching the chaos. Seeing their bruised faces and constant wailing, she approached and sat on a grand chair. First, she asked an old man kneeling nearby, trembling. "Old sir, sit down and speak." The old man dared not speak. "Mississippi miss, you say it. I will listen." Kwang Xiaobo pulled the old man up and pressed him onto a chair. Fu Qiqi looked around and saw the villagers trembling with fear, not daring to lift their heads. She smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. We are also refugees who came to Longmen Town. We were repeatedly attacked by the local leaders' men, so we had no choice but to escape." Hearing this, the villagers lowered their heads even more. They knew they couldn't afford to offend the local leader. Fu Qiqi continued, "Today, I've gathered you all here because I have a few questions. I see your villages are very poor with little food, no proper clothes. Many of you have sold your children, your husbands, and your wives. Families are torn apart. I am offering temporary work. It's not much, but at least you can have a full meal, wear clean clothes, and earn some coins to pay off debts. Why is no one willing to come and apply?" The villagers looked at the few thugs with swollen faces, shrinking back and lowering their heads again. Tian picked up a wooden stick and struck several times, threatening, "Stop glaring. I'll make you all paralyzed with a few more hits." The thugs were overwhelmed. They were used to looking down on the common folk. Among the villagers, only a 13 or 14-year-old girl knelt alone nearby. Watching Tian's display, her timid eyes lit up with hope. She loudly said, "I'll speak. Chun and I, you can't harm the village." The old man tried to stop her. Chun and I cried out loudly, "Who am I harming? Who can I harm? My father, mother, and brother have all been sold. Now I'm the only one left. I have no life left. So who should I be afraid of? It's all the same. Death is death. Where I die doesn't matter." Chun-Ni's shouting and crying sounded like a floodgate opening, filling the hall with sobs and wails. Tired of crying, Chun and I hiccuped and sobbed. Tian brought over a bowl of tea. Chun and I saw the clean, white porcelain bowl. Her dirty hands, covered in mud, tried to wipe her torn clothes too forcefully. The sleeve tore, with a loud rip. She covered her sleeve, tears falling down her face, feeling humiliated. Tien handed her the bowl directly, saying, "Girl, just drink some water. I'll give you 2 sets of clothes." Spring Mud drank the tea and clearly explained what happened inside. After hearing Spring Mud's story, many doubts remained. Seeing that Spring Mud said the old man's surname was Chiu and that he was the village chief of Chogo village, he knew everything about Longmen town very well. Fu Chichi saw that the old man was honest and kind, and guessed he was scared and hesitant. She directly made a condition to ease their worries. Our Fengwu mountain village has over 600 people. Taking over a small place like Longmen town is no problem. We also have 2 warships that can hold 600 or 700 people, so we can defend ourselves for now. Most importantly, I like this place. We plan to settle here. If you're worried about Mayor Hu's revenge, you can move near our village, within our soldiers' patrol area, to keep you safe. Qiu Lijing's mouth moved, but he didn't speak for a long time. Spring Mud had been holding back for a long time, and today she decided to speak out. "Grandpa Qiu, my father said your family used to have a shop in town, but it was robbed for no reason, which caused Uncle Zhu to fall seriously ill and owe a lot of money. Now, since you can't pay it back, you had to sell Brother Qiu Xiang. If there's a chance to save him now, Grandpa Qiu, what are you worried about?" Next to him, the boy named Qiu Xiang helped his grandfather, his eyes showing struggle. Thinking about his family, he lowered his head heavily. Qiu Lijing looked at his grandson, resigned and with tears in his eyes. If there was any way out, he wouldn't sell his grandson. He sighed deeply and told everything he knew. Fu Chichi listened carefully and focused on the key points. "After we wiped out your village, you still received orders not to move. So Mayor Hu and others are probably still hiding in Longmen town? Near the West Wharf, no one has lived there for nearly 20 or 30 years. Is it only this place that's secretly forbidden for habitation? But in other areas, with the town mayor's approval and paying household and land taxes, people are allowed to move? Swallow City has been selling people to mine for over 20 years? The land has been deserted since then, and there are always mysterious bandit attacks?" Qiu Lijing nodded sadly. When he was young, the millet and soybeans in the village were so abundant they bent the stalks. It wasn't like now when they often have no food. Xiu took Qiu Lijing and the others away, beginning to help them plan their village's migration. Before leaving, Spring Mud walked up to Tian, gathering her courage. "Big sister, my grandparents only think about selling my family. I am the only child left. I don't want to go back. I want to stay and work with you." Oh, someone with keen insight saw her as a hero. With a bright smile, Tian patted her chest and said, "All right. From now on, I'll cover for you. We'll climb trees, dig holes, visit brothels, chase ghosts, fight bandits, and seize power." Chun and I was so touched, she almost cried. No one had ever said who she belonged to before. Fu Chichi listened as Tian kept rambling and rolled her eyes. The villagers dispersed, and the enforcers stepped in. Fu Chichi used her powerful inner strength to suppress them and said coldly, "Speak. Who are you obeying? Where are you selling the people?" The threatening aura made the enforcers freeze in fear. Their faces turned pale, and their cheeks twitched with the force of her inner strength. It seemed that if the beautiful girl across from them made a move, they would all meet their end today. After a few moments, the inner strength faded, and the enforcers collapsed to the ground. They didn't want to die. Sweating heavily, they got up and said, "We are from Fengwu Martial Hall. We follow the schedule of Yuanli Pawnshop's roster, going to towns and villages to gather people and get them to sign. Once bought, they are taken away that very night." One added, "The main hall of Fengwu Martial Hall is in Swallow City. We are just following the hall master's orders. It's not our fault." "Who is the hall master to Chao?" "Chao City Lord's brother-in-law's wife's brother-in-law." Fu Chichi waved her hand sharply and said sternly, "Lock them up. Once they recover, have them dig stones." A few of them sighed in relief, collapsing on the ground. They thought they would definitely die today. They set aside some clues, and Fuchichi made a rough plan. She got up and turned toward the martial arts training ground, needing to borrow someone from Brother Tsang. From afar, she saw a man and a woman standing under a big tree. "Young Master Yu, I hope you are well. I am the daughter of the Grand Xian grain merchant from the Wen family. Yesterday's kite was thanks to your help to retrieve it. This handkerchief is embroidered by me overnight as a token of gratitude." When Shanmei shyly held up a shimmering silk handkerchief, delicately embroidered with bamboo patterns. She looked at the handsome young man before her with hope. Her mother was right. He was better than the Bai family in Qiujian. Yu Junxian narrowed his dark eyes slightly and kept his distance, refusing to get too close. "No need. Yesterday's kite was a private matter of Nanyuan. If Miss Wen wants to thank me, she can do so herself." When Shanmei eagerly exclaimed, "Oh, young Master Yu, I know you're from Wen's family." This Miss Wen didn't seem to understand words, and Bei Che stifled a laugh. Yu Junxian looked at her lightly, as if dismissing her. Bei Che immediately straightened and said seriously, "Miss Wen, our young master is busy. Please go back. The handkerchiefs, shoes, and clothes, our lady only wears those embroidered by our princess and Chi-Chi girl." Bei Che glanced at her mistress's relaxed brow and thought, as soon as he mentioned Chi-Chi girl, she responded well. Before young Master Yu could speak, a servant took over the task. When Shanmei paused, annoyed, and glared at Bei Che, she took 2 more steps forward, imitating her mother's teachings, with her head slightly lowered and a shy, delicate look in her eyes, appearing very pitiful. She softly spoke, "Young Master Yu, please don't be formal. Nanyuan is your person, so of course she follows your orders. I will keep the handkerchief here. If you find it useful, just send someone to take it." She held it out for a long time, but no one came to take it. Suddenly, she heard footsteps walking away. When she looked up, she saw young Master Yu walking toward Fuchichi. Angrily, she clenched the handkerchief into a tangled mess and muttered, "Humph. Mother really predicted everything. To get young Master Yu, Fuchichi is the only obstacle." Yu Junxian approached and saw Chi-Chi leaning casually against the wall, biting a dry grass stem, exuding a carefree, rebellious aura. He smiled gently and teased, "Just watching the show here?" Fuchichi, feeling playful, flicked her cat-like eyes around him and sneered, "Tsk, Brother Tsong's handsome face can attract many women. In this world, more than 20 people have given me gifts just to win me over." Seeing her clever, lively expression, Yu Junshuan's eyes softened. He gently pinched her small nose and whispered, "I remember in my mind that you still set prices. Wild fowl, snowfish, exotic beasts first. Are you selling yourself just for some food?" Fu Chi-Chi's eyes flickered with hesitation. She realized Brother Tsang knew everything. She pouted her red lips and confidently said, "No, that's not true. The places I told them about are mostly wrong." "Then maybe some of it is right?" Suddenly, Fu Chi-Chi felt a broad hand grip her waist and pull her slightly.
"Ah."
When she was pulled into his embrace, she let out a soft sound, her red lips slightly parted. Yu Junxian lowered his head, glancing at her lips. His heart raced, and he felt restless. He suddenly had the urge to bite her cherry lips, but he held back. Fu Chi-Chi blinked her cat-like eyes, her gaze gradually becoming dreamy. "Here it comes again." Her heart inexplicably skipped several beats. Then, it was like a heavy drum hitting a wall, making a loud bang. Her mind also felt almost dizzy and starry. Fu Chi-Chi swallowed hard, throat rolling, and said, "Brother Tsang, I'm hot." Her voice was soft, sweet, and tempting. It was an invitation. It made him want to take a bite. Yu Junshuan's throat moved twice, and he slowly lowered his head, voice husky. "Late autumn has arrived, and the weather is getting cold."
"Yes."
"I made the quilt." A sense of danger filled the air, and a large hand gently stroked her waist. Fu Chi-Chi felt even hotter, her heart pounding wildly, and she didn't even know what she had just said. She hurriedly tried to push away Brother Tsang, but he held her tightly. Seeing Brother Song's red-rimmed eyes inch closer, Chi-Chi, like a frightened deer, unconsciously moved back, but his lips were already near her ear, as if he was softly licking. From now on, no one else's gifts are allowed. The hot breath kept brushing her ear, making her tremble all over, as if whispering, "No accepting." Her eyes flickered like a playful cat's, shimmering like evening water, with long lashes sweeping over her fluttering heart. Suddenly, Yu Junxian, acting on instinct, bit her delicate earlobe and gently licked it, as if marking his territory. He held her tightly, like a steel cuff, and kissed her lightly, as if feathering her. It felt like she was being placed on fire. What are they doing? Fu Chi-Chi shivered all over, waking up. Her cat-like eyes widened in surprise, and she pushed him away hard.
Brother Song.
Be good. Don't move. But Yu Junxian held her even tighter, continuing to lick without pause, his dark eyes showing a possessive desire. Fu Chi-Chi felt like crying. She thought that when Brother Song returned this time, everything was strange. Could it be that they merged, or that their genes mutated? She quickly activated her wood element powers to push him away. Yu Junxian, seeming annoyed at being disturbed, summoned lightning to attack him.
Boom.
In broad daylight, a bolt of lightning struck a nearby tree, breaking it in half. Seeing the tree about to fall on them, Yu Junxian caught Fu Chi-Chi and spun her into the air. His clothes fluttered as he landed steadily a short distance away. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Fu Chi-Chi escaped his embrace and took 5 meters back. She turned around trembling and asked Brother Song, "Are you sick?" Yu Junxian gently pressed his chest, feeling his pounding heart, and his eyes, now red, retreated. He spoke seriously, making things up. "The soul is merging. It seems there's a problem." So it really was her body that was acting up. Fu Chi-Chi hesitated, wondering if she should use her wood element powers to check on Brother Song. Why is it thundering in the daytime? Did the trees get struck down? Strange.
Soon a group of people gathered around.
Fu Chi-Chi secretly glanced at Brother Song, thinking about how he had just leaned on her shoulder, and realizing she had triggered her lightning powers.
Ah!
Her face flushed bright red like a baboon, and she quickly fled the scene.
Hee hee.
Seeing Chi-Chi run away, Yu Junxian chuckled softly. Everyone was drawn to his presence. He stood tall and handsome, with a bright smile like the moon. Even the glowing sunset shone on him, making him look like stars falling from the sky. Nan Yuan and Beija looked at the large tree struck by lightning. They exchanged a glance, realizing it was their master's doing. They whispered softly. Could it be that the master is using lightning magic to perform for Miss Chi-Chi? Don't forget what the master said. Miss Chi-Chi also has a special skill connected to the master. Only they two have it in this world. It's like it's meant to be. Exactly. Look at the master smiling like a newlywed fool. Did he just confess to Miss Chi-Chi? Confess? Yu Junxian thought about the word carefully. All the images of Chi-Chi in his mind made him feel happy. Deep inside, his subconscious told him that Chi-Chi was his. Did he need to confess? But he decided he should ask Chi-Chi. In this world's end, had they already talked about marriage? Why couldn't he remember these moments? Chi-Chi, who was fleeing, covered her damp ears. She felt confused, then annoyed, then frustrated. Even if Brother Song was unwell, he shouldn't kiss.
Kiss her.
Humph. Chi-Chi. Ping Shuyao caught up from behind, carrying a basket of persimmons. Chi-Chi stopped in her tracks, quickly adjusting her breathing. Her expression returned to normal instantly. Ping Shuyao noticed a hint of unease in her eyes and handed her a persimmon. Chi-Chi, try this. There are a few persimmon trees in the village that are ripe. I picked this basket myself. He asked again. Look at you, so restless. What's the problem? Chi-Chi took the persimmon, bit into it, and tried to hide her guilt. Nothing. I just questioned the fighters from the martial arts hall about the buyer. I got some information. Seeing the juice dripping from her bite, Ping Shuyao also took a bite and said, "It's really sweet." He continued, "No wonder I just met Shiyu. She said she plans to build a village in the wasteland with a few people to help build wooden houses. Some villagers will move here temporarily. In a few days, my personal guards will come with more people to help build the houses. He knew Chi-Chi needed help with work. Chi-Chi, did you come to find me? Yu Junxian approached from behind, walking with his hands behind his back, interrupting them. Chi-Chi, who was biting her persimmon, froze. Her heart was pounding, and her eyes darted around nervously. After a moment, she swallowed and stammered, I came to ask you for some help. To search for Mayor Hu. Yu Junxian nodded. He saw a piece of persimmon peel on her lips and naturally reached out to brush it away. Fu Chichi remained perfectly still, her face showing no emotion, while a faint blush quickly spread from her neck upward. All the trees were autumn-colored, and the gentle water flowed smoothly, creating a soft scene between heaven and earth. The tall figure of Yu Junxian gently surrounded Chi-Chi, his head lowered with tender movements, a smile of affection on his lips. A breeze blew past, causing their dark hair to intertwine, full of deep feelings. Anyone who saw them would think they were a loving couple deeply in love. Ping Shuyao felt a surge of anxiety and angrily said, Young Master Yu, be careful. Chi-Chi is still a young lady from a noble family. Yu Junxian looked at Ping Shuyao with a half-smile, casually saying, Chi-Chi and I have known each other since childhood. His expression implied, I don't believe you. Ask Chi-Chi yourself. Ping Shuyao's eyes widened sharply. Chi-Chi felt guilty for a moment, but if she looked closely, she had known Song Dage since she was 6, so it was true she had known him since childhood. She could only awkwardly smile at Ping Shuyao and say yes. Ping Shuyao's face darkened like a pot's bottom. They had only known each other for a year, not since childhood. It must be Yu Junxian who was lying. Yu Junxian curled his lips, feeling pleased as he peeled a persimmon and took a small bite. You just said you were looking for Director Hu? I've asked Nan Yuan and Xiu to search nearby villages and mountains. Yes, after removing that troublemaker, it will be easier to build our foundation here. I've just thought it through. If the villages move, that's fine. Otherwise, we'll take over Longmen Town. Send Lin Sheng and Lei Jinghu to guard the town gates. This plan is good. Longmen Town has 8 villages, enough to train 2,000 soldiers. The two talked casually about official matters, as if no one else was around. Ping Shuyao's eyes, cold and sharp, stared fiercely at Yu Junxian. Suddenly, he remembered that Xiao Mu said Miss when San was smitten with this man. In a small courtyard by the city wall, Hua Yinyang yawned behind her hand, setting aside a partially embroidered fan. Feeling sleepy and tired from the changing seasons, she leaned back lazily in a wooden rocking chair. Just as she closed her eyes, the door suddenly slammed open with a loud bang, kicked by Wen Shanmei. Mother, that Fu Chichi is shameless. She already has young Master Ping, yet she still tries to flirt with young Master Yu. Startled, Hua Yinyang sat upright, patting her chest quickly and scolding, Be gentle. I just closed my eyes. When Shanmei's small face twisted with jealousy as she sat down heavily. The only maid in the yard, Tao Su, hurriedly poured a cup of warm tea for her young lady and quietly stepped back to sew a quilt under the corridor. Hua Yinyang's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. Fu Chichi was really clever, deliberately teasing her. Since the main wife pampers herself every day, they have to rely on making clothes and doing chores to get food. She takes a deep breath, stands up, and gently adjusts her daughter's crooked green gemstone butterfly hairpin, then speaks slowly. The main wife said that in less than half a month, your father will come. Our Worm family is one of the 3 big grain merchants in Dexian. Right now, everywhere is at war, and the biggest shortage is food. Our family has grain and silver, so we're not worried that the young Master Yu will run away. Warm Shanmei turns around, her eyes bright. Really, father is coming? I don't have to work anymore. Let Dad bring the fashionable fabrics and jewelry from the city to pick us up. Good, good. Aunt Hua nods. Thinking of young Master Yu, Warm Shanmei pouts her little mouth in frustration and says unhappily, But young Master Yu only cares about Chi-Chi. Today, he was very cold to me.
Does he?
Not like me? Manhwa picks up a half-embroidered fan, wraps silk thread around the handle, ties a knot, and gently shakes her head. Men, they like what they like. Your mother knows best. Look at your father. There are many women in the backyard, but every time he comes back, he always hides in my room. Warm Sean May shyly asks, then, Mother, what does father like most about you? Aunt Hua shakes her proudly and says, Men, no matter how pure and noble they seem outside, once they're in the backyard, they're all just big kids. As long as they have their bodies, they're not afraid of losing their hearts. What they truly care about is you. Look, your father is completely captivated by me. Warm Sean May's face turns red. She stares at her mother's prominent figure, unable to look away. In the Warm family's backyard, she often heard other aunts criticize and envy her mother's chest, those sharp words and jealous glances. It's said that whenever her mother leaves the estate, those dirty men's eyes look like they're about to bleed, staring at her mother non-stop.
Then.
Young Master Yu, does he like you too?
But.
Warm Sean May hesitantly asks, shyly. Aunt Hua gently touches her daughter's flat chest, estimates for a moment, and laughs. All men like that. Back then, I met a madam in the brothel, and I learned a good recipe from her, which helped me develop this weapon that drives men crazy. Although I was born in a brothel, with this, I kept my body pure and white. Before I was officially married, your father hurriedly spent a lot of money to marry me. With the medicine I prepared for you, after 2 years of nurturing, you'll be just like me. Please, Mother, prepare medicine for me. Warm Sean May happily laughs, picks up a teacup from the wooden table, and takes a sip. Soon after, mother and daughter took a short rest on a wooden rocking chair. Peach Sue saw that the two ladies inside the house were peacefully asleep and quietly left the side courtyard, turning into the main courtyard nearby. When Shijun was biting her brush and carefully recording accounts. When she saw Peach Sue, she asked, What's going on over there? Peach Sue lowered her eyes and looked obedient. Miss, the third young lady has her eyes on young Master Yu. Madame Hua is teaching her how to win his favor. When Shijun sneered lightly, Madame Hua's lessons? Teaching her those kinds of tricks? Let her do as she wishes. It's shameful, but it's their mother-daughter matter. I've finally understood. The outside world is chaotic and proper manners can't save lives. I'm really worried that a lower status girl might ruin our reputation. Go back now. Yes. Peach Sue bowed and withdrew. Miss, if the third young lady really seduces young Master Yu, it might affect your relationship with Miss Fu, worried Red, who was serving ink and brushes. When Shijun's eyes flashed with coldness, do you think young Master Yu would really like her, a fool? And that kind of girl? Just wait and see. She'll suffer. Anyway, if she dares to trouble my mother again, I will have her and her mother confined. Red nodded. Master is coming soon. It's better if he arrives early and takes them away. Miss Second and Madam can stay here and rest well. When Shijun smiled beautifully. Yes, my elder brother will arrive soon too. The next day, Zhaomu approached her master's side. Master, Miss Wen from the Wen family went to the warehouse. Let's go. Ping Shuyao twirled his small wolf knife, his charming eyes full of confidence. When they saw Wen Shanmei come out of the warehouse, Ping Shuyao and his servants slowed their steps. Hey, Brother Yu is truly talented in both arts and martial skills. Look at the Zhenjia Bing he brought. One can fight 10, no, 100. I really admire him. Thinking about it, I have a younger sister from a lower status. I should write to my father and ask him to send her here for half a month. It's a good chance to build a relationship with Brother Yu. Master, but young Master Yu might not like Miss Second. Don't worry. As the saying goes, men fear being entangled, women fear being nagged. Let Miss Second greet Brother Yu morning and evening, show her affection, and give him small gifts. Keep attacking, and she'll win him over. And since everyone knows about it, young Master Yu will also be responsible for Miss Second's reputation. In the end, the two families will unite happily. With Brother Yu's broad mind, he won't mind these trivial matters. Yes, Master. Today, my subordinate will send a message via pigeon, asking the master to send someone to bring Miss Second here. The master and his two servants walk further away. Behind them, when Mei, holding a piece of brocade, runs back to the third courtyard, her eyes shining, pulling Aunt Hua into the inner room. Mother and daughter whisper and plan carefully. Fengwu Mountain's serious meeting hall is officially renamed Jinghe Courtyard, inspired by Sun Tzu's in war. The key is to attack the enemy's strategy and surprise them to win. The main hall is called Qixing Hall. When they hear that the hunting team saved 2 people, Fu Qiqi and Yu Junxian come together and see an old and a young person sitting under the corridor of Qixing Hall. Both are thin and dark, like ink, and are gobbling up porridge and large flatbreads. Little Zhao Zhao sees her sister come over and jumps down from her chair, rushing over. Big sister, Zheng Manzi said if he gets food to eat, he will serve as my guard. He rushes over like a ball, and Yu Junxian quickly steps in, lifting Zhao Zhao like a chick and tossing her back onto the chair. Be good, or you'll bump into Qiqi's belly. Yu Junxian frowns and looks at her sternly. Zhao Zhao pouts and huffs proudly. That's my sister. It looks like the two are about to start fighting again. Fu Qiqi clears her throat to stop them, then looks up at the sky in silence. Brother Song seems a bit overly nervous. Nervous about her. Zheng Manzi, who is pointed out by Zhao Zhao, looks up with eyes full of wildness, green and fierce. He struggles to force out a smile that's worse than crying, saying, I will serve as Miss Zhao Zhao's guard. Unknown people should not be allowed near Zhao Zhao. Fu Qiqi asks, why are you on Malfeng Mountain? Who is chasing you? Where are you from? Her questions seem normal, but there's a tense pressure in the air. Zheng Manzi trembles slightly, while Gu Ting, nearby, remains calm. He just finished eating a biscuit, feeling dry, and picks up his bowl, swallowing the porridge in one go. After eating half his fill, Gu Ting sits on the ground, twirling a bit of his white beard and sighs. I come from the Gu family. I've been here for about 10 years after being captured. I was about to die and thrown into a corpse pit, but Brother Manzi saved my life. Manzi is from Longmen and was sold to work in the iron mine. The people chasing us are from the Yanzi City Lord's men. Fu Qiqi and Yu Junxian exchange glances, unable to understand everything, but the answer comes easily. They didn't expect Malfeng Mountain to have an iron mine. Nanyuan, knowing her master's memory isn't very good, whispers, Master, the Gu family is from Yuanzhou. They are a martial family, known as the world's armory, specializing in forging all kinds of weapons. Gu Ting nodded and said, Do you recognize my Gu family? I always thought Miss Zhao Zhao was very talented. She doesn't seem like an ordinary girl. The rough guy who follows her will definitely have a bright future. Zhao Zhao proudly crossed her legs and swung them. Fu Qiqi looked suspicious and asked, Is it just because they dug a iron mine for nearly 30 years that Yanzi City became a wasteland? Knowing Gu Ting's identity, Cha Yen quickly poured hot tea. Gu Ting sat down on a chair brought over by Nan Yuan, took the tea from Cha Yen and slowly lifted the lid, taking a small sip. Smells wonderful. Is it early spring sparrow tongue tea? It tastes the same as 10 years ago. His dark face still showed a noble demeanor from a prestigious family. Gu Ting put down his teacup and explained, It's not just one iron mine, but 3 iron mines and 2 silver mines. Silver mines. Cha Yen and Nan Yuan exclaimed. Silver. All money? Though she wasn't short of money, she didn't mind having more. Fu Qiqi's heart shook. She suddenly stood up, hands on her hips, looking like a female bandit. Brother Song, we'll first seize the iron mine on Malfeng Mountain. I need it to build a divine machine battalion. Yu Junxian, on the right, narrowed his eyes and glanced at Cha Yen. His girl Qiqi was very obedient, but what kind of skills was she learning? Cha Yen instinctively dodged when she met Song Gongzi's cold gaze. Yu Junxian raised his eyebrows slightly and said calmly, All right, we leave at dawn tomorrow. Seeing Song's approval, everyone present immediately started planning. First wave, Shiyu and Yan Yan lead the team to set off with explosives. Second wave, Xiang Yi and Nan Yuan lead the archery team. Third wave, Lei Jinghu, with short weapons, will fight hand to hand. We aim to finish the battle within an hour.
Got it.
Everyone clenched their fists, eager to fight. Xiao Zhao Zhao jumped up and shouted, "Yay! I'll be in the second wave.
Kill.
Kill the enemies tomorrow." Gu Ting spat out a mouthful of tea, stunned, staring at Zhao Zhao. She looked innocent, cute, harmless, but did she also have a fierce side? Cha Yan hurried to get her arrows, casually sent a girl to lead Gu Ting, and Zheng Manzi to settle down. Everyone dispersed. Zheng Manzi stayed behind. Gu Ting pulled at his stinky, torn clothes and said, "What are you daydreaming for? Let's go." "Uncle Gu, they're so fierce." Gu Ting looked up at the sky, like a wise man gazing at the moon. "Fierce is good. Haven't you heard? Dexian is in chaos. We've been fighting outside for 4 years." As Fu Qiqi and Yu Junxian left the main courtyard, they sneezed twice from the strong powder smell. Looking closer, it was Wen Shanmei. The mountain villa was still under construction, full of gray dust. What was she wearing? Wearing a light-colored silk dress underneath and a thin gauze outer robe, she shows off her delicate curves. Her hair is styled in a rounded bun, with 2 butterfly hairpins inserted on each side, fluttering as she walks, jingling softly, adding a lively touch of youthfulness. At this moment, she is playfully pretending to cough, winking charmingly, speaking softly. "Big brother Yu, the weather is hot. I made you a soup with autumn pears, lily bulbs, and lotus seeds. It simmered for 2 hours, with a pure taste to reduce fire." Everyone knows Sima's intentions. Chi glances at him, acting delicate and somewhat pretentious, which feels a bit uncomfortable. She leaves Yu Junxian behind and hurries back to organize the explosive packs. Yu Junxian, seeing Chi walk away, narrows his dark eyes, deep and sharp, then drops a sentence and strides forward. "Nan Yuan, you handle this. Hey, young master Yu, I specially made this fire-reducing soup for you." When Shanmei chases after him, speaking softly. Upon closer look, her makeup is very delicate, with water mist still visible in her eyes, looking very adorable and lovable. Nan Yuan, expressionless, blocks her path, coldly saying, "Miss Wen, please show some respect. Furthermore, from today on, stay 3 meters away from our master. If not, the consequences will be on you." When Shanmei feels a strange panic, then suddenly burns with anger, glaring fiercely at Nan Yuan. "You servant, daring to act on your own. Wait until Big Brother Yu finishes his work, then you'll face punishment." Nan Yuan scoffs and walks away disdainfully. When Shanmei sees many people looking at her with curious eyes, but since she is young and has a face, she can only leave angrily. Maofeng Mountain's Mo Fongzong was shot by Chi and stabbed twice, now lying on the bed resting. But he still enjoys comfort. On both sides of the bed, 2 women dressed in thin silk kneel half, massaging his shoulders and pounding his back. Smack. Mo Fongzong slaps his right eye, causing his eyelid to twitch constantly, making him anxious. The 2 women tremble in fear but continue to massage him, their clothes slipping down further. In recent days, Mo Fongzong's temper has been bad, so they must be extra careful. Only when he is happy can everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Knock, knock. A knocking sound is heard.
Come in.
Mo Fongzong says, with his eyes closed. "Master, there is news from the mountain. They say Gu Ting's body is missing," reports the young steward from the forging house, nervously. Mo Fongzong's fierce eyes suddenly open wide. He sits up abruptly, kicking out with 1 foot. The steward is kicked and spins in place, then falls onto a chair, smashing it into pieces. Immediately, a scream is heard as the steward convulses, turning his head and spitting out blood. It is clear that Mo Fongzong used internal strength with great force. A strong force knocked 2 women off the bed onto the ground. The women were in pain and dared not make a sound, quickly kneeling on the floor. 1 corpse can disappear so completely? Gu Ting has been here for over 10 years. If someone was coming to save him, they would have rescued him over 800 years ago. Idiots. You can't even watch over a corpse properly. The Mo Fong master, with messy hair, stared and shouted hoarsely in anger. Find him. If you can't find him, you all will pay with your lives. The young steward crawled out of the house. The Mo Fong master looked out the window as the sunset was swallowed by darkness, and he suddenly thought of that woman surnamed Fu. Since she brought people to the West Wharf, everything had gone wrong for him. The next day, in the cool morning breeze, mist dispersed, and gentle sunlight rose over the land. At Mount Malfong, this was a daily routine. Lazy miners waking up, washing their faces, and having breakfast. Zheng Manzi was climbing a big tree, excitedly feeling his blood boiling. He pointed at a flat area on the edge, where several rows of houses stood. That's where. The officials all live there. Fu Qiqi saw the miners gathering on the far left for their meal, with a wooden house on the far right, unaffected by the explosion balls. She extended her right hand, pinched, and signaled secretly. Then, a few small round balls were thrown into the wooden house.
Boom, boom, an earthquake.
Dozens of figures, bare and shining, rushed out of a wooden house. Then men and women in disheveled clothes also hurried out. Mo Fong master cursed the heavens, only wearing a loose, open-crotched shorts, his nose twitching at the strong smell of burnt wood. Familiar explosion sounds. Familiar smell. Enemy attack. That woman surnamed Fu is here. He roared loudly, tearing off the robe of his guard, putting it on himself. He was tall and strong, wearing a short-sleeved, short-skirted outfit, looking like an adult in a child's clothes. His internal strength was strong, and he accurately found the direction. Where are they? Chase. The fighters widened their eyes, hurriedly drawing their swords and knives, rushing into the dense forest on the lower right. A group of men in open-crotched shorts danced wildly among the trees. Especially when branches and dead twigs snapped, the scene was spectacular.
Wow.
A bunch of ugly birds flying in the air. It's so eye-catching. Yen looked closely and chuckled. Fu Qiqi had already pulled the lively Xiao Zhao Zhao aside, covering her eyes. Things have changed. You're not allowed to go down today. All female soldiers retreat. Nan Yuan, Shiyu, follow the plan and act accordingly. Mo Fong and Shiyu angrily followed Fu Qiqi to the other side of the mine. Okay. They approached. Yen and Shiyu exchanged glances and nodded. Each led 4 people and threw a few explosive balls at the approaching enemies.
Boom, boom.
The smell of roasted meat wafted through the black smoke.
Ah.
My eyes. My leg is broken. My hand is numb. Move back. Don't gather. Mo Fong glanced at the ground, where some brothers had been turned into charred corpses, others were scorched and fighting wildly, and some were curled up, covering their eyes or holding their legs, bleeding heavily. Unable to bear it, he let out a loud, desperate cry. I will kill you all. As the crowd dispersed, arrows rained down from 3 sides. Screams echoed through the dense forest.
Ha!
Let you taste the pain. We set up this arrow formation, and nearly 20 of our brothers died because of it. Yes, kill him. Lei Jinghu jumped down from a tree branch, holding a pair of mighty axes, ready to charge. Shiyu put away the explosive balls, saving them for later. There was still a weapons forge hidden in the canyon. The final wave of arrows fell.
Lei Jinghu roared, charge.
Brothers from the Tiger Leopard camp followed Lei Jinghu, rushing from all directions. Yes, Lei Jinghu became the camp leader, and their team was called the Tiger Leopard Camp. Amid the screams, blades flashed, white and red. Everywhere, there were sounds of stabbing and piercing flesh. Many injured fighters were cut down one by one, like slicing watermelons. Of course, many were only stunned, not dead. Old Fu said they were all slaves working on farmland. One fighter retreated, desperate, and said, Mo Fong, they're too cruel, all murderers. We can't beat them, run. As he spoke, a big sword pierced through his back. The fighter stared wide-eyed at the blade emerging from his chest. He trembled, reached out, and felt the hot blood flowing out. His body twitched and he collapsed. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, eyes wide open, and managed to say 2 words before dying.
Run.
Mo Fong's crimson eyes stared fiercely at his fallen brothers, unwilling to accept it. A long sword from Nan Yuan slashed through the air. Mo Fong sidestepped and dodged, then leapt down the mountain. Run. Everyone run. Escape is the only way. Unfortunately, they were ambushed from all sides. In the end, only Mo Fong managed to escape. He left about 20 brothers from the Tiger Leopard camp behind, along with injured mine workers and guards, grouping them into a few clusters. The others hurriedly organized to repair the forge in the canyon. The forge was built deep inside the canyon, too hidden to be found easily. But once surrounded, there was nowhere to escape. In the end, 7 bombs were used to knock everyone out. Chi-Chi quickly drew her sword and killed the guard's leader and the manager. The rest all knelt down and surrendered. She had heard that these scoundrels had harmed many innocent women. On the mountain, the miners, frightened by a fierce fight, stared in shock at Zheng Manzi, whose mouth moved as she spoke, with a beautiful girl beside her occasionally adding a word or two. They couldn't believe it. They were saved, their debts wiped clean. From today, could they go home? Or become long-term workers in the mine, living peacefully with their families at the foot of the mountain? They had wages? Food? Clothes? Could it be true? Had they died and gone to a heavenly place? One by one, their eyes were dazed as they looked up at the sky. Zheng Manzi, with red eyes, bit her arm hard and said, "Uncles, look, there's blood. We're alive. We've met a kind person. We're saved." Wah wah, saved. Someone suddenly cried loudly. "Oh, Mother, I thought I was going to die in this dark, underground mine. Father, I can go back alive. When I return, I'll build a monument for you. On Qingming and cold food festivals, someone will burn incense for you. Second uncle, I'll bring your grave home. We can go home now." Tianyan, who usually liked to tease others, blinked her eyes nonstop, trying to hold back her tears, but her feet couldn't help but flow with tears. "Mother, it's too hard." "Sister Tianyan, there are still over 20 women crying out there," a soldier said, holding his head. Tianyan wiped her eyes with her sleeve and said coldly, "Let's go and see." When Tianyan approached, over 20 women shrieked in fear and curled up. Although this woman was beautiful and charming, they had just seen her kill someone like cutting vegetables. She was too fierce. Tianyan stepped on a broken chair and sneered, "We've already found out everything about you. Some are here because they're forced, willing to go home. Others, with no place to go, sign and agree to work as long-term laborers in our mountain village. Some are volunteers, no matter who sent them, or if they're from brothels, they're all prisoners, forced to clear land." Clearing land? A woman's face suddenly changed. "We were sent by Uncle Yen of Yanzi City to accompany the Mo Fong master. We're not criminals, and we're not from the mine." Tianyan coldly snorted, too lazy to explain. "All of you, tie them up and take them down the mountain."
Wait.
"I have silver and jewelry. I will give everything to you. Please let me go back to the brothel. I also have over 300 taels of silver. She'd rather open her legs for a man than live a peaceful life. She is looked down upon for her actions." However, Tian noticed a few people, tears streaming down their faces, crying happily. When the soldiers tied her hands, they faced some difficulties. Several of them flirted, pulled at their clothes, and kept coming closer. "Big brother, we promise to behave. Please don't tie our hands." "Yes, that's right." The soldiers blushed and shouted at Tian, who was about to leave. "Tian, you can't keep walking around dressed like that, complaining all the time." "Oh my." She just turned around and half her chest was exposed. Tian, full of anger, kicked the woman hard, knocking her far away.
Ugh.
"Shameless. If you keep exposing your chest, and I'll give you 20 more hits. And you all, each one, wrap yourselves up tightly within half an hour. Be obedient, form a chain, and go down the mountain. Otherwise, I'll kill you." The woman fell to the ground, spat out dirt, and was so angry she almost coughed blood, but she dared not make a sound. Suddenly, everything was silent. After a moment, a clever person rushed into the room.
Whoosh.
Other women scrambled to follow, grabbing any clothes they could find to put on. But the miners were in trouble. There were over 300 miners, fewer than 50 of whom lived in Yenzi City. The remaining 260 were refugees from elsewhere. The 50 locals each received 20 jin of grain and of dried meat, happily returning home. What to do with the rest? Yen sent someone to ask Fu Chi-Chi in the canyon. Soldiers arrived at the canyon. Chi-Chi was counting weapons with a ledger. 563 bows and arrows, 281 long swords, 232 spears, and 372 hook swords. She was touching her shining swords excitedly. Chi-Chi, I just asked the blacksmith. They said the delivery was scheduled for 7 days later. Luckily, we seized these today, so we have stock. That's really lucky. Fu Chi-Chi picked up a long sword and slashed it on the wooden table with force, splitting the table in two. She nodded with satisfaction. Robbery really is a good way to get rich. Just one forging camp could seize equipment suitable for 1,000 soldiers. The other 2 mines probably had similar amounts. It seems that Lord Chao of Yenzi City couldn't swallow this loss and would need to strengthen the defenses of Longmen Town. Chi-Chi turned her head and explained to the soldier reporting, "Tell Kayan to bring all the miners down the mountain and settle them first." The soldier took the order and left for the mountain. Fukiki then walked around the forging camp. She discovered a waterway connecting the canyon to the Weha River. No wonder there had been no news after 10 years of operation. She blocked the official road to Longmen Town, worried that Lord Chao might attack via the water route at any time. She also needed to transport blacksmiths, iron smelting furnaces, blowers, molds, and other equipment back to the mountain villa. Later, she planned to build a forging camp behind the mountain villa. 雷金友绑了200多士兵和100多工匠，听说有3屋子的兵器，立刻冲向兵器库。他的双眼大得不知道该放了，嘴角的口水直流，亮晶晶的。刀是好刀，枪是好枪。Boss Fu, can I have 100 long knives and 100 spears for my tiger leopard camp? 雷金友缩了缩脖子，舔着脸，卖乖地说：“想得美。” Zhu 放下大刀，盯着雷金友：“你们虎豹营才88人，扒着这些兵器养鱼吗？”嘿嘿，雷金友咧嘴傻笑。Boss 夫不是说了吗？龙门镇是我们的地盘，到时候我虎豹营招新兵，不就得招500、300的 ？Zhu 其实也在打主意，他身兼神机营副营长和骑马营营长，缺长刀。不过他不着急，现在别想这些，等你招到兵，把队伍练出来，向慈姐自然会按需分配。七姐，是吧？Fukikai 没有理会两人，双眼好奇地盯着窗外。两人走过来，往外看，只见一堆俘虏中，一个短须清瘦男子和另一个长脸男子背靠背，一步步向墙角移动。靠近墙角后，短须男子在长脸男子的掩护下，挪开墙上的一块砖，把一本巴掌大的小册子剪成长条塞进去，又把砖放回原位。藏好后，还在砖缝里塞了2把泥巴。Fuki 开点起脚，斜飞出去，稳稳落在墙头上，蹲下身子，甜甜地问：“藏什么呢？”啊！两人吓得一跳，表情瞬间变了。突然，两人震掉绳索，短须男子抽出小册子，飞快地冲出去。长脸男子断后，用手中的泥土向 Fuki 开扔去，一双大手紧握他的双腿，把他往下一拉。哟，还有2个漏网之鱼。Fukikai 侧身旋转，抽出紧箍，寒光一闪，3根银针直袭而来，正是从长脸男子嘴里吐出。Manhwa Chi-Chi moved very quickly, sending out a burst of mental energy. The silver needle changed direction and struck the shoulder of the man with a long face. Then she kicked him with her long leg, hitting him in the right eye with a loud bang.
Ah!
The long-faced man, unable to fight back, ran outside. But Manhwa Chi-Chi didn't let him go easily. She quickly knocked him down and then stomped on his neck, holding him firmly on the ground. Soon, Shiyu and his team caught the short-bearded man and handed over a small booklet. The two men closed their eyes in despair, looking ashen. Manhwa Chi-Chi took the booklet and opened it. It read, April 10th, goods delivered via water route to Wu City, Chongqing, sold to the Feng family. Code, when the road blooms with flowers and the clouds fly freely. July 8th, goods delivered via water route to Dachin, at the Qin merchant shop, sold to the Yu family. Code, flowers bloom with wealth and hide in mountains. It turns out they were playing spy games, digging into business routes, kidnapping traders, and raiding mines. Manhwa Chi-Chi glanced and ordered, take them away for questioning. Shiyu nodded and took the two men away. The interrogation was quick. Shiyu drew his white blade and cut them twice, ready to chop their hands. The two men were so frightened they spilled everything like beans. It was arranged by Duan Dun of Yanzi City. The Duan family was the brother-in-law of the city lord of Yanzi City, Chao Cheng. They really wanted to do blackmail and steal from their own people. Manhwa Chi-Chi worried there might be outsiders among them, so she first ordered people to bring nearly 400 prisoners down the mountain for questioning and registration. The weapons and forging molds in the canyon were left to Lei Jinghu to move onto ships, then taken along the water route to the dock. They started with over 300 people and returned with 1,000, which was quite a sight. This time, Xiao Zhao Zhao had no chance to show off. She stayed close to Chi-Chi, occasionally turning her head to glare and pouting in anger. Manhwa Chi-Chi chuckled and turned her cat-like eyes. Zhao Zhao, I think some people inside are not honest. You hold your pistol and explosives to watch the horses and scare the bad guys.
Okay, fine.
You're my sister after all. When Xiao Zhao Zhao heard her sister say that, her eyebrows curved happily and she nodded reluctantly. She jumped off her horse, carried her gun, and clumsily climbed onto another horse, walking back and forth among the team. After about an hour of riding, they finally returned to the mountain villa. Item C was the chief steward of Feng Wu Mountain Villa. Seeing over 300 prisoners, more than 200 laborers, and over 100 craftsmen gathered at the dock, he was both happy and worried. Uncle Chu, you've always said the land is still wild and unused. If we don't cultivate it soon, we won't be able to plant crops next spring. Luckily, half of these prisoners, more than 150, are being sent to reclaim the land and dig channels. The rest will build houses. Uncle Chu looked at more than 300 strong and capable people, feeling a bit nervous. Xiang Xiai saw his discomfort and said, Chi-Chi mentioned that 20 archers will follow you. Also, as more people arrive, the training ground will be built near the abandoned village and farmland. If you need anything, just call out. Uncle Chu happily agreed and decided to first bring people to build a few wooden houses in the abandoned village for proper shelter. Xiang Xiai also assigned 2 more people. Bei Zhe and Chen Quan, you will handle these over 100 craftsmen, more than 200 laborers, and the 150 prisoners. Help build the courtyard and the city walls. Fu Chi-Chi came over to check that the arrangements were in order and was about to leave. As she turned, she bumped into someone full of energy. Yu Junxian gently held a small, lively deer in his arms, smiling softly. Why don't you watch where you're going? He wouldn't say that he was deliberately holding his breath and standing behind her. Just busy watching Sister Xiang Xi's arrangements. Fu Chi-Chi shyly touched her nose, feeling a bit emotional. Yu Junxian gently tugged her ponytail, which was styled in a high ponytail with a male outfit, but her delicate, white face and fresh, lively look clearly showed she was a girl. Next time, I'll dress as a boy again, but I'll change my skin tone. He said this and took Fu Chi-Chi's left hand, leading her outside. Oh no!
Fu Chi-Chi obediently followed.
Yu Junxian slowed his steps, his warm palm curling and sliding over her small hand. A sharp pang hit her heart, and her little heart started pounding faster. After a moment of panic, she silently recited a mental mantra. Today they split into 2 groups. Yu Junxian was worried about people from Yanzi City coming, so he went to Longmen Town to stay on guard. The merchants on the streets of Longmen Town are closed today, Probably because they're worried we're bandits. I left Deputy General Kong with Lin Sheng to handle official matters for now. Without Mayor Hu, the officials and jailers are still there, so operations should be fine. According to Nan Yuan, you had a good harvest today. Fu Chi smiled. It was just the right timing. We have enough weapons to equip 1,000 elite soldiers, plus over 600 laborers. Yu Junxian said, yes, we need to strengthen our position and recruit soldiers faster. From the reports, Minjiang and Nanhuang won't be peaceful. Ping Shuyao had vaguely mentioned that they wanted to take control of the entire south. Ping Shuyao was very close, but it wasn't certain that the Ping family could allow her independence in the future.
We need to be strong ourselves.
Fu Chi nodded. Brother Song, I've thought about it carefully. The iron mines are crowded and complicated, and our Wufeng Mountain Villa's Wu Fort and military base are still under construction. We won't seize the other 2 iron and silver mines for now. Instead, we'll send people to steal weapons. Do you think it's good? The little girl has grown up, strong and confident. Yu Junxian, listen to you. Once the villa is built, we will ask people to make more boats. The Wei River is opposite Liyuan, and I want to build a dock and a military base on the other side. Then it will match the Fengwu Villa. Chi tilts her head and blinks like a cat. I have many boats in my space, speedboats and ships. The young girl in front of me has pure eyes, hiding a world of mountains and waters. Yu Junxuan's heart stirs, feeling a bit itchy, and he gently squeezes Chi-Chi's small hand, smiling softly, no rush. To the south of the southern wilderness is the South Sea area. We are heading out to sea. Big brother you? How can you? Chi, how can you not feel ashamed? A young lady in the boudoir holding a man's hand. When Shanmeng screams sharply, Yu Junxuan's smile immediately disappears, turning cold and frightening. When Shanmeng meets Yu Gija's icy gaze and stops speaking, Chi covers her disgust and flashes a shallow smile with her white teeth. You're eating my rice, living in my house, and still scolding me for being shameless. Who gave you the courage? When Shanmeng pauses, her eyes turning resentful and vicious. She is proud now. Her Wen family has plenty of food and silver. Chi and Yu Junxian walk past her directly. When Shanmeng, unwilling, sharply shouts, Big brother you. When Chi went to fight the bandits, she stayed in the same house as Ping Shuyao. She's not innocent. And after Ping Shuyao was injured, he was shirtless, and only they two were in the room. Big brother you, it's true. Everyone on the boat knows. Yu Junxian slowly turns around, his expression cold and icy, calmly saying, It seems Chi is too kind to you. Jia, throw her into the river to sober her up. When Shanmeng trembles all over, in disbelief. Suddenly, a man appears ghostly beside Wen Shanmeng, expressionless, like a chicken thief, slanting towards the riverbank. Let me go. You servant, let me go. When Shanmeng struggles and screams, but her strength is like scratching an itch, unable to move Jia even a little. Just then, near the riverbank, a rope is tied to a forked tree. Jia kicks the rope with his toe, pulls the knot on Wen Shanmeng, and throws her down.
Ah!
A scream pierces the sky. Passers-by suddenly stop and turn to look. They hear a loud bang. Someone falls into the river about 5 or 6 breaths, then is lifted forcefully again. In midair, a wet girl is like a kite, pulled by a long rope, spinning twice in the air before crashing into the river. When Shanmei felt dizzy and lightheaded, with nausea so strong she almost vomited everything inside her. In a moment, she was overwhelmed by the river water and nearly drowned. Her instinct was to breathe quickly, but the water filled her ears, nose, and mouth, making her cough violently. She was truly scared, terrified. She desperately tried to climb onto the shore, but the water was too heavy, and she couldn't hold on. As the suffocating feeling of death approached from all sides, her consciousness faded. Finally, she was pulled out of the water.
Ah!
She gasped loudly, opening her mouth wide to breathe. I was wrong. Her voice was weak and trembling, crying out in despair. A person named Jia Yi then pulled her onto the shore. When Shanmei collapsed on the ground, her legs spasming and softening, and she fainted completely. Aunt Hua hurried over in panic. Seeing her daughter soaked and unconscious, she screamed sharply, "Shaner?" Her cry was full of sadness. Fu Qiqi smiled slightly and walked away. She was indeed too kind, which allowed a foolish, hopelessly naive girl with blonde hair to become arrogant. Aunt Hua cried and complained, showing shame, while holding Wen Shanmei tightly to hide her slim figure. "My Shaner, what happened to you? You should answer your mother. Such a good girl from the inner house. What kind of spirit did she offend?" "Madam, sir, it's my fault for not watching over our Wen family's daughter." Listening to this, Taiyan was displeased and immediately added fuel to the fire. Look at how wise Lady Wen has taught her son Wen Gongzi and Shiyun. Could it be that Aunt Hua ate too much pig brain while pregnant with Wen Shanmei, making her so foolish and brainless? Tsk, she's only 13, not even of age, and she's already learned to use dirty tricks to slander others and steal men before she even comes of age. It was a silent form of murder. Miss Taiyan, you know Shaner is young and naive, and your words have caused misunderstanding. I apologize to Miss Fu for this. Aunt Hua sighed deeply, realizing the trouble today, and spoke with a trembling voice. More and more people gathered, and their shame grew. Madame Wen sent 2 maids and Taosu to carry Wen Shanmei back to the courtyard. When Wen Shanmei woke up again, she immediately started shouting and causing chaos, turning everything upside down. This time, Aunt Hua had some self-awareness. In this territory, she and her family were insignificant figures. After comforting her daughter, she dressed in plain clothes, went to the hairpin room, and knelt in the main courtyard to ask Madame Wen to decide. Madame Wen slowly came out from inside, graceful as she moved, her skirt not fluttering, unperturbed by dust or disturbance. She glanced at Aunt Hua and sat half on the grand tutor's chair. "This is Miss Fu's territory. Who do you think should decide?" Aunt Hua was stunned. "But Chi-Chi relies on our Wen family's boat business to get started. How can she forget kindness and repay evil?" Still an inexperienced and naive beauty, no wonder the shrewd and calculating Wen Ping Song likes her. She is simple, honest, and stunningly beautiful. Madame Wen gently smooths her sleeve, raises her eyes slightly, and says, "Have you asked your daughter Shan about the whole story? Did she wrong anyone, or was she punished unfairly? Or is there someone else behind the scheme? When I was at the Wen residence, I said that you had the ability to persuade the master to let your children be raised alone, so you could ignore rules and enjoy the privileges of the main wife. From now on, I won't interfere in your mother and son's affairs." Yes, I understand clearly. Go back now." Her voice is clear and calm, slow and steady. Just these few words make Lady Hua feel ashamed and embarrassed. Lady Hua grits her teeth in anger and shouts with hatred. But Shan also brought shame to the Wen family. The eldest daughter hasn't even been engaged yet. When she reaches the curtain, Madame Wen turns back, smiling calmly. "My daughter Shijun is virtuous, polite, literate, and strategic. She has everything. Why worry about a husband?" With another sharp remark, Lady Hua feels a stabbing pain, bleeding profusely. Comparing her daughter Shanmei with Shijun, there is not a single point of difference. She already regrets it. She wanted the master to decide and let Shan be raised in the main house, but she is jealous of the master's favor and delayed approval, missing the good opportunity for Shan to learn proper manners and rules. If when Shijun knew what she was thinking now, she would probably spit at her. The maids hired for training at home, 5 have left. Who would be willing to teach when Shan may? If they don't push harder, there are still girls' schools at home, with the same teachers and lessons. Did she ever study properly? When Shijun looks up at the blue sky and smiles happily. "Let's go, help Sister Xiang Ci handle household affairs." A master and servant quietly come and then quietly leave. Since that day, after soaking in water, when Shanmei kept having nightmares. Lady Hua heard that Chi-Chi had good ginseng in her hands and shamelessly begged for medicine, but Chi-Chi refused outright. Since then, the mother and son have been ignored, occasionally losing their temper like a small stone thrown into a lake, making only faint ripples. They also overlooked the accumulated hatred of a woman inside the house, which only caused great trouble. The main courtyard, the elegant hall. Uncle Chu picks dirt from under his nails and comes to complain, Chi-Chi, those miners are really good workers. In less than 5 days, they have cultivated more than 60 acres of farmland. However, those prisoners were all troublemakers. When scolded, they would just grunt and pick up their hoes to dig a few shovels. In no time, they would all be sitting like lords, lazily sleeping on the ground. Clearing farmland requires digging up tree roots, stones, and broken rocks. Hard soil needs to be turned over twice. For ordinary people like miners, this is very hard work. 10 acres of land cleared would exhaust a whole ox. That's why it's so tiring. But for hundreds of trained prisoners, it's considered easy work. Ti-Yen, standing with her hands on her hips and full of anger, shouted, "Beat them. Beat them to teach them a lesson. Keep hitting until they behave." Little Zhao Zhao agreed wholeheartedly, hands behind her back, eyes wide with determination, saying, "I will go with Sister Ti-Yen to teach those thugs a lesson." Zheng Manzi said these scoundrels often threaten people at the mine, whip them, and sometimes even cause deaths. Fu Chi-Chi's eyebrows twitched twice. She needed to take Zhao Zhao to Madame when to help her develop some elegance and grace. When prisoners slack off and don't follow orders, she notices during her patrols. Fu Chi-Chi wanted to turn the enforcers into soldiers, but she needed to smooth out their rough edges first. She stood up and said, "Uncle Chu, I want to go with you." "Okay." Uncle Chu was happy, kicking a small pile of dirt into his pocket and carefully avoiding damaging the clean floor. They arrived at the field, under a big tree, where snoring could be heard. To catch a thief, first catch the thief's king. Fu Chi-Chi approached a small leader. The leader was a fierce man, yawning loudly, drooling, with loud snoring. Chi-Chi kicked him in the face. The fierce man, half asleep, wanted to curse. Then, Chi-Chi tiptoed and kicked him again. The man rolled over onto a pile of stones nearby, nearly breaking his nose. The fierce man was ugly and rough-looking, with a face full of muscles and scars, blue veins bulging like willow branches. He covered his face and got up, blood pouring from 2 cuts from his nose, his eyes wide with anger and resentment, making him look even more ugly. "You're asking for death." Chi-Chi raised her eyebrows and kicked him again, causing the fierce man to stagger and cough up blood. All the prisoners stood up straight. The fierce man picked up a stone and prepared to attack. "Boss, she's Fu Lauda," one prisoner said, unable to watch anymore. The fierce man looked surprised, then suddenly realized this territory belonged to Fu Lauda. He threw the stone down. Annoyed, the fierce man snorted, wiped blood from his hand, and smiled flatteringly. "Fu Lauda, you're so lucky. You must be confused. You don't recognize the big boss." The fierce man's name was Zhang Wei. He had been mixed up in all kinds of trades in earlier years. He had also formally learned some martial arts from a master. During chaotic times, he was conscripted as a soldier. He didn't want to die, so he took about 20 men and wandered around. 2 years ago, he was recruited by the desert master while delivering goods. Fu Chi-Chi glanced at him and sneered, saying, "Today, I have one thing to say. If you don't work peacefully to farm the land, all of you will be thrown into water prisons and starved to death, left to die in the wilderness." Zhang Wei glared, feeling discouraged but unwilling to give up. Fu Chi-Chi climbed onto a tree branch, sitting on a pole, and calmly explained, "If you work hard and farm peacefully, you'll have a chance to take the martial exam. You could join my army, even become an officer like a captain or general, leading 300, 500, or even 1,000 soldiers. Regular soldiers earn 300 coins a month, with food, shelter, and clothing provided all year round. Their meals include meat every 2 days. A captain gets a house, 10 coins a month, 60 jin of grain, 5 jin of meat, and clothing for all seasons." Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. He knew that soldiers from Fengwu Mountain Villa carried fine swords and spears, eating white rice, fragrant pancakes, and enjoying fish, pork, and wild game every day in various ways. Even us prisoners have a chance to become captains or soldiers. Is a single spit or nail from old Fu valid? Zhang Wei squinted mischievously, raising his eyebrows and smiling like a fox, giving a long bow. His eager and flattering look made everyone pause. Fu Qiqi frowned but wasn't too surprised. In these chaotic times, survival depends on whether Zhang Wei can lead his brothers and live like a real person. She saw he was clever, adaptable, and resourceful, but she didn't expect to show off today and win everyone over. Still, rules must be established first. Fu Qiqi plucked a few leaves, waving them over everyone's faces, and coldly said, "I like a kind of animal called Tibetan Mastiff. It's a large, fierce dog. Most importantly, it only recognizes one master in its life. Loyalty to the master is essential for me to trust and use it. If we ever part ways, we can part peacefully and discuss it. But if someone betrays the master, the explosives and weapons I have won't recognize that person." While speaking, she didn't waste time. Using her abilities, she waved her hand, sending leaves flying like blades. In an instant, the leaves embedded into hard stones, leaving only the stems. The prisoners swallowed hard, their eyes wide with shock. After Fu Qiqi left, Zhang Wei and a few others sat on the stones, propping themselves up with their hands and biting with their mouths. "Idiot!" Cha Yan rolled her eyes and left with Xiao Zhao Zhao. Zhang Wei looked up. His mother said that beautiful women are poisonous. She was right. He was mocked by a woman. Today, he really fought with these stones. He picked up A and struck hard until the stones broke. They lay quietly, with fresh leaves and new sap still on them. He was stunned for a long time. Zhang Wei silently picked up the spat and started digging and turning the soil. Up ahead, Fu Qiqi walked while explaining to Uncle Chu. "Uncle Chu, let Sister Xiang Xi help you measure all the wasteland and mark the plots. Starting today, we will implement a land development point system, where points can be exchanged for daily food. The first to cultivate 5, 10, 15 acres, and so on, will be rewarded with 3 jin of meat or 20 jin of grain. If anyone fights or steals, the first offense will be 6 days in the water prison, the second half a month, and if someone dies from starvation, it will be considered one death."
Inclut que nos dead repeatedly.
This is a good idea. Strict laws are needed in troubled times. These orders apply equally to everyone. Additionally, over 200 miners and laborers, all with families, were stranded in Yanzi City and forced to work in the mines. Fu Qiqi also planned to move these people and their families to Longmen Town, believing they would be more loyal than locals. She added another notice: those who settle down can receive land and pay fewer taxes. The foremen were all happy and worked hard to cultivate more grain, hoping to bring their families over for a stable life. The outside world is chaotic, and no one knows how many years the war will last. Once everything was organized, Fu Qiqi turned her attention to cleaning up the remaining troubles in Longmen Town. The town was already under control, and she used a clever plan to take over the Yuanli pawn shop and Fengwu Hall without fighting a single soldier. The shopkeepers and clerks were all minor workers. After questioning them, she had everyone taken to work on the land. She found 3 stacks of documents related to debt contracts and land sales, showing that in nearly 6 years, almost 2,000 people from Longmen Town had been sold to mines. A detailed count revealed that the Mofeng Mountain iron mine had been operating for 12 years, with 12 mass graves filled with bones, at least 3,000 people buried there. It was a brilliant scheme to turn a good thing into a disaster. They lowered taxes and levies while sending bandits to destroy farmland, then tricked people into borrowing money, making it impossible to repay, and finally selling their children and families. There were 5 gambling houses in this small town, along with fighting schools, underground banks, and bandits, each seemingly independent but actually all connected to Yanzi City. They played tricks to deceive the people and manipulate them easily. The most disgusting part was that they ate the blood-stained bread and still praised the government's power and reputation. After much thought, Chi-Chi finally understood the key points. Suddenly, an uncomfortable feeling of chest tightness, shortness of breath, oppression, and suffocation overwhelmed her. Her eyes darkened. She put down her book, mounted a horse, and headed towards Maofeng Mountain. She just wanted to go see for herself. Yu Junxian heard about this, quickly caught up with her on his horse. When he arrived, Chi-Chi was using her wood-type ability to grow 5 trees. The trees grew visibly fast, 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, suddenly soaring into the sky, towering into the clouds. Eventually, they formed a circle, enclosing 12 burial pits. Yu Junxian silently stayed with Chi-Chi. When she finished her work, he approached her. People in the southern wilderness lack proper education, and there are few schools or academies. As a result, the common people are easily fooled without realizing it. Chi-Chi pondered deeply, confused. She pinched a handful of soil, channeling her spiritual power into it. In an instant, the soil sprouted tiny teeth, and soon, lush grass grew. Gradually, the grass withered and turned yellow, then dried up completely. Time passed quickly, like a fleeting horse. Only a moment, and the seasons changed. Chi-Chi turned her head. Teachings above become actions below. Because of this, our Fengwu Mountain Villa plans to open the first academy in the southern wilderness, called the Education Academy. Yu Junxian nodded. Good, I'll accompany you. At the top of a high mountain, gentlemen made a promise. 3 days later, at the entrance of Longmen Town Market, a 3-meter-high notice board displayed detailed information about the past decade. It listed how many people had fallen victim to the so-called interest money scam, leading to broken families and untimely deaths. The scam involved familiar figures, the town mayor, various managers, shopkeepers, and even masked bandits, all signed and sworn to tell the truth. Their hearts deserved punishment, and their crimes deserved death. Further down, a shocking list of death tolls was displayed, with names of villagers who had died in mines over the years. Among the familiar names, his great-grandfather, his father, her elder brother, his uncle. The entire town was in shock. The people were confused, as if their faith had collapsed, crying out loud. They mourned the deceased, filled with grief. After a day of silence, on September 23rd, the Frost Descent Day, reminiscent of Cold Food Festival and Qingming, incense burned softly and paper offerings were burned at wild mountain graves. Long after, tears of sorrow flowed. At Malingpa, the Zhuang family estate, a woman with a kind heart for the people and great righteousness. We are ashamed. The elder Zhuang trembled as he lifted a cup of wine, pouring it at the entrance of the makeshift ancestral hall. Holding a wine jar, Zhuang Pingyi stood straight nearby, trying to remember the face of the woman he saw in a fleeting moment but couldn't recall her appearance, blaming himself for not seeing her clearly that day. The old Zhuang sat with the ancestral tablet, drinking half the night, and before falling asleep, he left a final word. Our Zhuang family will move to Fengwu Mountain Villa. A single stone causes 1,000 ripples. At night, the heads of the estate held an urgent meeting. They discussed all night. There was endless debate about whether to stay or leave. The next morning, the old master of the estate woke up and calmly went to the main hall, glancing at the red-faced family members, then made a firm decision.
Move or stay.
The main family line must stay. If not, the family will split. His words stunned everyone. Soon, the entire estate was in chaos as everyone hurriedly packed their belongings, saddled horses, and prepared to leave. They finished packing and then set out along the mountain path, heading toward Fengwu Mountain Villa in Longmen Town. 2 hours later, Fuchichi looked surprised at more than 30 family members, both old and young. Miss, I heard you're looking for people to build Wu Fort? Our estate in Dashuan is second only to none. No one dares claim first, said the old estate master, trembling with pride as he stroked his white beard. Fuchichi blinked, a bit confused. Then just 8 or 10 master builders are enough.
But
2-year-old children and women in the inner quarters? Can they build houses too? The family members were stunned. Are they refusing to help with the move? The old master looked guilty and a little nervous, then glared angrily at her. Isn't it enough that our whole family is helping you build a house? Seeing this, many women from the inner quarters looked at the old master's back with anger and frustration, but dared not speak out. They whispered among themselves. Shameful. Leaving a big yard to move away and live as guests, just for a better life. Old master is getting more confused with age. Chi-Chi smiled and raised her voice. Sister Xiangxiai, prepare a courtyard for the estate. Today, we will hold a banquet to welcome the old master into Fengwu Mountain Villa. The old master's expression relaxed. Proudly, he lifted his chin, striding into the villa as if he didn't recognize anyone. As the feast began, the room was filled with rich, fragrant aroma. Is that wine? Good wine. The old master sniffed eagerly, like a sneaky mouse, quietly smelling around. His eyes twitched as he detected the aroma coming from a green porcelain jar. A gust of wind blew through. Just a moment ago, he was a stumbling old man, swaying unsteadily, but suddenly he moved swiftly like a young man, rushing to the table, grabbing a cup, and drinking it down.
Wow. Ah.
The old master's face twisted, eyes wide as if constipated. The family members knew their ancestor loved wine very much. Seeing his surprised expression, they wondered, could this fine wine be too good to drink? Everyone quietly stepped back a few paces. Our ancestors had a bad habit of losing their temper and throwing things when they drank bad wine. It didn't matter who was around. You just had to accept your bad luck. Fu Chichi watched the strange behavior of the Zhuang family members, feeling puzzled. In truth, old Zhuang was like he was lost in clouds and fog, his pores bursting, his soul soaring. He felt light as if floating. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, "Cat! Old man like me used to drink only cat." The Zhuang family members. Old Zhuang was trying to scare everyone, making them think he was crazy. Grandpa Zhuang likes my wine? Today, it's all yours. Fu Chichi laughed loudly, stepped forward to help old Zhuang sit at the table. She didn't leave afterward. Unlike others, she took Shiyu and Cha Yan directly to the men's side. Fu Chichi's soul belonged to the end of the world, after civilization had collapsed. She valued freedom and independence deeply. She didn't care about the rules of separate seating for men and women. Everyone raised their cups, exchanging drinks and chatting happily, creating a lively scene. The heads of the Zhuang family sat with Nan Yuan, Chu Shu, Lei Jinghu, and others. Meanwhile, the younger generation of the Zhuang family chatted happily with Shiyu and Kuang Xiaobo. Next to the women's side, the Zhuang ladies arrived first. They quickly learned that Fu Chichi and her aunts and sisters-in-law were farmers, working in the fields. They looked down on them with light mockery and suspicion. Eventually, the women gathered in their own little group to chat, ignoring the hosts. This made Chu Shu and Kuang Bo Nyang very annoyed. Soon, one of the Zhuang ladies, holding a handkerchief, impatiently said, "Let's start the meal. After eating, we have to go back to tidy up. This place is full of dust and dirt." Chu Shu and Kuang Bo Nyang. Suddenly, a clear, gentle voice sounded, like a soft breeze or gentle rain. Everyone turned to look. At the door, a woman dressed in purple with silver-trimmed wide sleeves entered. She was spotless, with her hairpins unmoving, walking gracefully. The Zhuang ladies were stunned and confused. Who is she? Her clothes shimmered with brocade and silver threads. Her headpiece was a full set of emeralds, perhaps even made for the palace? Wow, such elegance and grace, a noble lady with a gentle figure. The main seat was empty, and everyone thought it was reserved for Fu Chichi. But then, the noble lady sat down there herself. This noble lady was Lady One. After nodding to everyone, she sat at the main seat and smiled softly, saying, "My family name is One. Chi-Chi is my niece. Thank you all for your support. Today we prepared some sweet wine. I hope all the ladies enjoy themselves." Although the elder was once a government official, he had been exiled with his family for 5 years. It had been a long time since he saw a woman dressed as elegantly and nobly as a noble lady. Madam Wen, you're too polite. We arrived early. My daughter hasn't seen the new courtyard built for Miss Fu yet, so we came early.
No rush, no rush.
I was just asking Madam Chu and Madam Kwong about planting greens in winter. The ladies at the table all smiled charmingly, very harmoniously. It was as if the previous harsh words and teasing never happened. When called, Aunt Chu and Madam Kwong smiled, revealing how changeable a chameleon can be. Men sighed. Great niece, you don't know. When you came to Ma Lingpa half a month ago, I wanted to bring my bag and follow. It's all because of my eldest grandson, who stubbornly held onto my leg and wouldn't let me go, delaying everything. Old Master Zhuang swayed a bottle of clear, cold Maotai liquor, took a sip, savored it, then swallowed. This was his 8th or 10th glass. He wasn't sure anymore. Next to him, Zhuang Pinyi stood like a young servant, clearly overwhelmed. Just a few drinks in, Miss Fu was now considered his great niece. So, why was he calling her Miss Fu? Was he calling her Aunt Fu? And when did I ever cling to your old leg? Chi-Chi stepped forward and raised a glass. Now is a good time. I just revised the plans. I'm expanding the foundation of Wubao threefold. After building Wubao, I want to transform the dock into a trading port. These are big construction projects. Old Master Zhuang hiccuped. Big projects, leave them to me. My grandson has my youthful spirit. He has many clever ideas for building high and mighty. Fu Chichi glanced at Zhuang Pinyi, who stood straight and expressionless, seeming reliable for work. All right. I need an assistant, and he's perfect. Zhuang Pinyi. Does he think I'm dead? Chi-Chi looked at the lively young Zhuang family members and squinted slightly. Grandpa Zhuang. Do your children and grandchildren know how to read and write? Great niece, I don't like hearing that. Our family may be craftsmen, but we are also scholars. Generations of us have passed the imperial exams and become officials. If that grandson dares not study well, I'll whip him. Old Master Zhuang raised his voice proudly. It was so loud that all the grandchildren tensed up and looked at the main seat. Chi-Chi's eyes flickered with a smile, thinking, studying well is good, just like good cabbages. Only pigs would come to root for them. All right, I'll take all your grandchildren. I'll take them all. Here, all of them. What are you giving? What are you selling with just a few words? Zhuang Pinyi silently set down the wine jar. He was no longer interested in listening, so he turned around and saw Cha Yan approaching with a mischievous smile, offering a toast. Zhuang Pinyi snorted coldly and scolded, "Women shouldn't act like women." Cha Yan was inexplicably ignored. Her eyes widened in annoyance, and she remembered it. Be good. Meanwhile, Fu Chichi gathered a group of useful people. Though they were a bit confused, they still expressed their thanks. Grandpa Zhuang loves drinking. I brought you 2 jars. This is my special collection of century-old liquor, the only one in Xian. She pushed over 2 porcelain bottles of Maodai. That's too kind. How can I just eat and drink without reciprocating? Zhuang had pretended to be polite, but his cloudy old eyes never left the 2 bottles. As soon as they were placed in front of him, he immediately reached out and grabbed them. His eldest son said he would help him store them, but no one could stop him. He simply wrapped them around his thigh. Then, an old man and a young one clinked their glasses and drank in one gulp. When Yu Junxian returned, he saw Chi-Chi overwhelmed by alcohol, her cheeks flushed, chin propped up. A gust of wind blew, and Fu Chi-Chi disappeared. Old Zhuang half closed his eyes and waved his glass at the empty space. Grannies, let's have another one.
Come, cheers.
Yu Junxian carried Chi-Chi straight to the courtyard, his eyes deep and unfathomable, hiding his emotions. He occasionally glanced at the person in his arms. Her face was flushed, her eyes a bit dazed, and her expression was more and more distracted, making his face darken. But Chi-Chi in his arms, unaware of the danger approaching, muttered softly, "Wow, so many brothered song, 1, 2, 3. Her small finger, like a green onion, pointed at Yu Junxuan's chin, counting and poking. The gentle little person in his arms, with eyes slightly squinted and fox-like, perhaps because her eyelashes were stained with wine, was shrouded in a fog of laziness and seductive charm with each blink. Yu Junxian suppressed the rising restlessness in his heart, his throat moving up and down, his voice hoarse and tinged with anger. "How much did you drink?" He saw her shadowy figure. Fu Qiqi twisted her body as if responding with a hum, her dreamy eyes looking at him. Then she curled her red lips and giggled. All lips, all Brother Tsong's lips. She pointed her jade-like finger upward, touching her lips, as if discerning truth from falsehood, gently rubbing her red lips at times, pressing and stroking. Yu Junxuan's breathing tightened. Did she know she was provoking him? The moonlight was like a silk ribbon, and the night was especially tempting. Qiqi, as if discovering a fun toy, increased her grip, leaning towards the overlapping lips. As warm, moist touches continued on her lips, Yu Junxuan's eyes turned red, and he breathed quickly, feeling dry and parched. His little finger, seemingly unsatisfied, slowly probed into her lips, pressing gently inside. Suddenly, Yu Junxian bit down on his mischievous little finger, and his tongue lightly slid over a finger and moistening it. It didn't hurt, just a gentle nibble and teasing, and it felt very pleasant. After a moment of pause, Fu Qiqi hooked her remaining left hand around Yu Junxuan's neck, leaning her small head closer with a look of confusion. "Do you bite people?" Her delicate face was just inches away, filled with a girl's sweet scent mixed with a hint of wine, and soft touches against his jaw from time to time. A spark of passion ignited, making the suppressed desire from earlier surge from her feet to her head. Without hesitation, Yu Junxian pulled her small hand away, grasped the back of her head, and kissed her fiercely, holding her tightly. His tongue, both commanding and a little clumsy, pushed open her full red lips, filled with boundless desire, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Fu Qiqi shivered all over, stunned, with her mind completely blank. She wanted to struggle and pull away. Yu Junxuan's eyes flashed, and with quick skill, he curled his tongue around her retreating little fish, causing a tremor that overwhelmed her, creating wave after wave of sensation. Suddenly, everything was silent except for heavy breathing. Fu Qiqi's firm chest pressed against her, hot breath hitting her face, making her feel as if her heart was about to jump out of her chest, burning her cheeks. Before she could think much, waves of numbness and warmth struck her spine, fingers trembling, her body almost softening into a puddle, quickly heating up. She was completely lost. For a long time, until she suffocated from lack of oxygen, she pulled back. A long silence. Fu Qiqi woke up, biting her lip, secretly opening her eyes slightly to peek. Suddenly, her gaze met her brother's burning eyes, and her heart pounded wildly again. She quickly closed her eyes as if fleeing. Only her water-soaked, trembling lips remained pressed against that rosy face. Yu Junxuan's long arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her closer. "Cold?" Fu Qiqi stiffened, closing her eyes and replying, "Hot." He chuckled softly, gently stroking her back, his eyes tender, making even the moonlight seem affectionate. The next morning, Fu Qiqi sat on the bed with her hair messy, staring blankly out the window, her mind drifting far away. She still couldn't believe that her brother had kissed her last night. Little Zhao Zhao saw that her older sister was still in bed today. She tiptoed in, jumped onto the bed, and sighed like a small adult. "Your lips are swollen, your eyes are puffy, but you had a wild night yesterday. Are you feeling uncomfortable?" She stepped forward and blew a gentle breath onto her sister's eyes. Qiqi blinked, reached up to touch her full, soft lips, and kissed them softly. She felt embarrassed. A blush slowly spread from her ears to her cheeks. Just then, she arrived at the martial arts practice area. She ran into old Zhuang, who was coming back from a walk. "Qiqi, the old folks in the capital don't have good drinking manners. They didn't enjoy their drinks. One day, I'll treat you to wine." I buried dozens of jars of aged Fingio under the peach tree in the old courtyard in the capital. They've been aging for about 20 years, and the flavor is rich. Old Zhuang, who had sobered up after being scolded by his grandson, changed how he addressed his niece, calling her Qiqi instead of his niece. "Qiqi, You're not allowed to drink alcohol anymore. At the gate, a tall man in black clothes with gold trim, facing the morning sun, exuded undeniable confidence. When Chi-Chi saw her elder brother Song, she became nervous and flustered, her face turning bright red. Old Zhuang saw Chi-Chi hiding behind him, showing her shy, girlish side. There was nothing unclear about this. Old Zhuang chuckled loudly. What a handsome young man. Is he Chi-Chi's future husband? Ignoring the word young, the phrase future husband perfectly matched Yu Junshuan's intentions. Chi-Chi's eyes widened like a startled bird, and she quickly ran away, disappearing from sight. Yu Junxian watched her figure vanish, then concealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He turned to greet Old Zhuang. Old Zhuang, I hope you are well. I met you when I was young. I am Yu Junxian. Old Zhuang looked at him with a complicated expression, studying him again. His aura was deep and unfathomable, calm like still water, unruffled by wind, truly a heroic figure. He sighed. The last time I saw your father was 6 years ago in the capital. He was strong enough to lift the Iron Lion at the martial arts arena.
Now.
He hesitated. Yu Junxian calmly said he was harmed by treachery. The question was simply about his father's death. The great Xian dynasty knew he was the one who killed his father. Everyone knew and understood. Old Zhuang nodded, showing some belief. He sighed deeply. As they approached the breakfast table, Yu Junxian still hadn't seen Chi-Chi return. Chi-Chi was in the vegetable garden, busy picking fruits and vegetables with a grunt. 15 minutes earlier, she had used her plant-based supernatural power to accelerate crop growth. She was distracted and, with too much force, caused the fragile fruits and vegetables to ripen and fall off the vine. She could only pick them and throw them into her space to hide them, planning to grow a new batch of fragile produce to cover her mistake. Yu Junxian watched her busy figure in the garden and understood what had happened at a glance. He quietly looked away, rolled up his sleeves, and picked some cucumbers from the shelf. Fu Chi-Chi had already guessed it was Brother Song, and her heart seemed to tremble uncontrollably. She hurriedly continued picking. The two silently finished their work, picked a handful of spinach, and then went back, one after the other. But Fu Chi-Chi's nervous feeling lasted all the way to the dinner table. Yu Junxian said, "Last night I drank wine. Put down the egg pancake and first finish this bowl of meat porridge." Fu Chi-Chi kept her eyes straight, took the porridge, and drank it in a few sips. Yu Junxian added, "Eat 2 more buns, you're too thin." In her innocent and simple way, Chi-Chi ate all the buns in one go. Seeing her obedient, Yu Junxian couldn't help but smile slightly. Xiao Zhao Zhao and Xiao Yanyan looked at their sister and brother Song curiously. They looked strange. Xiao Zhao pouted and muttered, "He must be using sneaky tricks to steal my sister." The kettle was ignored and Fu Chi-Chi, who was drinking tea, choked and blushed, coughing hard. Yu Junxian glanced at Xiao Zhao and tapped his chopsticks. Under Brother Song's urging gaze, the 2 kids finished their breakfast. One went to learn manners from Madame Wen, and the other went to the study to practice calligraphy and copybooks. Only the 2 of them remained in the room. The atmosphere was strange. Fu Chi-Chi, who had been holding back all night, suddenly spoke, "Brother Song."
Yes.
Yu Junxian smiled gently. When his little girl was shy, she habitually pinched the tiger's mouth on her right hand, as if to give herself courage. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Before the person arrived, the noise reached inside. "Chi-Chi, I brought you a blue cat. Its fur is grayish-blue, with pointed ears and big green eyes that look like sparkling gems. It's as beautiful as you." Walking in was Ping Shuyao, with charming, colorful eyes. "That's good." Fu Chi-Chi took a deep breath, not yet ready to ask Brother Song, and composed herself, smiling as she took the cage. The little blue cat inside the cage was not shy. It stared with big green gemstone eyes, curious about Chi-Chi. Its fluffy fur was soft and velvety. Yu Junxian shot a sharp look at Ping Shuyao, wanting to kick him out. Ping Shuyao was confused. What was wrong with this stern man? Chi-Chi opened the cage, and the blue cat jumped into her arms, tilting its head and rubbing against her. Clearly very fond of Chi-Chi. Yu Junxian frowned. So annoying. Just wanted to ruin everything. A paw reached out, grabbing the blue cat. Yu Junxian looked serious and said, "Dirty. Have Taiyan arrange for someone to wash it." The small blue cat, hanging in the air and supporting its belly, looked at Yu Junxian with a cautious expression and let out a soft meow.
Quiet.
Yu Junxian said coldly. The blue cat's fur bristled, and it immediately became obedient. Fu Chi-Chi blinked her cat eyes, not daring to argue on behalf of the blue cat. She vaguely sensed that the anger of Brother Tsang might be related to her. Troublemaker. Ping Shuyao sneered coldly and cursed. He had traveled overnight and just returned, exhausted from the journey. After delivering the gift, he went back with Qiao Mu to wash up and rest. People kept coming to find Fu Chi-Chi one after another, so Yu Junxian had no choice but to give up. However, he decided to give this blue cat to Madame Wen. Angrily, Ping Shuyao spat blood. Traitor. Because he exposed the scam behind the printing money, 400 or 500 villagers from various villages came to apply for temporary work. Everyone was hired, but farming tools were urgently needed. It turned out that 100 blacksmiths, who had been part of the small construction team, resumed their old trades to make farming tools. Regarding the sudden appearance of over 10,000 jean of pig iron and stones overnight, the blacksmith master sighed, praising Fu Chi-Chi's extraordinary abilities and her talented team. The forging camp was the most reassuring place for Chi-Chi because it was managed by someone reliable, Gu Ting. Gu Ting came from a famous blacksmith family, the Gu family, and was recognized as a master. Even after 10 years of being away, his pride remained intact. To save his life under the management of Mo Fong, he only contributed a little. Later, he was betrayed, and Mo Fong's master, furious, beat Gu Ting severely, leaving him critically injured. He was rescued by Zheng Manzi, which turned out to be a fortunate event. 10 years had left him with hidden injuries and internal decay. But Fu Chi-Chi used her miraculous medicine to heal his broken body. Now, in his 40s, he looked vigorous and full of energy. In early winter, the entire wasteland was bustling with people working hard to build infrastructure. The blacksmith's tools gradually caught up, but suddenly, 400 or 500 people flooded in, causing daily small disputes and arguments. Today, someone claimed that their dug-up land was stolen. Tomorrow, someone else said that their freshly dug land was filled with stones. People argued back and forth, each insisting they were right. Uncle Chu led people around to mediate, shouting until his throat was sore and blistered. Aunt Chu, frustrated, led a group of women from the kitchen, grabbing kitchen knives and helping the head of the household scold others. For a day or two, things calmed down, but the underlying issues remained unresolved. Fu Chi-Chi went to check on the situation. Most of these farmers were honest and simple-hearted, not bad at their core, but they liked to take small advantages whenever they could. In the apocalypse, she was a powerful plant-type ability user, mainly managing the cultivation of medicinal herbs and rare fruits and vegetables. She had good knowledge of farming. However, large-scale planting still requires scientific methods. Back in the yard, Chi-Chi took out books about scientific farming from the space, and Yen copied them down, leading everyone to study carefully for several days. After thinking for a few days, they came up with good ideas. The responsibility system for land reclamation was introduced, with prices marked clearly in silver coins per acre. Whether a family or an individual, anyone who reclaimed 1 acre of land could earn 120 coins. They remeasured and planned the wasteland, dividing it into square and rectangular plots, but some areas with rocks and hills remained. No one was allowed to choose. They drew lots. Whoever drew a certain number would work on that plot of land. This stopped arguments and increased enthusiasm for farming. At the same time, the mysterious wooden house, which had been built secretly, saw people bringing in and out sand and soil for 2 days. The mystery was finally uncovered. Inside the wooden house, a sand table map was set up, showing the locations of farmland, orchards, forests, and vegetable plots. Each acre was numbered. The most noticeable features were the winding water channels at the edges of the fields and the small paths, over a meter wide, crisscrossing along the main roads. An old farmer immediately questioned this. "Oh, Master Fu is just a young girl. She doesn't understand farming. Why are there so many water channels? It's a waste of land. Why leave so many winding paths? That's a waste of land too." Once the water channels were dug, water flowed the next day. Chi-Chi used her wood element supernatural power to draw underground river water, creating ponds that flowed into small streams in the fields. When the dry land was soaked with water, the rocks in the wasteland became easier to dig, the branches easier to uproot, and the reclamation sped up. Everyone then realized farming land can be planned so neatly, and the water channels work well. They also found some fun in their busy days. For example, Mayor Hu's family, the martial arts school staff, and the underground bank managers became their entertainment. Mayor Hu and the others were confined to 2 nearby farms. From time to time, they threw wet mud or bird droppings into the farms. Suddenly, chickens and dogs were running around, and everyone was shouting loudly. Villagers, in small groups, left as the sunset approached. After about 10 days of this, Chi-Chi calculated that the villagers' anger had eased by half. Then she began to assign tasks to these families again. The men were to grind grain to make tofu. The women were to sew shoes and rough cloth clothes, and during their free time, they also pickled vegetables and dried herbs. Those who could read and write spent day and night copying the 3-character classic, 100 family surnames, and the 4 books and 5 classics. Every day had tasks. If they didn't finish them, sorry, no food for today. More black than A, but the key is he dares not resist. Fu Chi-Chi is making good use of her talents. If she used Mayor Hu's family to farm the land, they wouldn't produce much, and they would waste time. But their family is literate, can write, and knows embroidery, so they can use their skills well. Not to mention, the tofu they make almost covers all the daily needs of Fengwu Mountain Villa. They are all family people, working hard to survive. Old Fu even said that if they do well, his children and grandchildren might have a chance to leave the yard. 2 people were caught and brought back, Yang Guangxing from Dongyang village and Jia Yiji, the 5th family head. But they were not so lucky, because Ning Tua only recovered 2 ancient swords. The porcelain, gold, and silver jewelry were less than a third of what was taken. Ning Tua was so angry he cried loudly and ran back to the yard to find comfort. Seeing Lei Jinghu, he immediately threw himself into his arms. "Big brother Lei, my dowry. No, my bride price." They too spent it all. Lei Jinghu, with a broad face and big eyes, glared fiercely. How dare they swallow his little brother's bride price? He grabbed his little brother, and they ran toward the prison. "Where are the gold, silver, and jewelry? The fine blue porcelain bottles? The silver?" Lei Jinghu roared loudly, like thunder. It made Yang Guangxing and Jia Yiji kneeling on the ground panic. But this disaster still depended on Lei Jinghu, the rough man. Yang Guangxing's eyes flickered, and he tried to justify himself. "Big brother, I am just a scholar. I can't lift or carry anything. I can't handle those jewels. Those good things were taken away by the people from Mo Fan. Brother, I am suffering. I was deceived.
Please save me."
He started crying as he spoke. Jia Yiji also grinned and echoed, saying, "Big brother, we were fooled. You are our big brother, my real elder brother. From today you go west, I will go east.
We still follow you."
Ning Tua sniffled and started crying more loudly, but when he heard something was wrong, he angrily shouted with tears, "Bah! Who needs you to follow Big Brother Lei?" He thought Lei Jinghu was still easy to fool, but he had miscalculated. Those who mix in the world without loyalty, I hate that most. Selling out brothers, betraying trust, get out. Just then, the newly built water prison was warm and ready. Lei Jinghu kicked them one after another and threw them into the water prison. "Big Brother Lei, I really was deceived." Lei Jinghu ignored their screams and tears, took the crying Ning Tua, and left. However, Ning Tua couldn't stand it and occasionally poked with a stick, asking a few questions. Early winter was cold and harsh, and the wind suddenly picked up. After soaking for less than 3 days, Yang Guangxing and Jia Yiji felt like they wanted to die. One night, in the dark, Lei Jinghu, who was sleeping, heard a noise in the courtyard. He got up. With sleepy eyes, he saw a white shadow drifting over from the ground. Startled, the servant who followed him sat down heavily on the ground. "Is it a person or a ghost?" the servant asked in fear. The white shadow suddenly rushed toward Lei Jinghu, saying, "Brother Lei, the night is cold and dewy. Your wife is here to keep you warm." Because she climbed over the wall, Lun Yang injured her foot and wobbled. Who is Lun Yang? She was a woman brought back from the mine and was Yang Guangxing's fiancée, but he gave her to the Mofin master. But Lun Yang loved Yang Guangxing sincerely and secretly went to see him. When she saw her beloved, she was half submerged in cold water, her whole body bruised and trembling. Lun Yang was heartbroken, feeling as if her liver and intestines were torn apart. In the end, Yang Guangxing decided that to escape from the water prison, he needed to win over Lei Jinghu. So, she, a woman, climbed over the wall late at night. Seeing the white shadow coming over, Lei Jinghu widened his eyes and turned sideways. Lun Yang fell to the ground and simply covered her chest, coquettishly saying, "Oh, it hurts, Sister Lei, my chest hurts and my little hand also hurts." Startled, Lei Jinghu shivered and thought, where did this woman come from, acting so provocative in the middle of the night? Seeing Lei Jinghu unmoved, Lun Yang took out her secret weapon. She tore her clothes, revealing a pair of full, round. Her charming expression, with flirtatious eyes full of spring, looked like a flower waiting to be picked.
"Ah!"
The young servant covered his eyes and shouted, slipping away quickly like a slippery eel. Lei Jinghu froze in place. What is this? So big. So white. He looked a little longer, swallowed some saliva, and thought about military discipline.
Bang!
The door closed. Lun Yang was stunned, looking blankly. Some men dislike women who come to them uninvited, and she also had a proud figure. Despite Lun Yang teasing outside the door and saying shameful words, Lei Jinghu remained chaste. Finally, Ning Tua poured a basin of cold water to scare her away. Before leaving, Lei Jinghu looked out the window again, where Lun Yang's thin silk dress revealed her curves, almost transparent. 2 nostrils bled suddenly. Humph! Ning Tua saw Lei Jinghu staring blankly, still with desire, and snorted in anger before falling asleep. The next morning, during morning exercise, everyone exchanged knowing looks, their eyes full of meaning directed at Lei Jinghu. "Big Brother Lei? How does that woman smell?" a soldier teased with a mischievous grin. Lei Jinghu feels frustrated. He closes his eyes and pictures a woman's pure white body. He has stayed up all night, his eyes full of bloodshot veins. Am I that kind of common man? Can I break military rules? Can I take advantage of an easy opportunity? He looks very righteous. The soldiers. Some of them don't believe him, but there is no proof. Ning Tu's face darkened all night. Then he relaxed a little. We must always trust Captain Lei. He is a strong leader of our Tiger and Leopard Battalion, a flag and example for our army.
Lei Jinghu feels guilty.
He still secretly wants to find a pretty girl. But when his younger brother praises him, he straightens his back without thinking. His eyes become more firm. Standing tall at nearly 2 meters, he looks powerful and commanding. Unconvinced, Lun Yang blocks Lei Jinghu again in the evening. "Big Brother Lei, I admire you. I've liked you for a long time," Lun Yang says, biting her lip, her eyes full of affection. Lei Jinghu glances nervously around. No one is there. "What's your name?"
"How do you know me?"
Lei Jinghu is tall and handsome. When he looks down slightly, he sees her smooth, white neck. Lun Yang is happy. She says that no man dislikes her proud and charming figure. She pulls her clothes down a little and steps forward. "I am Lun Yang." Among all the soldiers, only Big Brother Lei is tall and mighty.
Lei Jinghu smiles happily.
He knows Lun Yang is smart. Their hands slowly move forward. He longs to be close to her white body. Good job, Lun Yang, coming to flirt with big brother Lei again. I tell you, even if you everything off, you won't get Yang Guangxing out. Ning Tu suddenly appears, angry. Lei Jinghu asks angrily, do you know Yang Guangxing? Lun Yang bites her lip and stays silent, looking nervous.
Lei Jing understands.
Brothers' wives shouldn't be cheated on. Yang Guangxing's mother is using dirty tricks. At the city lord's mansion, the atmosphere is very tense and gloomy. Especially in the study, it has become a forbidden zone. The masters dare not go near. The servants and maids try to serve carefully, but they are all cautious. In these 5 days, several people have been beaten and punished. Mostly for small reasons, serving tea too slowly, cakes cooling down, chairs not arranged properly. One person was even punished just for walking too loudly. Everyone knows that a woman took over Longmen Town, and the masters know that the mine where they make money has been taken over. Even the weapons they forged in the past half-year have been turned into wedding dresses. Knock, knock, knock.
Come in.
Lord Chao coldly commands. A steward forced himself to walk into the study, trembling as he stood aside. Lord Chao glanced at him sharply. Report. Lord of the city. The weapons from Yunyang Mountain and Chaohai Mountain's forging camp have been stolen.
Bang.
Crash. Clatter. Teacups, scrolls, brushes, and ink spilled all over the table, shattered into pieces. Then, the table was split in half, and the chairs lost arms and legs. Servants and maids looked pale and knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. Lord Chao, like a restless beast, let out a final roar.
Who
stole the weapons? Search. Everyone, go investigate. Fengwu Mountain Villa. Over 3,000 swords, large blades, and armor filled 2 1,000-square-meter warehouses, shining brightly. This was the result of 2 nights of hard work by Qi Qi and Yu Junxian, along with their people. Nanyuan and Beiche had seen their master's lightning technique, which was rare.
But
Qi Qi's ghostly mountain-moving magic left everyone stunned. The two of them silently watched each other, occasionally secretly glancing at the beautiful figure on the horse ahead. Other soldiers, confused, thought the large stash of weapons hidden deep in the mountains was secretly stored by Master Zong. At night, they moved the weapons without disturbing too many people. Over 30 people, after more than an hour, secretly carried the weapons back to the mountain villa in 5 trips. Inside the warehouse, Qi Qi picked up a spear, practiced a set of spear techniques, and proudly said, Brother Song, I can raise an army of 5,000 soldiers. Looking proud and confident, full of heroic spirit. Yu Junshuan's lips curled up as he looked at Qi Qi with a low smile. Our Qi Qi is amazing. His deep, ocean-like eyes were full of affection. Oh no! Qi Qi's gaze shifted, avoiding his eyes. She still hadn't fully understood what happened that day, feeling guilty and afraid to ask. Maybe she was scared of losing or misunderstanding. She needed to think more. Seeing the little girl sneak glances at him now and then, Zhao Junxian didn't expose her. After days of busy work, he decided to let Qi Qi rest well. He stepped forward and gently patted her head. It's too late. Go back and rest. Qi Qi saw Brother Tsong's calm expression and smiled happily. The best way to quickly grow an army is to train soldiers through battle. The next day, Qi Qi announced a new round of martial arts competitions. Individual matches. Team matches. Winners would receive armor, long swords, and spears as prizes. That day, more than 20 weapons were displayed, cold and sharp, dazzling all the soldiers in the camp. The training and practice in the camp reached an unprecedented high. For example, where is Brother Hua? I will duel with him for 2 more rounds. He said he's tired and went back to sleep. I trained for 4 hours today, that's enough. Okay, I'm going back to sleep too. Near the barracks, there is a fruit orchard. We see Hua Xiao waving a wooden stick, practicing vigorously. Brother Hua is secretly practicing here. I thought he went back to sleep. A soldier picks up a broken sword and approaches Hua Xiao's wooden stick. For example, where is Tiger's second squad? Did anyone see them? They said they went up the mountain to hunt and reward the brothers. Then on the mountain, charge. 5 people form a line, take down 3 wild boars, and you 3 fill in the positions. The leader of Tiger Second Squad is commanding his 12 soldiers in a formation training exercise.
No.
There are no enemies, only wild boars, fierce and with sharp tusks. This scene happens every day and night. Everyone is eager to get a full set of good equipment, and each camp and squad keeps coming up with new tactics. Wow, my goodness, such strong muscles. So sturdy. Cha Yen leans against the wall, watching the training ground, saliva swallowing. Watching other men from the wall. What kind of manners is that? Zhuang Pingy walks over from afar holding a blueprint, immediately recognizing the girl in green. It's Cha Yen, scolding like an strict parent. Cha Yen jumps down from the wall, points at her nose, and asks, "Are you talking about me?" Zhuang Pingy clears his throat. Admitting mistakes and correcting them is the greatest virtue. Cha Yen suddenly smiles, carefully examining what Zhuang Pingy calls the most promising grandson of the Zhuang family. He looks handsome, but his body is too weak. Suddenly, Cha Yen steps close, tiptoes, and blows hot air onto Zhuang Pingy's face. His eyes widen, and his scalp feels numb. "Why you? Stay away from me." Before he finishes, Cha Yen quickly grabs his waist. Zhuang Pingy is startled and backs away in fear. This woman is dangerous.
And
shameless. "Oh, you're still a boy. Looks fragile. 1, 2, 3. 6-pack abs."
Jazan Sudenli Ats?
Her small hands have already pressed on Zhuang Pingy's abs, one by one.
Go.
"You, go away." Zhuang Pingy screams in shame and panic. Xiang Yi, who is passing by, covers her eyes. Cha Yen has pinned Zhuang Pingy against the wall. She peeks through a small gap, confirming once again, yes, it's true.
This.
Cha Yen is too fierce, the scene. Too beautiful. She slips away.
No. Just gossip.
The 2 people in the corner didn't notice Xiang Yi rushing by. Cha Yen, with a careful hand, studied for a while and asked, "I heard you're not good at martial arts. How did you get 6-pack abs?"
You.
"You shut up. You." Zhuang Pingy stammered angrily, but Cha Yan's grip couldn't be broken. Cha Yan's martial skills were average, but he could easily handle Zhuang Pingy. "I heard you're 19, but still haven't married?
No concubine? Could it be?
You're not capable?" Cha Yan said something shocking again. Zhuang Pingy lowered his head in shame, his face turning red like a baboon. After a moment, he loudly shouted, "Fine. I can do it." Cha Yan looked at him with some pity and sighed. "You come from a big family, and if you can't, there are plenty of cousins and brothers. Don't worry, I won't laugh at you." Zhuang Pingy's blood was boiling with humiliation. Hearing footsteps, Cha Yan released Zhuang Pingy. Zhuang Pingy, feeling like he was facing a great enemy, ran away in panic. Cha Yan clapped his hands and muttered to himself, looking at Zhuang Pingy's back. "Only 3 tries. Do I keep scolding you? Do I eat your rice? Or what?" A grown man shouldn't be so easily provoked. Fumu Mountain Manor took the opportunity to hire 100 or 2 women and young workers for some chores. They also aimed to help the villagers of Longmen Town. The fields were full of people, all working to clear the land. At this moment, a dull-witted young man had just finished digging a pond. "Ersia, are you going back to the village tomorrow?" The dull-witted young man was Ersia, not actually blind, but mute. He shook his head and gestured that he wouldn't go back. Under the dark sky, with the wind howling, either sleeping or causing mischief, Ersia gently tugged at his face, tearing off the mask to reveal a sinister, mischievous smile. Light and nimble, he moved to the side yard. Fu Chi had specially prepared a courtyard for the Wen family. The mischievous boy moved lightly, like a ghost gliding through the night. He jumped into the Wen family's backyard. Looking at the guards around the main hall with contempt, he smirked, then turned and skillfully entered the side yard where Lady Hua lived. Inside, Lady Hua heard faint footsteps outside, her anxious heart calmed. She sat down at her dressing table, hurriedly grabbed a wooden comb, trying to hide her nervousness. The charming Lady Hua, still youthful, glanced at the half-height bath barrel behind the screen and blushed shyly. Next time, we'll play with water. This was what the young man whispered softly to her before leaving a few days ago. The door creaked open. The young man entered the room, a faint smile on his face as he walked over. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. At this moment, a small snake with a flickering tongue slipped out of the boy's sleeve. Its body was long and colorful. Guided by the boy, it twisted and moved onto his impressive body. Unconsciously, Aunt Hua, who was humming softly, didn't notice the tiny snake that had turned into a bright, beautiful creature. Because Aunt Hua knew that the boy's skin was naturally cold, soft, and smooth. The small snake cooperated with the boy. His skillful hands, his gentle voice. From top to bottom, he carefully examined her. Aunt Hua's face was flushed with warmth. Even though she knew she was covered with a white cloth, she kept her eyes tightly closed. Her body itched like ants nibbling at her, twisting into a tangled mess. This troublemaker was too mischievous. The small snake emerged again, flicking out its tongue, glistening with clarity. After playing enough, as if satisfied, it lazily crawled onto a nearby table and curled up into a ball. Seeing the snake had closed its eyes, the boy stared at Aunt Hua with eyes full of bloodshot streaks, looking fierce as if he wanted to tear her apart. Suddenly, there was a splash of water. The boy jumped in, removing the white cloth from Aunt Hua's eyes. In the misty steam, the boy looked dangerous and ominous, making Aunt Hua feel dizzy and confused. Come here. His face was as white as snow, reflected in the fog, with tempting red lips. Aunt Hua had already become soft as a puddle of water. Even her breathing was hot. Impatient with her slow pace, the boy sneered and pounced forward. He directly lifted her up. An hour later, the two were half-dash, sweaty, and still entangled, rolling from the bathtub onto the bed, causing chaos. Until Aunt Hua fainted. In the dim light, it shone on the hard-working boy. He stood up slowly, dressed carefully without rushing, and let out a soft hiss. The small snake, which had closed its eyes, suddenly opened, darting like lightning into his sleeve. The door creaked open, and the person disappeared without a trace. Only the cold wind and the shadows of the trees remained. The next day, Aunt Hua lifted the quilt and saw her body covered with bruises and bites. She gently touched her face and recalled the events. Then she opened her eyes again, her face glowing with a deep red hue and a satisfied smile on her lips. In the main hall, Tao Su opened her eyes, twisted her stiff neck, wondering why she had fallen asleep in the hall again. Seeing that she was still covered with a thick quilt, she gratefully looked toward the inner room. When Aunt Hua called her, she entered the room. The rich aroma filled the air. She looked around. The room was neat and tidy, with water droplets still on the tables and chairs. Aunt Hua tidied up and cleaned again. Seeing Aunt Hua humming a little tune happily, she looked pleased. Peach Su quietly thought to herself, determined to speak kindly about Aunt Hua to the young lady next time they met. Aunt Hua had changed. She now wore a constant smile, neither scolding nor hitting her, and often helped tidy the house. Seeing a pile of torn cloth on the ground, she sighed. Aunt Hua rarely left the main house or the secondary house and missed her husband, so she could only pass the time by dressing in clothes. In the camp, with many people, the busiest place in the morning was the toilet. It was crowded, and if someone shifted slightly or turned, they might accidentally urinate on their brother. Wang Gizi usually avoided that spot. He found a quiet place to solve his needs. Now, he squinted his eyes, pulled his trousers to the windlass corner of the wall, and took out a small bird, pouring water over it. Suddenly, there was a splash. He stopped and let out a long sigh, feeling comfortable. Then he opened his eyes, ready to undo his belt, but suddenly, he was terrified by what he saw. His hands loosened, and his trousers slipped down to his calves. The cold wind blew, and the bird was frozen and trembling. Hearing a scream, people rushed over. They saw Wang Gizi exposing his bare bottom, his eyes blank, trembling as he pointed forward, unable to speak properly. The news spread to the inner courtyard of Fengwu Mountain Manor, Fengxin Courtyard. Little Zhao put on a cotton coat, hung a tiny sword, and said with a small mouth, "Who dares to look for trouble? How dare they pick a fight with the tiger? Are they tired of living?" Usually, little Zhao was very active in such matters. The scene was extremely gruesome. Besides the male symbol, other parts of the body were brutally cut into over 362 pieces. Those who saw it felt nauseous. A strong smell of blood hit their noses, making people run outside the gate and loudly. Those who looked closer were so scared they collapsed to the ground. A chilling wind from the 18th level of.
It was terrifying.
People vomited until their bile came out, feeling a little better afterward. Pieces of flesh were arranged in a guessing game. A pervert who was dead. It was a warning. One patrol guard had been killed. Fu Qiqi's eyes widened as if a storm was brewing, and the cold wind was biting. What disgusted her wasn't the scene itself. She had seen cannibalism during her escape. But what was even more shocking was that some people lacked humanity, had no bottom line, and behaved like demons. Peach Su also went to see what was happening and came back with a grim face. Manhwa thought about the time and direction the young man had left, a flash of something crossing her mind. When her daughter arrived, she pushed that thought aside. The military camp's equipment competition was postponed due to sudden events, and everyone was furious, shouting to catch the murderer. But they didn't wait for everyone to find clues. 2 more patrol guards died in turn. The same way of death. The scene was like a battlefield, extremely brutal, covered with 365 pieces of flesh, arranged to spell fool. Fun. After Nan Yuan had someone check, he reported, "That's the work of the martial world." If we talk about the South Wilderness, the most influential person in the martial world is the ghost-faced granny, whose strange and unpredictable skills are legendary. She has 6 direct disciples, 5 of whom are said to be very cruel, enjoying cutting people into small pieces, with the number of pieces matching the days of the year, 365. Fu Qiqi stood quietly without hesitation and said, "Seeking revenge, Ku Yenner from the Nanyu tribe is a disciple of the ghost-faced granny. I heard she is very skilled." That day in Longmen Town, when the Nanyu tribe attacked them, she turned around and killed Ku Yenner. Yu Junxian put down his desert eagle and spoke in a clear voice, "Nan Yuan, Xiu, discuss how to set up defenses. Increase patrol soldiers 3-fold, and closely monitor suspicious people." The 2 responded, "Brother, I want to follow Brother Xiu," Xiao Zhao Zhao whispered to Yan Yan. Yan Yan gently adjusted Zhao Zhao's posture and whispered, "Don't cause trouble. Listen to Brother Tsong and Sister's arrangements." The 2 whispered, and Yu Junxian heard them. He glanced at the excited Zhao Zhao and said calmly, "Zhao Zhao and Yan Yan, do not go alone. No going out at night." Yan Yan nodded obediently. Zhao Zhao stuck out her tongue, eyes twinkling with mischief. No way. She also wanted to catch the wicked villains. Seeing that Brother Tsong had finished arranging, Fu Qiqi looked thoughtful for a moment and said to Xiu, "I wonder how many people the ghost-faced granny has lurking among the short-term workers. Your Divine Machine Battalion each take 10 explosive beads, and the other investigation teams each take 5. Senior Sister Xiang Ci, you lead people to investigate the short-term workers and also carry some explosive beads." After everyone responded, they followed Xiang Ci to collect supplies. Inside the house, only 2 adults and 2 children remained. Zhao Zhao yawned. "Sister, I'm sleepy." Ding dong. Yu Junxian picked up his teacup and with a slow, relaxed tone said, 6-year-old children still need someone to sleep with them?" Suddenly, Zhao Zhao's sleepiness disappeared. She looked suspiciously at Brother Tsong, then at her sister. "Are you 2 secretly doing bad things behind our backs?" Her small eyes sparkled with mischief, full of energy. The word bad things made Qiqi think of the recent kiss. Her delicate face was unusually warm, feeling shy. It was unfair to Zhao Zhao. She only suspected that Brother Tsong and her sister went out alone to catch the murderer. Prince Yu's gaze was sharp and dangerous. He calmly said, "Zhao Zhao, go to the yard and practice swordsmanship for half an hour." Zhao Zhao immediately stopped acting arrogant, pouting, and said, "I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep." She slid down from the monk chair and ran off quickly. Yan Yan also came down, walked to her sister and brother Tsang, bowed, then followed Zhao Zhao away. The night was dark and cold, with the moon shining like frost. Inside the house, the atmosphere was tense.
Fukiki coughed softly.
Her cough echoed loudly in the quiet room, seeming deliberate. Hee. Yu Junxian chuckled softly and approached her, taking her small hand and gently stroking it. A hint of flirtation filled the cold air. Fu Qiqi's heart beat rapidly, her small face blushing like a morning glory flower. Lately, she had been having silly thoughts at night. Oh, those shy things. In the apocalypse, she was only about 15 years old and still a student with supernatural abilities. Brother Tsang probably wouldn't. No.
Wait.
Qiqi shook her head, trying to clear her mind. Yu Junxian felt her tense body gradually relax. Her face, once like a rosy dawn, slowly lost its blush. He hesitated, then changed the subject. Let's patrol the inner courtyard and rest early. Qiqi let out a long breath. Sure enough, it was work-related. The next day, they strengthened defenses and conducted inspections, making the entire estate tense. They split into 5 groups, focusing on checking the workers and prisoners one by one. Little Zhao Zhao saw everyone leave, and her mind drifted far away. By the afternoon, she finally thought of a good reason to deliver some vegetables to Uncle Chu. Qiqi saw it was broad daylight, and Uncle Chu was indeed tired, so she agreed. Happy, Zhao Zhao led a few people carrying a cart of vegetables to the farm. Passing by a newly cultivated orchard, Zhao Zhao felt a strange, eerie sensation and faintly heard hissing sounds. She suddenly turned around. There's a snake, she shouted toward the wasteland. The farm workers in the field put down their hoes and said kindly, "Miss, it's normal to see a snake in the wild land. We see 1 or 2 every day." Using her supernatural perception, Zhao Zhao sensed that this snake was unusual. She pointed at a regular-looking boy. No, the snake is on him. Erxia, the blind boy, looked at Zhao Zhao with a flash of bloodthirsty, cold laughter in his eyes. Zhao Zhao was startled. Erxia examined her from head to toe. She was small, like a glutinous rice ball. White, soft, delicate, and her big, bright eyes looked frightened, like a newborn kitten. He smiled kindly and kept gesturing. Seeing that Zhao Zhao didn't understand, he took a small, colorful snake from a basket and signaled her to touch it. Little Zhao Zhao was both scared and curious. "Miss Zhao Zhao, you mustn't. Even if it's a young snake, it can be poisonous," advised the guard nearby. But Zhao Zhao seemed to be bewitched. Her hand unknowingly reached out, touching the slippery body. As it rubbed against her hand, tiny rough bumps appeared on her skin. She was so frightened that she quickly pulled her hand back. She gasped twice, full of apology in her eyes. Zhao Zhao waved her hand, saying it was no problem, and after leaving some greens behind, she walked away. "Pure and innocent little girl," the second blind man muttered softly. Tian was in charge of inspecting the inner courtyard. She arrived at the Wen family's small yard, focusing on checking the maids. Nan Yuan said the culprit was good at disguises. The maid finished her inspection and found no problems. They turned into the small garden and heard the flower lady singing a tune in the west backyard. Tian became interested and said to Wen Shiqiao, "Let's go see your lady." She had heard that the flower lady was always gloomy, but from her song just now, she sensed she was feeling proud and happy. Wen Shiqiao nodded. They approached the west backyard. The flower lady looked relaxed and was playing with dried leaves and grass. She looked radiant, and her voice was gentle and cheerful. Tian grinned and said, "Flower lady busy today?" The flower lady was in a good mood, especially since she was acting like a bride every night, looking fresh and youthful. "Miss, come in."
Yan, servetea.
Wen Shijun hadn't seen the flower lady for over half a month and was momentarily stunned. She had never seen such lively and bright flower lady before. Meanwhile, Tian looked at her thoughtfully. She was very familiar with that expression. Having spent 2 years in the marketplace and visiting brothels often, she knew this look well. The flower lady's every move resembled a passionate butterfly, just like a who had been thoroughly exploited by men in the brothel.
Ugh.
So shameless to the core. And a jealous wife inside the mansion? If she hadn't been bedding men every night, her surname would be G. Thinking about secret affairs. How exciting. She wanted to catch her in the act. When Jun saw Ti-Yen suddenly get excited and pinched her waist, saying, "Calm down with that wicked smile. It's scary." Ti-Yen leaned in, linking arms, and said, "Just wait. I'll find the biggest gossip and share it with you first." Always acting unruly, when Jun rolled her eyes at her. The flower lady kept her little thoughts to herself, happily ending the conversation. Ti-Yen, with her curiosity about gossip, secretly planned to catch someone in the act. Ti-Yen often wandered around for fun but couldn't figure out who the flower lady's lover was. She spent her time continuing to search the women at the dock and campgrounds. She also sent someone to watch over Wenjiaxi's backyard. After finishing her inspection of the tea spy, Lu Nyang had no issues and went to visit Yang Guangxing. He was no longer soaking in cold water, but the water prison was icy and cold, making his bones ache, and he was so cold he couldn't speak properly. Lu Nyang threw the leftover pancake into her mouth, her eyes red from crying, and then she left. She was Tongxing's daughter. Lu Tongxing had studied for 30 years, but due to his dull talent, he remained a common scholar. Her father said Brother Yang had the potential to pass the imperial exam and promised her to him. Sure enough, Yang Guangxing became a scholar in just 6 years. Since then, she dreamed every night of wearing a beautiful phoenix crown and red dress. Returning to the courtyard, Lu Nyang decided she must rescue Brother Yang. She ate half a pancake carelessly, then went to the well to fetch a basin of water. The water was icy cold, biting her teeth, and she barely managed to wash herself. Shivering, she stripped off her clothes and put on a thin summer silk dress. It was too cold, and her lips turned purple from the cold. She quickly put on a torn cotton jacket and wrapped her delicate body inside. She heard that a murderer was roaming the mountain villa at night, so she hid in the grass pile outside Lei Jinghu's courtyard during daylight. As she stepped out of the small courtyard, a woman lifted the door curtain, stuck out her head, and spat, cursing, "Disgusting pervert." It's a shame the village chief treasures this vile woman, pretending to be a refined scholar girl, but secretly sleeping with many men. She's completely rotten. Another woman also peeked out, watching Lu Nyang's back with a complicated look, and said, "I just secretly looked. She's all in now, braving the cold winter, only wearing a silk dress inside. She's crazy." Women coming down from the mine site, who can cook, were all assigned as cooks, living in one courtyard, sleeping in a shared room with 6 people. A few days ago, after Lu Nyang was drenched in cold water, it spread around that she wanted to sleep with Lei Jinghu. They cursed her, but also started to have ideas. Once Lu Nyang succeeded in getting close to Lei Jinghu and moved up, they planned to follow her example. Meanwhile, each of them had already chosen their targets in secret. The night wind was howling, dark and deep, full of the loneliness and sadness of winter night. Hiding in the grass pile, Lu Nyang counted 5 groups of patrols passing by. She estimated it was around 11 p.m., the perfect time. Lu Nyang crawled out of the grass pile to stretch her numb legs. Tonight was especially eerie and dark, quite frightening. "Sorry, I can't assist with that request." After playing with her for a while, the young man withdrew the small snake, lifted his robe, and pressed down on Lu Nyang. Lu Nyang. In the darkness, the young man chuckled softly and said, "Water prison? I can help you get out." Lu Nyang suddenly looked up excitedly and asked, "Really?"
Yes.
Having just seen the young man's skill, she knew he was capable. Lu Nyang changed her attitude, pretending to be reluctant, and began to perform her 18 martial arts moves one after another. After a while, the young man's eyes turned sinister. He pulled Lu Nyang closer, pressed her against a tree, and attacked fiercely. Without the aid of desire's fragrance, Lu Nyang, who was enjoying the moment, couldn't withstand it. The young man's eyes turned red as he roughly bit and gnawed. Who knows how long it lasted? Lu Nyang closed her eyes in ecstasy, and finally, she closed them forever. The young man was satisfied and took the small snake to the water prison. He knocked Yang Guangxing unconscious and threw him into the nearby woods. The night faded away, and the sky gradually brightened as the first light of dawn rose in the east. Patrol soldiers looked up at the big tree and ran wildly, stumbling and falling several times, their faces showing horror as if they had seen a ghost. Fu Qiqi and her people arrived at the scene. From afar, they could smell the foul stench, which was nauseating. As they approached, they saw a stiff female corpse hanging from a tree. When the wind blew, part of her skull was exposed, swaying, then revealing her bare back. Everyone gasped. The recent assassination had shattered their understanding. Fu Qiqi caught a glimpse and saw that Brother Song was staring straight at the Wei River. The body was taken down. Her front was sliced over 100 times, leaving only bloody skull bones, which was chilling. On her back, smooth as snow, was a line of bright red writing. Too stupid. Couldn't find it? Mockery. The knife skills are sharp and precise, likely done by the same person who killed the previous 3. But Lu Nyang is different from the first 3 victims. She is. The coroner looked at Fu Zhuangzhu, feeling awkward and unable to speak. Yu Junchuan's dark eyes glanced at him.
It's okay to say it.
The master told him not to blame himself for what he said. The coroner's soldier quietly moved his toes toward the body, then took a few steps back before raising his voice. She died from excitement during intimacy. After death, she was cut into pieces. Yu Junxian glanced at him lightly, and the coroner's face stiffened.
Fu Qiqi looked helpless.
Unexpectedly, she habitually glanced at Brother Song, then nonchalantly looked away. The others were first shocked, then remembered that Lu Nyang's plan yesterday was to offer herself at Lei Jinghu's residence. Everyone looked at Lei Jinghu with puzzled expressions, all at the same time. Lei Jinghu's eyes widened in surprise. Why are you all looking at me? I didn't even look at her. Someone chuckled knowingly. Yu Junxian moved a few steps closer to Qiqi and said softly, "Bury her." His tone was calm but carried a strong sense of authority. Everyone's faces froze with mockery at Lei Jinghu's expression. Then, quietly, they covered the body with a black cloth, wrapped it in a straw mat, and placed it on a wooden board to be taken away. Fu Qiqi silently watched the row of small houses where the workers lived, then glanced at the guards' camp. Wu Xian, known for his cruel methods and ability to hide like a ghost, was mentioned earlier. But yesterday, new information came back from the investigation. He is a widow, regardless of age, and only likes full-bodied women. He survived because he was born in a dangerous area, drinking blood and eating corpses. Now, he was hiding among hundreds of people, possibly a young man, an old man, or a woman. Checking over 600 people would take nearly 10 days, but during that time, anyone could be targeted by him. Qiqi decided to use her wood element powers at night to investigate one by one. Just as she returned to the courtyard, Cha Yan came over, shivering and looking curious. Well, Yang Guangxing was rescued, but then froze to death in the western woods. Coincidentally, a pair of wild lovebirds died together, fulfilling Lady Lu's wish. Yang Guangxing isn't a good person. If he truly loved her, why would he send his wife to another man's bed? Qiqi frowned slightly. Lu Lady hurriedly sacrificed herself to Lei Jinghu to save Yang Guangxing because they had promised to marry. When a person dies, they are gone like a light extinguished. Lu Lady and Yang Guangxing had no real grudge. Qiqi sighed deeply. Let's bury them together. Cha Yan nodded and muttered as she left. Our girl is still kind-hearted. After Cha Yan left, Xiao Zhaozhao returned. The little girl was wearing a pink jacket and small military boots, rushing in with a clatter. Big sister, I met that blind and mute boy again today. He gave me a blue pair, but I was really scared of him. Her small eyes showed a hint of fear. Zhaozhao's senses were very sharp. If that was true, then the person must be quite strange. Fu Qiqi put down her drawings and asked, "The boy who isn't afraid of snakes?"
Yes.
Zhaozhao jumped to her sister's side. Snakes? A shaman? Suddenly, Fu Chi remembered the mutants from the apocalypse who could control snakes. That day, Ku Yen could control snakes and insects. A beam of light suddenly shone into Chi-Chi's mind, clearing the fog. She quickly stood up and hurried outside. Xiao Zhao Zhao just climbed onto the Arhut chair, saw her sister stand up, and quickly jumped down, slipping on her shoes as she headed outside. Fu Chi turned around sternly and said, "Don't run around randomly. Your sister has something to take care of."
Oh.
Xiao Zhao Zhao stuck out her tongue. Her sister was so scary. Fu Chi jumped onto her horse and rode off toward the wasteland. 15 minutes later, she arrived at the farmstead, handed the reins to a young servant, and called out as she walked, "Uncle Chu? Check on him. There's a mute boy called Xia who is working in that field." Uncle Chu is busy. When he heard Fu Chi's voice, he came out of the house. Chi is here.
Xia. Huh?
No need to ask. I know. He finished his work and went home, saying he needs to care for his seriously ill mother. Did he leave? Fu Chi asked. About half an hour ago. Uncle Chu glanced at the funnel. Where does he live? Take me there. Fu Chi's heart suddenly jumped. Seeing her serious expression, Uncle Chu hurriedly asked for the room number, then led Fu Chi straight to the residence. They entered the courtyard at number 7 on 2nd Street. Inside, the smell of foot odor was overwhelming. Fu Chi looked around, and her eyes fixed on a bed over a meter wide in the corner. It was tidy and spotless. Strangely, she just knew that bed belonged to Xia. Master Fu, the bed in the top right corner belongs to Xia. He's quite sensible, hardworking, and keeps everything clean, a young steward who managed the place said, bowing. Sure enough. Fu Chi nodded and walked over. The straw mat had only a patched quilt folded neatly on it, with nothing else. She lifted the quilt with her sword, and a note fell out. Too bad I arrived too late. What a sneaky trickster. Intentionally revealing her mistake to lure her here, just to tease her? Fu Chi's expression turned cold as a blade, and a gust of energy burst from within her. The note in her hand instantly turned to ash. The young steward was stunned. Fu Chi left the yard, mounted her horse, rode a few dozen meters away, then turned back. Uncle Chu, I found Xia's whereabouts. Arrest him immediately. If he resists, you may let him go.
Got it.
Uncle Chu was surprised. What did a farm boy do wrong? Fu Chi returned to the main hall of Fengxin courtyard. Seeing that Zhao Zhao was missing, she felt strangely anxious. Kayan, where is Zhao Zhao? Recently, Kayan had a disagreement with Zhuangpingyi and was studying the opening of heaven and earth. Hearing the call, she looked away and said, "Oh, Shijun sent someone to take Zhao away." Lady Wen said she made a riding outfit for her. Fu Chi's heart pounded even more wildly. I need to go see. She hurriedly headed west toward the Wen family courtyard. Halfway through, she saw Wen Shijun holding a letter and arranging chores for Steward Chen. Shijun, is Zhao still in your courtyard? Fu Chi asked. Wen Shijun recognized her and happily ran forward. Sister Chi, my father and elder brother will arrive in 5 days. Fu Chi knew that Madame Wen and Wen Shijun had been worried about young Master Wen. After several assassination attempts, they finally escaped and safely arrived at Longmen Town. Madam, Wen can finally rest assured. I'll ask Kayan to send people to tidy up the courtyard. By the way, did you send someone to call Zhao away? Wen Shijun nodded excitedly, unable to hide her joy, and took Chi-Chi's hand. Zhao, I haven't seen her today. Fu Chi-Chi's expression suddenly turned cold, and she became unapproachable. She shook off Wen Shijun and hurried towards the Wen family small courtyard. Sister Chi? Wen Shijun followed from behind. Fu Chi burst into the main hall, where Madame Wen was writing. Taosu, is that the maidservant who served Aunt Hua?
Fu Kiki asked coldly.
Madame Wen's heart skipped a beat. Something was wrong.
Yes.
In a flash, Fu Chi rushed to the west backyard, which was silent and empty. She entered and saw Taosu fainted in the main hall. Fu Chi stabbed her arm with a sword, waking her up forcefully. Where is Xiao Zhao? Like a vengeful spirit, she seemed capable of destroying everything in an instant. Tao Su looked terrified, pointing to the inner room. She's in Aunt Hua's room. She had already checked inside. No one was there. Why do you say madam when sent someone to find Xiao Zhao? Who arranged this? Was there anyone else in Aunt Hua's room at the time? Fu Qiqi drew her sword.
Swish.
She stabbed downward. A cold blade sliced across Tao Su's neck. Blood gushed out, and she shivered in fear, trembling. It was Aunt Hua. She said that recently she hadn't treated Xiao Zhao well. She made new clothes to apologize, worried Xiao Zhao wouldn't accept them, so she used Madam's name. Master Fu, it's true. I saw the clothes. They fit Xiao Zhao perfectly. Seeing her sincere eyes, Fu Qiqi ordered the guards behind her. Lock her in the water prison. As she passed the courtyard, Fu Qiqi's gaze flickered. She stabbed her sword into a large jar in the corner, which shattered loudly, revealing Wen Shanmeng trembling inside. Where is your mother?
Fu Qiqi asked expressionlessly.
Wen Shanmeng, trembling with dirt on her, fearfully shook her head. I don't know. I don't know. Her eyes darted around. She was hiding something. Who else came into the courtyard today? Fu Qiqi continued to ask, her tone icy and sharp. When Shanmeng remembered a scene she saw a while ago, feeling deeply ashamed and humiliated. It was a young boy, completely, forcefully pressing her mother against a table. Her mother was excited, shouting, "Little sweetheart." Sister's effort wasn't wasted this time. She couldn't tell anyone. She couldn't reveal it. If she spoke, she and her brother would have no place to stand.
No.
When Shanmeng bit her lip and cried, Fu Qiqi didn't have time to argue with her, pointing her sword at her face. The blade was cold and sharp, ready to pierce her face instantly. She felt cold all over, like a giant beast with an open mouth ready to swallow her. When Shanming shivered and said, "A young boy came by. I overheard my mother say she wanted to take me away. I was too scared to go out, so I hid in the water jar." "Where to? What about Zhao Zhao?" The boy said he was going home and took Zhao Zhao with him. Fu Qiqi retracted her sword, her voice icy and bone-chilling. "Lock them both in the water prison and guard them strictly. If anyone is lost, bring their head to me." "Yes, Master Zhuang." The guard's back stiffened. Something's wrong. Her mother caused trouble. When Shanmeng sank to the ground, her mind blank. Like a statue, she stood still for a long time. Fu Qiqi walked straight to the horse pen, thinking silently that the ghost-face old lady lived on Saliri Island, traveling from Longmen Town, passing through the Manhwa tribe, then to the island by sea, which would take at least 10 days. Wu Xian, who led her into the trap, must have been acting on the ghost-face old lady's orders. She set a trap. Knowing there was danger ahead, she still chose to go forward. She couldn't wait even a second. Just thinking about little Zhao Zhao, only 6 years old, falling into the hands of such a wicked demon, made her want to teleport 10,000 miles to tear them apart. She saw Kayan approaching. Fu Qiqi looked down from above and gave a brief order. "First, handle all affairs at the farm. You all discuss and decide. Second, protect Yen Yen. Be careful yourselves." Kayan's expression turned serious. She found a horse and said, "I'll go with you. You're not strong enough to protect the house." Kayan. It was a harsh truth, but it was real. Fu Qiqi whipped her horse and galloped away, leaving a sentence on the wind. "Tell Brother Tsang that I went to Saliri Island." "Okay." Kayan ran to the dock to find Yu Junxian. One after another, on the official road, 2 horses rode forward slowly. Little Zhao Zhao sat in front of Wu Xian, bouncing nervously, feeling very uncomfortable. Far behind, Aunt Hua, sitting crookedly, complained bitterly. But her beloved little sweetheart, who was usually spoiled on the bed, looked cold and indifferent along the way. Only when needed, she would suddenly draw her sword. Suddenly, a black flag floated ahead, with the large word T written on it. Xiao Zhao Zhao's small eyes turned, and she looked up with clear eyes at Wu Xian. Big brother, I'm hungry. Wu Xian tightened the reins and said, All right, dismount. They arrived at the tea house, and the three of them got off their horses. A young servant came forward. Hello, guest. Would you like something to drink? Something to eat? Do you have tofu pudding? Xiao Zhao Zhao's sharp eyes spotted the white, tender tofu pudding in the wooden bucket. Wu Xian patted Xiao Zhao Zhao's small head. 3 bowls of tofu pudding, 1 with extra sugar, 2 servings of braised meat, 1 of dried tofu, a plate of peanuts, and a pot of meat broth. Okay. The servant, knowing they were regular customers, grinned and replied. The semi-open tea house had clean tables, but as the wind blew, dirt and stains appeared again. Wu Xian took out a cloth and wiped the tables and chairs clean, then helped Xiao Zhao Zhao sit down. When the tofu pudding, braised meat, and other dishes were served, Wu Xian first placed the bowl with extra sugar in front of Xiao Zhao Zhao. He then took an empty plate, picked 6 pieces of fatty and lean braised meat, and handed it to her.
Try this.
Their braised meat is very authentic, chewy, but not sticky. Xiao Zhao Zhao showed her 8 small teeth, smiled innocently, and buried her face in the tofu pudding. But her small eyes secretly glanced at the two, and when they weren't paying attention, she started to observe the surroundings. Auntie Hua watched Wu Xian carefully take care of that naughty girl Zhao Zhao, and a strange thought of lover flashed through her mind. Jealousy flickered on her face, but she masked it just right. Husband, do you come here often? Auntie Hua leaned in, pressing her chest against him, and spoke softly. Wu Xian looked at her coldly.
No. I'm hungry.
Auntie Hua choked and sat back down quietly. You wicked couple. Xiao Zhao Zhao, imitating the tea lady, cursed silently in her mind, then ate faster. After finishing a bowl of tofu pudding, a piece of pork knuckle, and a plate of braised meat, she felt so full she couldn't move and slumped in her chair, holding her stomach. Soon, her stomach started to hurt. Ugh, my stomach hurts. I need to. Her brows furrowed into a chan shape, and her lower lip was bitten red. She looked very uncomfortable. Wu Xian, unhurried, picked a piece of braised meat and put it in his mouth, then gave a glance to Auntie Hua. You go with her. Auntie Hua, who had just chewed a piece of meat, quickly swallowed it, glared at Zhao Zhao, and followed her to the outhouse. On the way, it was either or, she was about to burst. They arrived at the backyard outhouse, a few bare rooms. The wind was blowing coldly, making Auntie Hua shiver and curse bitterly. Little brat, you'd better hurry up. Xiao Zhao Zhao looked at her, snorted, and said, Mind your own business. You think you can tell me when to, or, if you don't like it, then go away. Uncultured thing. Auntie Hua made a move to hit someone. Just as her hand reached the door, there was a loud noise, and Xiao Zhao Zhao quickly closed the door with quick reflexes. Auntie Hua's palm was pulled back, her 4 curled fingers swollen and bruised, trembling constantly. Xiao Zhao Zhao snorted disdainfully, took out a carefully hidden pill, and fed it to herself. A scream reached Wu Xian's ears, and her pale face showed a faint smile. Outside, Auntie Hua was cursing, while Xiao Zhao Zhao kept threatening by kicking the wall, making loud banging sounds, actually climbing with a small wolf-shaped dagger. Finally, she reached the window of the outhouse, and with her sharp small wolf dagger, she cut through the iron like mud. A tiny figure quickly ran to a nearby big tree. Using hands and feet, she ran down the tree and into the dense forest. Bad guy. Happiness lasted only half an hour. A weak, pale figure stood in front, as still as a tree sculpture, and asked, Is it fun? Wu Xian's cold gaze made Xiao Zhao Zhao feel scared, and she lowered her head uncomfortably. She turned her small head left and right, trying to call out, then suddenly looked up and cried loudly. Wow, I want to go home. I miss my sister. Her big, clear eyes blinked constantly, tears flooding out like a dam breaking, pouring down rapidly. Her small body was covered in dirt, her hair messy, all disheveled, making her look very pitiful. Wu Xian's lips curled into a sinister smile, a hint of warmth flashing through her eyes. She walked over and held her under her arm. Your sister killed our 6th junior sister. My master can't catch her. But if you come back to the island with me, there might still be a chance.
Huh?
The old witch wants to kill her sister? No, she must go back and tell her sister. I want to go back to Fumu Mountain Villa. You're a wolf outside, Grandma. A wolf deceiving children. Xiao Zhao Zhao stubbornly used her innocent, childish arrogance, throwing a tantrum. She kicked her small feet against Wu Xian's stomach. The banging sounded like she was kicking a pillar, small but strong. Wu Xian showed no reaction, not even blinking her eyelashes. When they returned to the tea house, more than a dozen strong warriors filled the place. They were noisily eating meat. Wu Xian calmly approached. Suddenly, a voice interrupted.
Zhao Zhao?
What are you doing here? From the crowd, Ping Shuyao's eyes flicked sideways, looking at the surprised two standing there. But it was strange for him to be surprised, as Fumu Mountain Villa was more than half a day's journey away. Wu Xian paused, her face showing a hard-to-understand smile. She pressed on Zhao Zhao's acupoint, forcing her to open her mouth wide, trying to shout help, but she swallowed the words back. Zhao Zhao, the little chatterbox, remained silent and kept winking mischievously. Ping Shuyao turned away, holding a wolf blade, alert and watching the weakening young man. Behind the crowd, Manhwa suddenly jumped up and screamed, "Young master!" Xiao Wu reacted quickly, pointing his sword at Manhwa, who froze in surprise. The tea house owner behind the counter sighed in relief, worried that no one was paying the bill since the young man hadn't returned. There were few people at this table, but they had eaten 2 elbows and 4 bowls of meat. Old silver coins. Manhwa didn't dare move and timidly asked Wu Xian for help. "Young master, they are bullying me." Suddenly, Ping Shuyao almost spat out the hot soup he had just drunk. His teasing eyes flicked between the young man and Manhwa, full of curiosity. Did the lady of the Wen family secretly meet with a night visitor? Or was Manhwa secretly involved with someone? This was so unbelievable. He automatically imagined a story of lovers running away together, even kidnapping Zhao Zhao. After all, Madame Wen liked Zhao Zhao very much. Ping Xiao raised an eyebrow flirtatiously, looking playful. "Brother, your appetite is quite special. All right, you all can go now. Zhao Zhao, come here." Wu Xian smiled slyly, stepped beside the horse, and helped Zhao Zhao onto it. In a brief moment of distraction, little Zhao Zhao shouted, "Big brother Ping, help!" Wu Xian's eyes flashed with fierceness as he urged the horse to gallop quickly, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ping Shuyao's expression turned serious. He suddenly realized something was wrong. Chase after them. A group of over 10 people mounted their horses and sped off after Wu Xian, chasing at full speed. "Master, where is she?" Qiao Wu asked. "She's lost. Go back and find Chi-Chi." In the cold wind, a sentence was spoken. Qiao Wu kicked Manhwa aside. She staggered a few steps and fell to the ground.
Ah!
Qiao Wu paid no attention to her and jumped onto his horse, riding away swiftly. Suddenly, there was no one in sight. "Silver coins. Don't run. Pay the bill," the shop owner shouted loudly.
Clatter.
2 young assistants with wooden sticks. 2 chefs wielding kitchen knives. They chased after Ping Shuyao wildly, as if chased by dogs. Scoundrel. Stole food and ran. Left alone, Manhwa sat on the ground, staring blankly at the distant dark figure on the main road. Gradually, through the sky, she saw that little troublemaker didn't care about her. Before leaving, he glanced back once, full of mockery and indifference. The more she thought about it, the sadder she felt. The sadness turned into tears that wouldn't stop flowing. The 4 debt collectors from the tea house cursed as they returned. They weren't faster than horses on 2 legs, and after chasing for only half an hour, they saw no sign of anyone. They could hear crying. 5 people looked sideways at the beautiful woman crying. Madame Hua, kept in the deep courtyard of the residence, was quite attractive. Her eyes looked spring-like, her lips red, her face white, and she had the most eye-catching, curvaceous figure. She trembled as she cried. The tea house owner's angry eyes gradually darkened, and he swallowed hard. Did that person just say she was abandoned? That's right, boss. She was abandoned, the shop assistant replied, also swallowing hard. The tea house owner slowly leaned forward, his gaze lecherous, reaching out with a wicked hand. A strong smell of garlic filled the air, and Madame Hua, frightened, looked terrified. The owner grabbed her with both hands, sizing her up with his hands, his desire burning fiercely, and he suddenly sneezed blood. Madame Hua looked at her chest in disbelief, but around her, 5 pairs of eyes with a strange green glow stared at her. She trembled with fear. Seeing the owner pull the beautiful woman into the inner room, the shop assistant asked, "Boss, are you still open for business?" The owner hurriedly answered, "Yes. Just for a quarter of an hour." A few shop assistants chuckled, realizing that a quarter of an hour was short. No wonder the lady boss kept complaining it was too brief. Apparently, the boss's little thing was not very reliable. At first, they could hear faint sounds of struggle from inside, but soon, unpleasant noises filled the room. In just half a quarter of an hour, the woman's loud cries echoed through the beams of the building, audible throughout the tea house. 2 shop assistants and 2 chefs, dropping their tools, leaned in close to listen at the door. 2 men resting nearby, having just served a plate of meat, heard the lewd sounds and lost their appetite for the meat they were chewing. They felt empty inside. Sure enough, the tea house owner was punctual, exactly a quarter of an hour. He fastened his belt and came out, looking satisfied. When he opened the door, 6 people rushed inside and saw the woman lying on the table, her 2 round, delicate buttocks exposed, white and tender. The 2 men resting exchanged glances, understanding each other's intentions, and quickly reached into their pockets to give the owner some coins. 2 quarters of an hour. Half an hour. Men, of course, understood men best. The sparks in their eyes showed they were burning with desire. The owner grinned mischievously, weighing the coins in his hand, with the right side heavier. "Brother, enjoy yourself slowly." He pointed at the big man on his right. The big man eagerly closed the door, but just then, another shop assistant reached out with a hand and touched the woman's buttocks. The big man pushed him away, shouting, and drove him out.
Bang!
The door closed. Madame Hua, who had been overused, was just a bundle of desire. The owner had only been gone half a quarter of an hour, and she was already feeling uncomfortable, unable to move freely. Seeing the strong man approaching, she voluntarily pressed herself against him. Soon, inside the house, a soft, seductive sound was heard, making the listener blush. Starting today, the tea house added a new business, an underground secret door operation. The sun was setting, casting a yellow-orange glow over the forest. Suddenly, cold wind blew loudly. Wuzhen held Xiao Zhao Zhao tightly as they hurried along, the wind blurring her eyes. She kept looking back at the dozen horses and riders behind them. In the past, Xiao Zhao Zhao disliked Ping Xiao very much, but now she liked him very much. Xiao Zhao Zhao saw Ping Xiao was less than 100 meters away and tried to force Wuzhen to jump onto a horse. He had taken away his small sword and thought of using his small body to rush forward, grabbing his arm and biting him while shouting, "Let me down. Zhao Zhao, don't fall." Wuzhen didn't want to hurt her and kept pulling her back, which slowed their pace. Seeing this method worked, Xiao Zhao Zhao opened her mouth wide like a fish, darting left and right. Behind them, the pursuers were closing in. The little one in Wuzhen's arms kept struggling and making noise. Wuzhen glanced at the dense forest on both sides, looking anxious. Normally, the second senior brother should have come to help. Several skilled guards came with Ping Xiao this time, and they quickly caught up. The horses circled around, forming a semicircle. Sensing Wuzhen's panic, a small snake peeked out from his sleeve and hissed. Xiao Zhao Zhao disliked the snake and moved away from it, calling to the guard on the right, "Brother, you come over." The guard saw that the little girl was clever and skilled, with good martial arts, so he exchanged a look with another man. In an instant, one drew his sword and attacked Wuzhen from behind. Another rode quickly to block the way, colliding with Wuzhen's horse. The 2 horses neighed loudly and crashed together. Wu Jin was forced to jump off his horse. The sword's cold light was aimed at the door, making Wu Jin's heart race. He quickly picked up Zhao Zhao and fell back. Zhao Zhao wanted to escape from Wu Jin, hurriedly falling to one side. Seeing a large tree nearby, Wu Jin rushed over and caught her. Another guard, using internal energy, struck him with a palm. The powerful impact sent Wu Jin crashing into the tree. Everything turned black and yellow, and the tree shook loudly, with dry leaves flying everywhere. Wu Jin spat out blood, still holding her tightly in his arms. Zhao Zhao's damp little eyes showed confusion. Before he could stand up, a cold, long sword struck. Wu Jin tilted his head, his hair cut short, and he felt pain in his ear, blood trickling down. Wu Jin had no choice but to hold Zhao Zhao and draw a soft sword to fight back. Ping Xiao arrived quickly, shouting, "You little thief, stealing children. Brother Ping, he's a murderer. Many people from our mountain village have been killed." Little Zhao Zhao poked out her small head. Ping Xiao was stern. As soon as he left, something went wrong at the village. Hearing this, Wu Xian, who was fighting the enemy, paused briefly. A sad, injured expression flashed across his face, and he tightened his grip on Zhao Zhao. In that moment, Ping Xiao threw his wolf blade, stabbing Wu Xian in the shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. A small snake in Wu Xian's hand hissed loudly, quickly darted out, and bit onto Ping Xiao's shoulder. The little creature understood that one injury caused another. Seeing it was just a small thing, Ping Xiao grinned and nonchalantly shook off the little snake on his shoulder. At this moment, a numb, dull pain began to spread from the wound through his body, bit by bit. The elite guards saw this and fought even faster, releasing more internal energy. Soon, Wu Xian was struck by 2 swords and 3 knives, looking very battered. Seeing Wu Xian was at his limit, Ping Xiao shouted sharply, "Save Zhao Zhao first." 2 more knives were at Wu Xian. Wu Xian spat 2 mouthfuls of blood and had to hold his sword under Zhao Zhao's neck, taking her hostage. Suddenly, a clear, cool dew on green moss, bright moonlight on flower screens, a melodious, mournful, and lingering opera tune suddenly echoed through the bamboo forest at dusk. The night was cold and silent, bamboo shadows layered, creating a strange atmosphere. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw a graceful white figure flying out from the bamboo forest ahead. It was a man, with his face painted in colorful patterns like a traditional opera mask, making his features hard to see.
Clang.
The cold moonlight reflected on the arrow in his hand, sharp and icy, like blades, producing a metallic sound. "Wu Xian, you're useless," said the second disciple of the ghost-faced old lady, a faceless man, in a melodious, sorrowful voice. "Not human, not ghost. Where did you come from?"
Ping Xiao's not mocking.
The faceless man examined Ping Xiao's striking, androgynous face, like discovering a new world, his face shining with excitement. Giggling, "I am both human and ghost. Young master, you are so handsome. Tonight, do you have time? I'd love to sweep the bed and welcome you. I'm very skilled at arrow, flute, singing, and playing." He stared greedily at Ping Xiao's groin area, his ghostly face under the moonlight looking shy and charming. A grown man inviting him into his tent. Just thinking about it gave him goosebumps. Ping Xiao clenched his pants tightly, coughed, and cursed it. "Shameless. Big brother Ping, they are the ghost-faced old lady's disciples." Little Zhao Zhao pushed her soft sword against her neck and shouted. The faceless man looked away, then greedily looked at the small child in Wu Xian's arms, admiringly saying, "What a spiritual little baby. Raise him for a few years, and he'll be a beautiful skin. 5th junior brother, take him for me." Xiao Zhao fell into a cold silence, covering her face. The strange performer was staring at her small face with desire. Wu Xian spat out a mouthful of bruised blood and used his sleeve to cover Xiao Zhao's face. "This is my little friend I found. I won't give her away." Yu Wulian sneered and squeezed his throat. "Oh, 5th junior brother is feeling kind today. Is this Chio's sister? Just chase them away. Brother is asking you. The bodyguard nearby explained who the ghost-faced old woman was. Hearing this, Ping Xiao looked at the two with suspicion and signaled to the guards behind him, sending 7 or 8 people to surround Yu Wulian. It was dark at night. Both sides wanted a quick fight, and swords clashed again. At this moment, Chio met Xiao Wu. They rode quickly past the tea house. The tea house and tavern had closed their doors. Listening closely, all they heard were heavy breathing and lewd words. Thinking of Auntie Hua barking harshly, Chio kicked open the door with her foot. The door crashed down loudly, breaking. That doesn't want to live. We're closed tonight. Move. The burly chef peered through the door, watching eagerly. Suddenly, a loud noise startled him, and he lost his nerve. He cursed as he walked over. Swish! A long sword suddenly pressed against his neck. Kind sir, spare me. Good wine is on the counter, and the owner took the money. There's meat and chicken in the kitchen. What would you like to eat? The burly chef, now acting timid, quickly softened. He was experienced, probably used to robberies. Chio sat boldly with her sword, calmly asking, "Where's the woman who came today?" The man looked terrified. They had brought her here, but they forced her to accept 9 customers today. He nervously pointed to the trembling room. Just then, a young shop assistant, face flushed, hurried out from the alley. Seeing the scene, he shouted for help loudly. Suddenly, the heavy breathing inside stopped. A disheveled man burst out of the room. He was drunk and staggering, shouting at Chio, asking for another beauty at triple the price. Xiao Wu slapped him on the back of the head. The man's eyes spun, and he spat blood. The shop assistant stopped shouting. The burly chef held his breath. The man tilted his head, pretending to be dead. The room fell silent. After a moment, a woman crawled out from inside. Her clothes were torn, hair messy, face bruised and swollen, lips swollen, looking very miserable. A foul smell wafted over, and Chio frowned. Seeing Chio, the woman crawled over like a drowning person grabbing a piece of driftwood, kneeling and kowtowing. "Miss Chio, please save me. Save me." The innkeeper, the big chef, and the strong man suddenly felt death looming over them. "Someone has come for us." Fu Chichi looked at Lady Hua carefully for a moment. Suddenly, she remembered the old Fu family, Lady Hua, Fu Changhong, Cui Shi, and others, who repeatedly betrayed her and Zhao. Back then, her worries and kindness made her soft-hearted, leading her into desperate situations. Lady Hua, why kill her? It's better to let her live on, barely surviving. A woman raised in a wealthy household, now caught in chaos, living is more terrifying than dying. Old Lord Wen can barely protect himself, relying on Lady Wen's family, and still risks his life fleeing. And you? Without me, you might have died in the Wen estate or on the run. But you're reckless with your life. My sister is only 6 years old. You dare deceive her and send her to a murderer. You deserve to die. Fu Chichi stood tall, looking down at her. Lady Hua was terrified and hopeless, thinking she might be killed. Fu Chichi suddenly smiled, squeezing her like a tiny ant, then turned to leave, saying as she walked, "I was told that revenge can be done in many ways. Killing someone can end it quickly. But sometimes, from a different perspective, it's better to let her live like an ant, suffering worse than death, to clear her karma." With that, Fu Chichi gracefully left. Lady Hua collapsed to the ground, desperate. Seeing Fu Chichi walk further away, she suddenly screamed hysterically, "I regret it. I will change. Please, for Lord Wen's sake, save my life."
Fukiki.
But Fu Chichi had already mounted her horse and disappeared into the night. Inside the tea house, 3 people lying on the ground were afraid they might be shot again. After half an hour, they finally saw a gap. Had the person left without killing them? The little fairy said, "We can play as we like." The big man was a troublemaker from the nearby village, clever and eager to taste the good stuff he heard about. The chef and the innkeeper, who had been holding back all day, saw the man's excitement and looked like wolves spotting meat, their eyes turning green as they rushed to loosen their belts.
Ah, no.
Stay away. Lady Hua was not enjoying herself this time. She truly felt worse than death. In the dark night, Fu Qiqi and Xiao Wu ran through the cold wind. Finally, in a bamboo forest, they found the elite guards. Among many corpses, they checked for breath. Only 3 were alive.
Xiao Mu.
Xiao Wu ran over quickly and helped Xiao Mu up. Fu Qiqi examined the injuries, her pupils dilating. Her eyes were bloodshot, burning with heat. She looked at the lips, black and blue, darkening. Most importantly, there are tiny worms wriggling inside the blood vessels in the body. Poisoned, Fu Qiqi confidently said. Xiao Wu and Xiao Mu have been loyal to their master since childhood, and their friendship is extraordinary. He took out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket and handed it over. Miss Fu, look, can this cure the poison? Fu Qiqi took the porcelain bottle, sniffed it, and said, this is a common detox pill, but it can't remove the poison from their bodies. Actually, she wasn't very skilled with traditional herbs. She was just pretending, but she was sure she couldn't force out the worms. Poison worms? Xiao Wu asked in surprise. Yes, poisoned, with worms inside the body. It's okay. I will use my internal energy to force the worms out. After speaking, Fu Qiqi activated her wood element magic, slowly pushing the worms out of his body. She then fed him a dark, mysterious drink that she called a spiritual medicine. Xiao Wu believed it was a miraculous elixir because the potion was very strange. When poured from the bamboo tube, it made a sizzling sound, like water boiling. The medicine worked quickly. Under the glow of the campfire, Xiao Mu's face gradually regained color. After about 15 minutes, Xiao Mu slowly woke up, coughing up black blood. Seeing Fu Qiqi and Xiao Wu, despite his severe injuries, he hurriedly said, Master and Miss Zhao Zhao have been kidnapped by the ghost-faced old woman. You must go after them quickly. Fu Qiqi had already saved the other 2 survivors. She turned and said, I'll take Xiao Wu first. The 3 of you go back to find Brother Tsang for help. I'll go too. Xiao Mu, struggling, supported Xiao Wu and stood up.
Fu Qiqi frowned.
Are you going to get yourself killed?
Xiao Mu hesitated.
I will bring back Ping Shuyao, Fu Qiqi said firmly, gazing into the dark forest. It was a promise. Dark clouds covered the new moon, making the sky look frighteningly dark. The 2 of them ate briefly, then set out under the stars to chase forward. Meanwhile, Ping Shuyao and others were taken by the ghost-faced old woman to a remote inn. They had just dismounted from their horses. Yu Wuming, with a jealous look, pinched a bit of soft flesh at Ping Shuyao's waist and, in a mournful female voice, said, Deadly resentful one, soft yet firm, you must have strong waist power. He looked somewhat lecherous. Ping Shuyao shivered and gritted his teeth. Stop touching me. I can walk on my own. The 4 great princes of Dashuan, the 3rd prince of Tsongling, all possessed stunning beauty and enchanting eyes that could mesmerize anyone. Now, being pressed by Yu Wuming, he kept cursing. Ping Shuyao's thoughts were simple. If he didn't act rougher, he was afraid he'd end up just like the effeminate guy next to him. Yu Wuming, with a sinister smile, said, You've been poisoned by the 5th brother's seductive snake venom. If no one cures you tonight, you'll be consumed by desire and die suddenly. Ping Shuyao never expected that the seemingly harmless little snake actually carried a poisonous toxin. He glared at it sharply, his eyes cold and stern, and said in a dark voice, Even if I die suddenly, I wouldn't look up to you, you cowardly person. Wu Lian, with a meaningful look, watched him harden his stance, thinking, Let's see how long you can hold on. The ghost-faced old woman walking ahead tapped her skull staff, making a rough, unpleasant sound. 5th brother is healing. 2nd brother is on the right. 3rd brother is on the left. Today, guests are coming, and you will avenge your 6th sister. Master. Wu Xian hesitated to speak.
Huh.
The ghost-faced old woman snorted through her nose. Wu Xian looked down at Xiao Zhao, who was sleeping peacefully in his arms, and a gentle light flashed in his eyes as he pleaded, Little Zhao is young, but has excellent talent. Master, could you consider accepting him as a disciple? The ghost-faced old woman suddenly rolled her eyes, hidden beneath her wrinkled skin. Fifth brother, your sixth sister has been under my care since she was 6. No one in the martial world dares to disrespect her, and she still lives happily. Fu Qiqi will surely die. Bring little Zhao back to the island first, then discuss further. After speaking, the old woman entered the guest room, followed closely by Xiao Fan, the third disciple. Wu Xian looked down sadly. Wu Lian, with a fake smile and a delicate gesture, said, I advise fifth brother not to waste effort. Wu Xian's face remained expressionless as he glanced at Ping Shuyao, saying, hurry up and follow. Compared to Wu Xian, Ping Shuyao felt a bit more trusting of Wu Xian. They walked away. Wu Lian sneakily moved behind Ping Shuyao, then returned to his male voice and said to the servant boy, arrange for Ping Shuyao to stay next door to my room. The servant hesitated. After all, they were the masters, and no one could offend them. Using the clues deliberately left by the ghost-faced old woman, an hour later, Fu Qiqi and Xiao Mu arrived at a remote inn. Hearing the servant boy report, the ghost-faced old woman stood by the window on the second floor, seeing a man and woman riding slowly toward them from afar.
Gaga.
They emitted two eerily cold and strange laughs. Over 1,000 meters apart, Fu Qiqi stopped. The inn was isolated in the wilderness, with even the insects in the bushes holding their breath, silent as death. Suddenly, dozens of auras converged in the air, producing faint sound waves. After circling once, Fu Qiqi tightened the reins, gently dismounted, took off her bundle, and glanced at Xiao Wu. Light a fire. Xiao Wu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling confused. When did Miss Fu's horse get a bundle? But that wasn't the main point. Danger was imminent, and Miss Fu still had time to light a fire? Qiqi calmly took out 2 plates from her bag, then pulled out 5 ears of corn. Seeing Zhou Wu staring blankly, she smirked and said, you go gather firewood. You've been on the road all night. I'm hungry, so I'll roast some corn to fill my stomach. Zhou Wu found it hard to respond but still went to gather a bundle of firewood. In the dark night, outside the countryside, suddenly a pile of bonfire appeared. It looked like a ghostly flame. The fire grew stronger and stronger. Zhou Wu felt a bit warm, but his heart was cold as ice, and his eyes widened, because several threatening auras kept sweeping over him. Seeing Zhou Wu restless, Qiqi jumped onto a nearby big tree, broke some fresh branches, roasted off the sap, and skewered 5 ears of corn on a stick over the fire. She slowly turned around, moving the corn in circles. The flames licked the corn leaves, releasing a fresh, fragrant smell of grass, making people feel happy. A few days ago, Qiqi had cultivated 5 vegetable patches inside Fengxing courtyard, tested the soil, and grown dozens of corn stalks. She picked them fresh yesterday morning. Zhou Wu remembered that his master said Qiqi had a potion that could make plants grow faster. Seeing the fresh, tender leaves of the corn and thinking about the cold winter winds, he felt a strange, almost magical sense that challenged his understanding. Suddenly, a faint ringing sound came. It made his hair stand on end. Zhou Wu quickly looked at the inn across the street. The night wind blew past, and a faint light flickered under the inn's porch, flickering in the dark and looking eerie. The faint ringing came from the inn. They were about to move. Zhou Wu's body tensed up, and he couldn't help but guess. Qiqi, are you just stalling? Are we waiting for young Master Yu? But it seems too late. Qiqi looked calmly around the inn, then slowly took some dried pork from her bag. After roasting it over the fire until fragrant, she handed a few pieces to Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu. Qiqi bit into the dried pork and said, no need to worry. Eat first. Once you're full and satisfied, then we act. They might be enemies facing dozens of others? It seemed today was destined to be a day of death. To die together with her master would be their greatest wish fulfilled. Zhou Wu understood the situation, grabbed a piece of dried pork, and bit down hard. On the second floor, in front of the window. Old lady, are they cooking something to eat? Third disciple Xiao Fan looked expressionless and a bit puzzled. He was a young girl with spiritual energy, but unfortunately, the ghost-faced old lady, with a hoarse voice like someone just waking up, slowly and gloomily said, "Gaga, old master isn't the kind of petty person. The headless meal, let the two eat their fill. Arrange for someone to send some water over." A servant appeared like a ghost, holding a food box. Zhou Wu almost instinctively drew his sword, crouched, and entered a defensive stance. The servant boy said, "Our Lady invites you both to share a meal of head-cutting rice." Xiao Wu looked uncertain and suspicious. Hearing this, Fu Qiqi moved subtly, peering through a secret underground passage, slowly climbing upward. She seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up at the thin, old woman on the second floor. The woman smiled kindly and said, "Thank you, madam. You are very particular." The servant boy bowed and then left gracefully. "Wire?" Fu Qiqi glanced at the servant boy's feet, opened the food box, which contained wine, chicken, fish, and rice, all laid out on the ground. Feeling dry and parched, she decided not to take water from her space, but to drink some wine to soothe her throat. "The wine is poisoned. They want to drug us," Xiao Wu suddenly warned, feeling a jolt in his heart. Fu Qiqi shook her head, took a gulp, and licked her lips. The wine wasn't as good as her space's, but it was still fine wine. The inn's people, under the orders of the ghost-faced lady, agreed to let Fu Qiqi have a meal of head-cutting rice. After listening, Wu Lian turned and went back to his room. He crept close to the wall and overheard Ping Shuyao cursing loudly in the next room. Wu Lian chuckled mysteriously, twisting his body and slipping out the window. Bang! The window was struck. In an instant, Ping Shuyao inside the room turned his head like a startled bird, looking at the window, no one there. A fiery feeling burned inside him, slowly consuming him. He was truly burning with desire. He sat back on the bed, scratching his back and chest in a frantic, unseemly way. "Sir, do you think of your servant?" A ghostly, mournful voice drifted in. Then, a ghostly face with no clear features appeared on the windowsill, slowly rising, dressed in red, ready for battle. Ping Shuyao was startled and let out a sharp scream. "Your grandpa!" In a flash, blankets, pillows, teacups, everything, were thrown toward the window. Wu Lian chuckled mischievously, waving his hand, and all the objects floated away on their own. Footsteps approached the window, whispering a few words into Wu Lian's ear. Wu Lian adjusted his red dress, speaking softly and seductively. "I arranged for 2 buckets of hot water. Remember to wash yourself clean and wait for me." Clang! Ping Shuyao grabbed a chair and smashed it at the window, furious, tearing out strands of his hair. The door was knocked. Ping Shuyao roared, recognizing Wu Xining, and hesitated before opening the door. Wu Xining entered, followed by a maid, calm and indifferent. "You've been poisoned by a seductive snake. It's easy to cure, just find a woman and sleep with her for a night." The maid beside her looked expressionless, as if used to this. Ping Shuyao suddenly panicked, his face flushing with embarrassment. "No, I don't need that." His desire burning fiercely, he was too flustered to admit anything, even if he wanted to. Laozi is still a young boy. I want to find Qiqi too." Wu Xian was injured by Ping Shuyao's people, and his condition was serious. He also needed to protect Zhao Zhao. He said coldly, "She has been at the door all along. When you understand, call her." The two of them left the door. Ping Shuyao shouted, "Where is Zhao Zhao?" Wu Xian hesitated for a moment. "She is sleeping. I will take care of her." Humph. If it weren't for the fact that he took good care of Zhao Zhao along the way, Ping Shuyao thought, now is the perfect time to take advantage of his illness and get rid of him. Outside the inn, under the tree, Fu Qiqi and another person were eating meat and drinking wine happily.
Taking a break.
There are countless iron wires crossing ahead. If you walk straight through, in just a moment, you'll be dismembered. Xiao Wu. There are also some iron nets on both sides. I guess after we jump over the wires, we will land right in the second trap. Xiao Wu, Miss Fu. Did you scout ahead? I have strong internal energy and high martial skills. Xiao Wu. If it's an iron net, we can avoid it. The third trap is a field of arrow formations. Judging by the ghost-faced lady's tricks, there should be poison. Xiao Wu nodded slightly. If we get through the third trap, the main event begins. This is what we have to face, an overwhelming crowd. More than 20 people. Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask, how do we get past the first 3 traps? Chi-Chi chewed a piece of corn leisurely and took out a bunch of items from her bag. You've seen our divine machine core, right? These are hand grenades, explosive balls, and explosive beads. Xiao Wu swallowed hard and strapped them on his back. This time, the master came back intending to buy the divine weapons and hidden weapons in Miss Fu's hands. Tonight, the stars are shining brightly. Chi-Chi glanced at her watch. It was midnight, an ideal time for theft and murder. She clapped her hands and slowly stood up. Her lazy demeanor suddenly changed in the blink of an eye. Like a female demon, her expression was cold and commanding, looking straight ahead. Her clear and bright eyes, like icy hellfire, made those hiding in the dark on Sulilai Island stiffen inexplicably. Chi-Chi's red lips slightly lifted. Xiao Wu, get ready to work. Okay. Xiao Wu quickly stood up, his eyes burning with fierce battle spirit, glaring around. In the woods on both sides of the inn, figures moved like ghosts. With a flick of Chi-Chi's delicate hand,
Boom.
a deafening explosion shattered the quiet world. Countless iron nets broke apart and flew into the air. Bright flashes streaked across the night sky like shooting stars, falling to the ground. Zhou Wu followed behind Chi-Chi, determinedly throwing hand grenades into the dark cave entrances, into the woods, and onto dirt mounds. Suddenly, stars appeared in the dark sky, shining like countless silver beads embedded in the night. The surroundings were chaotic, with flying stones, flying sand, and broken branches everywhere. Continuous explosions and terrible screams echoed through the night. Over 20 fiery figures suddenly appeared, their screams loud and fierce. The people on Suli Island looked terrified. Such powerful weapons. Such great strength. The ghost-faced old woman quickly moved to the window, her wrinkled skin revealing wide, white eyes, filled with disbelief. Is this what the Nanyu tribe calls their divine weapons and secret tools? Truly impressive power. As she spoke, she saw the fiery figures illuminated by the shining stars, instantly turned to charred black and collapsed stiffly on the ground. A shadow of gloom flickered across the terrifying white eyes of the ghost-faced old woman, as if angry, but it vanished in an instant. Her face looked like a ghost. The bombing continued. Barbed wire traps, iron nets, poison arrow arrays. They were thrown like toys, just a few round bombs, then disappeared. Old lady? Yu Wulian shouted in surprise. Go and fight them. I heard she can fight 10 or more martial experts alone. Today, we on Suli Island will see if that's true or just bragging. The ghost-faced old woman's hoarse voice suddenly sounded like a whip cracking, sharp and harsh. Yes, old lady. 5 or 6 figures appeared quickly, landing steadily in front of the inn. All the rooms seemed to be swept by the wind, lighting up the candles, turning the night into day. Chi-Chi took out 2 pistols and warned Zhou Wu, if anyone gets close, throw your explosive beads. Don't fight hand to hand. You can't win. Zhou Wu's eyes turned red, seeming wild. He nodded heavily. He had never enjoyed fighting as much as now. In an instant, explosions and chaos erupted, with casualties everywhere. Yu Wulian giggled and rushed out first, playing the arrow loudly. Countless tiny rain-like needles shot toward Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi spun diagonally to dodge the needles. Then in midair, she turned and fired several shots at the attackers.
Ah!
Someone was shot. The third disciple of the ghost-faced old woman, Xiao Fan, quickly drew his iron lotus finger tiger sword, his 10 fingers shooting 10 dagger tips like a ghostly night walker, rushing straight at Chi-Chi.
Clang.
Metal clashed. Chi-Chi, like a sprite in the night, held a gun in one hand and a sword in the other, weaving through the crowd without touching anyone. With a flick of her hand and a swift strike, several bloody heads rolled out. When Yu Junxian arrived, he saw this scene. Originally, he should have caught up with Qi earlier. Unexpectedly, as he left the mountain village, he saw that Longmen town was in danger, with the Yanzi city army approaching. He turned his troops around and rushed to Longmen town. 800 soldiers fought against 5,000 from Yanzi city. After several battles, they defeated Yanzi city, making it look like a beaten dog. As the battle neared its end, Yu Junxian rode quickly to catch up with Qi alone. Qi, Yu Junxian called out as he leapt into the scene. The tense atmosphere pressed down on the space, and his cold voice echoed. Zhou Wu, who was furious and fighting fiercely, shouted excitedly, "Wu Wu, young master Yu." A grown man shed tears like a cat's. At this moment, he decided to advise his master to let Qi and young master Yu compete fairly. Qi turned back, smiling, "Brother Song. So angry. They don't play fair, even grabbing 6-year-old children." "Yes, we'll beat them back to their hideout," Yu Junxian said, seeing that Qi was only lightly injured and still joking. But his sword, like rain, stabbed into a man's chest. The tall figure moved swiftly, already killing 5 men. Yu Junxian was stronger than Qi. The people of Sully Island were frightened, and their attacks grew fiercer. In an instant, Yu Junxian pulled Qi aside. "Your arm is bleeding?" Accidentally got hit by 2 blades, Qi gritted his teeth. "That ugly ghost and that coffin-faced guy." Yu Wulian twisted, and Xiao Fan's face was expressionless and cracked. Yu Junxuan's sharp black eyes reflected cold light. His supernatural power, combined with internal energy, swung a palm that struck Yu Wulian. Yu Wulian's voice returned to male, and he spat out blood. Everyone's closing in. Today, I'll capture him alive, and he won't get out of bed for 10 days and nights." With a cracking sound, Qi crushed a stone under his foot, wrapped his supernatural power around it, and threw it. A cold light like a sword chased after Yu Wulian. Yu Wulian kept retreating. Qi suddenly stopped, and in an instant, he disappeared in Yu Wulian's hostile gaze. When Yu Wulian looked around desperately, Qi had already teleported behind him. He raised his sword and struck down fiercely, then kicked him in the back of the head. A severed arm fell to the ground. Yu Wulian knelt with a thud, eyes wide with shock and a fierce expression on his face. Qi protected him. Yu Junxian chuckled softly. The sword and blade aura surged like a rainbow, knocking away a man's whip. In just half an hour, only 3 people remained.
Gaga.
A gust of cold wind swept over the hilltop, howling fiercely. After a moment, a gaunt figure dressed in a loose black robe, looking like a skeleton, crawled out from inside. It was an old woman who appeared before Yu Wulian and the others. Shaking and swaying, drowsy, like a ghost who has wandered the world for 100 years. "No wonder they call you the ghost-faced granny," Qi blinked with cat-like eyes and said seriously. The ghost-faced old woman with a withered claw clenched her skull-shaped staff and trembled, emitting a sinister laugh. She was neither angry nor upset but looked at them with interest. "Fu Qi, Yu Junxian, one as pure and clear as a gem, and the other as sharp as a drawn sword, yet noble in appearance. What a perfect pair of celestial lovers. What a pity." She looked at her apprentices and servants, each handsome and beautiful, an aesthetic born from experience. Although not truly, her words sounded pleasant and comfortable to hear. Fu Qi's face slightly reddened, her eyes clear and water-like, and she slightly puffed up. "Oh, I don't hold any deep grudges against you. Ku Yenner ambushed me, and I fought back and killed her. That's fair and reasonable. Fine, I will take my sister, Ping Xiuyao, back with me.
Gaga.
I've changed my mind. I want you to capture them alive and bring them to my Saleri Island, to serve as my ghostly servants." The ghost-faced old woman's mouth twitched like bark. "The ghost wants to be your servant." Fu Qi responded softly, so negotiations broke down, ready to fight or kill. Faceless covered his broken left arm, grimacing. Such a big mouth. Our grandmother is the Grand Master of the Southern Wilderness, a rare expert standing tall in the martial world. Juo Wu, who was about to win, froze with a bitter smile, his face stiffening. Another one to die?
Oh.
Then, let's fight.
Fukiki answered slowly.
The night breeze blew. Playful strands of hair slipped from her temples, brushing her delicate face like jade mist. Her skirt and sleeves fluttered, with bright red bloodstains adding a vivid touch. She looked ethereal and free. Yu Junxian brushed her bangs aside gently and hummed softly, full of tenderness. Go and bring Zhao Zhao out. I am here. Okay, Brother Song, be careful. I've checked her, and her skills are deep, Fu Chichi said with a gentle smile. Humph. A pair of wicked lovers. Faceless, twisted face sneered again. The ghost-faced old woman cackled, and her skull staff moved, ringing with a jingling sound. Suddenly, a huge tornado rose from the ground, swirling with chips and debris into a massive hole. It looked like countless fierce beasts hiding in the smoky sky, howling fiercely and forcing everyone back. The group quickly retreated from the battlefield. Yu Junxian stood still in a vacuum zone, firm as a rock. Fu Chichi saw Brother Song holding a glowing sphere of lightning in his palm, slowly growing larger, and felt reassured. She tiptoed toward the inn. Inside the room, little Zhao Zhao waved her wolf knife excitedly, shouting, "It's all explosions. My sister is here. You promised me, let me go home." She pointed at Wu Xian, her face proud. Listening to the fighting outside, Wu Xian looked serious and quickly ate half a porcelain bottle of pills. You've been shouting for half an hour. Rest for a bit first. Wu Xian poured water and medicine, then casually poured a glass for Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao pouted and drank it all in one gulp, nervously listening with her ears perked up. Her small face was adorable, and her proud attitude now looked clever and mischievous. Wu Xian smiled gently. Once I regain my strength, I will send you out first. You're not keeping your word. You're a bad dog. Zhao Zhao lifted her small face and said seriously. As she spoke, she saw the sword wound on Wu Xian's back bleeding continuously. The little girl helped wipe the blood from his back. Wu Xian moved slightly, his eyes becoming firm. Master Wu, the lady is taking that girl away. A servant boy knocked on the door. Wu Xian's face darkened. Zhao Zhao threw aside the blood-stained cloth, ran to the corner, holding a small wolf dagger, glaring fiercely at Wu Xian. Okay, I understand. After dismissing the others, he went to the window and gave Zhao Zhao a signal. Jump out the window? Zhao Zhao didn't hesitate. She grabbed Wu Xian's sleeve, and the two leapt outside. When the servant boy pushed the door open, the room was empty. Not good. The culprit took Master Wu and ran away. Footsteps hurried toward the window. Yu Wulian, familiar with the terrain, arrived first and heard the servants shouting, then followed. That woman dared to cut off his arm. He was determined to get revenge. And her face, he would peel it off. Wu Xian, badly injured, was quickly caught up. When Wu Xian held a soft sword to block Fu Zhao Zhao, everyone was stunned. The traitor had never appeared on Silverglass Island before. But on Silverglass Island, the respected ghost-faced lady was the supreme ruler. Her orders were like imperial edicts. Without hesitation, a dozen people quickly surrounded Wu Xian and Zhao Zhao. Find the chance and run first. Wu Xian's dark eyes darkened as he told Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao clenched her small wolf dagger and raised her chin. Got it, enough chatter. Wu Xian chose a direction and brandished his long sword. Because he was worried about capturing Zhao Zhao, he was attacked multiple times amid the flashing blades. Zhao Zhao, hiding behind Wu Xian, looked at his blood-soaked back, her small eyes confused. But if he kept fighting, he would die. The opportunity came. Zhao Zhao grinned, took a small step, and jumped behind someone, stabbing him in the back. Then she spun around, cutting a man's neck under Wu Xian's protection. Yu Wulian chased after them, surprised as he looked at the scene. Were his own people fighting each other? Waiting to be discovered, Wu Xian was only protecting that little brat. He sneered and said, "You dare betray your mother-in-law. Do you want to die?" Wu Xian's eyes darkened in the midst of the fight and he shouted, "You don't understand. Her sister took my arm, so I have to exchange her for it. If fifth brother doesn't back down, don't blame me for being rude." Yu Wulian grabbed a whip, dangerous eyes narrowing into an unreadable look. Wu Xian looked anxious, his sword speeding up his attack. Yu Wulian only aimed at Xiao Zhao Zhao, swinging the whip. Wu Xian protected her, blocking 4 or 5 strikes. But with many people and repeated attacks, Wu Xian was covered in blood and fell to the ground. Xiao Zhao Zhao, tears in her eyes, desperately pulled Wu Xian and said proudly, "I told you. You must not die. This bad person. He captured her, and now he's saving her? Humph. Come here, little brat." Seeing Wu Xian too weak to fight, Yu Wulian reached out to grab Zhao Zhao. Xiao Zhao Zhao angrily picked up her sword and stabbed at Yu Wulian. Yu Wulian tried several times to catch her but was dodged each time, nearly injured by her sword. "Little brat, I didn't expect you to be so skilled." Yu Wulian swung his whip at Zhao Zhao. Wu Xian used his last strength, leaping to block Zhao Zhao, receiving a from his face to his stomach and falling to the ground. "Bad guy. Villain." Xiao Zhao Zhao saw Wu Xian bleeding from his mouth and hurriedly shouted. Yu Wulian sneered and looked at them, then reached out to grab Zhao Zhao by her collar.
Bang!
A gunshot hit Yu Wulian's right hand. Before he could react, another shot hit his chest. He looked down at his abdomen, blood slowly blooming like a flower, and with a clown face, he collapsed. "Big sister." Xiao Zhao Zhao looked up, tears streaming down her face, crying, "The little bad guy is going to die." Fu Qiqi held a submachine gun and fired a burst, killing several people at the scene instantly. With one hand, she pressed a button and retracted the gun into her space. "Are you a murderer?" Fu Qiqi walked over, staring at the handsome young man. Seeing him coughing urgently and bleeding heavily, it was clear he was badly hurt. I'm sorry." Wu Xian hunched his back and slowly curled into a ball, his eyes unusually clear. He needed to repay his debt and repay his mother-in-law's kindness in raising him. Fu Qiqi looked at him with surprise, then saw Zhao Zhao crying like a little ball. She squatted down to wipe her tears. "He killed several people from Fengwu Mountain Villa. I can't save him." Tears filled Zhao Zhao's eyelashes, her small hand clutching her sister's sleeve. She was confused and couldn't tell right from wrong. A murderer should die. Brother Wuxin should be alive. At this moment, Wuxin spoke. "When I was young, I saw a big sister who looked about 7 or 8 parts like Zhao Zhao. She was gentle and kind, with a compassionate heart. At that time, I also learned for the first time that there is a flower called the iris, embroidered on her intricate and beautiful dress, like a fairy." Fu Qiqi suddenly asked, "Have you seen my mother?"